It wasn't until they happened to overhear Zhang Kunliang's boasting outside the Rofu gate that they were convinced he must be well informed and might know the whereabouts of their child. So, at the risk of revealing themselves, they had taken control of Zhang Kunliang to wait for news. Zhang Kunliang thought for a long time and finally made up his mind, arriving at a tavern in a certain part of the street. In this bustling commercial area, there were naturally many taverns. But the tavern in front of Zhang Kunliang was different because it was directly operated by the Yin and Yang families. It was the largest in the entire street, with numerous unimaginably precious ingredients. And with the background of the Yin and Yang families, no one dared to cause trouble here. With so many customers coming and going, this was definitely the best place to gather information. At this lively moment, the tavern was full of guests, with barely an empty seat. Watching the well-dressed, courteous waiters in front of the door, Zhang Kunliang couldn't help but sigh. These businesses were indeed the most adept at seizing opportunities and making the most of them in the entire realm beyond realms. Since joining the Yin and Yang families, their career had been thriving, and their influence had skyrocketed. Just the profits from this street alone were astronomical. So these business scions had all risen in status beyond what they had ever imagined. At this moment, a group of people suddenly arrived on the long street. Their appearance caused the originally noisy street to fall silent, and the crowd voluntarily parted to make way. Many people looked at this group with curiosity and surprise in their eyes. Zhang Kunliang couldn't help but turn his head to look. It was a group of men dressed in black. This was not particularly unusual. The key was that the black clothes they were wearing were extremely plain, even crude, made of rough linen. They wore only a pair of straw sandals on their feet and carried a small bundle on their backs, indicating they had traveled a long distance. Despite their plain attire, their eyes were bright and determined, and their expressions were calm, as if they were wearing the most luxurious clothes in the world. When Zhang Kunliang saw this group, he was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Heavens, it's the Mo family." It seemed that upon hearing his shout, the man in black at the front turned to look at him. Zhang Kunliang felt a chill as he looked into the man's eyes, which were as bright as the midday sun, devoid of any selfishness or desire, shining so brightly that he couldn't look directly at them. But this feeling only lasted for a moment, as the man then gave Zhang Kunliang a slight smile and turned back to continue walking. Zhang Kunliang stood frozen in place, feeling infinitely shocked. As someone from a miscellaneous family background, he had recognized the identity of the man who smiled at him, Mo Kong, the leader of this generation of the Mo family. Despite his prominent status, Mo Kong had smiled warmly at him and wore the same plain clothes and straw shoes as the other disciples. Apart from the black sword hanging from his waist, there was no difference. This left Zhang Kunliang feeling astonished. Even though the miscellaneous family was already in decline, as an ordinary disciple, Zhang Kunliang would not easily see the family head, and if he did, he would have to pay respects. Yet this prominent figure from the Mo family was so easygoing. Zhang Kunliang couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. And it was at this moment that the group of Mo family disciples, under the gaze of the entire crowd, walked straight to the front of this inn, but they did not enter. Instead, they orderly walked to the sheltered eaves on the side. Sit. It was only when the leader gave the order that these Mo family disciples silently leaned against the wall and sat down. Eat. From the leader to the ordinary disciples, all of them took out a piece of coarse linen from their bosoms, and when they opened it, there was a steamed bun inside. Then these people sat under the sheltered eaves, silently gnawing on their steamed buns. Inside the hall next door, there was a vast array of delicacies and fragrant smells wafting about. The Mo family disciples outside, however, were contentedly eating their steamed buns, each with a look of happiness on their faces, as if the steamed buns in their hands were the most delicious delicacies in the world. This stark contrast left the onlookers on the street bewildered. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "I always heard that the people of the Mo family have high moral character and are extremely disciplined. They don't covet material desires. Today, I finally witnessed it." But isn't the Mo family known for not participating in this 100 schools conference? Why are they here this time? Someone asked. Who knows, but I reckon the reason isn't so simple. Let's wait and see. This 100 schools conference is probably going to be lively this time. The crowd started to speculate, but Zhang Kunliang was watching the Mo family disciples thoughtfully. To be honest, he was truly amazed today. He had never imagined that anyone could live in such a simple and almost harsh manner. Especially from the highest leader to the most ordinary disciple, they all received the same treatment. It shattered his worldview. Growing up as a miscellaneous family disciple, he had been ingrained with the belief that anything could be used for his own benefit, even if it meant betraying his parents. Over time, this selfish ideology had become deeply rooted in his mind, leading him to believe that everyone in the world was like that, just better at hiding it. It wasn't until he encountered the Mo family today that he realized people could live in a different way. Watching the Mo family disciples eating their plain steamed buns, he suddenly felt a pang of envy. They may lack material desires, but they were following their own principles. This sense of contentment was self-evident. Zhang Kunliang was pondering when a middle-aged man in splendid attire hurriedly walked out from the inn. The man took a few steps and stood before the Mo family disciples, then respectfully bowed deeply to the leader, Mo Kong. Please forgive the absence of proper reception for the arrival of the Mo family leader. It's truly unforgivable. Mo Kong smiled gently. Mr. Fan is too kind. We came here without notifying anyone, so there was no need for a reception. The man was the inn's manager and a remarkable figure in the business world, Fan Wuli. As someone expected to pursue profit as a business disciple, his name, meaning no profit, was truly ironic. Fan Wuli smiled and then noticed the steamed buns in their hands. He immediately said, I've just informed the kitchen to prepare a feast. Please come inside. Mo Kong shook his head. Mr. Fan, you needn't trouble yourself. We are accustomed to these steamed buns and have already given up meat and wine. But Fan Wuli's face showed hesitation, and he glanced at the increasing crowd of onlookers on the street. With so many people watching, if he let them go like this, who knows what rumors might spread tomorrow. People would definitely mock and criticize him and the business for being too profit-driven, allowing the Mo family, part of the 100 schools, to eat steamed buns outside. Sensing his hesitation, the Mo family leader suddenly smiled and said to those around him, All right, since Mr. Fan sincerely invites us, let's go in for some tea. Fan Wuli was delighted. Thank you, leader. Please. The Mo family disciples stood up in silence, lined up orderly, and entered the hall. Seeing this scene, Zhang Kunliang's eyes flickered, and he too walked into the inn. Meanwhile, not far from the inn on the heavenly street, a woman looked somewhat surprised at the backs of the Mo family members and murmured softly, Exactly. These guys must have caught wind of something, which is why they traveled a long way here. Aoshu, standing beside them, blinked his eyes and said bewilderedly, Master, Empress, what are you all talking about? Why don't I understand anything? Do those black-clothed people who just entered have some special qualities? Cha Wenliang shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not necessarily special, but these people are very independent and unique. Even in this vast world, they stand out as exceptional individuals. Aoshu immediately became alert. Does their presence here pose a threat to Brother An's safety? No, not at all. In fact, they should be a great help to Zuan. Cha Wenliang replied. Aoshu looked puzzled. Jiushin Zhuanu explained, all those black-clothed men you saw are from the Mo family. The Mo family is a very unique presence among the various schools of thought because their ideology is different from others. They believe in non-aggression and universal love, advocating for a unified world. With a hint of respect in her tone, Jiushin Zhuanu continued, not only do they have lofty ideals, but they also act on them. They stand firm against the declining morals of society, making them respected as wise individuals of the Mo family. Cha Wenliang nodded in agreement, expressing his admiration. Empress Jiushin is right. 3,000 years ago, when a prominent family was bullying a small sect and no one dared to intervene, it was the Mo family that stepped forward. With 300 Mo disciples, they infiltrated the sect on a snowy night, ultimately driving away the invaders. Once they succeeded, they left without taking even a sip of water, completely detached from the situation, their chivalry worthy of admiration. After hearing this explanation, Aoshu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, the Mo family is so remarkable. Let's go inside and take a look. Jiushin Zhuanu glanced at Cha Wenliang, who smiled and nodded slightly in agreement. That's a good idea. Since we've traveled a long way, everyone must be tired. Let's rest and eat something in this restaurant. At the mention of food, the little gourd, who had been following silently behind everyone, suddenly lit up with excitement and emphatically nodded in agreement. The group then headed towards the restaurant. However, there was one person who hesitated and stayed behind. This person, young in age with a somewhat naive appearance, but a strong presence, especially with his captivating eyes, was standing there with a puzzled expression. He thought to himself, strange, why do I suddenly feel a sense of unease, similar to when I was taken away years ago? Could there be danger inside? These thoughts swirled in his mind, causing him to hesitate. Just then, Aoshu, who was about to enter the restaurant, turned and saw him standing there. He couldn't help but call out, "CT, why are you standing there? Come and eat." Yes, this young man was none other than the touty who had been rescued by Zuan in Linglong City. After being subdued and residing in Zuan's Sea of Consciousness inside the Fu Treasure Tower, he was summoned by Zuan before the investigation of the evil beings at the Yin and Yang residences to strengthen the team's capabilities. When Jiushin Zhuanu and Cha Wenliang got everything in order and set off for the Yin and Yang residences, he naturally followed along. During the journey, this touty, getting along well with Aoshu, had become like a little brother to him. When Aoshu called out to him, the touty trembled slightly, but then steeled himself and quickly caught up. The restaurant's hall was bustling with activity. Many people had forgotten about eating and were watching the scene. Under Fan Wolk's arrangement, several tables were set near the window with tea and snacks, showing great consideration. However, the Mo family disciples remained silent throughout, simply sitting down without a word. Fan Wolk smiled at Mo Kong. "Juicy, should we order some food? I guarantee they're simple and clean dishes, you?" Mo Kong waved his hand. "No need to say more. We appreciate your kindness. This is already good enough." With that, Mo Kong lifted his teacup. "Don't waste their goodwill. Drink up." Hearing this, the disciples picked up their teacups and silently sipped. Somehow, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere of the Mo family disciples, the hall gradually quieted down. Even those who used to look down on the Mo family couldn't help but acknowledge their worth as wise individuals. A new light shone in Jing Kanlang's eyes, a feeling of respect he had never experienced before. It was a kind of reverence. Previously, Jing Kanlang might have felt fear when facing those much more powerful than himself. But this time, it was genuine respect, a first for him. It wasn't just him, even Fan Wolk, the scion of the business family, had a serious expression on his face. "In that case, I won't disturb you all anymore. If you need anything, please inform me at any time." With that, Fan Wolk turned and left the hall. Just then, Jiushin Zhuanu and Cha Wenliang's group entered the hall. Nothing unusual about that, especially with the majority of attention drawn to the Mo family. Many didn't even notice their arrival. Initially, Jing Kanlang was the same, but when another person entered right after, he was struck as if by lightning and froze in place. The person who came in was the touty incarnate as a man. Thanks to Zuan's help, his shape-shifting skills were exceptional, making it impossible for ordinary people to detect his unique aura. However, Jing Kanlang was different. Having just escaped from the clutches of two dowdies, he vividly remembered the distinctive aura of their kind. So when he saw this man, he immediately recognized him as another touty. This discovery made him tremble slightly with fear. As for why he appeared here, Zhang Kunliang glanced at the nine heavens Zhuanu and Za Wenliang walking in front of him. He didn't know the nine heavens Zhuanu, but the unmistakable aura of medical expertise emanating from Za Wenliang couldn't be concealed. A master of medicine? Could it be that he came from the Pharmacist Alliance? This thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly took a deep breath and pushed all thoughts away. Whether it was true or not, he had already found the information he sought, and the touty couple would likely be pleased with the result. The most urgent task now was how to notify the touty couple of this information without alerting these people. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Kunliang gestured and called over a waiter. "Guest, do you have any orders?" The waiter asked with a smile. "I want to know what the guests who just came in ordered to eat." "Who are you referring to?" "The group who just came in with a little girl." The waiter's smile remained, but he didn't answer. "What are you inquiring about this for?" "Oh, I forgot to tell you, one of the people in that group is my good friend who I haven't seen in a long time. I suddenly saw him just now, and I'm not entirely sure if it's him, so I wanted to ask you." With that, Zhang Kunliang reluctantly took out a spirit crystal from his pocket and nonchalantly handed it over. The waiter, of course, knew that Zhang Kunliang was lying, but he didn't bother to care. Besides, the information the other party was seeking wasn't a secret, so he accepted the spirit crystal with a smile and lowered his voice. To be honest, your friends can really eat. They ordered dozens of dishes just now, not to mention the tea and desserts. Zhang Kunliang's heart stirred, but he maintained his composure on the surface. Haha, I see. It looks like I might have mistaken the person. After tricking the waiter with a few laughs, Zhang Kunliang immediately got up, hastily left the inn, and followed a small alley next to the inn to the back door. The place was secluded, and ordinary people wouldn't come here. After confirming that no one was following him, Zhang Kunliang immediately started banging his head against the wall. Thud, thud, thud. After a few hits, blood started flowing from his forehead. But he didn't stop and continued banging on the wall. After a while, when he was feeling dizzy from all the hits, a rush of wind swept by behind him, followed by a cold voice. What's the matter? Why did you use such means to summon us? Hearing the voice, Zhang Kunliang turned around to see the touty couple. He wiped his forehead, and the bleeding instantly stopped. Then he spoke in a deep voice. I have important news to tell you. What important news? The man asked. They had initially planned to rest somewhere and wait until midnight before meeting Zhang Kunliang, but they had suddenly felt a strong palpitation shortly after, and the man knew it was the warning signal left in Zhang Kunliang's consciousness by him. So they rushed over immediately. However, the man didn't believe Zhang Kunliang could find any leads within such a short time frame. Even though the man was well versed, it was impossible for him to find any clues in such a short time. But to his surprise, upon hearing the man's words, Zhang Kunliang smiled proudly, then pointed to the inn ahead. It's about your son. Do you see that inn over there? Your son is inside. What? The touty couple were startled and couldn't believe it. Are you telling the truth? This matter concerns my own life. How could I joke about it? Right now, he's inside, accompanied by a medical master. I can't recognize the others. A medical master. The touty couple exchanged glances, puzzled as to why their son was surrounded by medical professionals. But at that moment, they didn't have time to think much about it. Let's go. We'll go and see together, the man said sternly. Zhang Kunliang knew that the touty couple wouldn't easily believe him based on just his words, so he didn't hesitate and led the two dowdies into the inn. At that moment, the 9 heavens Zhuan Nu and his party were sitting in a corner of the first floor hall. With their financial resources, they could have dined on the second floor. But out of curiosity and respect for the Mohis scholars, they chose to dine on the first floor. By now, the food had been served continuously. Zihulu and Aoshu were enjoying their meal enormously. Especially Zihulu, who had been feasting non-stop since the first dish arrived, without lifting her head. On the other hand, the touty sitting on the chair looked restless and hadn't touched his chopsticks. What's wrong? Why do you look worried? Zhao Wenliang couldn't help asking. He was very interested in this ancient demonic beast because he wanted to unravel the bloodline secrets of these extraordinary creatures. Along the way, he had taken good care of this touty. The touty shook his head. I don't know, I just feel restless for some reason. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Kunliang had already brought the touty couple into the inn. Almost as they stepped into the hall, the little touty turned her head instinctively and locked eyes with the touty couple. Then, both sides trembled simultaneously. Tears welled up in the eyes of the little touty. It's my son. She didn't hesitate and dashed towards them. The little touty was taken aback. When he was abducted, he was still very young, and his memories of his parents weren't deep. So at that moment, when he saw the touty couple, his first reaction wasn't joy but fear. And this reaction intensified the guilt and anger in the female touty's heart. It's all your fault that my child turned out like this. Pay with your life. Fueled by maternal instinct, the female touty almost went berserk. She knocked over several tables as she stormed through. Not only her, but the male touty was also extremely agitated, closely following behind. This sudden turn of events caused chaos in the entire hall. The 9 heavens Zhuan Nu furrowed her brow slightly and flicked her sleeve, unleashing a powerful force that collided head-on with the charging female touty. Boom! After a loud bang, the female touty was forcefully repelled far away. But their distinctive faces still gave them away. The whole place was in an uproar. Heavens, it's a gluttonous beast. How could such an ancient ferocious beast suddenly appear here? Accompanied by cries of surprise, the people in the hall increased in numbers, and many even showed greed on their faces. After all, no matter how strong the gluttonous beasts were, there were only two of them. With so many people on their own side, capturing these two gluttonous beasts could bring immense profits. This was why the gluttonous couple had always been hesitant to reveal their whereabouts. After all, the world revolved around the word profit. Even the most timid person might take risks for profit. And if targeted by a stronger opponent, it would be disastrous. But now, they had no choice but to reveal themselves. They were ancient ferocious beasts after all, with extremely violent tempers. And after spending a year searching for their son in a treacherous place, they were filled with pent-up grievances. Seeing their son now, but finding him seemingly kidnapped, their anger burst forth completely. Boom! With heavy footsteps, the gluttonous couple advanced towards the Nine Heavens Virgin in unison. In their eyes, this woman was clearly the one responsible for their son's abduction, so they attacked relentlessly. Cha Wenliang's expression changed drastically, but the Nine Heavens Virgin just coldly smiled. Then, she raised her hand and struck out a fierce blow. The force of her palm landed directly on the female gluttonous beast rushing at her. Before she could even cry out, she was sent flying by the powerful blow. The male gluttonous beast's eyes turned red, and he opened his huge mouth, ready to devour the Nine Heavens Virgin. The Nine Heavens Virgin furrowed her brow slightly, feeling the surge of killing intent. Their group had been sitting peacefully, but suddenly, two gluttonous beasts barged in and attacked without explanation. Even the most patient person would get angry at such a situation, let alone the not-so-patient Nine Heavens Virgin. So she let out a cold snort, seeking death. And a violent pressure erupted from her, transforming into a sharp sword in mid-air that aimed at the gluttonous beast's head. Splurt! Blood spattered. The male gluttonous beast roared in pain, but instead of retreating, he attacked the Nine Heavens Virgin again. Enraged, the Nine Heavens Virgin was about to strike him down. But at that moment, a voice cried out, "Empress, please stop. This is my father." The speaker was the young gluttonous beast. Upon hearing his cry, the Nine Heavens Virgin abruptly withheld her lethal strike, then pushed him back with a palm strike. "What is going on?" the Nine Heavens Virgin asked in a frosty tone. The young gluttonous beast approached, supporting his injured parents, and with a choked voice said, "Empress, they are my parents. They came here to find me." After exchanging a series of complex sounds with his parents, the young gluttonous beast's parents looked embarrassed and quickly resumed their human forms, bowing deeply. "We sincerely apologize for our recklessness just now. We did not inquire about the situation before starting the fight with you." Thus, the misunderstanding was finally resolved. And upon learning that the two gluttonous beasts had risked their lives to find their lost son in the human territory, the Nine Heavens Virgin's expression softened, and she waved her hand. "Forget it. Since you are looking for your son, I won't hold it against you. Thank you. Thank you." Soon, the gluttonous couple took their seats, excitedly inquiring about their son's well-being over the years. The young gluttonous beast sighed and roughly recounted the events. When they heard that their son had been rescued by a human youth, the gluttonous couple expressed gratitude and earnestly looked at the Nine Heavens Virgin and Cha Wenliang. "Since you are here to help Lord Zuen, we are obliged to assist as well. We are willing to accompany you to Cloud City and do what little we can." Faced with this proposal, the Nine Heavens Virgin and Cha Wenliang had no reason to refuse. Though the gluttonous couple appeared weak in front of the Nine Heavens Virgin, it was because of her overwhelming strength. In reality, as ancient ferocious beasts, they were far superior to ordinary strong individuals. Joy abounded as the atmosphere at the dining table grew warmer. Those watching in the hall couldn't help but suppress their greed after witnessing the Nine Heavens Virgin's display of power. At least, she was a true saint. In the face of such a presence, even the greediest had to learn humility. After the meal, the Nine Heavens Virgin and her group prepared to leave. Just then, Zhang Kunliang rushed over and knelt before them. "Please, spare my life." The Nine Heavens Virgin and Cha Wenliang were puzzled by the scene, while the gluttonous couple understood immediately. The male gluttonous beast chuckled. "Are you afraid of the divine thought I left on you? Rest assured, that fixation has disappeared on finding my son." Zhang Kunliang was dumbfounded. He never expected it to end so easily. He thought he would have to pay a heavy price to spare his life, but he was let go so easily. As he stood there in shock, the Nine Heavens Virgin and her group left the tavern. Passing by the Mo family disciples, who were originally low-key, the giant Mo Kong smiled slightly as he sipped his tea. Empress, impressive skills. The Nine Heavens Virgin was slightly surprised, but then smiled gracefully. Giant Mo, you flatter me. Let's meet in Cloud City. Mo Kong said softly. All right, see you in Cloud City. The expression on the Nine Heavens Virgin's face remained calm and indifferent as she spoke, leading her group away. As they left the tavern, Aoshu couldn't help but ask, Empress, what did the giant mean by that? The Nine Heavens Virgin took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. Fan Wuli didn't even dare to lift his head, saying in a deep voice, That's correct, and I have just found out that the Ghost Needle Divine Physician Cha Wenliang is also next to this woman. Heh, then there is no mistake. This woman must be the Zhuanshan Empress who only recently emerged from the Pharmacists Alliance. I didn't expect that even the people from the Pharmacists Alliance would come this time. The voice mused. Fan Wuli cautiously said, Actually, it's not just the Pharmacists Alliance and the Mo family. Just received news that within a day, the legalists, the Taoists from the Quanjin sect, and even the descendants of Shenong have all arrived, and even the long-lost disciples of Yangju have reappeared in the world. Oh, you mean the ancient school known for indulgence and resembling a demonic sect? The voice expressed surprise. That's right. I never expected that. I thought this school had already been cut off. The voice sighed, then spoke in a deep voice. This gathering of the 100 schools is no trivial matter. It has alarmed countless hidden family clans. So our commercial family must be extra cautious. We must not make any mistakes at this critical moment. I understand. Continue to gather information at all costs. Although this is a challenge, if handled correctly, it could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, yes? The voice faded. When Fan Wuli walked out of the room, his expression had returned to normal. Outwardly, he looked no different from an ordinary innkeeper. However, he was a highly regarded disciple within the commercial family. He said in a low voice, Has the person sent to follow returned? Reporting, he has returned. How is it? Everything is normal. The group from the Pharmacists Alliance went straight to the Yangshao city, and the Mo family members also followed suit. But what? But there is one person following the Mo family. Oh, who is it? It is the person who knelt down begging for mercy in the hall just now. I have already sent someone to investigate. This person used to be a descendant of a miscellaneous family, but for some reason withdrew later on. Oh. Fan Wuli nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Don't worry about him. Just a fallen descendant of a miscellaneous family is not worth mentioning at all. If he really wants to do something, the Mo family will deal with him. Understood. The subordinate quietly withdrew, and Fan Wuli looked at the account book, feeling like he had overlooked something. But no matter what, he couldn't recall what it was. This feeling made him very uneasy. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly heard a loud commotion outside, accompanied by cries of alarm. Oh my goodness, it's people from the Shen family. Have all the sword cultivators from the Shen family mobilized? Such a spectacular scene, truly breathtaking. Hearing these words, Fan Wuli's heart shook wildly, then he immediately rushed out of the inn and looked up. Far away, at the starting point of the Tianji Street, the Lafu Gate was wide open, and numerous brilliant lights were pouring in, forming a vast and majestic flow that streaked across the sky. As it approached closer, it could be seen that it wasn't just light, but sword cultivators walking with their swords. This almost unimaginable scene made Fan Wuli's scalp tingle. He finally understood what he had missed just now. It was the Shen family. Although there were many participants in this 100 schools meeting, only a few families truly stood out. Among them, the Shen family was undoubtedly the most prominent. After all, the events that had taken place recently had spread throughout the Tianhua Jie. The so-called unparalleled sword genius, Shen Mu, broke through and challenged the rising mysterious youth Zuan. But now, there was no news of Zuan. Nobody knew where he had gone. Everyone wanted to know if this second young master of the Shen family would show up. The Shen family's attitude towards this 100 schools meeting was also a matter of curiosity. With the river of sword energy roaring by, everyone who witnessed this scene fell silent, because the Shen family was silently declaring its strength in this domineering manner. It was a feeling that almost bordered on despair. At least many members of the family clans on the Chanji Street had this thought in their hearts. What kind of family clan could be a match for so many sword cultivators? But this was not all. When the river of sword energy flowed halfway, the void suddenly surged with violent waves, and then several sword lights leapt out. Each one was so dazzling that people couldn't look directly at them. Yet these sword lights were all guarding a person. A tall and slender figure, with bright eyes and a noble appearance like a woman. But this individual exuded supreme majesty in every movement. Just a glance made people dare not resist. Fan Wooly felt a chill in his hands and feet because he clearly sensed a brilliant sword intent akin to the sun and moon from this youth. Without a doubt, this was the second young master of the Shen family, Shen Mu. And not just him, almost everyone fell silent after seeing this second young master of the Shen family. This feeling persisted until the river of sword energy from the Shen family had disappeared in the sky, then it gradually eased somewhat. Then someone sighed in near despair. Such a peerless genius has appeared. How can we hope to stand out in this 100 schools meeting? Fan Wooly remained silent, took a deep breath, and then walked calmly back into the inn. Moments later, a letter turned into white light and flew towards the depths of the void. At the same time, the news of the Shen family's high-profile arrival had already spread like wildfire. As the news spread, there was an uproar. In a magnificent mansion somewhere in the Yangshao city, the Grand Master of the Bailu Zhuang, Yan Jingcheng, looked solemnly at the water mirror in front of him. The second Master Zhang Jixing whispered, "The Shen family has brought out all their elite forces this time. It seems they are determined to win this 100 schools meeting." Yan Jingcheng paid no attention to him, but directly asked the third master, Luo Linyuan, "Third junior brother, what do you think?" Luo Linyuan pondered for a moment, and then uttered 5 words, "They are building momentum." Juzi Makong looked up, watching as the magnificent river of sword flowed through the sky in a near arrogant manner, unable to help but chuckle softly. So many years have passed, and the Shen family hasn't changed at all. With that, he lowered his head to look at Zhang Kunliang not far away. "What do you think of this matter?" Zhang Kunliang hesitated for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice, clearly. The Shen family is preparing in advance, their goal being to dominate the upcoming 100 schools conference. To dominate the conference. Makong murmured softly for a moment, then smiled. "I must say, your insight is impressive. When I was in the miscellaneous department before, I was specifically in charge of handling intelligence." Zhang Kunliang paused for a moment and slowly said, "Then why did you want to join our Mo family after leaving the miscellaneous department?" Makong asked softly. "Because I wanted to try a completely different way of life from before." Zhang Kunliang looked straight at Makong. "When I was in the miscellaneous department, although I lived lavishly, I faced treacherous hearts and endless intrigue every day. I escaped quietly because I was tired of that life." "Then why the Mo family?" Makong asked again. "If I said I admire the equal and friendly atmosphere you have here, would you believe me?" Makong smiled. "What do you think?" Zhang Kunliang sighed. "I did think of saying that at first, it would sound good, but now I've changed my mind." Zhang Kunliang looked at Makong. "Speaking frankly, my true intention was to seek protection through you all. After all, even though the miscellaneous department has declined, it would be easy for them to deal with a traitor like me." Makong looked silently at Zhang Kunliang, without speaking for a long time. Zhang Kunliang's expression changed, and he finally lowered his head. "It's not surprising if you don't want to. Then I can leave now." With that, he turned to walk away. But just then, Makong said lightly, "Welcome to the Mo family." Zhang Kunliang turned abruptly, looking incredulously at Makong, seeming to not understand why he suddenly agreed. Makong chuckled softly, pointing to the Mo family disciples in the distant grove. "Why do you think they joined the Mo family? Isn't it because they were attracted by the Mo family's principles? Some are like that, but more joined the Mo family for various other reasons, as people are inherently practical creatures." A Mo family giant who cared about the world was saying that people were inherently practical, creating a somewhat magical scene. Are you surprised? In fact, the Mo family has never denied human nature, even more clearly than the indulgent Yangju school of thought, but the difference is that we never feel discouraged. Whether human nature is inherently good or bad, that's not what we care about. What we care about is how to make this world a better place, and the premise of all this is to start by taking action ourselves. We never impose our moral standards on others. For example, Today on the street, we may happily eat steamed buns, but we would never require others to do the same, as not everyone is a saint. So no matter your motivation for joining the Mo family, at least you told me the truth, and that's a good start, isn't it? After Ma Kong finished speaking, Zhang Kunliang felt deeply shaken. If watching the Mo family's actions on the street today had only touched him slightly, he was now deeply impressed by the Mo family's principles. This sect was clearly not as outdated and impractical as rumored, but quite the opposite. They had a clear understanding of many things. It was this understanding that made them not demand excessively from others. Suddenly, a saying flashed through Zhang Kunliang's mind. It was an ancient adage that had been passed down. The situation back then was different from now. Some of the 100 schools of thought had not yet emerged, but the Mo family had already taken shape. When this non-aggression and universal love concept emerged, it immediately swept through the entire world. Some even said at that time, all the schools of thought were either Yang or Mo. Because at that time, when the Yangju school of thought was flourishing, these two opposite sects caused a great stir. Even in later generations when the Mo family had declined and the Yangju school of thought had almost disappeared, the two factions were still arch-enemies. Thinking of this, Zhang Kunliang suddenly remembered something and said in a serious tone, "Giant, when I left the sect back then, I received some news stating that a successor of Yangju's philosophy had emerged and may very well participate in this 100 schools conference." Ma Kong nodded. "It's not a possibility, but it's already happened." Zhang Kunliang was taken aback, but then he thought that it was perfectly normal for Ma Kong, as a leader, to have his own sources of information, so he swallowed back the rest of his words. Subsequently, Zhang Kunliang smoothly entered the Mo family and donned the symbolic black robe. There was no exclusion, no hostility, only help and friendliness towards the newcomers. All this made Zhang Kunliang feel somewhat unreal. Accustomed to the deceitful ways, he had never been treated like this before. Yet he did not realize that subtly, his mindset was already changing. It was at that moment when the Shen family sword cultivator entered Yangshao City in a domineering manner, and the Mo family had just accepted former miscellaneous department disciple Zhang Kunliang. A team suddenly arrived in front of a tea house set up by Sun Zhang, attracting the attention of almost the entire street. This was an extravagant convoy, with each carriage made of the finest materials and various exotic birds and beasts pulling them. Apart from the rest, just this extremely luxurious caravan represented an immense wealth. Even in the Yangshao city where various sects gathered, such a display was rare. As the people on the street wondered in confusion, not knowing who these newcomers were, the convoy slowly stopped in front of the tea house. Dozens of beautiful maidens then descended from the carriages, some cleaning the street, others laying out the red carpet, and some sprinkling flowers. No one else. It's just that this man is too much of a show-off. Not to mention his clothes, made of an unknown material, exquisite to the extreme. Nor the accessories from head to toe. Just the long sword he wears at his waist has attracted countless gazes. Because the sword is adorned with intricate designs to the point of opulence, even the hilt is embedded with a gem the size of a pigeon egg. Even from a distance, you can feel the powerful aura emanating from this gem. Clearly, it is invaluable. The man himself is exceptionally handsome and extraordinary, especially his eyes, which are a rare dual color. One eye has a pure black pupil, while the other eye has a mysterious amber color, like that of a Persian cat, exuding a sense of mystery and beauty. While everyone was in awe, the man looked up to survey the tea house, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "This should be the place," he said. With confident strides, he walked in. As he passed by, the maids in the tea house fanned and scattered flowers, displaying grandeur resembling that of an emperor. This scene was also noticed by Yang Jian and Zitia, who were drinking tea on the second floor. Zitia furrowed his brow. Who is this person? Such arrogance! Yang Jian remained silent, gazing deeply at the man, and then said in a solemn tone, "Notify the guests in the tea house that there are important matters today, and we need to close early. Please ask them to leave." Zitia immediately understood, turned around, and went downstairs to prepare. Meanwhile, the man had already entered the tea house, but didn't even glance at anyone, heading straight for the second floor. Clomp, clomp, clomp. He ascended the stairs and coincidentally bumped into Zitia descending. Zitian's face turned as dark as water. The fact that Yang Jian issued the order indicated that this person was definitely an enemy. So, he did not step aside but stood on the stairs, wanting to test this person's mettle. The man, however, remained unperturbed, smiling at Zitia. At that moment, Yang Jian's voice came from behind. Zitia, make way. Reluctantly, Zitia stepped aside, and the man ascended the stairs with a smile. As he passed Zitia, he softly said, "You should be grateful your master had you hide in time. Otherwise, you would be dead by now." Zitia was surprised, then infuriated, ready to react, but the man had already walked away, heading straight for Yang Jian's table. Upon approaching, before even sitting down, a maid came forward to arrange a cushion for him. The man sat down with a smile, and another maid skillfully brewed tea while he continued staring at Yang Jian. Yang Jian remained silent until the tea was brewed, releasing a strong aroma before the man broke the silence. "Where is Zuan?" Yang Jian raised an eyebrow slightly. "Why are you looking for him?" "It's simple. I wish to discuss a partnership with him." "A partnership?" Yang Jian scoffed. Yang Ju's descendant, known for indulging in pleasures and reckless behavior, is actually seeking a partnership? The man shook his head. "I admit to indulging in pleasures, but labeling me as reckless is an exaggeration. After all," the man smiled faintly, his amber eyes sparkling even more. "With my current strength, I have not yet reached the level of recklessness as our ancestor did." Yes, the visitor was none other than Yang Qin, the current representative of the Yangju school. The situation regarding this school is extremely complex, as it is the only sect in the 100 schools of thought whose origins cannot be traced. No one knows who founded this school, not even its founder, Yangju himself. However, one thing is certain, the Yangju school is purely egoistic. The saying "pluck a hair from myself and benefit the world, I am not concerned about it" perfectly illustrates the essence of the Yangju school. But people primarily remember the 8 characters: indulge in pleasures, act recklessly. Yang Jian gazed coldly at Yang Qin. "I doubt there will be any collaboration between you and Zuan." Yang Qin smiled. "One never knows until one tries. At least, I believe this collaboration will be a perfect win-win deal this time. After all, you don't want him to truly die by the sword of the Shen family, do you?" Yang Jian's expression changed. He had already witnessed the impressive momentum when the Shen family entered the city, something he was concerned about. The overwhelming sword intent made his heart chill. Combined with the family's grandeur, no one could resist the power of the Shen family. Yang Jian was genuinely worried about Zuan. However, he was still not entirely trusting of Yang Qin in front of him, especially puzzled by how he had found his way here. Sensing his concern, Yang Qin chuckled. "Rest assured, I know you are here because I happen to have a bit of a connection with the Lord of Jidu Starfield, Lei Butong. His daughter is in this city, and through her, I learned about this tea house. As for your other concerns, as long as you tell me Zuan's whereabouts, I will handle the rest." Yang Jian furrowed his brows in contemplation when a calm voice interrupted from outside the window. "No need. I don't think there's any need for cooperation." With those words, a gentle breeze blew in through the window, and Zuan appeared beside the table. The entire process happened so naturally that neither Yang Jian nor Yang Qin, present at the scene, noticed. This caught Yang Qin's attention, and he looked at Zuan with interest. "Are you certain there's no need for cooperation? You should know." Before Yang Qin could finish, Zuan waved his hand. "I know what you want to say, but a mere Shenmue is not enough to make me afraid." Yang Qin's eyes flickered, and then he half smiled. "I thought I was already audacious enough, but I didn't expect you to be more arrogant than me." It seems no one dares to use the term mere to describe the second young master Shen. "That's because he hadn't encountered me before," Zuan said casually. "As for you, why are you specifically targeting that Shenmue?" Yang Qin shook his head. "You're mistaken. I'm not targeting Shenmue, but all the 100 schools of thought. After all, it's rare to have a chance to make a loud impact upon my debut." Yang Qin has left. This descendant of the Yangju school arrived hurriedly and left decisively. Almost immediately after Zuan firmly stated his refusal to cooperate, Yang Qin got up without hesitation and walked away. Watching the magnificent carriage disappear at the end of the street, Zuan couldn't help but smile and say, although a bit eccentric, he is quite an interesting person. Then he turned to Yang Jian and asked, "Do you know him?" Yang Jian's expression soured a bit. "Before I regained my memory, I traveled in the Tianwai heaven for a while, and then I met him by chance. He once helped me with a small favor, but I tried to repay him several times later, considering the previous favor repaid. I just didn't expect him to come here and have the audacity to try to overturn the entire philosophical schools of thought. He's truly gone mad, Zhu. Unlaughed. Regardless, just having this idea is enough to prove that he is truly a worthy descendant of the Yangju school. Yang Jian shook his head, not wanting to discuss Yangchen any further, and then said seriously, "Did you see the situation just now?" Zhuan casually replied, "Of course I did. Any thoughts?" Haha, the Shen family is clearly trying to bolster their position, while also showing off to me, but they've miscalculated. Just now, Zuan's main consciousness was focused on the leader of the Li Feng stronghold, Bao Huarong. With the great assembly of 100 schools approaching, he had been directing these ruffians in preparations for the past few days. Yang Jian wanted to say something more, but seeing Zuan's confident demeanor, he ended up swallowing his words. "What about the Miss Yue, who has been by your side all this time?" Yang Jian asked. "Oh, her brother is about to arrive, and she went to greet him." "Her brother? You mean the leader of the military clan, Yue Shifang?" "Exactly. With such an important figure coming, you're not even going to greet him?" Yang Jian was somewhat puzzled. Zuan smiled faintly. "Don't worry. My relationship with her brother is not something to be concerned about, and I have another important reason for staying here." "Oh, what is it?" "Something related to you," Zuan said mysteriously. An hour later, Yang Jian stood nervously outside the gates of the Yangshao city and couldn't help but ask, "Zuan, is she really coming?" Zuan chuckled. "Of course, would I joke about something like this?" Yang Jian fell silent. Another moment passed, and he whispered, "Should I hide for a bit, in case she doesn't want to see me when she arrives?" "You're too late. She's already here." As if on cue, a group of people appeared in the distance and rushed to the front of the Yangshao city at a rapid pace. Brother An. Leading the group was Aoshu. She joyfully ran up to Zuan, tugging at his sleeve and acting coquettish. "Brother An, do you know how much I've missed you during these days you left me?" Zhu unsmiled and ruffled Aoshu's hair. "All right, I know now." Aoshu wanted to say something more, but was silenced by Zuan's gesture. Then he nodded towards the side. Aoshu understood and immediately kept silent. At the same time, Za, Wenliang, and the three Taudi also arrived one after another. Zuan had already learned about what happened on the way through Aoshu's telepathy, so he wasn't surprised and smiled at the Taudi couple. The Taudi couple, though delighted, remained silent because they knew something more important was about to happen. Indeed, after everyone had landed, Jiushin Zhuanu finally arrived at the city gate. When she stopped in front of the gate, Yang Jian was struck as if by lightning, couldn't help but softly murmur, "Zhuaner." This simple utterance easily shattered the disguise of Jiushin Zhuanu, tears streaming down her face. "Erlang." She rushed forward and threw herself into Yang Jian's embrace, bursting into tears. Her cry moved everyone present, with even Zhaoshan and Za Wenliang welling up with tears. As for Aoshu, she was already crying like a tearful person. Sniff, sniff, it's so touching to see lovers reunite. Brother An, do you feel touched? Zuan calmly nodded, then waved his hand. Everyone's vision blurred, and they were suddenly transported from outside the city gate to inside a tea house. However, Yang Jian and Jiushin Zhuanu didn't appear with the rest, but were discreetly placed in another room by Zuan. This seemingly casual teleportation amazed Aoshu. Even Za Wenliang looked surprised and glanced at Zuan. "You can freely move like this within Yangshao City?" Zhu unsmiled. "Under normal circumstances, it's impossible. But I acquired something recently that could be considered a backdoor to Yangshao City's ley lines. Hence, I can make limited spatial transfers." The portrait of Shen Jingshu, received from Yuhua Zhongjun, served as a key to accessing the city's ley line power in a limited capacity. Initially given to help locate suspicious individuals, Zuan couldn't miss such a useful tool and, after several studies, mastered its limited usage method. This allowed him to navigate Yangshao City seamlessly and even control situations from behind the scenes. The information about Yang Qin's visit to the tea house was also obtained through this method. Za Wenliang nodded in understanding. "I see, that explains it." However, he didn't inquire further about the back door, knowing the importance of the matter, and that prying too much wouldn't be wise. The group then discussed their recent experiences at the tea house for an hour, before Yang Jian and Jiushin Zhuanu emerged from their room hand in hand. Though tear-streaked, Their faces were filled with love, and they tightly held each other's hands. Seeing this scene, Aoshu couldn't help but cheer. Congratulations, Zhuanu sister, on finally finding Erlang brother. Blushing, Jiushin Zhuanu lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you." At that moment, she was shy and timid, far from her usual imperial dignified demeanor. Witnessing this, the others couldn't help but tease them good-heartedly. Everyone naturally agreed enthusiastically. Zuan's heart skipped a beat. He felt a strong palpitation from within the Fubao Zilu, so he decided to open it. Soon, the long-absent Yan and the two little girls appeared in front of everyone. Aoshu exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Yan, why did you only show up now? Where were you before?" And Yan glanced at Zuan and replied, "Where else could I go? Your brother refused to let me out and kept me locked in the Fubao Zilu until now." Zuan felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. During this period, he indeed did not let Yan and the two little girls appear, but that didn't mean he completely neglected them while they were confined in the Fubao Zilu. On the contrary, after becoming a sacred person, Zuan had the ability to have 1,000,000 incarnations. Therefore, he separated a part of his consciousness to stay in the Fubao Zilu with his wife and children. This was a last resort because Zuan had faced extremely dangerous situations recently. For the absolute safety of his wife and children, he couldn't allow them to come out. But today was an exception, as the preliminary preparations were mostly done. With control over the Earth Veins, Cloud Sky City, or rather this tea house, was relatively safe. So Zuan let his wife and children come out for a breather. The two little girls had been by their father's side during this period, but had not seen the outside world. As soon as they were released, they were as excited as birds let out of a cage, making the entire tea house lively with their chatter. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, they heard laughter coming from outside the tea house. "How lively! It looks like we arrived at just the right time." With these words, Yue Shifang walked into the tea house. Behind him were Yue Qinghuan, the second Miss, Shu Linger from the Witchcraft Land, and Meng Ju Nasa, among others. Even Lu Yangyan and Lu Xiaoyaya siblings came along. Their arrival instantly heightened the atmosphere. People introduced each other, quickly becoming good friends because of Zuan as the bond. They had gathered at the tea house after receiving Zuan's invitation, so there were no outsiders present. Soon, led by Yan, the women busied themselves in the kitchen. Besides celebrating the reunion of Yongjian and the Nine Heavens Primordial Lady, the banquet served as a welcome to the guests. As everyone was busy with their tasks, Yue Shifang sat calmly and whispered to Zuan, "Boy, I can't believe your ability is quite impressive. You managed to subdue even a girl from the Jingchu clan." "Impressive?" Zuan was speechless. "What nonsense are you talking about? I just happened to save a girl." "Oh, saving her by coincidence. How so casual?" "I'm not a fool, and even a fool could see the bond between you and Miss Meng Ju." Yue Shifang had a look on his face that said, "Don't lie to me. I'm not that gullible." Zuan chuckled. "That's all in the past, and it was just a misunderstanding." After clearing up the misunderstanding, there was no ill feelings. He didn't mention to Yue Shifang about the portrait gifted by the Moonlight Middle Lord. Not that he didn't trust him, but it was better to keep such things confidential. Even Yang Jian only knew that he had visited the Lord's mansion, but not what he received. After a few more chats, as the food was ready, everyone took their seats. Although Zhe Shengjing sat at the last seat with respect, he was extremely excited inside. Especially when he saw Yue Shifang conversing at the main seat, all Zhe Shengjing could think was, impressive. Before coming here, he was prepared for sacrifices because dealing with an incredibly mysterious existence was risky, and victory wasn't guaranteed. But seeing Yue Shifang and the Nine Heavens Primordial Lady sitting in the hall made his anxious feelings fade away, replaced by a strong sense of confidence. After all, with Zuan included, there were 3 sacred individuals in the hall now. That was an incredible concept. Even a typical medium-sized sect would not possess such formidable strength. Unknowingly, his inner panic gave way to unwavering self-assurance. Meanwhile, as everyone enjoyed themselves in the tea house, the organizers of the 100 Family Congress, the Yin-Yang clan, finally made a move at the Lord's mansion. Moonlight Middle Lord sat silently, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, with an indescribable aura descending, 3 vague figures appeared before the Moonlight Middle Lord. Soon, these 3 figures solidified. The Moonlight Middle Lord bowed deeply, moonlight greets the three shadow gods. Yes, appearing before them were the three figures from the Yin-Yang clan, second only to the Eastern Emperor. Left shadow god, Zhao Haiyuan. Right shadow god, Gu Hangwang. And the most mysterious and powerful, Zhuan shadow god, Piyu Huan. These three represented the Yin-Yang clan's most mysterious and formidable power, particularly Piyu Huan, whose origins were shrouded in mystery and whose strength hinted at being the second Eastern Emperor. As soon as the 12 rays of light emerged, they immediately dispersed and lined up in different directions within the Cloud City. Following that, once they each returned to their positions, their shapes began to rapidly expand. In the blink of an eye, these rays of light transformed into giant cauldrons. Inscribed on these cauldrons were countless ancient and solemn cloud patterns and incantations, evoking awe with just a single glance. Buzzing. Accompanied by a strange buzzing sound similar to a bee, the inscriptions on these cauldrons quickly lit up. Furthermore, numerous vines extended from these cauldrons and directly plunged into the ground. Boom! When all 12 cauldrons connected to the veins of the Cloud City, the entire city trembled. The intense spiritual energy fluctuations naturally alerted all the experts in the city. Everyone looked over, revealing expressions of shock and awe. Heavens, it's actually 12 prime cauldrons. How long has it been since such a high-level assembly like this has occurred in the past? Someone exclaimed. In the past 3,000 years, only the Confucian 100 Schools Assembly used 8 prime cauldrons, and that was the most use of prime cauldrons in thousands of years. As for 12 prime cauldrons, the last time they appeared was in the ancient era tens of thousands of years ago. Someone said gravely. The reason these people were so shocked was entirely due to these prime cauldrons. To explain further, it is necessary to introduce the origin of this 100 Schools Assembly. The 100 Schools Assembly originated in ancient times, initially organized by the major clans and sects as a gathering similar to a martial arts competition. With an increasing number of participants, the assembly gradually evolved into the most important event in the heavenly realm. The achievements at the assembly directly affected the ranking of the sects, and this ranking was not just for show, but relevant to the status of the sects, which in turn was closely related to various benefits. This illustrates the significance of the 100 Schools Assembly. However, this also gave rise to a major problem. Only the most outstanding individuals, the strongest among the strong, could participate in the 100 Schools Assembly. Once these individuals started fighting, their destructive power was immense, far surpassing the ordinary stars and planets. To prevent such a situation, prime cauldrons were created. These cauldrons were inscribed with numerous profound runes, and when assembled into a formation, they could create an extremely stable space. This way, the concerns of the many powerful figures during the 100 Schools Assembly were alleviated. However, in recent years, most assemblies had 6 prime cauldrons at most, rarely exceeding 8. This time, the Yin-Yang sect directly utilized 12 prime cauldrons, breaking the record. This precisely indicated that the scale of this 100 Schools Assembly would surpass all expectations. Just as the entire city was trembling, 3 enigmatic figures burst into laughter, then revealed their immense forms. Welcome, everyone, to participate in this session of the 100 Schools Assembly organized by our Yin-Yang sect. Now that the prime cauldrons have taken their places, the assembly will officially begin in 3 days. At that time, the Great Donghuang will personally arrive to witness the event. What? The Great Donghuang will also attend? The experts in the city looked at each other in astonishment, shocked by the news. If anyone in the heavenly realm was the most mysterious powerhouse, it would undoubtedly be the head of the Yin-Yang sect, the Great Donghuang Taiyi. Strictly speaking, the head of the Yin-Yang sect should be called Taiyi. This is because Donghuang is a hierarchical title, similar to the middle sovereign and enigmatic spirits, rather than a personal name. However, both within the Yin-Yang sect and the entire heavenly realm, everyone had accepted the name Donghuang Taiyi. This was because, from ancient times to the present, no one had ever reached the height of the Great Donghuang Taiyi. Some even rumored that he had surpassed the realm of ordinary powerful figures and reached the level of the 2 supreme sages who founded Taoism and Confucianism back then. Of course, these were all just rumors because in the many years that followed, no one had ever seen the Great Donghuang Taiyi make a move or even caught a glimpse of him. Such a mysterious figure, however, was going to appear at this session of the 100 Schools Assembly, causing shock and suspicion among the crowd. As their manifestations disappeared, the city fell silent. Yet beneath this calm surface, there was an undercurrent. The base of the Confucianists. Yan Jingcheng paced back and forth in the room, with a furrowed brow, and after a long while, Zhang Jihong couldn't help but speak up. "Senior brother, can you stop pacing around? You're making me dizzy." Yan Jingcheng glared at him irritably, and then furrowed his brows tightly, asking, "Third junior brother, have you determined anything yet?" Luo Linyuan set down the divination tools in his hand and shook his head helplessly. "I have cast 3 hexagrams, but the signs are very obscure and difficult to interpret." Yan Jingcheng sighed heavily. "I knew this would be the result early on. After all, there are too many factors involved this time, especially with the great Donghuang Taiyi being so unfathomable in strength, concealing the celestial mysteries beyond the reach of ordinary means." Zhang Jihong shrugged. "Senior brother, I really don't understand what you're so afraid of. Isn't it just that the great Donghuang Taiyi will make an appearance? Is there really a need to be so nervous?" Yan Jingcheng shook his head. "You don't understand. Upon hearing that news, I felt an enormous amount of pressure because the heart of great benevolence that I cultivate places great emphasis on sincerity. So when facing great danger, I would have a reaction, and this time, the pressure I felt was unprecedentedly strong." With that, Yan Jingcheng's expression became extremely serious. "Therefore, I predict that this 100 schools assembly will experience significant twists and turns." Zhang Jihong was about to say, "Even if there are twists and turns, what difference does it make? We have 3 top-tier experts on our side, plus the elite of our Confucian sect. Who can be our match?" However, when he saw Yan Jingcheng's extremely grim expression, he swallowed back his words. At that moment, Luo Linyuan suddenly spoke up. "Actually, there is another way to roughly deduce the celestial mysteries concerning this event." "What method?" Yan Jingcheng immediately asked. "By using the Yin-Yang Chaos Golden Coin of the Orthodox Unity Sect of Taoism." "The Yin-Yang Chaos Golden Coin." "Exactly. This Yin-Yang Chaos Golden Coin is an ancient treasure containing a hint of chaos energy. If combined with my divination book, we should be able to dispel the layers of fog and catch a glimpse of the celestial mysteries." Yan Jingcheng took a deep breath and said, "I'll personally go to borrow." Zhang Jixing widened his eyes. "But senior brother, you?" He was about to mention the past conflict between Yan Jingcheng and He Zhanlong, but Yan Jingcheng waved his hand. "No need to say more. The most important thing now is to find out the clues of this sense of crisis. Personal grudges are trivial matters." With that, he turned to Luo Linyuan and said, "Get ready, I'll go over now." Then he turned and left. After he had gone, Zhang Jixing looked incredulously at Luo Linyuan. "Third senior brother, what's going on with senior brother? He's always talking about the strange and unpredictable. How come he's acting so differently this time, insisting on interpreting the signs of heaven?" Luo Linyuan's face also turned serious, and he said softly, "Perhaps senior brother is feeling a very serious crisis this time." "Ridiculous, the 3 of us brothers are here. How serious can it be? Could it be that he wants to wipe out all the sects?" Zhang Jixing closed his mouth because he suddenly realized that Luo Linyuan's expression had become extremely grim. In fact, although Luo Linyuan's 3 recent divinations had not revealed any specific signs of heaven, with his extraordinary talent, he still sensed an extremely chilling intent from the obscure hexagrams. This intent made him shudder, indicating how grave the situation was. The room fell quiet again. But just a moment later, a disturbance in the air was seen, and then Yan Jingcheng appeared. "So fast?" Zhang Jixing blurted out, feeling somewhat disappointed. After all, with such speed, it was clear that he had been turned away. But to his surprise, Yan Jingcheng turned his wrist, revealing 3 shining gold coins in his palm. Luo Linyuan was thrilled and walked up immediately. "It's the Chaos Yin-Yang money after all. Senior brother, how did you manage to borrow it?" Yan Jingcheng smiled. "It's simple. After I explained the situation to him, He Zhanlong straightforwardly gave me this magic treasure." "That easy?" Zhang Jixing couldn't help but ask. "That easy. He only had one request, which is to inform him of the results after the prediction." Luo Linyuan's face changed. He noticed too. Yan Jingcheng nodded. "This guy might not have a good character, but he does have strength. If you and I can feel that something is wrong, he naturally can too." With that, he gazed steadily at Luo Linyuan. "Can we start the divination now?" Luo Linyuan took a deep breath, took the 3 gold coins from Yan Jingcheng, weighed them briefly, and nodded. Let me try. Although I'm not very confident, figuring out a bit of the celestial secrets shouldn't be a problem. Alright, do your best. Yan Jingcheng stepped back a few steps. At that moment, Luo Linyuan's expression suddenly changed, and his gaze became extremely bright. Origin, prosperity, advantage, truth. With each word he spoke, his aura surged, and after uttering the 4 words, golden light shimmered around Luo Linyuan, and he took a step forward. Hexagram emerges. Boom! With these words, the 3 yin-yang chaos coins flew directly from his hand and hung suspended in mid-air. Above the coins, the aura transformed in myriad ways and kept trembling. The power was so strong that Zhang Jixing kept backing away, his face showing astonishment. Why is the divination so intense this time? Before this, there had been no such anomalies during Luo Linyuan's divination. That was because his power had already reached the level of return to simplicity. But this time, creating such a huge spectacle shook Zhang Jixing to the core. Yan Jingcheng's face also became very serious because he could sense that with the vibration of these 3 coins, the previously obscure celestial secrets were becoming clear. But it also meant that Luo Linyuan would bear increasingly significant pressure. Suddenly, a crack appeared on one of the coins. As the crack appeared, a violent aura gushed out. Seeing this scene, Yan Jingcheng's expression changed drastically, and he immediately shouted, "Third senior brother, give up quickly." However, at that moment, Luo Linyuan grunted, resolutely bit his tongue, and spat out a mouthful of blood. With this action, the unruly aura was suppressed, and the crack on the yin-yang chaos coin was repaired. But this was only the beginning. With the intense vibrations, the pressure on Luo Linyuan became greater and greater. Yan Jingcheng deeply regretted it and looked horrified. With the cooperation of the yin-yang chaos coins, Luo Linyuan still endured such immense pressure. What exactly was the celestial secrets of this time? But at this moment, they couldn't care about such things anymore. They rushed forward and caught the falling Luo Linyuan. Luo Linyuan, now spitting out blood heavily, with a pale face, except for his bright and eerie eyes. I saw it. Yan Jingcheng was too preoccupied to care about anything else and shouted, "Don't speak, rest first." He was about to transfer his cultivation into Luo Linyuan's body. But Luo Linyuan grabbed Yan Jingcheng's wrist and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother, I'm severely injured this time and must forcibly seclude myself, so don't waste your strength. Before going into seclusion, I want to tell you everything I saw." Yan Jingcheng stopped his actions, eventually nodded. On the battlefield strewn with corpses, a monster stands tall, devouring everything in sight. It represents absolute death and terror, but within this scene, there's a white silhouette persisting. Saying this, Luo Linyuan's breath weakened, but he still stared at Yan Jingcheng, shouting hoarsely, "Find that figure. It's the only way out in this deadly situation." After these words, Luo Linyuan's eyes quickly dimmed, and then he entered a state of meditation. Before achieving victory, before the assembly of the 100 schools, the Confucian school lost a significant general. Yet at this moment, Yan Jingcheng and Zhang Jixing did not care about any of this. Just now he had received Yan Jingcheng's reply, which detailed the entire divination process. When he saw what Luo Linyuan had said, even though he was the leader of the Zhengyi sect of Taoism, He Tianxuan was still filled with fear. This genuine fear made him completely unconcerned about the 3 yin-yang chaotic coins that had been depleted. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: what to do. In fact, as Yan Jingcheng had said, he had already sensed that something was wrong when the shadow spirits of the 3 yin-yang masters appeared. Confucianism emphasizes sincerity, while Taoism emphasizes the unity of heaven and man. Although they choose different paths, they ultimately converge and can both sense danger in advance. That's why He Tianxuan did not hesitate to lend the yin-yang chaotic coins to Yan Jingcheng. The purpose was to use Luo Linyuan's method to deduce the celestial mechanism and unravel the mystery of the crisis in his heart. But he hadn't expected the result to be so serious, with Luo Linyuan, who possessed the Book of Destiny, being critically injured by the celestial mechanism, and the outcome of the deduction sending shivers down his spine. After a long time, he couldn't help but sigh, then lightly flicked his dust cloth. "Someone come." A disciple entered the room, bowing respectfully. "Master, spread my order. During this time, no disciples are allowed to leave. Any matters will have to wait until I return, yes? This disciple sternly acknowledged, about to ask when the master would return, but when he looked up again, He Tianxuan had already disappeared without a trace. At this moment, He Tianxuan had already flown out of the Taoist temple and into the outside world. Cloud City was vast, but how could it stop He Tianxuan? With a flash, he crossed the distance of half the city and arrived in front of another temporary Taoist temple. When he landed, several Taoists who were guarding the entrance recognized him immediately, causing a stir. Because no one knew why the leader of the Zhengyi sect suddenly came here. He took a deep breath and announced loudly, He Tianxuan of the Zhengyi sect is here to see the leader of the Quanjin sect, Master Chongyang Zi. The guards looked at each other in confusion, unsure how to respond. Just then, a light laughter came from inside the Taoist temple. Brother He, what an unexpected visit. Please come in. With that, the door of the temple opened and the guard stepped aside. He Tianxuan walked into the temple, facing a wall with a decorative plaque. After passing the wall, the courtyard opened up before him. In this small courtyard, there were numerous artificial hills and flowing streams, all meticulously arranged and beautiful, giving a sense of tranquility. But He Tianxuan's attention was not on these, as when he entered the courtyard, his gaze was immediately drawn to a figure standing by a small pond. This person stood there simply, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. If it weren't for He Tianxuan's profound cultivation, he would not have been able to detect him at all. The feeling was mysterious, as though the person standing by the pond was not a human, but a tree or a stone. He Tianxuan's expression became serious. This guy's strength seems to have improved again. Just the realm of light samsara is already impressive. This further confirmed He Tianxuan's thoughts. Quietly, he walked behind the man. The pond in front of them was flowing gently, with several goldfish swimming within. The man didn't turn his head, silently watching the fish in the pond. He didn't speak, and He Tianxuan didn't either. The two remained silent. It wasn't until a long time later that the man chuckled lightly. Brother, he is here. It mustn't be just to admire these goldfish. He Tianxuan nodded. Of course not. I have an important matter to discuss with you, though. An important matter? I wonder what it is. The man finally turned around, revealing his face. He was an ordinary-looking man, unremarkable in a crowd. The only highlight was his narrow, deep-set eyes, which held a hidden brilliance. Occasionally, a glance from these eyes was enough to be unsettling. He Tianxuan took a deep breath. This man was Chongyang Zi, the newly appointed leader of the Quanjin sect. Despite his young age, he was a formidable figure. His strength was unfathomable. He had rushed here specifically to discuss matters regarding the upcoming 100 Schools Conference with this rising star of the Taoist tradition. Brother Chongyang, with your profound Taoist skills, I believe you have already sensed a subtle sense of danger at this moment. He Tianxuan revealed the truth, getting straight to the point. Chongyang Zi's eyes sparkled, his tone calm. Oh, so Brother Tianxuan has also sensed it? Not only have I sensed it, but I have also discovered something important. He Tianxuan then solemnly recounted the collaboration with the Confucianists to deduce the celestial mechanism. After he finished speaking, Chongyang Zi's eyes shimmered, lost in thought. He Tianxuan urgently continued, although Luo Linyuan may be young, he possesses extraordinary talent, born with knowledge, especially skilled in the Confucian tradition of the Book of Destiny. He is a formidable presence. But even with such a figure, coupled with the support of the yin-yang chaotic coins, the treasure of my Zhengyi sect, he was still critically injured by the celestial mechanism he glimpsed. This matter is not to be taken lightly. So what? Are we to withdraw from the 100 Schools Conference just because we sense danger? Chongyang Zi asked calmly. He Tianxuan shook his head. That is impossible. If we of the Taoist tradition retreat without a fight, the hard-earned reputation we have built over generations will be ruined in an instant. So Brother Tianxuan also understands this consequence. Why then have you come to inform me about this matter? It's simple. I want us to temporarily set aside our differences and unite. Only by doing so can we stand firm at the upcoming 100 Schools Conference. Chongyang Zi gave a half-smile. Set aside our differences? Brother Tianxuan, are you serious about that? He Tianxuan blushed. Junior Chongyang, let's put aside our past grievances for now. At this critical moment, under the same faction, we must unite in order to. Chongyang interrupted. All right, no need to continue. I can't bring myself to talk about setting aside factional differences and cooperating. Even if I say it, you may not believe me. But there's one thing you said that's correct. After all, we come from the same origin, so helping each other shouldn't be a problem. Hishinjuan breathed a sigh of relief because he knew that Chongyang's agreement meant a lot. I'm already satisfied that Master Chongyang can say this. So what should be our first step next? Chongyang asked. I think the top priority is to find the white figure mentioned by Lu Linyuan. He said that would be the only hope in the deadly game. Hishinjuan said. Chongyang chuckled. The only hope in the deadly game. Does Zhuan truly believe in such words? Hishinjuan hesitated. Well, Chongyang turned to look at the small pond nearby, putting aside the accuracy of this divination. With the strong individuals gathered in Yangshao City today, where do you think you can find this so-called only hope? Just based on a white figure. Hishinjuan was at a loss for words. I've always believed in one thing. It's better to rely on oneself rather than others. No matter how this 100 schools grand meeting will evolve in the end, only by being strong oneself can one stand undefeated forever. So instead of putting hope on the vague and elusive divination, we should think more about countermeasures. With a firm tone, Chongyang left Hishinjuan speechless. It was only after a long while that he nodded with a flushed face. Master Chongyang's words are enlightening. I have learned from you. With that, he left in a hurry, feeling embarrassed by his failed attempt to suppress the other party through his own strength and orthodox methods of Zhenyi sect, hoping for full cooperation from Quanjin sect. Little did he know that he ended up with a big embarrassment. If not for the agreement they reached, Hishinjuan would have been truly ashamed. As he left, Chongyang stood in place, a cold smile appearing on his lips. The deadly game. Hey, in the face of absolute strength, I don't believe in any predestined fate. Even if there is, I will rewrite it with my own hands. With those words, an invisible force suddenly froze the small pond in front of him. However, the several goldfish inside were still swimming happily. It felt as if time in the pond had been forcefully stopped, while everything else remained unaffected. A leaf drifted down slowly, landing on the water's surface. In an instant, the invisible force shattered, and the pond returned to normal. But the goldfish inside rapidly weakened, turning into small fish bones in the blink of an eye. In that short moment, their fish lives were fast-forwarded at an alarming rate. A breeze passed by, everything returning to normal. Even the dragonflies on the grass seemed unaware of what had just happened. And Chongyang under the tree had disappeared without a trace. At the same time, many in Yangshao City felt a great sense of crisis. They were uncertain of its origin, leading them to restrain their disciples and forbidding any chaos. The entire city was enveloped in tension. Only the 12 primordial cauldrons continued absorbing and strengthening the world's aura day and night. As everyone silently prepared for the imminent opening of the 100 schools grand meeting, Zuan found himself busier than ever. For instance, in the small courtyard of the Stormwind Fort, Zuan, disguised as the great chief Bao Huarong, was studying a letter in his hands. The letter appeared ordinary, but Zuan studied it intently for 5 minutes. This unusual silence made the woman accompanying him tremble. She had been thanking the heavens for protecting her, as she had once believed she would die at the hands of the great chief of the Stormwind Fort. At that time, Bao Huarong was as violent as his name suggested, always ready to resort to violence. With his strength, a slight mistake could cost lives. So, the woman had been living in fear and anxiety. But everything had changed recently. The great chief's temperament suddenly shifted, still cold towards her at times, but at least he no longer physically harmed her. Moreover, he seemed to show her respect now. At times, he would even say thank you to her. These changes left the woman, who was used to being oppressed, pleasantly surprised, even suspecting that Bao Huarong had ulterior motives. However, after observing him for a long time, she realized that the great chief had truly changed. Apart from occasional silence and awkwardness, he had become much more courteous. And all these changes seemed to start from when Bao Huarong shaved his head. Could a hairstyle really influence one's character? The woman was bewildered, but her heart was filled with joy. After all, these changes were positive. Yet today, the great chief remained unusually silent, especially after staring at a letter that had been brought in from outside for a long time. Unable to resist, the woman sneaked a glance at the letter while serving tea. The strange handwriting on the paper read, "Take action. Follow Master Lu Zhongshuan of Zhenwu Taoist Temple." The woman couldn't understand the meaning behind this message, but Zuin was crystal clear. Especially when he sensed the sinister aura emanating from the handwriting on the letter. He couldn't help but smirk. So, couldn't contain it anymore. But this aura seemed somewhat familiar. Where had he encountered it before? Suddenly, Zuin remembered the similar aura he had dealt with during their time in the military with the young Master Long Zhanyan. He had exuded a similar aura back then. Zuin lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, feeling like he had just completed another puzzle piece in his mind. This made him believe that his busy period had not been in vain. Now, it was time for the harvest. With that in mind, Zuin stood up and walked out. Chief, where are you going? The woman asked nervously. As the originally boiling blood due to the imminent harvest of evil gradually subsided, Zuin was very clear about what he needed to do and the consequences it might bring. However, he had no hesitation. Because compared to rooting out the black hands hidden behind the scenes, these so-called evils were just a group of small fry. In order to avoid hindering the 100 Families Conference, these guys had to be eradicated. Of course, what Zuin meant by eradication was not to completely eliminate them, but to control them like Bao Huarong or the leader of the Witch God sect, and if he couldn't control them, to take their place. It was just like playing a game. You had to clear out the surrounding small monsters before eliminating the final boss. Of course, the timing of taking action was also crucial. Acting too early would alert these evils, and if you eliminated the old ones and they sent new ones, wouldn't that be counterproductive? Acting too late was also not acceptable, as it might miss the opportunity. Only now was the best time. The 100 Families Conference was about to be held, everything was already set, and if you rose up again now, even if the evils noticed, it would be too late for them to make new arrangements. So Zuin decisively prepared to take action. Soon, following the aura on the letter, Zuin arrived in front of a hidden courtyard. This courtyard was located in a corner of the Yangshao city and looked unremarkable from the outside. But when Zuin stood in front of the courtyard gate, he felt a slight pain in his eyebrows. This was caused by his divine sense being stimulated by the overwhelming evil spirit in the courtyard. Zuin gave a faint cold laugh and took a deep breath. In an instant, his whole demeanor underwent a drastic change. His own characteristics were perfectly hidden, replaced by the aura of Bao Huarong. It was as if he had instantly changed into a different person. Without even knocking on the door, Zuin walked straight ahead. As if cutting through a thin mist, he passed through the courtyard gate and disappeared. Just as he left, a figure gradually emerged from the shadows in the alley corner. This person was dressed in a black robe, with only a beautiful eye exposed. Beneath the large black robe, half of the body was skeletal. She was the last survivor of the Gui national family, a member of the corpse-chasing tribe. At this moment, she looked puzzled as she watched Zhu and disappear. She had seen everything that had just happened. It was because of this that she began to doubt the identity of this Bao Huarong. After all, she had witnessed with her own eyes the drastic change in temperament that just occurred. Who exactly was this person? What was he doing in this courtyard? These questions swirled in the mind of the corpse-chasing girl, making her hesitant. Today, this corpse-chasing girl had followed Zuin to track and ambush him again. The failed assassination at the tavern last time had left her extremely frustrated. All of her people had died at the hands of the evils, and she had also suffered heavy injuries. She harbored a deep hatred for the evils. The obvious evil aura on Bao Huarong made her unwilling to let him go. In fact, since the last failed assassination, she had not gone anywhere and had instead hidden herself, keeping a close eye on the small courtyard where Zuin lived, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. This was also the reason she had not shown herself during this time. However, strangely, this Bao Huarong seemed to have sensed something recently, and he had been hiding in the courtyard without showing himself. Seeing that the 100 Families Conference was approaching, the corpse-chasing girl was anxious and even contemplated rushing in. It was at this moment that Zuin appeared. Upon seeing this familiar figure, the corpse-chasing girl was overjoyed and immediately followed, preparing to strike when the time was right. However, Zuin moved at a very fast pace along the way, and she couldn't find a suitable opportunity. When they reached this courtyard, the corpse-chasing girl suddenly became perplexed. She was certain she hadn't mistaken what she saw. Just in front of the door, this guy indeed underwent a huge change. This made the corpse-chasing girl, who had been prepared to charge in, hesitate. What made her even more horrified was that all her attempts to spy on this courtyard had become futile. She couldn't even penetrate the courtyard walls with her divine sense. Just then, another figure suddenly appeared at the end of the alley and hurried towards them. The corpse-chasing girl gritted her teeth and swiftly hid back into the shadows. At the same time, the figure had dashed up close. It was the woman from the fierce wine stronghold. She panted in search for a moment, finally locking her gaze on the small courtyard. Then she nervously approached and reached out to knock on the door. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled knocking echoed in the alley. The corpse-chasing girl, who was hiding in the corner, shrank her pupils, wondering what she was about to do. Facing this mysterious courtyard, she dared to knock on the door directly. Just then, the door creaked open. The woman was clearly startled and instinctively jumped back. However, when she saw who opened the door, her face lit up with joy. Elder ... clan chief. From the corpse-chasing girl's angle, she could also catch a glimpse of the scene inside the courtyard. Bao Huarong had just walked in and was standing patiently by the courtyard door, showing no signs of anything out of the ordinary. However, despite this, the corpse-chasing girl couldn't shake the unease in her heart. "Why have you come?" Bao Huarong asked indifferently. I saw Chief Elder coming out, and I suddenly felt anxious, so I followed." The woman spoke meekly with her head lowered. Her pitiful appearance was indeed somewhat pitiable. But Bao Huarong remained unmoved. "Leave immediately. This is not a place you can come to." The woman trembled in fear, nodding quickly, yes. But mustering some courage, she asked, "Clan Chief, when will you be back?" The only response she got was the sound of the door closing with a bang. The woman stood there dumbfounded. At this moment, the corpse-chasing girl hiding in the shadows suddenly felt a chill throughout her body, because she finally understood why she had felt unsettled before. "No way! I must go in and see what's going on." With that in mind, the corpse-chasing girl quietly circled around to the back of the small courtyard, then began to slowly crawl. As she crawled, her body slowly ascended, quickly reaching the top of the courtyard wall. Although her divine sense had already been blocked, once she climbed onto the courtyard wall, the situation inside the courtyard was clear and visible, extraordinarily clear. In this small courtyard, there was a large house. From where the corpse-chasing girl was positioned, she could see the large open window of the house. Inside, there was a commotion, as if the room was filled with people. At that moment, Bao Huarong had just closed the door and was walking back. When he entered the house, voices of inquiry were heard from inside. "What's going on?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just a guy who walked into the wrong door. I've already kicked him out." Bao Huarong's voice was low and muffled, almost indiscernible if one didn't listen carefully. The corpse-chasing girl strained to hear, trying to catch snippets of the conversation inside. But at that moment, the voices inside the house suddenly grew faint, eventually falling silent. The corpse-chasing girl felt frustrated. She knew that the other party had obviously activated a sound-blocking array, muffling all sound. But she wasn't ready to give up. The more cautious they were, the more it proved that these people must have something to hide. With this thought in mind, the corpse-chasing girl made up her mind and carefully scaled the courtyard wall, entering the small courtyard. Although her strength was not particularly high, her ability to conceal herself was quite advanced due to the cultivation method she practiced. As soon as she landed, she turned transparent and stealthily approached the room. Due to the sound-blocking array, even when she got closer, she didn't hear any sound. But this array obviously only targeted sound and did not obstruct sight. Obviously, the one who set up the array didn't expect anyone to be so bold as to come and peep. So she quickly arrived at the back window of the house and quietly peered inside. When the scene inside the house caught her eyes, the once curious corpse-chasing girl felt her blood freeze. Because everything happening inside this large house far exceeded her imagination. Everywhere in the large house, there were blood and limbs. The corpse-chasing girl was not frightened by the gore. What shocked her was the ongoing battle. Numerous strange and evil creatures surrounded Bao Huarong, but he showed no fear and wielded his hands, engaging in a one-sided slaughter. The corpse-chasing girl suddenly understood. This Bao Huarong was clearly no longer the same as before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be ruthlessly attacking these evil creatures. Then who was he? As if to answer her question, accompanied by a loud noise, the original sound-blocking array instantly shattered. After that, The angry roar of the evil creatures inside the house was heard. "You bastard! Who are you exactly? Pretending to be one of us? What are your intentions? Heh, haven't you been looking for me all along? And now you're asking who I am?" With those words, Bao Huarong's form dissipated, revealing Zuan's true face. As soon as they saw him, the evil creatures in the room became restless. Several evil creatures turned around trying to escape. But since Zuan had come prepared, he was not going to let any of them go. Therefore, those evil creatures only took a few steps before being pinned in place by streams of sword aura, turning into a mess of pus and blood. Such swift and decisive killing left the surviving evil creatures trembling with fear, because things had escalated too quickly. Originally, the meeting was called to discuss the plans of all the lurking evil creatures, but when the chief of the Lifeng fort, Bao Huarong, appeared, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly attacked. Caught off guard, at least dozens of evil creatures perished on the spot. Sensing the remaining creatures trembling, Zuan sneered, "Now I will give you a choice, kneel and live, or stand and die, you choose." Before Zuan could finish, these evil creatures hesitated and immediately knelt down. "Please spare us, my lord. Please spare us." For these creatures who never understood shame or morals, they were willing to do anything to stay alive. Kneeling down was nothing compared to the possibility of escaping from there. But they never expected that Zuan, without waiting for them to finish begging for mercy, coldly said, "Let me ask you this, why hasn't anyone from the Zhenwudao temple who summoned you appeared?" These evil creatures were momentarily stunned. Zuan pointed his finger, and one of the evil creatures' heads shattered. The remaining creatures screamed in fear, hastily explaining, "My lord, we don't know where they went and what they were up to. We just heard that they were summoned by a certain important figure. That's why they were absent from this meeting." Summoned by an important figure? What important figure? We don't know. With a snort, the creature's head also shattered. The remaining evil creatures shook with fear, their eyes filled with dread as they looked at Zuan. In their eyes, Zuan seemed like a true demon. Unfazed, Zuan gave a cold smile. "Don't look at me like that. I said I won't kill you, so I won't." The evil creatures were overjoyed. "Thank you, my lord. But even though I won't kill you, you can't just leave like this." With that said, a gleam in Zuan's eyes, a surge of powerful divine sense rushed out, instantly enveloping the remaining creatures. Amaba! The creatures struggled in agony, but after a moment, they were suppressed by this divine sense. In quick succession, their heads exploded, and the remaining creatures' gaze turned bewildered. "Now, I am your master. Do you understand?" Zuan said in a calm tone. "Yes, master." The evil creatures all knelt down, bowing and worshipping Zuan. Witnessing this scene, the corpse-chasing girl was almost taken aback. She had never imagined someone could make these inhuman creatures completely submit. Yet, compared to what was about to unfold, all of this seemed rather ordinary. The extremely thrilling scene struck the corpse-chasing girl like a thunderbolt, sending chills straight to the depths of her heart. She knew that in her eyes, all the evil creatures present were extremely powerful beings. Just picking one out, she might not even be a match. Yet this group of wild beasts, so brutal and violent, appeared meek and gentle in front of the ferocious Huarong. With just a brief encounter, she was swiftly defeated. Now even her soul was forcibly controlled. The evil creatures who always enjoyed playing with people's hearts were now completely overwhelmed in their area of expertise. What kind of outrageous strength could achieve this? At least the corpse-chasing girl trembled all over, her face pale. But one thing she was certain of was that the current ferocious Huarong was definitely not the main chief of Gale Wind Fort. Then who exactly was he? These thoughts were swirling in her mind when suddenly a soft sigh came from behind her. "Do you want to know who I really am?" This sentence almost made the corpse-chasing girl jump up. Under the tremendous shock in her heart, she turned around slowly, only to see another Huarong standing not far behind her, looking at her with a smile on his face. The corpse-chasing girl's pupils contracted, and she instinctively prepared to defend herself against the enemy. But at this moment, this Huarong gently shook his head. "Don't be nervous, I won't kill you. After all, we have a common enemy." "A common enemy?" The corpse-chasing girl shivered. "Aren't you an evil creature?" Huarong chuckled. "Who told you I'm an evil creature?" With his laughter, a light flashed around Huarong, revealing his true appearance. It was Zuan. When the corpse-chasing girl saw this young man in white, she shuddered. Although she had not returned to the tea house of Yang Jian during this time, she immediately remembered the existence she had vaguely sensed that night, the one who had drinks with Yang Jian all night. "You are. Nice to meet you. I'm Zuan." Zuan. This name made the corpse-chasing girl's mouth slightly open, astonishment in her single eye. Although she had been lurking in the shadows during this time, she had heard many stories about Zuan, especially the battle she had with the unparalleled genius of the Shen family, Shen Mu, which she had heard so much about. But she never thought that he would disguise himself as Hua Rong and go on a killing spree against these evil creatures. Seeing the corpse-chasing girl's question, Zuan smiled lightly. "Don't doubt it, the main chief of Galewind Fort has long been contaminated by the evil creatures. So I simply killed him and took his place in disguise. So, back at the restaurant, Zuan nodded. That was also me." The corpse-chasing girl fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, "What do you plan to do now?" "It's simple. I want to eliminate all these evil creatures." Hearing this calm and resolute statement, the corpse-chasing girl shuddered, her face showing a confused expression. When her clan was destroyed, wandering alone in the world, she had also wanted to eliminate these evil creatures, the masterminds behind it all. But it was just a thought. After all, any of those evil creatures was an opponent she couldn't match. For this, she had despaired, even considered ending her own life. So when she heard Zuan's words, she couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking it was completely absurd. But when she looked up and saw Zuan's eyes, she suddenly froze. Because in those bright and shining eyes, there was an infinite determination. As if there was nothing in the world that could trouble him, making people feel at ease with just one look. The corpse-chasing girl couldn't help but swallow back her words. At the same time, Zuan softly said, "I already know what happened to the corpse-chasing clan. Don't worry, your fallen clan members have been properly buried." "What?" This statement made the corpse-chasing girl suddenly look up, looking at Zuan in disbelief. "Don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth. After all, your clan members were all brave. Such heroes shouldn't be left exposed in the wilderness." Zuan said lightly. "How did you do it?" "It's simple, because the current Witch Gu land is already under my control." Next, through Zuan's explanation, the corpse-chasing girl finally learned what had happened during this time. After listening, she couldn't help but shed tears, then bowed deeply to Zuan. "Thank you for helping me collect the bones of my clan members." Zuan slightly turned his body to avoid the bow, then shook his head. "You don't need to thank me for this. Thank Meng Luju tribe and the people of the Wushan sect. They were the ones who arranged the proper burial for your clan members." With that, Zuan suddenly remembered something. "By the way, what's your name?" "Back to you, sir. My name is Li Fei." "Then Li Fei, what do you plan to do next?" Li Fei raised her head, her eyes showing a fervent determination. "Sir, my ideals are the same as yours. I also want to eliminate all the evil creatures. So I'll do whatever you ask without any questions." Looking at Li Fei's determined expression, Zuan nodded. "All right then. You should immediately return to the tea house. The Jingchu clan and the Wushan sect's people are stationed there right now. Join them and await further orders." "Yes." Li Fei replied without hesitation, then turned and left. This girl had always been straightforward in her actions, never dragging things out. After she left, Zuan turned back to the hall, gave some instructions to the evil creatures he controlled, and then let them disperse on their own. After finishing up all his business, Zuan transformed back into the appearance of the chief of Galewind Fort, swaggered out of the courtyard, and headed towards the street. However, just as he had left the alley not far, he couldn't help but let out a sigh and stop in his tracks. "Come out!" From a small alley next to the street, a flurry of noises came, and then the woman from Galewind Fort timidly walked out, head bowed. "Chief!" Zuan's face turned stern. "Why are you here instead of going back?" The woman trembled with fear but persisted. "Please don't be angry, Chief. I was just worried about you, so I followed you here." Her voice now carried a touch of sobbing. "When you left, I suddenly had a strong premonition that I would never see you again. So I followed you secretly. Just as things were about to happen, the situation suddenly changed. None of the evil creatures that were supposed to appear in this small courtyard of the Zhenwu Taoist sect actually showed up. However, with the arrow already on the string, Zuan had no choice but to subdue the remaining evil creatures. As for his own identity, he could only temporarily put it aside. After all, if this attracted suspicion from the Zhenwu Taoist sect, it would undo all his previous efforts. Unexpectedly, this woman's thoughts were so perceptive that she even sensed his impending departure. Thinking about this, Zuan smiled slightly. Nonsense, when did I say I was leaving? I'm just rushing back now, aren't I? Lead the way ahead quickly. Faced with Zuan's harsh tone, the woman's joy was evident as she nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, sir." And thus, the storm subsided in this manner. By nightfall, after a whole day without the evil creatures of the Zhenwu Taoist sect appearing, they finally emerged. From the chief steward Lu Zhongshuan all the way down, everyone was excited and thrilled, as if they had received some kind of promise. Consequently, they completely overlooked the anomalies of these subordinates. Of course, one can deceive temporarily, but not forever. With a little attention, Zuan's arrangements would be exposed. Yet, Zuan still proceeded, as he had no intention of deceiving for long. As long as he could successfully delay until the Baijia conference officially opened, he would have achieved his goal. In this situation, Zuan busied himself for a whole day. Finally, when the third day dawned, the 12 primordial tripods, after absorbing enough vitality, finally manifested their complete forms. One by one, they appeared to be looming like mountain-like giant tripods suspended in the sky of the Yangshao city. The radiance on the tripods interconnected, forming a mysterious array. Faintly, there seemed to be a sound of ancient music, a phenomenon resulting from the abundant vital energy reaching a certain realm. Witnessing this scene, some couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which, when was the last time such a formation was seen in Tianhuaitie? The speaker was none other than Yue Shifeng. This military leader reappeared in the arena of the Baijia conference after 1,000 years. Yet, upon entering the Yangshao city, he seemed to evaporate from the earth, never showing up. In fact, during this time, he had been hiding in Yang Jian's tea house, paying no attention to the tumultuous situation outside. It wasn't until today that he rose early, leading his people to the central square of the Yangshao city. At this moment, the square was already crowded with people. Each one might be a prominent figure. Yet here, they stood like ordinary individuals, gazing up at the elementals and the giant formation in the sky. Among the crowd, suddenly there was an exclamation in the distance, followed by people instinctively clearing a path. Then the members of the Shen family slowly walked from afar. Today, all the members of the Shen family were dressed in new attire, looking radiant and extraordinary. Even those leading the way resembled formidable figures with a strong sword aura. Following behind were the various experts sent by the Shen family. Among the eagerly watched Shen Mu, he walked in the middle of the group, escorted by Shen Hongyi and Shen Gaoch. This formation immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yue King Huan couldn't help but sneer. "Brother, this is the guy who made the bet with Zuan." Yue Shifeng's gaze shifted, deeply looking at Shen Mu and nodded, saying, "Indeed, he's quite remarkable." "Oh right, why hasn't Zuan arrived yet?" In the crowd, Yang Jian shook his head in response. "I haven't seen him since this morning." Members from the tea house emerged, with Yue Shifeng leading the military faction, the medical alliance under Jiushan Zhuanu, the witchcraft Gu clan led by Meng Junasa, Shu Linger, and the newly joined Li Fei leading the Gu clan. Adding members such as Lu Yangyan, the Zhang siblings, Yang Jian, and Zhao Ocean, various factions formed a massive army. However, Zuan was conspicuously absent. Yue King Huan had been searching for Zuan's whereabouts and couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Why hasn't Zuan shown up, even at this time? The rest of the group exchanged puzzled looks, unable to answer. In the Shen family camp that was at a distance, someone had also been monitoring Zuan's movements. Shen Gaoch whispered to Shen Hongyi, "Cousin, it seems that kid didn't come at all." Shen Hongyi, without even looking back, gazed deeply at Yue King Huan and the others in the distance, saying coldly, "I noticed it a long time ago. Do I need you to tell me?" As a matter of fact, from the moment of entry, Shen Hongyi had been searching for Zuan's trail, but found nothing. "Do you think he is frightened and dared not come?" Shen Gaoch asked. Shen Hongyu turned to look at him. "Do you think a person with such terrifying sword skills would flee due to fear? He wouldn't have been able to defeat us back then if he was scared." Shen Gaoch shrank back, keeping quiet. Yes, the essence of the sword is to courageously face challenges without fear. If Zuan was still afraid, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Shen Gaoji and Shen Hongyi. Then why hasn't he shown up yet? As soon as the words fell, the sword light crashed down with a bang, and then Zuan's figure appeared in the midst of it. Upon seeing this scene, many people exchanged glances. Because they didn't recognize Zuan at all, they had no idea where this white-clad young man came from. However, there were also those who knew Zuan and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's Zuan, the newly emerged young powerhouse. He really came." Amid the low murmurs, Shen Mu, who had been standing with his eyes closed in the Shen family camp, suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Zuan. And as if sensing something, Zuan also looked in his direction. Their gazes met in mid-air, emitting a muffled sound. In an instant, some people nearby felt their minds violently shaken and involuntarily retreated. As for others, they showed horror on their faces. Just the meeting of their gazes could stir up such a great wave, so how strong must these two individuals be? While many were shaken by this, Shen Mu was momentarily stunned, then a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. When Zuan was still in seclusion at the Alchemist Alliance, he personally delivered a challenge. At that time, Zuan was like a dead man. Although his sword intent was refined, in Shen Mu's eyes, he posed no threat at all. But to think that in just a few days, Zuan not only successfully broke through, but also made such amazing progress in strength. Even in the recent test, he was evenly matched with him, not falling behind at all. Shen Mu was surprised, while Shen Hongyi standing beside him was even more amazed. As someone who had fought against Zuan and ultimately lost, her heart was already full of discontent, hoping to redeem herself in this 100 Families conference. But when she felt the hidden, yet overwhelmingly strong, sword intent emanating from Zuan, her pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle. This guy's strength had undergone a profound change compared to when they had fought before. And the speed of this progress filled Shen Hongyi with deep fear. At the same time, Zuan's mouth lifted into a cold grin, then slowly made a throat-slitting gesture towards Shen Mu. The whole crowd was shocked by this, because almost everyone had been doubtful of Zuan's chances against Shen Mu in this duel. After all, despite Zuan's rising reputation, his foundation was much shallower. But Shen Mu, though young, was already a long-established genius. Add to that the invincible sword power of the Shen family. Many believed this match would surely end in Zuan's defeat. But their first meeting had caught everyone by surprise. First, their test had ended with them evenly matched, and then unexpectedly, Zuan, who should have been at a disadvantage, had the audacity to directly threaten Shen Mu with a gesture. This was quite unusual. Yue King Huan's face flushed with excitement. "Brother, look, Zuan looks so handsome now." Yue Shifeng, looking at his sister, who had fallen into infatuation, smiled helplessly. "Silly girl. Do you really think he's just trying to look cool? Isn't he? You're thinking too simple." Yue Shifeng sighed lightly. At the same time, many gazes were fixed on Shen Mu, waiting to see his reaction. Shen Mu remained calm, his gaze slightly cold before slowly lowering his eyes without any response. This left many people feeling disappointed, especially many of the Shen family members who felt uncomfortable because Shen Mu's response seemed like he was admitting defeat. For example, Shen Gaoji muttered discontentedly, "What's going on? Why isn't the second young master doing anything about this kid being so arrogant? If it were me, I would have gone up and punched him already. Red dress, what do you think?" He didn't finish his sentence because Shen Hongyi glared at him fiercely, causing him to swallow his words. In fact, only a very small minority in the crowd could see through the situation. For example, Yue Shifeng, who initially looked puzzled, then sighed softly. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. The battle hasn't even begun, but the first encounter between these two is already so exciting. On the other hand, Yue Qinghuan couldn't quite understand. What do you mean? They just exchanged glances, right? You don't understand. Since entering the Yin-Yang Star domain, the Shen family has been constantly building momentum. Until now, Shen Mu's sword intent has reached its peak. In this situation, if he doesn't make a move, once he does, it will be an earth-shattering strike. And Zuan's bold entrance at the last moment is a challenge to Shen Mu's momentum. Yue Qinghuan nodded somewhat comprehendingly. Then what's going on next? Nine Heavens Zhuan and I suddenly took over the conversation. After that, Zhu threatened Shen Mu with a gesture, declaring an invisible war. If Shen Mu accepts, he will lose 3 points of momentum. Yue Shifeng agreed with a nod. Empress Niang said it right, this is clearly a move made by Zuan. But I didn't expect Shenmue to be so young yet deeply cultivated, not being provoked. It shows that his reputation as the Shen family's genius for thousands of years is not unfounded. He's indeed quite capable. Yue King Huan's head was buzzing, unable to hold back. Why so many twists and turns? It's so complicated. Are you sure you're not just imagining things? Yue Shifeng and 9 Heavens Zhuan Ni. At that moment, Zuan's voice was heard. Is everyone here? With that, he walked towards the camp. Yue Shifeng nodded. All our people are already here. Good. Make ready. We're about to begin. Zuan said lightly. As soon as his words fell, the heavens and the earth trembled. This trembling was different from the usual. It came from the very vibration of space itself. Next, the 12 light rays in the sky flourished brightly. The connecting light rays were quickly engulfed and melded into one. In this dazzling light, a terrifying aura was brewing. In an instant, a huge and star-like figure appeared in the sky above Cloud City. As this figure emerged, the 3 shadow gods of the Yin-Yang family, Moonshine Lord, and all their subordinates knelt on the ground. Hail the great Taiyi! Yes! The figure that appeared here was the incredibly mysterious Taiyi, the Eastern Emperor. Everyone present was shocked. Those with lower strength couldn't even raise their heads. Only the strong could barely look up. This figure that had once occupied the entire sky was now much smaller, but still towering. Clad in a long robe, he stood tall in the sky, like a master of the world. His features were shrouded in deep chaos, impossible to see through. Boom! With a command, the laws of the sky in the Cloud City underwent a tremendous change in an instant. The 12 great cauldrons shattered directly, merging into the laws of the sky, refining them to be incredibly strong. Following that, the ethereal light swiftly congealed, transforming into an illusionary battlefield held in the palm of Eastern Emperor Taiyi. Heavens! Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Because at that moment, the figure of Eastern Emperor Taiyi rapidly petrified, in the blink of an eye transforming into a colossal and majestic deity. The battlefield held in the palm of his hand shone brilliantly, illuminating his face like a divine being creating the universe, exuding supreme authority and mystery. At this moment, the 3 shadow gods of the Yin and Yang clans stood up and shouted loudly, "The battlefield has been opened, please follow me." With that, their 3 figures soared into the sky, heading towards the battlefield in the sky. Mo Hua Zhongjun and the followers of the Yin and Yang clan followed closely behind. In the background, strong individuals from various realms exchanged glances and also flew towards the battlefield. Only Zuan remained motionless, gazing up at the deity statue, lost in thought. Yue Shifeng glanced at Zuan. "What? Do you have a question, Zhu?" Un shook his head. "It's nothing. Just need to arrange a few things before leaving. Let's go." With that, Zuan soared into the sky. As he rose, people from the military, witchcraft clans, and 9 Heavens Zhuan Nu, among others, followed suit. The closer they got to the deity statue, the more they could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from it, while the battlefield above the palm seemed like a beast choosing its prey, constantly devouring people. These sudden thoughts made Yue Qinghuan shudder as she followed behind. She suddenly had the urge to stop Zuan, but everything was too late. Almost simultaneously, Zuan's figure had already plunged into the battlefield and disappeared. Seeing this, Yue Qinghuan gritted her teeth, then cast aside all distractions in her mind and charged forward without hesitation. In a moment, most of the people in the square had disappeared. Only those qualified to enter the 100 Families Grand Battle had already entered, leaving behind those whose strength was insufficient. These people gathered in groups of 2 or 3, excitedly discussing today's Grand Battle of the 100 Families, speculating on the final results. However, in this elated atmosphere, the ruffians from Lai Feng village quietly dispersed along the prearranged route, positioning themselves in various corners, subtly creating a blockade around the entire square. Not only them, but many creatures controlled by Zhu and also took their predetermined places according to the plan. This was just a trivial episode, as attention returned to the battlefield of the 100 Families Grand Battle. After Zuan passed through layers of mist, the scene suddenly became clear. The first thing that caught the eye was a vast and towering arena. Surrounding the arena were numerous stands. The Yin and Yang clan and others who arrived early had occupied a corner of the stands. When everyone had entered in succession, mist appeared around the arena, followed by a brilliant row of golden characters. The first match begins. Following the rankings from the previous 100 families grand battle, the 10 lowest ranked families entered the arena one after another. As they entered, a huge water mirror appeared above the arena. The water mirror divided into countless small screens displaying the image of each person from these families, leaving no detail unnoticed. These families fell silent for a moment, then almost simultaneously began to make a move. In an instant, the sounds of battle resonated through the water mirror, spreading throughout the entire stand. Everyone's expressions grew solemn. Regardless of how powerful one was, entering this arena of the 100 families filled them with awe. The reason was simple: this event was too important. It could raise some small families to glory or bring about their downfall. Combined with the fact that the 100 families grand battle operated on an elimination basis without rules, as soon as you stepped onto this arena, there were only two outcomes: either you defeat your opponent, or they defeat you. So everyone watched intently as the images of these families' clashes unfolded within the water mirror, eager to know the final outcome. Only Zuin sat quietly in a corner, his gaze cold and focused, silently meditating. With each deep breath, his spine seemed to undulate like a hidden dragon or snake, adjusting the chi and blood flow within him to an optimal frequency. Yue Qinghuan looked at Zuin in surprise, then wisely closed her mouth. She understood that Zuin was clearly preparing himself. This attitude indicated that the impending situation would be far more challenging than they had imagined. Therefore, Yue Qinghuan also began to regulate her chi and blood, preparing herself. In the distance, Shen Hongyi from the Shen clan gazed deeply at Zuan. She didn't know how to describe the feelings in her heart at this moment. There was a time when she dreamed of defeating Zuan, but now, on the brink of battle, she felt somewhat dazed. I hope you can hold on a little longer under second young master sword later. Don't lose so miserably. After all, your life belongs to me. Shen Hongyi clenched her fists in silence. It was at this moment that the first battle had already concluded. It came quickly and ended swiftly. The melee among the 10 families ended with the last one standing declared victorious. The surviving family, wounded and all, walked out of the arena, prompting many to spontaneously applaud. As for those defeated, they were directly transported out of the battlefield. Soon after came a short rest period. During this time, many eyes were stealing glances at Shen Muyu and Zuan. After all, their duel was well known, and everyone wanted to know the outcome of this grand battle. Strangely enough, both Shen Muyu and Zuan remained calm and composed, seemingly oblivious to the outside world, quietly meditating. In the blink of an eye, the second battle commenced. Similar to the first, it featured the lowest ranked families from the previous 100 families grand battle, but this time with only 5 participating. As the rankings ascended, so did the strength of these families. While the battlefield was personally supported by Eastern Emperor Taiyi and transformed by the 12 Great Cauldrons, there were still limitations. It was at this moment, when the 5 families entered the arena to battle, that Zuin suddenly looked up and gazed towards a corner of the stands. Get ready, it's time for us to make our appearance, yes? The people behind responded one after another. At that moment, Le Feiken walked up and whispered, Master, look over there. Le Zhongshuan raised his eyes and saw Le Yangyan and Le Xiaoyaya, the siblings, in the distance, and his eyes lit up. Very good, those discarded disciples have indeed arrived. When we step onto the stage later, we will take care of them first. In fact, after being contaminated by evil forces, Le Zhongshuan had little interest in the siblings Le Yangyan and Le Xiaoyaya. However, incessant persuasion from Le Feiken and Le Shuming, combined with his inflated confidence, led him to prepare to deal with the siblings first as a deterrent. Pay attention after stepping onto the stage later. First, try to attract the attention of all parties as much as possible to buy time for the adults' plan. So even if we lose, it doesn't matter. After all, few of the people present today will survive. Le Zhongshuan instructed. Yes. By the way, have all the subordinates outside the battlefield been instructed? Before I left, I had entrusted all affairs to Lord Bei Huarong of Lai Feng Fort, guaranteeing that nothing would go wrong. Le Shuming assured, patting his chest. Le Zhongshuan nodded. Good. Then he thought of something else and frowned, saying, "But why haven't any of the evil creatures who entered the battlefield contacted us? Perhaps they just entered the battlefield and haven't adapted to the pressure here yet. Anyway, with the adult backing us, why care about these ants?" Le Shuming said nonchalantly. Although Le Zhongshuan felt that something was wrong, what Le Shuming said was not wrong. With the adult supporting them, what did they have to worry about? Even if things went awry, with the suppressive power of that being, no one could stir up trouble. With that thought, Le Zhongshuan felt relieved. Meanwhile, the second battle on the platform was nearing its end. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the defeated four disappeared simultaneously, being teleported out of the battlefield. The victor, covered in injuries, descended from the platform. They were greeted with warm applause. Before the third battle could start, Le Zhongshuan sneered and said, "Let's go. Let's go up and play with these guys." With that, he led the way towards the platform, with Le Feiken and others following closely, and in a flash, they ascended the platform. Upon their appearance on the platform, many in the audience were puzzled. What's going on? Isn't this the true martial Taoist temple from the Taoist camp? Why did they suddenly come up to the platform? In the Taoist camp, He Tiangxuan and Chong Yangzi from the Quanjin sect exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Though the true martial Taoist temple was not a powerful sect among the numerous factions in the Taoist world, it inherited the legacy of true martial, commanding respect. Even He Tiangxuan and Chong Yangzi didn't dare underestimate it. But it wasn't their turn to perform yet. What was this about? Just as everyone was puzzled, Le Zhongshuan sneered, "Let's go. We're here to clean house." With that, he pointed in a certain direction towards the audience stand. "Le Yangyan, Le Xiaoyaya, since both of you are already here, don't you want to greet your master and teacher?" Many eyes turned to the siblings Le Yangyan and Le Xiaoyaya. Le Yangyan's eyes instantly turned red, teeth clenched tightly, staring fixedly at Le Zhongshuan on the platform. He knew very well that his sect had fallen into the hands of evil creatures, including his most respected master. All were not spared. So when these people from the true martial Taoist temple appeared, he had already targeted them. But before he could confront them, Le Zhongshuan was already boasting about cleaning house. How could he tolerate this? However, when he thought of Zuan's critical situation, he forced himself to stay silent. But his silence only fueled Le Zhongshuan's increasingly brazen provocations. What's this? Have the guts to betray your sect, but lack the courage to admit it? Even when your mentor is here, do you turn a blind eye? With these words, many people's gaze towards Le Yangyan changed. Some even snorted in disdain, their faces full of contempt. Betraying one's mentor and sect is universally despised. Le Zhongshuan clenched his fists, nails deeply embedded in his flesh, already oozing blood. Just then, in his ear, came Zuan's calm voice. "You can go up, but remember, do not prematurely expose the true identities of these people." With that, Le Zhongshuan's eyes burst with excitement, and almost instantaneously, he stood up and rushed towards the platform. "Brother, what are you going to do?" Le Xiaoyaya exclaimed. "Sit there quietly, don't move," Le Yangyan shouted, already rushing onto the platform. Honestly, Le Zhongshuan did not expect Le Yangyan to really dare to come up on the platform, so he was initially stunned, but then burst into laughter. "Good. Let's leave aside everything else, but your courage is quite impressive. Based on that alone, I'll give you a good fight later." Le Yangyan didn't say a word, just staring at Le Zhongshuan with a predatory look. Unperturbed, Le Zhongshuan shrugged, sneering, "You don't need to look at me like that. I don't need to take action against you." With that, he stepped back. "Le Zhenking, since he's your treasured disciple, let you deal with him." His words were filled with indescribable malice and excitement, as if this kind of tragedy of master and disciple battling each other was the most beautiful scene in the world. Le Zhenking silently stepped forward, gazing woodenly at Le Yangyan. Seeing him like that, Le Yangyan couldn't help but be overwhelmed with grief. He trembled and called out, "Master!" Then he couldn't say anything more, because tears were streaming down his face, choking his throat. In that moment, Le Yangyan recalled many things, especially when he was ostracized within the true martial Taoist temple because of his sister. Only Le Zhenking had taken care of him and taught him many truths. Even his own master was not spared. When Lu Yangyan heard this news from Zuan, he was nearly struck by lightning and almost fainted. He finally understood the inexplicable sense of danger he had felt suddenly before. But it was too late for regrets. Now he could only watch dumbfounded as Lu Zhenking, who looked like a puppet on strings, his heart twisting like a knife. Just then, whether it was an illusion or something else, Lu Yangyan suddenly noticed a glint of light in Lu Zhenking's eyes. This made Lu Yangyan momentarily stunned. Before he could observe carefully, he heard a sneering voice behind him. "What? Don't want to fight now that master and disciple have met? Then let me help you." With these words, an extremely cold breath suddenly appeared, piercing directly at Lu Yangyan's back. In a split second, Lu Yangyan managed to dodge over a yard away, narrowly avoiding the attack. When he turned around, he saw Lu Shuming looking at him with a cold smile. "TSK, I never expected that your strength would actually improve after just a few days. But as a disowned disciple, you still have to die today." With these words, Lu Shuming suddenly disappeared from the spot and launched a relentless attack on Lu Yangyan. After being infected by evil forces, Lu Shuming's strength had made great strides. Especially in terms of speed, it had reached an astonishing level. Bang! The sound of fists and kicks hitting the stage could be heard, but Lu Shuming's figure couldn't be seen at all. Lu Yangyan struggled against Lu Shuming in the chaotic battle. Lu Zhenking, on the side, remained silent. Seeing this scene, the observer, Lu Zhongshuan, couldn't help but coldly shout, "Lu Zhenking, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and join the fight." Lu Zhenking trembled slightly all over, and then his aura began to fluctuate, as if a machine were starting up. In the blink of an eye, an evil and chilling light appeared in his eyes, and he took a step forward to join the battle. Lu Yangyan, who was already barely holding on, suddenly found himself in a perilous situation. "Brother!" Lu Xiaoyaya in the audience couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Jiushan Zhuanu frowned slightly at the sight, then asked in a low voice, "Zuan, should I go help him? This is an entire sect. How could Lu Yangyan possibly be their match on his own?" But Zuan shook his head, then chuckled lightly, "No need, let's just watch for now." Jiushan Zhuanu wanted to say more, but seeing Zuan's confident demeanor, she ultimately held back her words. Yet her heart was still full of doubt. What was Zhu and planning to do? Did he really think that Lu Yangyan alone could contend with the true martial Taoist temple? What a joke! Not only her, but at that moment, there was another person in the audience who also had similar doubts and felt even more nervous. That person was Zhu Zhesheng. As the head of the Zhu family mining area, he had the closest relationship with Lu Yangyan, and they had traveled together to the 100 Schools Grand Assembly. So when he saw the tense situation in the arena, he couldn't help but clench his fists. "Yangyan, please be safe." As if in response to his thoughts, there was a muffled sound from the stage, and then Lu Yangyan staggered back, a huge wound appearing on his chest and abdomen. Blood gushed out, and the white ribs could be vaguely seen. Lu Xiaoya's face instantly turned as pale as paper, nearly fainting. But Lu Shuming in the arena reacted with a triumphant laugh. "Lu Yangyan, you're lucky to have held on until now. Go peacefully now." With that, Lu Shuming tapped his toes, preparing to pounce again. The battle they had in the Medicine Master Alliance years ago had made Lu Shuming hate Lu Yangyan and his sister to the core. This hatred had not diminished even after being tainted by evil forces. Instead, it had intensified. So now, he truly wanted to devour Lu Yangyan alive and be done with it. And indeed, he intended to do just that. As soon as he could get close to Lu Yangyan, he was ready to bite down and kill the boy. The mere thought of it made him shiver with excitement. In his view, this would be a sure thing, especially since Lu Yangyan was now seriously injured and had no strength left to fight back. However, just as he was about to take off from his toes, at the moment when Lu Zhenking, who had been standing on the side with a dull expression on his face, suddenly had a bright light in his eyes. Simultaneously, he raised both hands, carrying a tremendous force like thunder, and directly slapped Lu Shuming. Caught off guard, Lu Shuming had no chance to react and was struck solidly on the back. Bang! A loud noise rang out, and Lu Shuming fell to the ground, coughing up blood profusely. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone on the stands. What's going on? Why did he suddenly attack his companion? Let's watch for now. Something must have happened that we don't know about. Lu Yangyan couldn't hear the whispers, and at that moment, he stood on the stage feeling dumbfounded, staring at Lu Zhenking and then at Lu Shuming lying motionless on the ground, not knowing what to say. Just then, applause broke out. "Brilliant, truly brilliant, Lu Zhenking. It's amazing how well you've hidden and endured until now to strike." It was Lu Zhongshuan speaking, his face calm as if everything that happened had been within his expectations. Lu Zhenking's expression changed rapidly, then he took a deep breath. "You actually knew all along?" Lu Zhongshuan chuckled. "What do you think? Did you really believe that your tricks could deceive me?" Finally, Lu Yangyan understood and exclaimed with joy, "Master, you're okay." Lu Zhenking smiled and nodded at him. "I'm fine. Stand behind me and stay away from these evil creatures." "That's right. The sinister and evil spirits ... He. Lu Zhongshuan smirked slightly. At the same time, his subordinates behind him dispersed silently, forming a faint encirclement that trapped L. Zhenking and Lu Yangyan in the middle. "Do you think anyone would believe this nonsense?" Lu Zhongshuan asked disdainfully from his elevated position. Indeed, at this moment, many people in the stands were watching coldly and sneering at the master and disciple. After all, betraying one's sect was looked down upon no matter where you were. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhenking took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Listen, the person standing before me now, Lu Zhongshuan, is no longer the former master of Zhenwu Temple. He is now a puppet controlled by some evil force, and not only him, but the entire Zhenwu Temple has also been corrupted." With a look of sorrow and indignation on his face, Lu Zhenking continued, "Even I was once controlled by this power and almost fell into the abyss. So, at this moment, we are not betraying our sect, but fighting demons to uphold the name of Lord Zhenwu." After this passionate speech, the whole place fell silent. Shortly after, Lu Zhongshuan burst into an arrogant laughter. "Lu Zhenking, I have to admit, the excuse you've come up with is quite clever. Claiming that everyone is being controlled by evil forces, you really are creative. But no matter what you say, no one believes you." With a mocking and sneering look in his eyes, Lu Zhongshuan continued, "It's as if watching two struggling bugs on the verge of death." Lu Zhenking was taken aback, then shouted angrily towards the stands, "Everything I said is true, don't you all?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Zhenking was suddenly blasted away. Lu Feiken appeared behind him not far away, slowly retracting his fist, and sneered, "You're so noisy, just die already." Lu Zhenking did not fall to the ground, but was caught by Lu Yangyan, who rushed up to embrace him before landing. Lu Yangyan released Lu Zhenking coldly when they landed and said in a low voice, "Master, it's useless to say anything now. This is a situation where there is no turning back." Lu Zhenking's face was pale, but he nodded, "You're right." Then the two of them looked at each other and stood back to back. On the other side, Lu Zhongshuan gestured, and the people from Zhenwu Temple began to move forward. The situation was about to escalate. Lu Xiaoyaya in the stands was extremely anxious, gripping the armrests of her seat tightly, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the mirror. Besides Yuan, Jiushenjuanu couldn't help but ask, "Shouldn't we act now?" Zuan replied calmly, "The timing is not right yet. Let's wait a bit longer." Jiushenjuanu suppressed her urge to ask what exactly he was waiting for. Meanwhile, on the arena, the battle had already erupted. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of heavy impacts, golden lights flashed intensely on the stage as both sides clashed with pure Zhenwu power. Strangely enough, even though they were tainted by evil, Lu Zhongshuan and his men were still able to use Zhenwu power, even more so than before. Therefore, at the start of the battle, Lu Zhongshuan and his men displayed overwhelming superiority, forcing Lu Zhenking and his disciple to retreat repeatedly, barely able to defend themselves. Seeing this, many people in the stands shook their heads secretly, thinking that the fate of Lu Zhenking and his disciple was already sealed. Indeed, the battle only lasted for a few seconds before two figures were seen flying out in opposite directions from the fighting group. They crashed heavily onto the boundaries of the stage and then dropped to the ground. The fight came to a halt. The stage returned to silence with only the heavy gasps of Lu Zhenking and Lu Yangyan echoing. After a moment, there were heart-wrenching screams from the stands, "Brother!" But these cries could not awaken the heavily injured duo. At the same time, brisk footsteps sounded on the stage as Lu Zhongshuan walked lightly to Lu Yangyan and looked down at him. Lu Yangyan's mouth was oozing blood, his body trembling unconsciously, but his eyes remained alert. When the two locked eyes, a cruel smile appeared on Lu Zhongshuan's face as he squatted down, teasingly saying, "It seems you're still a bit defiant, aren't you?" Li Yangyan did not speak, but stared at Li Zhongshuan intently before spitting out blood at him. The blood-stained saliva landed on Li Zhongshuan's cheek, causing his smile to turn cold as he wiped it off slowly. "Good, it seems you do have some backbone. I hope you can maintain the attitude from now on," he said, standing up abruptly and then stomping down. With a crisp sound of bones breaking, Li Yangyan's arm was instantly crushed and bent at a grotesque angle. Despite the pain, Li Yangyan's face showed a hint of mockery. However, this mocking expression completely angered Li Zhongshuan. He growled, "Why are you looking at me like that? Huh? Do you look down on me?" As he questioned, he kept stomping on Li Yangyan, breaking parts of his body with each blow. The continuous sound of bones breaking made many people in the stands turn pale, some even too scared to watch. Jiushan Zhuanu finally could not bear it and said, "Shouldn't we act now? If it continues like this, he'll really die." Zuan's expression also became serious, whispering, "Just a little longer. What are you waiting for?" Zuan's gaze shifted towards Li Xiaoyaya not far away. "I'm waiting for something to awaken." A confused Jiushan Zhuanu followed his gaze and only saw Li Xiaoyaya bowing her head in silence. She couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Was she fainting? Jiushan Zhuanu was puzzled. As the situation changed on the stage, new developments were unfolding. Lu Zhongshuan smirked cruelly and said, "You do have some backbone, but it's time to say goodbye." With that, he forcefully stepped forward, intending to completely crush Lu Yangyan's chest and abdomen. However, at the critical moment, an invisible force suddenly grabbed his foot, preventing him from landing the blow. Confused, Lu Zhongshuan turned back to see where the force came from. At the same time, a powerful aura surged from the stands, shocking everyone. "My God, what is that?" someone exclaimed. People turned their heads to see Lu Xiaoyaya, who had been silent with her head down, now raising her head, her long hair flying, her eyes blood red and terrifying. In her terror, there was also a tremendous divine power. "How dare you touch my brother? You will die." Lu Xiaoyaya murmured softly, and with each word, her aura increased. After finishing her words, Lu Xiaoyaya let out a piercing scream. Those nearby had their eardrums burst instantly, while even those farther away showed signs of pain. The super-powerful individuals all exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyaya, who was originally on the stand, disappeared and reappeared on the arena. She floated above everyone's heads, her hair growing rapidly and engulfing the entire arena. Under the pressure, Lu Zhongshuan and the others groaned, feeling their strength rapidly diminishing. In contrast, Lu Zhenqing and Lu Yangyan's injuries began to heal rapidly, their auras sharply increasing. This sudden change left Lu Zhongshuan dumbfounded, especially when he saw Lu Xiaoyaya floating on the arena, with her hair like a demon and blood-red eyes. He couldn't help but wonder, who is the real monster here? Despite his internal complaints, he acted quickly. With a signal to the others, they all rushed towards Lu Xiaoyaya. This time, they all joined forces from the True Martial Arts Hall to take down the suddenly appeared Lu Xiaoyaya. However, as they charged halfway, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button and they froze in mid-air. "How can this be? Who are you?" Lu Zhongshuan struggled to free himself from the invisible force restraining him, shouting in fear. "What you are targeting me with is what I have given to you," Lu Xiaoyaya declared with absolute authority. Lu Zhongshuan was stunned, and then a massive statue slowly materialized behind Lu Xiaoyaya, a figure with flowing hair, barefoot, stepping on a tortoise and snake, the image of the true martial arts deity. The sight stunned the crowd before causing an uproar. "How is this possible? Is this the long-lost deity of true martial arts?" someone exclaimed. In the Taoist camp, He Tiangshuan and Master Zhenyang of the Quanjin sect both stood up in disbelief, watching the scene on the arena. They sighed in unison. "Never thought. It's really unexpected that the long-lost deity of true martial arts would be hidden within a young girl's bloodline. If explosions didn't happen today, no one would have found out." He Tiangshuan lamented. Master Zhenyang also couldn't believe it. Indeed, after the disappearance of the true martial arts deity, our Taoist sect nearly searched the entire Tianwai world, but found nothing. People even thought that he had completely perished. No one expected him to reappear today. On the stand, Nine Heavens Zhuan Nu looked at Zuan deeply and couldn't help asking, "Did you already figure this out, Guzu?" And withdrew his gaze, smiled faintly, and shook his head. "It's not that early. I only had some suspicions at the beginning. It wasn't until I attained the status of a sage later on that I saw some clues. So you kept stopping me from going up on stage just because you wanted to force Lu Xiaoyaya to awaken the true martial bloodline. Yes, Zuan nodded. Nine Heavens Zhuan Nu fell silent. Because once again, she felt deeply frustrated by Zuan. Being a woman as well, she had spent much more time with Lu Xiaoyaya than Zuan, yet she hadn't noticed anything. Is this the difference between herself and a genius? Zuan, on the other hand, squinted slightly, looking at the arena. As he said to Nine Heavens Zhuan Nu, he had indeed noticed the signs on Lu Xiaoyaya early on. However, at first, he had no intention of awakening them. It wasn't until he saw Lu Yangyan willing to pay any price to save his sister that Zhu, undecided to help this sibling pair. Earlier, Lu Xiaoyaya had fainted repeatedly due to the dormant true martial power within her. So, to permanently resolve this issue, the best course of action was to fully awaken it. However, after so many years of dormancy, the true martial power was on the brink of losing control, far beyond what an average person could handle. Furthermore, after years of erosion, Lu Xiaoya's mental strength was very weak and couldn't bear the cost of activating the true martial power. The only way was to stimulate it to awaken by intense emotions. Therefore, Zuan had stopped Nine Heavens Zhuan Nu from going on stage, trying to awaken Lu Xiaoyaya in this manner. In truth, despite Zuan's calm demeanor earlier, he was also a bit anxious inside. He didn't know if the plan would succeed. Even at the last moment, he had prepared to go on stage himself. If it weren't for a trace of liveliness in their eyes, they would have looked exactly like dead people. Even so, Lu Zhongshuan and the others did not reveal their true form, because they were well aware that if they dared to expose their identities at this moment, the outcome would definitely be worse than this. After all, the command given by the black-cloaked figure initially was to strictly forbid revealing their identities without notice, or they would face severe consequences. The hierarchy among the evil beings was strict, and orders from higher authorities were something they could not resist. So even though they were treated like this now, they still did not dare to show the slightest sign. On the contrary, after communicating with each other using their remaining consciousness, cracking sounds suddenly came from the extremely thin bodies of Lu Zhongshuan and the others. Following that, their bodies all turned into powder, disappearing without a trace. Thus, from the master of the Zhenmu Taoist temple to the elders, they all perished, leaving only Lu Yangyan, Lu Xiaoyaya, and Lu Zhenking. The whole place fell into silence. No one had expected that such an ordinary battle would have so many twists and turns, especially the appearance of the Zhenmu deity, which shocked many. Lu Yangyan and Lu Zhenking also woke up from their unconscious state at this moment. Lu Yangyan stared blankly at his sister floating in the air, looking like a deity. Though they were unconscious just now, their minds were clear, so they saw everything that happened around them. When Lu Yangyan saw his sister, who he cherished so deeply, transform into the Zhenmu deity, the shock in his heart was indescribable. For his only sister, Lu Yangyan was extremely loving, willing to wander in the outside world for her. But he had never expected that beneath her frail and sickly appearance was such a powerful soul, even the deity he worshipped. This left Lu Yangyan feeling bewildered. While it seemed like a good thing to become so powerful, was she still his sister now? Or had she turned into someone he no longer recognized? At that moment, the image of the Zhenmu deity that was floating behind Lu Xiaoyaya suddenly disappeared, and Lu Xiaoyaya landed on the ground, coming in front of Lu Yangyan. "Brother!" Lu Xiaoyaya gently called out. Just this one word, "brother," instantly awakened Lu Yangyan, and a smile spread across his face as he nodded firmly. Yes, he was now certain that even with such tremendous power, his sister remained unchanged. On the platform, the Nine Heavens Immortal couldn't help but softly exclaim, "This outcome is quite good, but did those evil beings really dying?" Zhu shook his head. "It's not that simple." While in the eyes of others, Lu Zhongshuan and the others had disintegrated into powder and couldn't possibly be more dead, Zuan could sense that at the moment their bodies shattered, several obscure and powerful energies directly broke through space and fled. Just then, Lu Yangyan and his sister, along with Lu Zhenking, descended from the stage. But unlike when they ascended, this time, many people welcomed them below, with Senior He Tiangshuan and Master Chongyang at the forefront. Seeing them come down, the two immediately went up to meet them and respectfully bowed to Lu Xiaoyaya. "Congratulations on the return of the Zhenwu deity to her position." Faced with this scene, Lu Xiaoyaya blushed and shyly hid behind her brother. Her demeanor was no longer that of someone controlling life and death, but that of an ordinary young girl. Yet, no one dared to belittle her. After all, what Lu Xiaoyaya had demonstrated on the stage had almost wiped out the entire Zhenwu Taoist temple, displaying a power that was truly staggering. The attitudes towards Lu Yangyan and Lu Zhenqing also improved significantly. As for those who had previously scorned Lu Zhongshuan for betraying the sect, they had all changed their minds now. Ridiculous! Lu Xiaoyaya represented the power of the Zhenwu deity, the deity revered by the Zhenwu Taoist temple. Her words were like divine edicts for the temple, so betraying the sect through her was the same as betraying oneself. Even if she obliterated Lu Zhongshuan and the others here and now, no one would object. Seeing Lu Yangyan and his sister return safely, many, including Zhu Yisheng and many others on Zuan's side, were all happy for them. Just as everyone was joyous, a calm yet dignified voice echoed from the platform. Since everyone is using this platform to settle personal matters, allow me to intrude as well. With those words, a swordlight shot up from the Shen family camp and directly entered the stage. When it settled, it was none other than the second young master Shen Muyu. Standing proudly, he gazed toward Zuan on the platform with a cold smile. How about it? Isn't it time to settle our battle? As soon as these words came out, the whole place erupted in a commotion. The incident where Shen Mu had single-handedly challenged the Alchemist Alliance and issued a challenge to Zuan, who was in seclusion at the time, had already spread throughout the entire world. However, no one had expected Shen Muyu to issue a challenge so soon. In an instant, all eyes focused on Zuan, sitting on the platform. Zuan remained calm and just lifted the corners of his mouth, showing a sly smile. All right, since you're in such a hurry, I'll accompany you first. With that, Zuan stood up and walked towards the stage. Zuan, be careful! Yue Qinghuan shouted anxiously. Zuan smiled at her, don't worry. With these words, Zuan flashed and appeared on the stage the next moment. Just this movement alone left many strong individuals on the platform showing expressions of amazement. Reflecting on themselves, many present could achieve the speed Zuan had just shown, but the difficulty lay in the relaxed and indifferent demeanor he displayed while doing so. Many couldn't imitate that. It also proved the immense power he possessed. Just this single action made those who had previously looked down on Zuan inadvertently change their perspective. The two of them were discussing as if no one else was around, but no one noticed the gradually clenched fist of Lord Yuhua in the moonlight. His attention to this battle was unprecedented. After all, he also wanted to know if Zuan could really defeat Shen Mu and crush the prestige of the Shen family. At the same time, in an inconspicuous corner of the stands, the silent members of the Mo family were sitting. At this moment, the giant of the Mo family, Mo Kong, suddenly sighed lightly. What a great battle, but it shouldn't have been used for this. Zhang Kunliang, the newly joined disciple of the miscellaneous family, asked in confusion. Giant, what does that mean? Mo Kong shook his head, but did not explain, just looking at the arena with a worried expression. At this moment, Zuan and Shen Mu stood facing each other. Although they hadn't started yet, there were already two conflicting auras faintly clashing in the void. Shen Mu spoke first. Honestly, I never expected that you not only could come out of seclusion, but also break through to the realm of the saint. From this perspective, your victory over the red-clothed was definitely not a fluke. Zuan smiled faintly but didn't speak because he knew Shen Mu still had more to say. Indeed, Shen Mu furrowed his brow slightly. But I truly can't understand, with your talent, why would you choose to go against my Shen family? Go against your Shen family? Zuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Back then, your Shen family sent people to demand answers and didn't even give me a chance to speak. They immediately sent me with the sword heart to your Shen family to admit guilt, and now you say I'm deliberately going against your Shen family. It seems that you've said everything on behalf of the world. Zuan's last sentence was impolite. But Shen Mu just furrowed his brows slightly, and then sighed lightly. That was just a case of my subordinates being too impulsive. After all, you carried the Shen family sword heart. It's understandable they were anxious. They believed it was something you forcibly took, but I know that's not possible. As you said, it was a gift from a friend. And then, what do you want to say? Zuan raised an eyebrow, asking coldly. What I want to say is simple. With your talent, it would be a shame to die by my sword. So, if you admit defeat and accept your mistake, I can let bygones be bygones and help you become an elder of my Shen family, allowing you to access the sword intent resources accumulated by my Shen family for thousands of years. How do you feel about that? Hearing this, there was a slight commotion in the stands, with many people showing envy. The position of elder in the Shen family was extremely difficult to obtain. Once obtained, it meant the highest glory. The sword intent resources accumulated by the Shen family over thousands of years were an unimaginable wealth, especially for sword cultivators. The temptation was beyond words. Many in the Shen family camp were shaken by Shen Mu's proposal. Shen Gaoj muttered discontentedly, "Cousin, what is the second young master thinking? Why is he being so polite to this Zuan? Is he afraid?" Shen Hongyi glared fiercely at his unhelpful cousin. "Shut up, keep talking nonsense, and I'll kick you out now." Shen Gaoj closed his mouth meekly, but his eyes still showed grievance. Just then, a burst of laughter came from the arena. The laughter was full of mockery. After laughing for a while, Zuan gradually restrained his smile and said in a mocking tone, "Shen Mu, do you really think everyone admires your Shen family? Or were you just trying to shake my sword intent with your words earlier?" Shen Mu seemed to have anticipated Zuan's reaction and couldn't help but sigh. "I really wanted to win you over. Enough. Ever since your Shen family entered the scene, you've been constantly promoting for yourself. Now you're even using words to shake my resolve. It seems your Shen family will go to great lengths for victory. At the same time, I'll make it clear now that I don't care about your alleged offer to win me over. In my eyes, your Shen family is nothing but arrogant insects." Boom! If the stands were just stirred up a while ago, now it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured into a hot oil pan, causing it to erupt. Hiss! It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to the Shen family like that, right? Someone gasped. Exactly. It looks like it's going to be lively today. Daring to ridicule the Shen family face to face, this guy is really bold. There were astonishment, concern, and even joy. Like Yue Qinghuan. After hearing Zuan's domineering declaration, her face turned red with excitement, and she suddenly stood up clapping and cheering. "Well said. I've long found those people of the Shen family annoying, always arrogant as if they are so great." Her words made the already lively situation even more chaotic. Many recognized her identity, knowing that she was the younger sister of the current head of the Yue family, and followed suit. The expressions of the Shen family members, especially Shen Mu on the arena, turned somewhat unpleasant. "All right. Since you feel that way, there's no point in saying more. Let's see whose sword is more powerful," Shen Mu said, then raised his head suddenly, and his aura underwent a shocking change. If just now Shen Mu was reserved, like a peerless weapon hidden in its sheath, now he had drawn his sword, revealing its sharpness. Even with the barrier of the arena, the pressure he emitted was felt by everyone in the stands. It can be imagined how much pressure Zuan, standing across from him, had to endure. But in the face of this overwhelming sword aura, Zuan seemed as indifferent as a gentle breeze brushing his face, saying with a smile, "All right, let me see how powerful your momentum, cultivated for so long, can unleash in a single sword." As he spoke, Zuan didn't even adopt a defensive stance, standing casually. It was a blatant disregard and provocation. The finger sword was created by him in his youth, and once it was unveiled, it amazed the entire Shen family and solidified his position as the top of the younger generation. As the name implies, the finger sword is a sword technique that extends from the 10 fingers of the hands. The key is that Shen Mu creatively merges 10 completely different sword intentions with his own fingers perfectly. Just this alone is enough to make talents like Shen Hongyi feel inferior. Because generally, a swordsman spends a lifetime honing only one sword intention, and even an outstanding individual may master at most a sword intentions. No one has ever been able to wield 10 sword intentions like Shen Mu, and they don't conflict with each other. For example, at this moment, Shen Mu is using a sword intention unique to his left index finger called Burning Fire. True to its name, although its power is not intimidating, wherever it goes, even the space is marked with traces of extreme heat. Zhu just coldly smiles in response. Facing the oncoming sword intention, he calmly raises his hand and lightly flicks his finger towards the void. Bang! The space trembles, causing the sword intentions that had rushed forward to shatter simultaneously, turning into nothingness. But Shen Mu does not stop there. His right index finger sweeps up, unleashing the second sword, named Extreme Cold. In stark contrast to the previous Burning Fire, this sword carries a chilling aura as it diagonally rushes upwards, causing the space previously seared by the burning fire to emit a faint cracking sound. All of these happen at an incredibly fast pace, beyond what words can describe. To the spectators, it seems as if Shenmue is simultaneously displaying two completely different sword intentions. Swordsmen in the audience widen their eyes in disbelief, whispering to themselves, "Can sword intentions be used like this?" Apart from the astonished swordsmen in the arena, Zuen faces this extreme cold sword without any hesitation. He simply utters a light shout, "Break!" A commanding voice that instantly shatters the freezing sword intention, but at that moment, Shenmue's third sword arrives. This sword emanates from his left thumb, named Rocky Weight. With one strike, the space within a radius of 10 jong suddenly heavy, causing the dust particles that were suspended in the air to fall like shooting stars onto the arena surface, leaving numerous small craters. However, no matter how dominant the sword's intention is, it dissipates in front of Zuen. Even under the pressure equivalent to 10,000 tons, Zuan's shoulders remain steady. Yet, the space, after enduring the trials of ice and fire successively, finally collapses. And this is precisely what Shenmue intends. He knows well that just those 3 swords are not enough to defeat Zuen. All he wants is to shatter the space. Now, with space fragments swirling and forming a small vortex, a glint appears in Shenmue's eyes as he strikes again. This time, the sword comes from his right thumb, named Sharp Slaughter. The sword intention exudes an utmost sharpness and brutality as it pierces through the spatial vortex, heading straight for Zuan's face. Instead of slowing down its power, the spatial vortex seems to enhance the sword's ferocity. At that moment, a light laughter is heard. "After enduring for so long, is this all you've got with this sword?" With his remark, 2 fingers materialize out of thin air, effortlessly clamping down on the sword intention. A violent gust of wind ensues, causing Zuan's hair to flutter. The entire venue falls silent. Even Shenmue himself shows a hint of surprise in his eyes, because this sword intention, gripped by Zuan, is merely an inch away from his forehead. Such proximity is negligible for the sword itself. Delaying slightly would have cost Zu a severe injury. Yet, he did it, choosing to strike at a moment of perfection. This decision reflects a profound level of confidence. Seeing this scene, Shen Hongyi in the audience trembles, realizing with horror that Zuen has made terrifying progress compared to their last encounter. She can be certain that if she were to face him now, she would not even have a chance to wield her own sword in front of him. Is this the difference between the peak geniuses? Shen Gaoch, who also has experience facing Zuan, shrinks back in fear, now too intimidated to speak. Once they dueled, he was no match for Zuan, but now it seems even more impossible. Meanwhile, Zuen exerts a slight force with his fingers, effortlessly breaking the sword intention and calmly stating, "If this is the extent of your strength, then you don't need to stay on this stage today." In his previous battle against Shen Hongyi, Zuen had to risk injuring himself to emerge victorious. After the battle, due to severe injuries, he had to retreat for recovery. However, facing Shenmue, who surpasses Shen Hongyi in both strength and realm, Zuen appears to be in full control. This is all due to a breakthrough in his cultivation. Even though there's only one realm difference between Immortal Venerable and Saint, the gap in power cannot be underestimated. Previously, Zuen could contend with a Saint relying on his strong spiritual consciousness and realm. After achieving the realm of Saint, he received overall strengthening and enhancement. That's why he seems unconcerned by Shenmue. Shenmue's pupils contract slightly, then he takes a deep breath. "Zuan, your strength is indeed remarkable, but boasting prematurely might be a little too early. Oh, feel free to try then," Zuan says with a faint smile. As he speaks, the aura around Shenmue suddenly surges, and he steps forward, pointing his sword. The sword strikes as if touching the water's surface, creating gentle ripples in the space, rapidly spreading and intensifying while moving towards Zuan. By the time it reaches him, it is turned into a towering wave. Strangely, there is no hint of killing intent, as if this sword is purely meant to stir up a wave. This is the essence of the sword, called utmost gentleness. Boom! The space that was just about to merge suddenly ruptured again, pouring down like rain. And just at that moment, a tender shoot appeared in the extremely chaotic void. Yes, a sapling with 3 or 2 tender shoots. As soon as this sapling appeared, it quickly rooted itself in the space and then grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a towering tree took shape, but you couldn't sense any vitality from this tree. All that remained was a cold killing intent. The towering tree was lush and verdant, enveloping the entire arena. But all of this was just a fleeting spectacle. The next moment, the leaves on the tree turned yellow and began to fall. With a light crack, one of the leaves fluttered smoothly and effortlessly sliced through a fragment of space without any hindrance. Xuan's eyes flashed, unable to help but exclaim, "What a good sword!" Then he quickly retreated, because he was well aware of the power of these seemingly harmless leaves. Each leaf represented an extremely sharp sword intent. But the main point was that these sword intentions had zero pattern, just like falling leaves in the wind, floating down without any defense. This was Shen Mu's sword intent cultivated while sitting alone in the mountains, witnessing autumn leaves falling, and then uniquely creating this sword intent. Named Rongku. Xuan retreated quickly, but the towering tree had already enveloped the entire arena, so no matter where he retreated, the falling leaves followed him like shadows. In this situation, Xuan took action. He suddenly punched out, and with a fluctuation of his fist strength, the towering tree transformed by sword intent shattered instantly. Shen Mu's eyes flashed, then he said in a low voice, "Xuan, why don't you use a sword or Zhu?" "Unsneered, because you are not worth me using a sword right now." Shen Mu's face went pale, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. From childhood to adulthood, he had never heard anyone speak to him like this before. No matter where he went, he had always been treated as the most important person, not daring to be even slightly negligent. Only in the presence of Xuan, he felt blatant disregard. But the anger quickly disappeared, and he regained his composure, taking a deep breath, then drew his sword again. As the sword struck out, the entire battlefield rang with the sound of falling rain. Many people in the stands raised their heads in confusion. What's going on? How is it possible to hear the sound of rain here? Especially as this rain sound was not the violent pouring rain, but a silent, dense kind of rain. Yet, the more silent it was, the more lonely it felt. Indeed, it was loneliness. At least, the faces of many people present showed a trance-like expression, as if in that moment they had pierced through the lengthy years and returned to a certain time in their youth when young blood flowed. Red candles flickered in the attic, not understanding the meaning of sorrow and joy. It was as if they had returned to middle age, listening to the rain in a solitary boat. Outside the west wind separated the geese, filled with heroism. In that instant, many people's emotions were influenced by the sound of rain. Shen Hongyi murmured softly, "This is the sword intent of listening to rain. My goodness, it's become so powerful." Finally, a solemn expression appeared on Xuan's face, because this sword was unlike any previous ones. While the previous swords were powerful, the sword intents they contained were traceable, making them not difficult to break. Only this sword, like a gazelle's horns, left no traces. Moreover, the sword intent contained within it was so powerful that Xuan felt a bit bewildered, as if seeing a memory from university when walking under an umbrella with an Yan. It was a rainy time in the city, and Xuan and an Yan often went to the canteen together, leaving a deep impression. Sensing Xuan's moment of distraction, a cold smile appeared on Shen Mu's lips. Then, like a wandering dragon, the sword peeled away layer by layer of the rain curtain and headed straight for Xuan's forehead. But in the next moment, the sword in Shen Mu's hand shattered with a bang. Along with it, the sky full of the rain curtain dissipated. Shen Mu's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Xuan's mind to be so firm, completely unaffected by the outside world. However, his reaction was not slow. Almost as the rain curtain dispersed, Shen Mu uttered for words, remaining snow. Drinking alone. The sword in his left hand named to fingers, then enveloped the entire field. In an instant, snowflakes drifted down on the arena, as well as the stands. The chill was so intense that it sent shivers down one's spine. But this coldness was different from before, devoid of any killing intent. It just made people involuntarily want to huddle up. Yet, this feeling blended perfectly with the subsequent drinking alone. Imagine this, outside is a snowstorm, yet you sit alone in a warm room, drinking by yourself. What a sense of loneliness and desolation it brings, right? But unlike the loneliness brought by listening to rain, the remaining snow and drinking alone evoke the vulnerabilities deep in everyone's hearts. At some point, You may want to drink alone and forget about things. The swirling snowflakes provided the perfect opportunity for this. This time, almost everyone in the stands was immersed in the illusions and couldn't free themselves. Only a few were unaffected. Confucian Camp's second master Zhang Jixing couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy truly lives up to the reputation of the Shen family's extraordinary genius. Look at the incredible skills he has displayed. It's truly breathtaking." But the Grandmaster Yan Jingcheng's expression was cold as he said, "If it's only this, then he's already lost." Lost? How is that possible? Because a swordsman's sword is meant to kill, not to perform tricks, Yan Jingcheng said slowly. Indeed, at the same moment, all those in the stands who were not affected by the sword intent secretly shook their heads. The 10-finger sword seemed powerful, but was actually just ostentatious, having no effect on real masters. Like now, a mocking smile appeared on Zhu An's face. "A very exciting performance, but do you really think this can defeat me?" Shen Mu shook his head. "No. In fact, I didn't plan to win against you using this. Oh. So what is the purpose now?" Shen Mu's face displayed solemnity, "Because I must unleash the 9 swords before I can present my strongest sword." With that, an immense sword intent rose straight out of Shen Mu's head, shaking the entire battlefield. Then Shen Mu clasped his hands together, his eyes shining brightly. "This sword is called Kill." With those words, a sword intent slashed out, instantly splitting the arena, with even the barrier formations beginning to violently shake. The exclamation of surprise from Yue King Huan in the stands was just the beginning. Silence! Extreme silence! Almost everyone was stunned as they watched the stage. Zhuan was seen holding a small crimson sword in front of Shen Mu, the tip of the sword pointing directly at his forehead. A trickle of fresh blood was winding down Shen Mu's wrist. Zhu, and calmly said, "You've lost." 3 simple words, but they seemed to strike like a thunderbolt, leaving many in disbelief, especially the Shen family members, who couldn't believe what they were seeing. Shen Hongyi muttered to herself, pale-faced, This is impossible." No wonder she was so shocked. It was truly unbelievable. Because when Zhuan fought against her before, it took great effort and even severe injuries to defeat her. Not to mention the times when Zhuan fought against her unreliable cousin, Shen Gaoch. So before this battle, Shen Hongyi thought that even if Zhuan won, it would be a costly victory. Zhuan would surely have to pay a heavy price. But to her surprise, all her assumptions fell flat. Throughout the battle, aside from Shen Mu's nearly theatrical 9-sword display, there was only one sword. Just one sword. And it was enough to break Shen Mu's sword, rendering him helpless. How powerful must one be to achieve this? Many others were equally shocked. Yue Shifeng on the viewing platform couldn't help but sigh softly. "It's terrifying. This guy has grown so fast, I probably wouldn't even be his match now." Perhaps the previous sword strike was too fast for many to comprehend, as Shen Mu was defeated. But someone as strong as Yue Shifeng could see clearly. Under the powerful strike of Shen Mu's sword, Zhuan drew his sword just in time to defend himself. And Shen Mu's sword broke. Yes, it was that simple. No frills, Shen Mu was defeated. When strength reaches a certain level, this is how it goes. All skills ultimately stem from not having enough strength. When your strength is sufficient, a simple sword strike is enough to crush any opponent. Yue King Huan breathed a sigh of relief at this moment and happily said, "Isn't it normal to defeat you?" Hearing this, Yue Shifeng could only laugh wryly. Zhuan hadn't done much yet, and Yue King Huan was already speaking up for him. What if something more happened? It seemed being outgoing was true after all. Not to mention the commotion on the viewing platform, Shen Mu on the arena. His face couldn't be described as anything but ugly. Especially in his eyes, there was an incredulous look. Clearly, he still couldn't believe that he had lost. Seeing this, Zhuan smiled slightly. "I know you're not happy now, but a loss is a loss. If I hadn't shown mercy, you might be a corpse by now." Shen Mu's face turned even darker, staring at Zhuan. What sword technique was that just now? It wasn't a sword technique, nor was it sword intent, just a simple sword strike. Zhuan said lightly. Shen Mu's pupils shrank to the size of a needle, as he realized a terrifying fact from Zhuan's words. The gap between them was no longer measurable by conventional means. While he was stuck on sword intent and techniques, Zhuan had simplified it to the ultimate level of striking the heart directly. And that level, even within the Shen family, was rare. Sensing Shen Mu's horror, Zuin smiled lightly and then turned his gaze to the small crimson sword in his hand. You should be very familiar with this sword. Shen family sword heart, passed down by my Aunt Jing. Very good. But do you know why your Aunt Jing left the Shen family and went to the distant celestial realms? Shen Mu was startled. He didn't know these details. When Aunt Jing left the Shen family, Shen Mu hadn't been born yet. Though he had heard bits and pieces about her, he didn't know the specifics. Seeing Shen Mu's confusion, Zuin spoke coldly. Do you consider yourself a genius? Shen Mu wanted to say yes, but the words were stuck in his throat. Yes. He had been defeated by the other side and had no right to call himself a genius. While he hesitated, Zuin continued, You are indeed a genius, a top-tier genius, which is why you have such remarkable sword skills at this age. Shen Mu was puzzled, not understanding why his opponent suddenly praised him. But then Zuin continued, But you are not a true genius because everything you have achieved is like a sandcastle on the beach, collapsing at the slightest breeze. Shen Mu showed signs of disbelief. Of course, you feel dissatisfied, but what I'm saying is true because you have never faced even a hint of pressure from childhood to now, which has blinded you to many things. And that is your biggest weakness. Shen Mu trembled all over, murmuring to himself, the biggest weakness. After a long moment, he slowly raised his head, ignoring the blood mark on his forehead from the sword tip. In a low voice, he asked, Why are you telling me all this? Simple. I want you to know what a real genius is, and that person is the owner of this sword, your Aunt Jing. Then, Zuan's eyes flashed, and he directly transmitted multiple pieces of information to Shen Mu through his divine sense. Shen Mu trembled, looking confused. It was only after a long time that he trembled and said, Is this all true? Of course. Do you think I would lie to you about this? Zuan said lightly. Shen Mu almost lost his composure, muttering in disbelief, This is impossible. This can't be true. Growing up, Shen Mu had always been proud of being a Shen family descendant. But today, the shining image of the Shen family in his mind had completely collapsed. When the entire Tianwei celestial realm was engaged in battle, the Shen family remained indifferent to the invasion of evil creatures. The pride of the sword cultivator has been shattered. This blow to a young man was beyond imagination. His eyes gradually lost focus, a sign that his sword heart was about to shatter. In addition, with the chaos looming in the sky above, Shen Mu's strength is astonishing. It would be a pity for him to fall on the arena just like that. That's why he told him all the details of the incident. Shen Mu's reaction was also within his expectations. Just as his sword heart was about to collapse, Zuin suddenly took a deep breath and then coldly said, The events of the past were not your doing. What you should do now is to return to the Shen family and then find out who issued this order back then in order to rectify some mistakes. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, awakening Shen Mu from self-blame and confusion. Yes, what I should do now is to go back home, confront the manager and the family head face to face. Thinking of this, Shen Mu's spirit quickly recovered, and then with a firm expression, he said to Zuan, Thank you. This thank you came from the bottom of his heart. Not only because Zuan revealed many truths he had never heard before, but also because Zuan completely defeated his arrogance. A person should have pride, but not arrogance, especially for a sword cultivator whose life is dedicated to the sword. However, Shen Mu mistook arrogance for pride, so even though his strength was high, his realm did not match. That's the reason why he secluded himself for cultivation, to temper his mind through seclusion. But even after many years of seclusion, the trace of arrogance in his heart still did not disappear, but rather became more deeply hidden. That's why he suffered a tragic defeat at the hands of Zuan with just one move. At this moment, Shen Mu felt that although there were many cracks on his sword heart, the anger was gone, making it clear and pure. This obviously had great benefits for his future cultivation. Zuan smiled faintly. No need to be polite. Shen Mu nodded and didn't say anything more, rising directly into the sky and disappearing from the arena. The whole process was done without him glancing at anyone else, just leaving decisively. The whole place fell into dead silence. Especially Shen Hongyi and others were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that such a big turnaround would happen? And Shen Mu, as the absolute master of the Shen family this time, actually left like that. Zhang Jixing from the Confucian camp couldn't help but chuckle. This Shenmue is really a clever person, don't you think, senior brother? He didn't finish the sentence because he noticed that his senior brother's expression suddenly became extremely unpleasant. There was even a hint of fear in his eyes. What's going on? Zhang Jixing followed Yan Jingchang's gaze, only to see Zhu Un standing on the arena. At the same time, not only Yan Jingchang, but also Mo family's giant Mo Kong, Yue Shifang, He Tiangshuan, and many others, all had extremely serious expressions. In a corner of the stands, Yang Ju's descendant Yang Qin, who was leisurely drinking tea, also sat up straight, then slightly narrowed his eyes that were half amber and half black. This aura! At the same time, Zuan's lips gradually curved upwards, revealing a smile of anticipation, then turned to look somewhere on the arena. After watching this grand show for so long, are you finally willing to show yourself? Who was he talking to? Many people in the stands looked confused. But at that moment, a crisp round of applause came from the void, followed by someone saying with a smile that wasn't a smile, "I must say, this grand show is truly wonderful." As the voice fell, a figure slowly appeared above the arena. As soon as this figure appeared, the whole place erupted into a commotion. The members of the Yin-Yang faction, who were originally sitting in the center of the stands, all stood up and bowed to this figure. Greetings to the Eastern Emperor. Yes. The figure that appeared here was indeed the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. Speaking of this first person of the Yin-Yang faction, the most mysterious strong person in Tianhuai, he had only appeared once at the beginning of the 100 Families Conference. Then, he turned into a statue and disappeared. So some people had been curious about where he went. It was not until now, when they saw that figure floating above the arena, wearing a gorgeous robe, with his face covered in chaos, that many people felt a deep sense of awe from the depths of their souls. It was as if this figure, and themselves, were no longer beings in the same dimension. This strange sight also made Yue Shifang, and others' pupils slightly contract. But Zhu Un was calm and fearless, just coldly staring at the figure not far away, then slowly said, "Should I address you as the Eastern Emperor, or call you a demon?" This statement was like a thunderbolt, making everyone in the audience alarmed. Among the Yin-Yang faction, Princess Yu Hua, who was kneeling on the ground, shuddered. Many suspicions that had long been buried deep in her heart were finally answered at this moment. And it was at this moment that the Eastern Emperor Taiyi suddenly laughed heartily. "Zuan, it seems I underestimated you. So you already knew." Zuan looked up, his eyes as bright as snow. "Of course, after all, I have always remembered the breaking of the heavens boundary by that finger from the past." Yue King Huan on the stands trembled all over, showing an infinite look of horror in her eyes. Because she had personally participated in that great battle, she naturally knew how terrifying that earth-shattering finger was. Never did she expect that the one who had acted would turn out to be the Eastern Emperor Taiyi of the Yin-Yang faction. Not to mention the shock of the audience, only to hear the Eastern Emperor Taiyi burst into laughter. "Yes, indeed, that one finger was indeed my doing. But unfortunately, due to the limitations of the heavens boundary, only those with the power of a saint or below could pass through. So I could not crush you." With that, he suddenly remembered something, and a hint of fear and greed appeared in his tone. "I can sense that the woman who hurt me back then is now hiding in your sea of consciousness, right? And what if she is?" Zhu Un didn't hide anything, because in front of such an extraordinary being, any concealment would be futile. "Heh, not bad. I just want to capture that woman who could hurt me after killing you and study her carefully." The Eastern Emperor Taiyi chuckled strangely. Zhu Un was not angry. He knew very well that anger was useless when facing such an existence. In fact, from the moment he set foot on this battlefield, he knew who the ultimate boss was. But he still came without hesitation, because everything ultimately had to come to an end. Moreover, he had been preparing for this moment for too long. But in the next second, a sentence from the Eastern Emperor Taiyi made Zuan's face change dramatically. "Zuan, do you know why I went to great lengths to make a move in this 100 Families Conference? All because I wanted to delay your time through this matter. In fact, someone had already gone to the heavens where you are, at the beginning of the incident. I estimate the plan has been completed by now." Ha ha ha! Kezuan finally understood, and his face became extremely ugly, with infinite anger in his eyes. "What have you all done?" Dong Emperor Taiyi laughed heartily. "It's rare. Kezuan, are you finally feeling fear now?" As he spoke, Dong Emperor Taiyi suppressed his laughter, his face showing a strong sense of mockery. Actually, you should be very clear that the most effective way to destroy a race is not to eliminate their physical bodies, because people will continue to reproduce. If you can't completely eradicate them, simply destroying their bodies is useless. The truly effective method is to destroy the soul that the race depends on for survival. And what you are most proud of, and also what makes us all feel helpless, is your nearly unsolvable unity and spirit of sacrifice. Once upon a time, our army of evil creatures almost slaughtered all of your Hwazhu cultivators, but even so, you did not submit. Instead, you gave birth to a freak like yourself, who gathered the cha of the world and repeatedly opposed us. So I began to reflect, and finally realized a fact that if we want to completely destroy your Hwazhu race, the only way is to first break your backbone, strip away your integrity, make you no longer united, and sneer at heroes who dare to sacrifice. In this way, even if your Hwazhu race still exists, it is essentially dead. What do you think of this plan, Zuin? Dong Emperor Taiyi asked, full of pride. Zuin felt like he was in an ice cellar, a bone-chilling coldness surging from the depths of his soul, causing him to shiver. There was no other reason than that the plan was too vicious and insidious. It even exceeded all the conspiracies against the Hwazhu in the past. It could be confirmed that if this plan were truly implemented and successful, the Hwazhu would truly fall into an irredeemable situation. After all, a nation without heroes is pitiful, but a nation with heroes that are not cherished, but instead maliciously criticized is even more pitiful and shameful. The reason why the Hwazhu have been able to survive through tens of thousands of years, even though they have declined from a race that once occupied a vast expanse of the stars to residing in a corner of Earth, is that the spirit within the Hwazhu remains. As long as this righteousness does not disperse, even in the face of great storms and terrifying enemies, the Hwazhu will die and resurrect. However, now, Dong Emperor Taiyi wickedly wanted to erase all the efforts of the Hwazhu from the root. So Zuin felt a bone-chilling coldness. But then he reluctantly calmed down and asked in a hoarse voice, "This is impossible. The spirit of the Hwazhu is immortal. Can you, a monster, really eliminate it with a few words?" Dong Emperor Taiyi laughed heartily, seeming excited today, laughing wildly at every opportunity. "Good question. I personally cannot do it. In fact, even someone stronger than me cannot do it. But the point is we cannot do it, but there are those who can too." Zuin asked sternly. "Heh. The only ones who can defeat your Hwazhu are yourselves. As long as we find the traitors within the Hwazhu willing to cooperate with us, then with a little temptation, they will actively betray their ancestors and push down everything the Hwazhu are proud of. And with our external influence, such as erasing any traces of your existence and fabricating some false facts, causing even the clear-minded individuals in the Hwazhu to doubt themselves, believing that the heroes of the past were all fake, thus shattering the final bone of the Hwazhu. How long do you think your Hwazhu will hold out then?" Zuin was scared. Once, he fell into the whirlpool of time with a mortal body, entered various heavens, faced countless gods and demons, and he was not afraid. He worked hard in cultivation, attracted many envious eyes, even provoked many major families, yet he was not afraid. Later, when seeking to transcend to become an immortal, his body was shattered by heavenly tribulation. He survived a near-death experience. He still felt no fear. Even later, facing evil spirits throughout the heavens with his own body, with a strength almost desperate, he still did not feel a hint of fear. But now, Zuin truly felt fear. This fear seeped into his marrow, causing him to tremble slightly all over, his teeth chattering. If what Dong Emperor Taiyi said was true and already in action, this would be the greatest crisis Zuin had faced since his cultivation and rebirth, without comparison. It seemed that Dong Emperor Taiyi sensed Zuin's fear, his excited tone turning more sinister. "Zuin, frankly, I actually admire you very much. After all, you have come this far by your own efforts, disrupting my plans and those of many others. But do you really think we are afraid of you? You're wrong. We are only unable to act directly against you for some reason. But today, you won't have such good luck anymore. Because I have been waiting diligently for this moment, intending to disrupt the Celestial Order with the help of these participants in the 100 Schools Conference. Now that the situation is set, Zuin, your fate will be personally crafted by me." Lastly, a surge of evil cha enveloped Dong Emperor Taiyi's body, quickly spreading across the entire venue. A commotion arose in the stands. Previously, the conversation between Dong Emperor Taiyi and Zuin had been conducted in a shielded state, so the audience had not heard it. But now, the genuine evil Che emanating from Dong Emperor Taiyi could not be disguised. At this moment, many people suddenly realized this ultimate boss of yin and yang was indeed a fiend. With this thought, turmoil quickly erupted in the arena. Even though it had been a long time, the deep-seated hatred between the various celestial sects and the fiends remained strong. Therefore, upon sensing the overwhelming evil Che, many people showed anger on their faces and were ready to act. The two heads of the Confucian school looked at each other, then drew their swords one after another. A gentleman wears a sword to display his virtue. But sometimes, the sword of a gentleman can also kill. Their movements were swift, but even quicker were the Mohists. The giant of the Mo school, Mo Kong, sighed lightly. This fellow has been hiding for thousands of years and finally revealed himself. With that, he shouted in a deep voice, "Mohists, follow orders." "Yes, sir. Rise and kill the enemy." Is the only hope in this dead end really Zuan? After all, he is dressed all in white. As for Yue Shifang, Yue Qinghuan, and others, they have already set off and are charging towards the arena. Just then, Donghuang Taiyi sneered. "A bunch of insignificant people dare to challenge me in my presence." As he spoke, the three shadow gods among the yin-yang faction soared into the sky, then roared and revealed their true forms. These three turned out to be top-level evil creatures, emitting a thick mist upon their appearance that enveloped the entire viewing platform. Soon after, roars and sounds of fighting could be heard from within the mist. Donghuang Taiyi leisurely glanced at Zuan, then chuckled. "Are you counting on these people to help you? Let me tell you the truth, they can hardly even protect themselves now. Remember the people from the Zhenwu Taoist temple who were just slaughtered by that Zhenwu child? They are now under the command of my black cloth underlings, heading towards the major sects. They've probably already started fighting by now." These words pierced through the mist and reached everyone's ears. Everyone trembled in unison, feeling infinite anger and fear. After all, many elite members of various sects had gathered for this 100 schools assembly, leading to a vacuum within their own sects. If evil creatures were to invade in full force at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. This showed how cunning and ruthless Donghuang Taiyi's plan was, aiming to wipe out all the major sects within the Tianhuai realm. In an instant, a fire ignited in everyone's hearts, and without hesitation, they rushed into the mist, trying to break through the encirclement and quickly return to their respective sects. However, the three shadow gods of the yin-yang faction cackled in response to the scene. "Trying to break free isn't that simple. Today, our master has ordered all of your deaths, and not a single one of you can escape." With that, the three shadow gods teamed up and engaged in battle with the people on the misty platform. As the fight ensued, everyone was shocked to discover that the strength of these three shadow gods far surpassed that of the average saint. Especially when they joined forces, their power reached an unimaginable level. Even experts like Yue Shifang, Yan Jingcheng, and others struggled in the face of this formidable force. "The mist is the problem!" suddenly exclaimed Jiushin Zhuanu. Everyone shuddered. "Within this mist, our power is being suppressed, while the strength of these evil creatures is greatly enhanced. If we can't dispel this mist, we won't be able to leave." Jiushin Zhuanu continued. Upon hearing this, many immediately tried to attack the mist, but neither the power of true fire nor the cold Che had any effect on it. Just then, Yan Jingcheng gave a low shout and released a surge of righteousness that cut through the mist in front of him, creating a path. However, before anyone could rejoice, the mist surged back in, engulfing everything within moments. The same situation occurred when Hishin Zhuan made a similar effort, temporarily slicing a path before the mist quickly covered everything again. The faces of the strong became solemn. Meanwhile, the three shadow gods cackled arrogantly at the scene. TSK, this mist is a precious gift bestowed by the master. How can you guys break it? I advise you to obediently accept death, to avoid unnecessary suffering. Just then, a childish voice suddenly came from the crowd. "I seem to have a way to deal with this mist." Everyone turned to see a young girl standing behind the crowd, blinking her big, innocent eyes at them. Many felt dejected at the sight. After all, this little girl seemed to be only 6 or 7 years old. What could she possibly do? But just as everyone felt despair, Jiushin Zhuanu exclaimed in excitement, "Zi Hulu, do you really have a way to deal with this mist?" "Yes." It was the mysterious Zi Hulu speaking, and she nodded. "I should be able to, but it will cost me a lot of energy, so I need. Zhulu raised 3 fingers. I need 30 top-quality gemstones. Before the words finished, Liu Yang directly opened his storage space and poured out at least 100 top-quality gemstones. Is this enough for you to see? Zhulu's eyes lit up, muttering to herself, damn, looks like I need more. She then nodded, almost there. With that, she opened her mouth, and the gemstones immediately floated up, eagerly flying into her mouth. In the blink of an eye, over 100 gemstones entered Zhulu's belly. She patted her stomach contentedly, took a deep breath, and said, please step aside, everyone. I'm going to use my power. Jiushin Zhuanu and Yue Qinghuan eagerly made way, but many others remained skeptical, thinking what could a little girl do? However, the next second, these doubters paid the price for underestimating her. Zhulu suddenly took a deep breath. In an instant, a tremendous force centered on her nostrils spread out, forming a massive vortex. Some who were close were directly pulled by the powerful suction and stumbled, but none seemed angry. This was because, at that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded before them. Countless mist was pulled into the vortex, transforming into 2 long white lines that were sucked into Zhulu's belly. The speed was astonishing, and in almost an instant, the dense mist had become sparse. Witnessing this, the 3 shadow gods, who had deemed these people already doomed, shuddered. Where did this little girl come from? How dare she disrupt our plans? Seeking death. Left Shadow God roared in anger, extending his tentacles, intending to kill Zhulu outright. However, the onlookers couldn't let them have their way. Just as the tentacles reached halfway, a cold shout rang out. Insignificant creatures, dare to act recklessly in front of me. With that, a killing intent swept down, severing the thick tentacle. Left Shadow God howled in agony. Who did this? Yue Shifang's figure appeared before Zhulu, who was still absorbed in dispelling the mist, and said coldly, it was me. You all deserve to die. The 3 shadow gods roared in anger and launched an all-out attack. Meanwhile, on the arena, Donghuang Taiyi and Zuan were still locked in a standoff. Donghuang Taiyi just smirked. Zuan, are you ready to surrender now? Or are you intending to struggle in vain until death? Zuan slowly lifted his head, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the evil creature before him. Though the figure was small, in Zuan's mind, Donghuang Taiyi's image stood tall like a terrifying demon tree, sending chills down his spine. As the words fell, a drop of deep crimson blood suddenly seeped from Zuan's forehead. This blood, as soon as it appeared, began to grow at an astonishing speed and in the blink of an eye transformed into a swaying red lotus. It was none other than Zuan's long-unused Red Lotus secret technique. In fact, after reaching the level of Dao Ancestor, Zuan seldom used his secret techniques. By the time he became a Dao Saint, Zuan could easily overwhelm all opponents with just his pure strength, not needing any secret techniques. However, on this day, Zuan didn't hesitate to display the Red Lotus secret technique from the beginning. It was evident how cautious he was towards Donghuang Taiyi. And this was just the beginning. As the Red Lotus took form, a tremendous force of karma instantly infused into it, perfectly blending together. The Karma Red Lotus. It was once Zuan's ultimate technique. Especially after reaching the level of Dao Saint, the power of karma he could invoke had reached an inconceivable level. When these two merged, even the sturdy space of the arena groaned under the immense pressure. Despite witnessing this scene, Donghuang Taiyi showed no hint of nervousness. On the contrary, he wore a playful expression as if observing a new toy. Boom! At that moment, blazing flames suddenly rose from the Karma Red Lotus. The flames were almost transparent, yet their scorching heat could be felt even from a distance. It was then that Donghuang Taiyi chuckled. Quite interesting, combining the residual fire seeds of Jurong with various celestial fires. Not a bad idea. The culmination of the 3 key secret techniques, Karma, Lotus, and Fired, in a single strike, but to Donghuang Taiyi, it merely elicited a casual remark. His indifference and disdain were maddening. However, Zuan remained coldly focused on Donghuang Taiyi, taking a deep breath and channeling his entire cultivation into the attack. Dealing with such a supreme evil required utmost care. As for his show of disdain, Zuan treated it as if he hadn't seen it. In an instant, under the infusion of overwhelming cultivation, the Red Lotus began to slowly bloom. And just as the lotus fully bloomed, Zuan, with thunderous force, charged towards Donghuang Taiyi. This strike gathered all of Zuan's power since becoming a Dao Saint, his strongest attack. Zuan had no intention of holding back, believing that the only way to defeat this evil was to do so decisively. True masters often fought this way, as any reservation could lead to cruel defeat. Hence, Zuan charged at Dong Huang Taiyi without hesitation, his eyes reflecting determination. But then, Dong Huang Taiyi's lips curved into a mocking smile, before calmly uttering, "Retreat." Despite having nearly reached him, the Red Lotus suspended in midair stopped abruptly and shattered at the sound of his command. Neither karma nor fire could withstand this casual command. As for Zuan, he grunted and was forcefully thrown back hundreds of meters by an invisible force, only coming to a stop at the edge of the arena's barrier formation. It wasn't just an attack. In fact, Dong Huang Taiyi hadn't even made a move, simply ordering a retreat. All of Zuan's attacks were crushed, and he himself suffered a severe blow. The power gap displayed here had grown to a despairing degree. Dong Huang Taiyi burst into laughter, sounding arrogant. "Zuan, do you finally concede defeat, Zu?" Unstood in the empty space, silent. Dong Huang Taiyi sneered. "Zuan, I advise you to stop being stubborn, surrender, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will endure extreme agony before death." "Surrender," Zuan murmured. "Exactly, surrender. You see, all your efforts are just a joke in front of me. I don't even need to lift a finger. With just a word, I can defeat you. So, what do you have to fight against me?" Dong Huang Taiyi said casually. Zuan smiled slowly. "You are not invulnerable. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone to such lengths to set up this trap against me. You must have weaknesses and vulnerabilities. I just haven't found them yet." Dong Huang Taiyi's smile turned cold. "So, you insist on refusing the toast and tasting the penalties? I told you, I don't choose anything. I just want you dead." As the words fell, a red lotus reappeared on Zuan's forehead, and once again, he launched it towards Dong Huang Taiyi. "You know it's useless. Why persist in being stubborn?" Dong Huang Taiyi sighed lightly. The lotus stopped in front of Dong Huang Taiyi and shattered once again. But at that moment, as the lotus turned into a mist of blood in the air, a small crimson sword pierced through the space and aimed directly at Dong Huang Taiyi's forehead. The timing was impeccable. Just as the lotus shattered, Zuan's sword had arrived. However, in that instant, Dong Huang Taiyi had vanished from his original position. Ju unsensed something was amiss as his sword tip missed its mark, and almost instantly, he changed the direction of his attack. But at that moment, an extremely cold voice resonated in his ear. "Kill!" Boom! Zu felt his heart stop beating for a moment. His blood, which had been flowing incessantly in his veins, also stopped. A great sense of powerlessness surged, nearly driving Zuan to despair. Suddenly, a warmth emanated from Zuan's forehead. This warmth was like pressing the play button, causing his heart, which had stopped, to beat again. Thud! A muffled sound from deep within his chest broke the deadlock in Zuan's body, allowing his blood to flow again. He then hastily retreated, seeking some distance before barely managing to stand. His complexion was now as pale as paper, with thin streaks of blood trickling down from his eyes. It was a result of his eyeball rupturing under the immense pressure. When it comes to this, a strong sense of greed appeared in the eyes of Dong Huang Taiyi. The impression in Yan left on him was too deep. He actually directly defeated his attack with a power so humble that it couldn't get any lower. Although due to the barrier between the two realms, the finger that Dong Huang Taiyi reached out only equated to the power of an average saint. But that was already the limit of the battle power of the heavens. It could be said that crushing all the strong ones of the heavens with just one finger was no problem. At least at that time, Zuan felt immense pressure. However, he never expected that at this moment, a very mysterious aura erupted from Yan's body. Not only did it instantly defeat his attack, but it also caused a slight injury to his main body far in the heavenly realm. What does this mean? It means that this woman harbors a secret that even Dong Huang Taiyi cannot see through. The strength and vastness of that aura made him shudder every time he recollected it. So he spared no effort to set up this deadly game, one to completely eliminate Zuan, and to capture Yan for further study. Zuan silently wiped away the blood from his face, and then rushed forward again. It's useless to say anything now. Relying on verbal arguments will only make things worse. In the end, everything will be determined by strength. So he completely ignored Dong Huang Taiyi's threats and charges, once again trying to find a weakness. Thus, the human and the demon started a great battle on the arena. At the same time in the viewing platform, another battle was taking place. But the situation had changed slightly. Different from the initial complete suppression, at this moment, the 100 Schools army could now match the 3 shadows of the Yin-Yang School. Although still at a disadvantage, at least they were no longer just taking hits without being able to retaliate like at the beginning. And all of this was thanks to the small gourd desperately absorbing the mist. People were well aware that once this mist was completely eliminated, the advantage of the Yin-Yang School would no longer exist. The 3 shadows also understood this, so they roared and focused their attacks on the small gourd. However, despite their efforts, protected by Yue Shifeng, Jiu Tiajuan Nu, and others, their attacks couldn't even touch the small gourd. As the mist became thinner and thinner, all the 3 shadows felt anxious. Blocking these 100 schools was an order from Lord Dong Huang, and if they failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the 3 shadows exchanged glances, and then the left and right shadows raised their heads and let out a painful roar. Along with the roar, their bodies directly exploded, turning into a murky blood mist that merged into the body of one of the shadow gods. In an instant, the once robust body of the shadow god swelled rapidly to an unimaginable height. Not only that, but numerous eyes grew on the sticky body, causing chills and nausea at just one glance. After merging, the shadow god suddenly opened its gaping mouth and spewed countless black mists. As the black mist emerged, it seemed to cover the sky, quickly dimming the daylight. People felt a sudden increase in pressure, their recovered strength stagnating. But this was just the beginning. Just then, a cry rang out, "Gourd, what's wrong with you?" Everyone turned to see that the small gourd, which had been frantically absorbing the mist, had collapsed on the ground. Aoshu hurried over, lifted her up, and upon closer inspection, she found her face black, eyes closed tight, body stiff, showing signs of poisoning. At this moment, Cha Wenliang also rushed over and, after observing for a moment, incredulously said, "She's poisoned." But what's puzzling is how can she, neither human nor demon, be poisoned? Cha Wenliang was at a loss to explain. But there was no time to ponder on it now, because at that moment, the black mist had covered the entire viewing platform. Many felt their breath restricted, their cultivation plummeting. Some even collapsed to the ground, apparently poisoned. The situation became extremely critical, especially when the only one capable of absorbing the black mist, the small gourd, had also fallen. Despair deepened among the crowd. Seeing this, the shadow god burst into maniacal laughter. "It's useless. This black mist is our life skill, incredibly poisonous. Once touched, there's no cure. Today, you shall all accept your fate." Hearing this, many faces turned despairing. But with the black mist's pressure, their forces were rendered powerless against the shadow god's threats. Did they all have to meet their end here today? Just as this thought arose in everyone's minds, a figure suddenly dashed out from the yin-yang camp behind the shadow god, moving at lightning speed only to arrive behind the shadow god. Then, a bright lunar radiance appeared and crashed violently into the shadow god's body. With a loud bang, the shadow god let out an agonizing scream. "Moon Hua Zhongjun, how dare you betray the sect?" Yes, the one attacking was Moon Hua Zhongjun, standing unperturbed in the same spot, calmly saying, "The sect has long ceased to exist. The current Yin-Yang School is nothing but a nest for evil beings. So, all of you shall die." He then conjured 9 rounds of lunar radiance over his head, plucking them with ease and hurling them at the shadow god. Because the shadow god had no defenses in the beginning, he became a victim of Moon Hua Zhongchun's attack, able only to defend himself but not fight back. Adding Moon Hua Zhongchun's unending onslaught of lunar radiance, the shadow god could only roar in fury without any means to counter it. Witnessing this, the 100 Schools members were all stunned. Just then, Moon Hua Zhongjun shouted, "What are you standing around for? Hurry, go!" Another round of lunar radiance descended, entwining the people from the 100 Schools. In front of this lunar radiance, the black mist dissipated like snow, quickly revealing a large hole. "Quick, go!" The people snapped out of their daze and rushed towards the passage. Seeing this, the shadow god was furious. "Moon Hua Zhongjun, you ruined Lord Dong Huang's plan. Have you ever thought about the consequences?" Moon Hua Zhongchun's face turned pale, but his gaze was as bright as snow. You are mistaken. Lord Donghuang has long been dead. The one occupying that body is just a filthy demon. Roar, roar, roar. The shadow god kept roaring. Just then, all of Moon Hua Zhongchun's lunar radiance had fallen. The enormous consumption in such a short period left him staggering, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Seeing this, the shadow god finally saw an opportunity, opening its bloodthirsty maw to bite at Moon Hua Zhongjun. Be careful. Yue Shifeng, who was urging the people from the 100 schools to move towards the passage, shouted in alarm. Moon Hua Zhongjun turned to him and smiled. Thank you. Boom! With a deafening roar, the endless moonlight exploded, completely engulfing the mysterious shadow god in an instant. Self-destructing body. Are you insane, Moonlight Lord? A voice of extreme terror came from the vast light. I'm not insane. All I want is for you all to die. The voice of Moonlight Lord sounded. Even at this moment, his voice remained calm, and even carried a sense of inexplicable relief. With his words, the already dazzling moonlight erupted once again. No! The shadow god howled, but soon, the scream abruptly stopped. Along with it, the breath on Moonlight Lord disappeared. Sensing this change, everyone fell silent. Yue Shifeng couldn't help but let out a sigh. So, your final round of brilliance was yourself, huh? He spoke with admiration in his voice. At the same time, the endless moonlight suddenly spread out like raging waves, dispersing the mist wherever it went. Then the scene on the arena appeared before everyone. The once neat and sturdy arena was now riddled with holes. Only Dong Emperor Taiyi stood in the air seemingly unchanged. But at that moment, another dazzling light shot towards him. But the next moment, this light was forcefully repelled and staggered to the ground. It was none other than Zuan. However, the current Zuan had lost the gentlemanly demeanor he had before. His white robe was dyed red with blood, his eyes dim, and a fresh scar carved from his temple to his hairline. This position was extremely dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to severe injury. Seeing this, Yue King Huan and others couldn't help but exclaim, Zuan! Brother An! Despite the calls, Zuan seemed oblivious, standing still, coldly staring at Dong Emperor Taiyi in the air without even lifting his eyelids. Dong Emperor Taiyi casually raised his head, smiling faintly towards the crowd. It seems my useless subordinates have failed after all, but it's fine. With the chaos and fate now, I will capture all of you in one fell swoop. His words were met not with a response, but with a direct strike from Yue Shifeng. Once ranked among the highest, Yue Shifeng, despite being heavily injured for thousands of years, had quickly regained most of his strength after healing. At least now, he had stepped back into the highest realm again. Coupled with his deep aversion to evil entities, his first strike was a powerful move. Boom! The aura of the military descended from the sky, transforming into a grand seal smashing towards Dong Emperor Taiyi. Everywhere it passed, space turned to dust, displaying its formidable power. This was the first time Yue Shifeng had fully exerted himself since re-emerging before the people. Just this one strike made many gasp in shock. The might of the military was terrifying. Yue Shifeng practiced the most noble and majestic military principles, gathering the righteousness of heaven and earth in his attacks, a perfect restraint to a creature like Dong Emperor Taiyi. However, Dong Emperor Taiyi made no effort to dodge. Instead, he coldly smiled. Yue Shifeng, if you were at your peak, I might have feared you a bit. But as you are now, what do you have to fight me with? With a flick of his finger, a crack appeared on the military seal above his head, which then shattered. The display of strength in just that moment was enough to shock everyone present. Yue Shifeng's face whitened slightly. He grunted, taking a few steps back. Brother, are you all right? Yue King Huan immediately asked with concern. Yue Shifeng waved his hand, staring intently at Dong Emperor Taiyi in the distance. Dong Emperor Taiyi, I only ask you, was it you who initiated the turmoil outside the sky thousands of years ago? Yes, so what? Dong Emperor Taiyi sneered. Yue Shifeng nodded. As you admit it, that's enough. With that, he took a deep breath and shouted, Fellow Taoists, this demon strength is too great, not something one person or sect can handle alone. We need to unite our efforts to defeat this evil. Those willing to join me, please rise. Yue Shifeng soared into the air, charging towards the arena. Behind him, Mo family giant Ma Kong chuckled. If Lord Yue has such determination, then Mo family will also assist. The usually reticent Mo family giant was unusually talkative and led 300 Mo family disciples to join the fray. Not only him, the two masters of the Confucian and Taoist schools, the heads of the legalist and agriculturalist schools, the Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden, the Witchcraft Army, and even the manifestation of true martial arts, La Xiao Yaya, all rushed towards the arena. Seeing this scene, Yang Ju's descendant Yang Qin sighed helplessly. Damn, don't want to fight. Despite the complaint, he still rushed to the arena with the others. However, the reason he did so was not to help, but to comply with Dong Emperor Taiyi's clear intentions to capture everyone present, including him. Therefore, Yang Qin, who had always been self-serving, reluctantly had to take action as well. In an instant, the arena turned into a gathering place of heroes. The first thing Yue Qinghuan did when he reached the stage was to rush to Zhu An and ask anxiously, "Are you all right?" Zhu An wiped the blood from his mouth and said softly, "I'm injured, but it's nothing serious." He was about to move forward again when Yue Qinghuan stopped him. "Rest here for now. Leave the rest to my brother and everyone else." Zhu An shook his head. "It's useless. I've already tried. None of the attacks have any effect on him in this world. What should we do?" Zhu An took a deep breath and looked towards Dong Emperor Taiyi, who was being besieged by powerful figures, but remained calm and composed. Determination shone in his eyes. "For now, we must continue to try to find his weaknesses and vulnerabilities. And only I can do this task." Just as Yue Qinghuan was about to say something, a cold laugh came from Dong Emperor Taiyi of the arena. "Insolent fools, dare to provoke me." With that, the crowd that surrounded him was directly pushed back by an invisible force. Yue Shifang and others groaned in pain, clearly injured. This caused a plummet in everyone's morale. After all, the entire cream of the crop from the celestial realms had gathered here. If they couldn't handle Dong Emperor Taiyi, then they truly had no way out. Continue. The light ball flew towards Zhu An at an extremely fast speed and then disappeared into the back of his heart. A hint of blush appeared on Zhu An's face, and he once again charged towards Dong Huang Taiyi. Dong Huang Taiyi looked at Zhu An, who was charging with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Zhu An, you are truly relentless, but what you just said is correct. I am indeed in an invincible state at the moment. However, your idea of finding a loophole is simply wishful thinking, because I have no weaknesses." After saying these words, a dark glint appeared in Dong Huang Taiyi's eyes. Zhu An, who had just charged forward, quickly retreated at an even faster speed, and a hint of abnormal black color appeared on his face. The crowd stirred at this sight. Zhu An waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. However, at this moment, Zhu An also felt a sense of shock and confusion. How many abilities had this Dong Huang Taiyi displayed so far? In fact, from the beginning until now, every time Zhu An charged forward, Dong Huang Taiyi's response was different, but without exception, each response was extremely powerful. However, Zhu An did not believe that anyone could truly excel in all aspects. The question remained, if Dong Huang Taiyi was truly that strong, why bother setting up such a scheme and not just attack directly? Zhu An wanted to figure out what Dong Huang Taiyi excelled at. Only by doing so could he uncover his true nature and find his weakness. But did this mean that he did not even have the qualification to make Dong Huang Taiyi use his strongest move? This was the first time Zhu An had doubted his own strength. Dong Huang Taiyi looked at Zhu An with a playful expression. "How does it feel? Are you beginning to doubt life? Honestly, you should just give up, because my existence is beyond your comprehension. I will say it again, as long as you surrender obediently, I can give you a swift end." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu An suddenly said in a deep voice, "You are afraid." These four words were like a thunderbolt, startling everyone. Dong Huang Taiyi was taken aback and then laughed, saying, "Afraid? I am invincible. Why should I be afraid? As you said, with your current strength, killing me should be a simple task. But you have not acted and instead repeatedly tried to persuade me to surrender. So," Zhu An looked at Dong Huang Taiyi shiningly, "although the situation is chaotic now, you still do not have absolute certainty to not disturb certain beings, so you are thinking of driving me to despair, forcing me to surrender to you, and then letting me take care of myself. Am I right?" Dong Huang Taiyi fell silent, but then sneered, "Correct. I have to admit, Zhu An, you are indeed much smarter than I imagined, but what can you do about it?" Zuan's face reddened gradually. With your power, what are you afraid of? Dong Huang Taiyi suddenly became angry. Who said I am afraid of you? This time Zuan remained calm. Then what do you mean by this now? I just don't want trouble. And Zuan, do you really think I dare not kill you? Even though you have a strong background, I have my own. With this statement, Dong Huang Taiyi realized he had divulged too much information and immediately shut his mouth. However, Zuan immediately caught on to the key point. Background. What background? And what is your background? Dong Huang Taiyi was angry and refused to answer Zuan's questions after revealing such important information. Instead, he took the initiative and attacked Zuan. His speed was extremely fast, reaching a level that seemed almost divine. Yue Shifeng and others nearby could not react in time, watching as Dong Huang Taiyi swooped in to attack Zuan. No! Yue King Huan screamed. Tears filled her eyes instantly. In her eyes, the young man who had touched her heart, even in the face of such a formidable opponent, still stood tall like a sword. But the more he stood firm, the more painful it was for her. What could be more painful than watching the person you love perish before your eyes? As for Aoshu and Mengjuna Sha and others, tears streamed down their faces. However, at that moment, a golden light flashed, and Dong Huang Taiyi retreated in fear. How is this possible? How do you have that? Dong Huang Taiyi asked sharply, his eyes filled with fear. Zuan's eyes had a faint golden light at this moment. This seemingly inconspicuous golden light directly forced Dong Huang Taiyi to retreat in fear. Jiushan Zhuanu, upon seeing this golden light, was greatly shaken because she recognized it. It was the divine light contained in the pill she had given Zuan before. She had not expected Zuan to use it at this moment. Dong Huang Taiyi was obviously very afraid of this golden light. Jiushan Zhuanu's mind raced, and she began to understand something. Yang Jian, who was next to her, asked softly, is this the divine light from back then that saved you? Yes. Jiushan Zhuanu nodded. Yang Jian fell silent. As clever as he was, he naturally understood what this meant. At the same time, facing Dong Huang Taiyi's questioning, Zuan smiled faintly. It's really rare. Now you finally feel fear. This remark was so familiar because Dong Huang Taiyi had said it to Zuan before. Coming out of Zuan's mouth now, it was full of irony. Dong Huang Taiyi's expression changed, and then he gradually calmed down. Yes, I am indeed afraid. But Zuan, the only thing you can rely on now is this residual golden light. Once it disperses, it will be the moment of demise for you and all these people. I believe this moment will come soon. Indeed, the golden light in Zuan's eyes had dimmed slightly by this moment. There was a commotion in the audience. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, there was also a stir. The battlefield had been completely sealed off, and the outside world could not know what was happening inside. This unprecedented scene left many people in the square puzzled and unsure of what was happening. But soon his brows furrowed, and he murmured softly, but such a big evil creature that Gaizuan couldn't possibly not know. Why would he still enter the battlefield? While this person was puzzled, the voice of a discussion not far away caught his attention. A group of fierce-looking men with rough faces were gathered together, whispering to each other. I find it strange. The head chief was standing there just fine a moment ago. How could he suddenly disappear? Exactly. I was just consulting with the head chief a moment ago, wanting to know what we should do later. But he completely ignored me, just standing there blankly, as if his soul had left him. Slapping his thigh, someone agreed. That's right, I feel the same way. Ever since the battlefield closed, the head chief has become very strange. The head chief suddenly disappeared? This man captured these useful points from the people's conversations, but didn't pay too much attention to them. However, the next part of their conversation made this man's heart stir slightly. Actually, the head chief has been acting strange for quite some time now. Days ago, he seemed like a different person. Not only did he suddenly start restricting us, but also demanded us to observe people around us. If we find any trace of evil, we must report it to him immediately. This hooligan's expression visibly turned unnatural. He said this, not to mention the reason behind this order. The key is that he's an evil creature. With our limited strength, do we dare to challenge him? This discussion brought unanimous agreement from these hooligans. Not only that, have you all noticed recently how unusually nice the head chief has been to that woman? Not only have we not heard any scolding, She doesn't even have to attend to him at night. You remember how the head chief used to be, right? I feel the same way. Haven't you noticed how devoted that woman has become to the head chief? Even when the head chief suddenly disappeared, she was the most anxious one, actively searching all over the square. This wouldn't have happened in the past. These discussions made the man who was planning to leave stop in his tracks. Although he was usually carefree, his mind was extremely sharp. Especially these descriptions had an uncanny resemblance to someone's style. And the next sentence confirmed his suspicion. What's even funnier is, just before coming to this square, the head chief actually asked us to be prepared and guard against a rebellion by evil creatures. If found, we must eliminate them at the earliest stage. The hooligan sneered, "This is the territory of the Yin-Yang family, and the place where the 100 Schools convention is held. I don't believe evil creatures have the guts to cause trouble here. But this isn't something we should be concerned with. Frankly, with the head chief's recent strict control, not even allowing us to drink, I'm really fed up. If it weren't for everyone's sake, I would have left long ago." This statement acted as a catalyst, instantly igniting the emotions of these hooligans. Despite usually showing utmost respect in front of the head chief, they were now brimming with complaints as soon as the head chief was absent. "I've had enough of this too. No drinking, no women. What kind of bandit are we? If the head chief keeps this up, we might as well rename the Lifeng stronghold to the monastery." At that moment, these hooligans started to clamor. And at this moment, this man had guessed most of what was happening and looked at these hooligans who were defaming the head chief with a cold smile on his face. Just then, a hooligan said in a heavy voice, "Since everyone seems to be in agreement, and with the sudden disappearance of Bao Huarong, whose life or death is uncertain, we might as well just go against everything." "I have the same intention, yes, but mere words won't do. We have to do something. I propose that later when that woman returns, we first get rid of her. Even if Bao Huarong comes back, no one will dare to oppose us anymore." This proposal was extremely wicked, essentially a declaration of defiance that bound everyone together. So the remaining hooligans looked at each other, seemingly hesitating, but soon they all nodded in agreement. The man coldly glanced at the hooligan who made this evil proposal, noticing the delight on his face and a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Just then, a woman walked back in a daze. It was the woman who followed Bao Huarong, the head chief of Lifeng's stronghold. At this moment, she looked troubled, especially her eyes, which were filled with panic and confusion. Unaware of what was happening, this woman had no suspicion. And the hooligan who had made the vicious proposal earlier now approached her with a polite expression. "How are you, Miss Chen? Did you find the head chief?" Chen Zuohui shook her head and said softly, "No, I searched the entire square, but didn't find any trace of him. How about you guys?" The hooligan pretended to sigh sadly. "We also haven't found the head chief, but we did make another discovery." "Whoa. What discovery?" Chen Zuohui's body trembled, and she hurriedly asked. "There are too many people here. It's inconvenient to talk. Follow me, you'll know when we get there." Chen Zuohui trusted him and followed the hooligan to a secluded spot in the square. With fewer people around and the hindrance from these hooligans, whatever happened there remained unknown to the outside world. "Tell me quickly, what did you discover? Is it about him?" Chen Zuohui asked anxiously. At that moment, the smile on the hooligan's face vanished, replaced by a sinister and evil tone. "It seems you're quite loyal to that Bao Huarong." Chen Zuohui was shocked. "What do you mean?" Just at that moment, with a muffled sound, the woman felt a few warm drops splashing onto her face. She opened her eyes dazedly, only to see the thug, who had just been fierce and wanted to kill her, now turned into a pool of blood on the ground. At the same time, a lazy and worldly voice came from behind the bewildered thugs. TSK, it feels so satisfying to enter the scene at the most critical moment. No wonder Zuin always acts like this every time." With these words, the man walked leisurely. Although his origin and background were unknown, it did not stop the thugs from showing fear towards him. After all, the warm pool of blood on the ground was a reminder, and the culprit must be this nonchalant yet extraordinary man. Consequently, wherever he went, these thugs quickly made way for him. Some thugs on the outer edges even silently moved away, trying to escape. However, as they took a few steps, a flash of white light suddenly burst out from behind the man, striking these thugs severely. Crack! The thug staggered back as if being lashed by a whip and flew out directly. The white light then vanished back behind the man, leaving no trace. No one saw what it was. This unpredictable blow made the thugs instantly obedient, trembling in fear where they stood. The man then casually walked to the woman named Chen Zukui and smiled slightly. "Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. On the contrary, I am a friend of the person you want to find. I don't know any of Bao Huarong's friends," Chen Zukui said coldly. "Heh, who said I'm his friend? I mean who? You should know very well. After all, you also understand that the so-called Bao Huarong no longer exists." Chen Zukui was shocked to her core, looking at the man in disbelief as his words resonated with her true thoughts. She was not a fool, rather a very intelligent woman. Therefore, after spending some time together, she easily deduced that the current leader of Laifeng village was probably someone else in disguise, and the real Bao Huarong was likely long gone. Although she knew this, she had never revealed a hint of it, and now being exposed by this man naturally left her stunned. The man smiled. "Don't be so afraid. Let's get acquainted. I am Zuan's good friend, and my name is Hu Yi." Zuan. This name made Chen Zuhui's expression change dramatically once again. But as sharp as she was, she almost instantly understood that this was likely the truth. However, the more she knew, the more displeased she looked, because it was well known how difficult Zuan's situation was now. He might not survive this Baijia conference. Especially with that sword light that had just rushed out of the battlefield, it was undoubtedly from the Shen family, and even Chen Zuhui understood how terrifying the Shen family's strength was. Seeing Chen Zuhui's changing expression, Hu Yi inwardly sighed. This guy could captivate a woman with just a body that looked like someone else. Should we say he has an astonishing charisma, or is he just cunning enough? Just then, Hu Yi suddenly remembered the disappeared Fan Mengshu, Tang Zhuanyi, and his sister Foxying, and his heart sank. Yes, the one appearing on the Yin and Yang family square right now was indeed the real Hu Yi. And the reason he risked everything to travel through endless paths to arrive here was naturally to find Zuan. This all started because a shocking change occurred in the universe. As for what exactly happened, it's hard to explain in a few words, so I'll give a brief overview. In short, overnight, all traces of Zuan in the universe were wiped out. First, Zuan's existence disappeared from people's memories, then from many cultivators, including powerful individuals Zuan had raised. These people no longer had any recollection of Zuan, as if he never existed. Fan Mengshu, Tang Zhuanyi, and Foxying also vanished. This unbelievable change naturally alarmed Hu Yi. A thorough investigation revealed that not only Earth's population or regular cultivators were affected, even the top-level experts who reached the Immortal Emperor realm had no memory of Zuan. Except for himself, everyone had forgotten Zuan. This bizarre change left Hu Yi fearful, especially when he visited a few old friends in succession and found they had no recollection of Zuan. They even mocked him, wondering if he had lost his mind because there has never been a Red Lotus Immortal Master. Hu Yi almost collapsed. He didn't understand what was happening. A person who had been praised by the universe, recorded in history, suddenly vanished from everyone's memory. Even the traces of Fan Mengshu and Tang Zhuanyi were erased. Moreover, when he checked the family records of the Qingqiu Fox country, he tried to find his sister Foxying's name and discovered only he was listed in this generation. His sister had never existed. Now, Hu Yi finally realized the severity of the situation. It was like an invisible hand had abruptly wiped out all traces of Zuan. So, he made a decision. To go to the heavenly world, find Zuan, and ask what was going on. Thinking of this, he bid farewell to his wife Haru, and embarked on the journey alone. God knew how apprehensive he was during the time before he reached the heavenly world. If there was no trace of Zuan even outside the universe, he wouldn't know what to do. Fortunately, upon arriving at the heavenly world, the first news he heard was about the Baijia conference and Zuan. When he heard this familiar name, Hu Yi was moved to tears, nearly bursting into tears. Without hesitation, he proceeded towards the Yin and Yang family, barely making it to the venue at the last moment. Huxia slightly smiled, then turned to look at the shivering thugs. Since he went to such lengths to control these thugs with his clone, it proves that these people still have some use. So, the most pressing matter is to tame this bunch of guys. Tame. Chen Zui didn't understand at first, but the next second she got it. just as she saw 9 white lights suddenly appear behind Huxia, enveloping the thugs in an instant. When Chen Zui saw the 9 fluffy foxtails, her mouth slightly opened in surprise, her expression becoming somewhat bewildered. Fox spirit. Initially proud, Huxia's face instantly showed a few dark lines. It's a fox immortal, do you understand or not? Isn't that the same thing? Chen Zui looked puzzled. Huxia then sighed. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Forget it. As the dignified 9-tailed celestial fox, I can't be bothered to argue with an ignorant woman like you. With that, Huxia retracted the 9 foxtails and looked at the thugs in the field. The ferocity on his face dissipated, replaced by endless gentleness and submissiveness. Huxia said lightly, "Now I am your master. Do you understand?" "Yes, master." These thugs bowed one after another, responding in unison. Chen Zui's eyes were full of shock. She knew well how stubborn these thugs were. Previously, Zuin had suppressed these thugs with his clone, making them not dare to act recklessly. But as soon as Zuin disappeared, these thugs started to become restless. However, under the hand of this fox spirit, these thugs didn't even protest and were successfully transformed. Sensing Chen Zui's shock, Huxia said quite pleased, "Don't forget I'm a 9-tailed celestial fox. Dealing with this bunch is a piece of cake. Just toss a casual illusion, and they'll repent and start anew." Just as Huxia was self-congratulating, the square suddenly became restless. Then cries of alarm rose one after another. "What's that? Heavens, it's demons! How did these members of the Yin-Yang sect suddenly turn into that?" Along with these exclamations came the spattering of blood and cries of agony. Huxia turned to look. Sure enough, the Yin-Yang sect disciples who were maintaining order around the square suddenly transformed from normal people into terrifying demons, attacking the people around them. Chaos ensued in the square. Huxia's expression turned grave, and he said in a deep voice, "I think I know why Zuin left a clone here." He clearly anticipated that these Yin-Yang sect disciples would reveal their true nature, so he intended to use these thugs to suppress them. With a wave of his hand, these thugs rushed towards the demons without hesitation. Though their strength was limited under Huxia's influence, they became fearless and valiant. With their arrival, they immediately halted the demons' attacks, giving the remaining people a chance to breathe. At the same time, Huxia stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, the Yin-Yang sect has completely fallen, and these demons clearly want to eradicate everyone. To survive, unity is key, don't panic." His words gradually calmed the chaotic crowd. Although the people on the square were not qualified to enter the 100 Families battlefield, being present there proved they were not ordinary individuals. So, when they calmed down, many quickly understood the situation and began to organize a defense against the demons. The strength of the demons that appeared in the square was not too formidable, and with the mediocre strength of the thugs, coupled with their selflessness, casualties were almost wiped out in a short time. By the time the crowd reacted and began to resist, all the thugs from the Li Feng gang had perished. This sacrifice moved many witnesses. "They're from Li Feng gang. It's unbelievable that these robbers and thugs turned out to be so heroic. What thugs? They're all heroes." These discussions reached Huxia's ears, evoking some sentiment within him. Initially, he couldn't understand why Zuin valued the Li Feng gang so much. While they were numerous, their penchant for robbery and pillaging would make them unsuitable for any noble cause. Furthermore, in combating the demons. Now, Huxia finally understood that Zuin intended to use these thugs as pawns from the start. Given their egregious crimes, it was better to let them die for a meaningful cause rather than killing them outright. If things went smoothly, even without Huxia's intervention, Zuan's clone would have forced these thugs into battle. However, with the unforeseen turn of events and Zuan's clone disappearing, the plan almost failed. Realizing this, Huxia couldn't help but gaze up at the imposing statue of Emperor Donghuang Yi. The sun was setting, casting half of the emperor's body in radiant light. Particularly his giant visage, with its detailed features, the eyes sunk in darkness like to unfathomable abysses, sending a chill down one's spine. Huxia's expression grew more solemn. He felt the increasing coldness emanating from the statue. Faintly, it seemed to dominate the space. As for the 100 Families battlefield held in its hand, it appeared fragile like a candle in a storm, ready to extinguish at any moment. Huxia felt a tightness in his heart. "Zuan, please don't have any mishaps. because in these realms, I am the only one who remembers you. If you die again, it's all over. Not only will you not return, but even my sister will completely disappear." Just as Huxia was lost in his thoughts, he heard a voice beside him. "Thank you, sir, for your men's selfless sacrifice that bought us precious time." Huxia turned to see a man with an incredibly pale complexion. When the man saw Huxia, he was momentarily stunned, and then exclaimed in surprise, "Fox Clan." Huxia frowned slightly, feeling something off about the man, and couldn't help but say, after a moment of thought. However, although these people may not have other talents, they are quite skilled with their pens. In the past, a predecessor of the Fox Clan seemed to have offended a destitute scholar for reasons unknown. As a result, this scholar, out of anger, decided to write a story. In the story, foxes often appeared as enchanting female fox spirits who captivated scholars. Surprisingly, this seemingly dull story ended up breaking new ground. These poor scholars, who were usually ignored and unimportant, found the story resonating with them perfectly. After all, even if they were fox spirits, they were still women. The enchanting beauties in the story mesmerized the scholars, who had no sense of existence. So, the scholars began to enthusiastically modify and create more outrageous versions of the story. The female foxes in the story lost all dignity and became like desperate admirers, pursuing the scholars. However, after taking advantage of the situation, the scholars harshly rejected them. When these messy stories spread among the Fox Clan, it greatly angered the fox women. It must be understood that foxes with the ability to transform into human form possess ancient bloodlines and are highly esteemed. Their explosion triggers a chain reaction, with sounds of explosion echoing in the void. In the blink of an eye, these ribbon fish creatures are either dead or severely injured. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the Shen family members, who were celebrating just moments ago, finally relax. Although there were some obstacles, luckily these sword scabbards were not as powerful as imagined, and they were eradicated after a few exchanges. However, unlike the rest, Shen Mu's face becomes increasingly grim. He vaguely senses that if the other party can design demonic entities specifically to counter the Shen family, they will not easily give up. As expected, just as the Shen family members were rejoicing, a voice sneeringly hiding in the distant void chuckles, "Fen Hong, is this what you call a gift for the Shen family?" Fen Hong chuckles, "Don't worry. This is just a small appetizer before the formal feast. See for yourself." The darkness gazes into the distance. Sure enough, right where the ribbon fish entities were just annihilated, black light starts to emerge, rearranging into the slender ribbon fish creatures in the blink of an eye. However, this time, the ribbon fish differ significantly from their previous versions. Their bodies are even slimmer, their scales denser, and most importantly, their eyes glow with a crimson light. These ribbon fish creatures appear, leaving the Shen family members, who were recently celebrating, stunned. I only saw them suddenly open their mouths, revealing mouths full of sharp teeth, and then fiercely bit towards the oncoming swords. Click, click, click. With a sound of crashing, these sword intentions were crushed alive by these demon fish monsters like delicious bones, then chewed and swallowed. After swallowing, looking at these demon fish monsters again, their eyes became increasingly red, and their bodies underwent new changes. The scales on their bodies emitted a cold metallic luster, and many long bone spurs grew on their backs. These bone spurs were thin and sharp, like the tips of sharp swords, intimidating to look at. In the dark void far away, Dark Shadow couldn't help but shudder slightly at the scene. It can evolve on its own. Of course, this is the result of my hard work and efforts. I have studied these monsters meticulously, specifically created to deal with the Shen family. Feng Hong's tone was full of satisfaction. Sure enough, when these evolved demon fish monsters continued to pounce towards the Shen family star domain, the imposing momentum they formed made many of the Shen family sword cultivators change color. Although there were several sword attacks launched in the meantime, the results were worse each time. In the end, they couldn't even slightly slow down the advance of these monsters and were easily bypassed. "Master, what should we do now?" someone asked anxiously. And just as they were speaking, these demon fish monsters had already rushed to a place only 100 miles away from the Shen family star domain. This distance was negligible in the vast void. Before Du Jingsheng could speak, Shen Mu suddenly took a silent step forward and appeared directly in front of these demon fish monsters. Then, his 10 fingers moved rapidly, displaying the supreme skill of the 10-finger sword towards these demon fish monsters. A sword like scorching fire, freezing cold, heavy as a mountain, sharp as a sword, as soft as water, balancing honor and decline like spring, listening to the lonely rain, remaining snow, solitary drinking in desolation. The supreme elegance of the 9 swords merged into the final chapter. Kill. At this moment, Shen Mu's 10-finger sword was much stronger than before at the 100 Families Assembly. As Du Jingsheng had said, his cultivation had been too smooth before, lacking the tempering of adversity, which ultimately made his sword hard clear, but fragile like rootless wood and sourceless water. So this defeat under Zuan's hand was actually a good thing for him. Shen Mu, a genius of the Shen family for thousands of years, although his sword heart had not recovered, had learned many lessons from this defeat. Particularly in understanding the way of the sword, he had made great progress. So when he unleashed the 10-finger sword again at this moment, its power was beyond comparison. The sword roared like thunder, cutting through these demon fish monsters horizontally. Puff, puff, puff. The demon fish monsters at the forefront didn't even have a chance to react before being cut in half at the waist. However, the radiance formed by the 10-finger sword only penetrated half of the fish swarm formed by these demon fish monsters, then dissipated completely. Looking at Shen Mu at this moment, his face as pale as paper, trembling all over, apparently had no more fighting power. After all, he, still injured, had already displayed a sword that nearly wiped out half of the demon fish monsters, which was his limit. As for the others, after repeated battles, their sword intentions were severely depleted, and they had almost no fighting power left. Just at this moment, Du Jingsheng said in a deep voice, "You all retreat first." Including Shen Mu. Everyone immediately stepped back. At the same time, Du Jingsheng's eyes shone brightly, and even the chaotic mist that had always covered his face became thinner, but his face remained unseen. Then, he uttered in a deep voice, "Rise, swords." With this shout, the sword tower at the Shen family's residence behind him suddenly began to shake. Then it rose abruptly, rushing towards Du Jingsheng. In mid-air, this towering sword tower rapidly shrank and condensed, turning into a long sword when it reached Du Jingsheng, flying into his hand. With the long sword in hand, Du Jingsheng's aura soared again, and without hesitation, he brought the sword down. How to describe the supreme elegance of this sword? Everyone who witnessed this sword felt as if the whole world had been cut in half. The fierce and harsh sword intention was unleashed crazily. The remaining demon fish monsters couldn't even struggle, turning into powder under this immensely grand sword intention. But after crushing these monsters, the sword light did not diminish in momentum, but with even more ferocity, it struck straight into the void. Dark Shadow and Feng Hong, who were hiding in the deep void watching the battle, were so frightened by the scene that they emerged from their hiding places, fleeing in panic in different directions. However, their plans ultimately failed. The sword split in mid-air and headed straight for the 2 monsters. With a sound, the sword light pierced through them. Dark Shadow and Feng Hong both screamed, then exploded into pieces. Just one sword. Just one sword. Du Jingsheng not only dealt with these demon fish monsters, but also beheaded the 2 hidden monsters commanding from behind. Everyone was shocked by this earth-shattering sword. Considering that Du Jingsheng had been in charge of the Shen family for so many years, this was the first time he had displayed his full power in front of everyone. Shen Mu couldn't help but be completely attracted by the long sword in Du Jingsheng's hand. He looked at the brilliant sword and couldn't help but say, "Is this the sword left by the sword ancestor?" Du Jingsheng nodded, his eyes shining like stars. "Yes, this is the long sword left by the sword ancestor back then, which later became the tower that restrained the fortune of my Shen family." At this point, Du Jingsheng's tone suddenly became extremely serious. "Here, take the sword." Shen Mu was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly reached out his hand. He saw Du Jingsheng solemnly place the long sword in Shen Mu's hand. This sword is the seal of the past generations of family masters, and now it is passed on to you. Shen Mu felt his hand sink and was shocked. He heard Du Jingsheng continue, "Shen Mu and all Shen family disciples, hear the order." Shen Mu and everyone immediately knelt down. From now on, Shen Mu is the master of the Shen family, and his orders must be obeyed by all. Shen Mu's head buzzed, almost thinking he had misheard. Not only him, but everyone else was equally confused. No one understood why Du Jingsheng suddenly issued such a command. Just then, Du Jingsheng's aura suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. He then spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward. Everyone was stunned. Shen Mu immediately rushed forward and hugged Du Jingsheng. "Master, are you?" The wound was so deep that not only could bones be seen, but one could faintly discern the pulsating pink meninges beneath the position of the temple. For an ordinary person, receiving such a severe injury would likely have already led to death. Yet, in the case of Du Jingsheng, although it transformed his once handsome face into a terrifying visage, somehow it did not claim his life. Shen Mu even deduced from the shrunken flesh on both sides of the wound that this injury was not something that had formed in just a day or two, but had certainly been through many long years. No wonder the patriarch never showed his true face before. It was because of this reason. But who could have injured the patriarch? These thoughts flashed through Shen Mu's mind and were then dismissed. Because at this moment, it was not the time for pondering on these matters. Shen Mu took a deep breath, tightly embraced Du Jingsheng's body, and then began to channel his cultivation to stabilize Du Jingsheng's injuries. However, at that moment, Du Jingsheng shook his head, directly refusing his healing. "There's no need. You won't be able to stabilize this wound at all." Tears welled up in Shen Mu's eyes as he could keenly feel his patriarch in his arms, rapidly fading away. The helplessness of being able to do nothing but watch as his life slipped away drove him to despair. "What should I do? What should I do? How can I help the patriarch now? Is there really no way?" Seeing the tears on Shen Mu's face and hearing his choked sobs, Du Jingsheng's lips curved slightly upwards, revealing a faint smile. "All right, stop crying. You are now the patriarch of the Shen family," Du Jingsheng said softly. But the more he said this, the more distressed Shen Mu felt. "No, in my heart, you are the true patriarch of the Shen family." "Silly child." Du Jingsheng chuckled lightly and his eyes gradually dimmed. "Actually, I am not the patriarch of the Shen family at all." "What?" Shen Mu was stunned. What did he mean by that? At that moment, Du Jingsheng suddenly began coughing violently, and with each cough, a layer of black aura emerged from the shrunken flesh on both sides of the wound on his face, spreading vaguely. Startled, Shen Mu subconsciously reached out to touch the wound. However, Du Jingsheng abruptly sat up, tilting his head to avoid Shen Mu's hand. Then he calmly said, "Do not touch this black aura." "Patriarch, what is the meaning of this injury?" Shen Mu asked tremblingly. Du Jingsheng sighed softly. "There are many things that should have been told to you long ago, but at that time, you were unable to bear these responsibilities, so they were never disclosed to you. But now, it cannot be avoided any longer." With a solemn look in his eyes, Du Jingsheng spoke slowly and deliberately. "In fact, I am not a member of the Shen family at all." Shen Mu's mouth fell open, unable to believe what he was hearing. Indeed, he had also had doubts before, wondering why as the patriarch of the Shen family, Du Jingsheng had the surname Du instead of Shen. But at that time, he hadn't thought much about it. It wasn't until now, when Du Jingsheng revealed that he was not really a member of the Shen family, that Shen Mu felt as if something in his mind had shattered. Du Jingsheng continued, "I am not a member of the Shen family. My true identity was that of a junior sword apprentice beside a former patriarch of the Shen family." As Du Jingsheng recounted his story, Shen Mu finally understood the truth. Back when evil forces ravaged the realm, the Shen family, as leaders of the sword sects, naturally bore the brunt of the attacks. However, despite the outstanding talents among the Shen family's elite, they staunchly fought off the evil forces with a small number of people. In the process, they discovered the peculiar nature of these evil forces. They seemed to have a strong infectious effect on those with Shen bloodlines. Even a minor injury could quickly subject them to the control of the dark energies. As a result, the losses within the Shen family's upper echelons were devastating, with even the patriarch falling in battle. Consequently, the Shen family urgently enacted the famous Prohibition Decree. Yet merely refraining from leaving the confines of their domain did not resolve the underlying issue. Thus, the elite of the Shen family ultimately resorted to abandoning their privileged status and collectively engaging in a desperate battle against the evil forces. As Du Jingsheng spoke of these events, tears glistened in his eyes. In order to shield the weakness of the Shen family from outsiders, the battle was conducted in secrecy. Few were aware of the brutal extent of the conflict, where numerous exceptional talents could barely last a minute before falling to their demise. Even the position of the patriarch changed hands multiple times in a single day. At that time, I was just an inconspicuous junior sword apprentice. Due to my service to a young master, I found myself on the battlefield. However, soon after, the young master I served ascended to the position of patriarch, but tragically perished within half an hour of taking office. Shen Mu was moved by this revelation, as he had never heard such secret history before. And what happened after that? After that, Du Jingsheng sighed bitterly. I too was severely injured in battle against the evil forces, almost succumbing to death. However, in that dire situation, the sole remaining expert among the high-ranking members of the Shen family, who was also the last patriarch, spared no effort to save me. He personally handed me the long sword left behind by the sword ancestor. He told me that in the chaotic times, with the evil forces spreading, and the Shen family being targeted, even a slight misstep could lead to the entire family falling into the hands of darkness, becoming a weapon for the evil forces. To avert such a fate, I, lacking the bloodline of the Shen family, became the best choice for the next patriarch, as even amidst an invasion by the evil forces, I could retain my clarity until the very end. With the authority vested in me by the sword ancestor's long blade, I held the power of life and death over the Shen family. Indeed, after the sword light dissipated, a virtual image of a young man appeared in the void. It was Shen Mu, the second young master of the Shen family. He spoke in a deep voice. In the chaos of the Tianhuai world and the crisis facing the major sects, the Shen family is willing to lend a helping hand, hence this sword. Upon hearing these words, the military members couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, especially Zhang Lishan, who looked surprised and rubbed his head in astonishment. Why did the Shen family suddenly change their attitude this time? Gu Xiaoyi glared at him. Will you die if you speak less? Zhang Lishan awkwardly closed his mouth. Then Yue Wakong stepped forward and bowed to Shen Mu, saying, "The military thanks the Shen family for their righteous assistance. This kindness will be repaid." Shen Mu smiled faintly. Senior is to kind. Eliminating demons and monsters is the duty of a swordsman. Moreover, as fellow members of the Tianhuai world, we should assist each other. Just as he finished speaking, the man in black suddenly went into a hysterical rage. Shen family, don't get too cocky. There is already a large army heading towards your place. You will soon meet your doom. After saying this, the man in black looked at the military with infinite resentment, and then turned and left. He knew very well that this battle was a failure. After losing most of his forces, he could no longer break through the military's defense line. So without hesitation, he turned and left. The words he said before leaving held deep implications. It wasn't just his family that had taken action against the major sects of the Tianhuai world this time. Many of the underlings of the Eastern Emperor had also been mobilized. If they were to achieve victory, he would be in dire straits. Therefore, he used this threatening tone to hint at some information, hoping to alert the Shen family. This style of "I won't do well, so nobody else should either" was common among evil creatures. Everyone understood these thoughts very well, so after he disappeared, Shen Mu immediately turned off the communication spell, then walked back and forth in the room with a grave expression. The events of today had left his mind in disarray, especially everything he heard on the battlefield of Baijia, which had overturned his previous understanding. That was why he left the Yin and Yang sect without hesitation, preparing to return and question the patriarch. But before he had the chance to see the patriarch, news of the invasion of the evil creatures spread. He hadn't even had time to see the patriarch when he received several messages in succession, especially when he heard that the military was being besieged from all sides. Shen Mu couldn't hold back any longer and immediately took action, using his sword to rescue the elite soldiers of the military who were on the verge of defeat. Shen Mu remained silent, passing through with a solemn expression. It was only after he walked away that the group of people looked at each other with confusion. What's going on? How did young Master Shen suddenly return? Yeah, isn't he supposed to be at the 100 Families Assembly? Hiss, the news we just received said that evil creatures suddenly caused chaos, and several sects, including the farmers, have already fallen. Could it be that young Master Shen came back because of this? Ridiculous, even if evil creatures cause trouble, what can they do? Dare they provoke our Shen family? Anyway, it seems like young Master Shen is not very happy. As the crowd was discussing, Shen Mu had already stepped through the gates of the sword tower and arrived in front of the council chamber. The large door, which was tightly closed, silently opened when Shen Mu approached. Without hesitation, Shen Mu walked in. The door slammed shut behind him, and he was met with darkness. The entire hall was unlit, with only a faint glow emanating from the dozen or so long swords on the altar, reflecting on a figure seated in the main position. Shen Mu stopped in his tracks, bowing respectfully. "Lord of the house." His call echoed in the vast hall, sounding hollow and desolate. The figure remained still until he let out a faint sigh after a while. "You're back, yes? The sword intent you just displayed towards the martial artists, was that you?" "Yes." "Why would you do that?" "Because our Shen family was wrong back then, and this time I don't want to be wrong again." With these words, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. In the dim light, the figure seated in the main position's eyes suddenly brightened. "Are you accusing the Shen family?" Shen Mu did not flinch, speaking loudly. "Disciple dares not, but a mistake is a mistake, and now I just want to know the truth of the past." The truth of the past. Somehow, after hearing this sentence, the Lord of the House murmured to himself, then let out a long sigh. "In fact, there is no real truth, just some old stories. I know what you want to ask, and I can only tell you what I know." Shen Mu nodded, then asked his first question. Why was the Shen family able to contend alone during the great chaos that affected the entire manhwaedit? After speaking, Shen Mu stared intently at the Lord sitting on the high platform. After hearing Shen Mu's words, the Lord of the Shen family smiled slightly. "I know what you're concerned about. Are you afraid that the Shen family had some undisclosed dealings with the evil creatures, allowing them to escape unscathed during that chaos?" Shen Mu nodded. This was indeed the question he most wanted to know, as it was a matter crucial to his own cultivation. This urgency prompted him to return to the Shen family and directly confront the Lord. It may sound exaggerated, but in reality, from the moment Zuin told him about the various things from the past, this question was like a thorn deeply embedded in Shen Mu's heart, making his sword heart restless. If the Shen family had indeed made deals with the evil creatures or reached some kind of agreement, Shen Mu's dignity would be instantly shattered. Everything he had been proud of turned out to be false, and there would be nothing more brutal in the world. It was like cutting off the roots of all his cultivation. That's why he was so eager to get answers. The Lord of the Shen family naturally understood this, and his voice became solemn. "You can rest assured, although the Shen family isn't an ancient prestigious clan passed down through the ages, we still have our pride. Since the establishment of the Shen family by the sword ancestor, tens of thousands of years have passed. In this long period, the Shen family has declined and flourished, but no one has ever done anything against the sword heart. So I can proudly tell you now that during the chaos of the past, the Shen family did not have any dealings with the evil creatures." Hearing this, a heavy burden was lifted off Shen Mu's chest, but he couldn't help asking, then why didn't the Shen family intervene at that time, and instead safeguarded themselves, staying out of the chaos? The Lord chuckled bitterly. "Do you really think that the Shen family stayed out of it back then?" Shen Mu trembled, his face showing shock. The Lord continued, "When the incident occurred, I was young, but I could sense the difference in the atmosphere within the Shen family at that time. First, strict orders were issued by the Shen family, forbidding all disciples from stepping outside, from the elders down. Anyone who violated this order would be expelled immediately." Shen Mu listened quietly, his eyes sparkling. "In fact, I had the same doubts as you did back then, not understanding why the Shen family made that decision at that time. After all, manhwaedit was in turmoil, and we, as sword cultivators, stayed indoors and issued such strict orders, which was unacceptable." "So did Shen Jingshu also leave the Shen family at that time?" Shen Mu asked bitterly. "Seems like you know quite a lot." "Yes, Sister Jingshu left the Shen family feeling disappointed about this matter, and eventually left indignantly. It wasn't until I became the head of the family that I understood what happened back then and learned the injustices that the upper echelons of the Shen family had borne," the Lord said as the long swords on the altar suddenly floated up, emitting a sharp sword aura. "Do you know what these are?" "The swords carried by the previous heads of the family." "That's right. But haven't you found it strange? The Shen family has only been around for over 10,000 years, verifiably with just 3 heads of the family including me. So why are there over a dozen swords?" Shen Mu's body shook. "Could it be?" "That's right. Those other swords were left by the heads who died in battle." Shen Mu's eyes widened instantly. "But I know what you want to ask. You must be wondering why there was no news about the head of the family dying in battle, and why the heads participated in the battle while regular disciples were restricted, right? Shenmue nodded once again. The reason is quite simple, because strictly speaking, those heads did not die at the hands of the evil creatures, but under the swords of their own people. In order to prevent him from causing greater harm, the Shen family's high-level executives at the time had him eradicated. However, the situation quickly spiraled out of control, with several more high-level members falling victim to parasitism and destruction. This made the Shen family at the time realize that these evils had obviously bypassed the Shen family's bloodline. Even highly skilled practitioners were inevitably parasitized by these evils, not to mention ordinary disciples. This was the reason for the ban. However, when the high-level members of the Shen family found out about this and destroyed the invading evils, their vitality was greatly damaged, and all their elites were wiped out. Even those remaining were hardly capable of fighting, so they had to retreat and close their doors. After all, given the circumstances at the time, if the Shen family had gone into battle, they not only would have been of no help, but might have even aided the invading evils. Once parasitized by the evils, the sword spirit of the Shen family would shatter in a short time frame, but would unleash astonishing power before shattering. Now, do you understand the truth of that year? Shenmue began to tremble, feeling a mix of joy and anger. Joy because his family was not acting alone, but for a special reason. Anger because of the despicable tactics of those invading evils. But why didn't you ever mention these things before? Shenmue asked. Speak. To whom? Outsiders wouldn't believe it, and insiders wouldn't question it. Do you think I would reveal the Shen family's most fatal weakness to others? What weakness? The high-ranking members who died back then were the absolute elites of the Shen family. Due to their passing, the Shen family's elite fighting force was severely weakened and never recovered. Otherwise, do you think I, with my limited strength, could become the family head? Shenmue fell silent. Although he wanted to argue, he knew that what the family head said was true. Over the years, the Shen family had been lacking in elite fighting force. Even as a rising star, his strength was higher than the elders and second only to the family head and the chief steward. This was unimaginable in a deeply rooted sect. What do we do now? If the bloodline of our Shen family is so easily parasitized, does that mean our Shen family will be helpless in the face of this chaos of evils once again? Shenmue asked, recalling another matter and his face darkening. And I have received a message that evils will soon come to attack. How should we deal with that? The family head chuckled, then stood up and walked over to the dozen or so floating long swords. The radiant glow emanating from them reflected on his face. Though obscured by layers of mist, a handsome face could still be discerned. Over these years, how could so many sacrifices have been in vain? In fact, since this incident, I and many predecessors of the Shen family have been researching to find out why the Shen family bloodline is so easily parasitized. Although the process was difficult, we eventually found the loopholes and supplemented them through the sword techniques that each of you must practice from a young age. This is the origin of the sword techniques you must practice. Upon hearing this, Shenmue finally lowered his head in acceptance. Family head, I doubted because of my suspicions, so my words have been offensive. Please forgive me. The family head just smiled faintly, then waved his hand. Well, I should have told you these things long ago. Because you are the best choice for the next generation of family head, but I didn't want to divide your focus, that's why I kept it from you until now. Since you say those evils will soon attack the Shen family, then prepare quickly, as if we didn't give them a profound lesson in the past, we can't let it pass this time. Understood. Shenmue respectfully retreated. In the blink of an eye, only the family head was left in the hall. He quietly watched the floating swords that belonged to the past family heads. Just then, a long sigh came from behind. Are we really going to do this, yes? With that, the family head slowly took off his sword from his waist and placed it on the altar. You could try other methods. It's useless. Besides, the ultimate fate of every Shen family head should be to perish on the battlefield. The predecessors of the generations before were like this, and I naturally will be no different. This is my destiny, and I accept it willingly. With that, he raised his head to look at the dome of the hall, smiling as he said, to be honest, haven't you seen all of this with your own eyes? But, even if I have seen it all, I still can't bear it. Especially since you have been the Shen family head who has been with me for the longest time. At this, a radiance appeared above the dome, gradually converging into a figure. If Shenmue were present, he would surely exclaim in surprise, because the figure that appeared was none other than the chief steward. "I'm about to leave. Aren't you willing to show your true form?" The family head laughed. The melancholic chief steward let out a light sigh, then a radiance passed over him, transforming him into a supremely beautiful woman. The family head chuckled softly. "Now, isn't this more pleasing to the eye? I don't understand why you are so fixated on the old man image. For me, whether male or female, ugly or handsome, it's all the same." With that, the figure transformed into a handsome young man. Regardless of the appearance, the melancholy in his eyes remained. The family head nodded and then, with a very solemn tone, said, "For so many years, thank you." He bowed respectfully. The chief steward evaded and shook his head. "Are you all the same, just like the past family heads? Before going to battle, you all have to thank me, but I have never seen one return. So, I don't want your thanks. I just hope you can come back safely." The family head chuckled softly. "All right, I promise you. But my thanks come from the bottom of my heart, after all. For so many years, the fortune of the Shen family has been under your control. As the legacy of him, this is what I should do. No need for thanks." That's right. This chief steward, the second most important person in the Shen family, was none other than this sword tower's true form. The family head was about to say something, when at that moment, both of them turned to look out the window simultaneously, then said in unison. Shenmue took the lead, rushing to the outer edge of the Shen family star domain. Following closely behind were the sword cultivators who had stayed behind at home. What they saw next left them all stunned. Slowly walking towards them from the depths of the void was a big fatty. Yes, a giant humanoid creature with a head and 4 limbs. This humanoid creature was so fat that it was comparable to a star in size. The excessive fat stored in its body made its skin tight, forming strange patterns on its pale surface. Every step it took caused the fat to ripple like waves, making a creepy creaking sound, as if it could burst open at any moment. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Someone whispered in shock. Whatever it is, since it dares to show off in front of our Shen family, it must die. Someone else coldly exclaimed, drawing their sword. Although the outstanding young talents had gone with Shenmue to participate in the gathering of the 100 schools of thought and had not returned yet, those present were not ordinary people. At least this sword displayed a strong killing intent. However, in the face of this sword, the fatty monster didn't even lift an eyelid and continued to walk forward. With a dull thud, the sword struck the fatty monster's body surface, and then the sword shattered instantly, turning into nothingness. The entire process didn't even touch the fatty monster's oily skin. The onlookers were shocked. The person who had attacked looked even more unpleasant, then took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and struck again. This strike was much more powerful than the previous one, almost unleashing all of the person's strength. But when the sword reached the fatty monster and viciously slashed down, a terrifying scene unfolded. The fat on the monster's body instantly transformed into an extremely elastic material, deflecting the sword light without it penetrating. Instead, the sword was instantly deflected back at the attacker with even greater speed. This unexpected turn surprised everyone, including the attacker. He never dreamed that his sword would not harm the monster, but instead be rebounded back. As he realized this, it was already too late to dodge. The sword's shadow in his pupils rapidly enlarged, and the only thought in his mind was, "Am I going to die under my own sword?" It was an unheard of way to die. However, at that moment, a light streak shot out, intercepting the sword light just in front of the attacker. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the attacker was pushed back several steps, his face scratched by the scattered sword energy, but he managed to survive. Then, everyone's gaze turned to Shenmue, standing in front. It was the light streak he had emitted. He stood calmly in the void, saying, "This creature is strange, seeming to rebound all harm. Do not act rashly." With that, Shenmue raised his brows, and an invisible sword intent instantly crossed the void, descending upon the fatty monster's head, crushing it. The entire process happened at lightning speed, catching the monster off guard, and its head was struck hard by the sword intent. Although it was only a sword intent, coming from Shenmue, it was incredibly powerful. With a crisp sound, the monster's tightly stretched skin finally gave way under the pressure, and a huge gash appeared. Instead of blood, a thick, murky liquid, resembling fat, gushed out, making people sick even from a distance. There was a stir in the crowd, many breathing a sigh of relief. At least Shenmue's sword had proven that the monster was not invincible. Just then, Shenmue suddenly groaned, and a similar wound appeared on his forehead, oozing blood that stained half of his face red. "Second young master!" someone exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, the wound on the monster's head had miraculously healed in the blink of an eye, and it continued to walk indifferently towards the Shen family star domain. Shenmue finally felt a hint of despair. Was this the power of an evil being? He had thought that with the sword in his hand, he could be invincible, but he first learned some lessons from Zuanjiao, and then felt the strong yet mysterious power from this evil being. Is this the kind of monster the former family heads had encountered? As he pondered, a calm voice came from behind. A creature of this level was just a minor role in that great battle back then, hardly worth mentioning. With these words, a sword light shot out and revealed a figure veiled in mist. Family head. Greetings, family head. Amid the noisy chatter, the Shen family head chuckled and without looking back, casually said, "Watch carefully. Today, I will show you how to deal with these creatures." With a light shout, he reached into the void, and with a tug, a majestic long sword appeared in his hand. He casually struck down with the sword. With a loud roar, the sword energy transformed into a giant sword spanning tens of thousands of miles, sweeping down like a sky cover. The fatty monster, who had just shown no fear, began trembling all over as the sword descended from the sky. It slowly lifted its head, eyes filled with fear, squeezed into slits by the fat. It wanted to dodge, it wanted to resist, but under the world-shaking strike of the Shen family head, all these thoughts were doomed to fail. With a muffled sound, the sword light struck down from the monster's head, cutting through the fat like a hot knife through butter, with no hindrance. A sword! The fat monster that had just left everyone helpless is now dead. Throughout the entire process, the head of the Shen family showed no signs of difficulty, handling the situation effortlessly as if observing a piece of artwork. As for the so-called rebound damage, he was not affected in the least. Shenmue's mouth slightly agape. He had once believed that his strength was close to that of the family head through the praises of others and his own hard work. But today, he realized the huge gap between himself and the family head. Just the profound sword intent displayed by that sword was incredibly powerful and mind-boggling. Sensing Shenmue's astonishment, the head of the Shen family calmly said, "One must be confident but not arrogant. You were defeated by Zuan because your path was too smooth. It's not a bad thing. After you overcome this challenge, great progress awaits you. But for now." The Shen family head sword intent surged. "What you should do now is to grip your sword tightly, and then slay all the evil creatures in front of you." With those words, a thunderous drumbeat echoed from the void, followed by numerous evil creatures appearing, each no less formidable than the fat monster before, approaching the Shen family. Their sheer number almost obscured the starry sky. Witnessing this scene, all members of the Shen family present paled. If just one fat monster was so difficult to handle, how are they going to win this battle with so many? However, the head of the Shen family took a deep breath and reached for his sword once again in the void. "All Shen family swordsmen, listen up." With his command, everyone bowed their heads. As swordsmen, the first thing you must do is to unconditionally believe in the sword in your hand. Only through a shared sword intent can you be invincible and fearless of any rebound. No weaklings can appear here, so with just a hint, everyone instantly understood the principle behind it. The first to strike was Shenmue, his eyes determined, and then he swung his sword. Swish! As the sword light passed, the leading fat monster's arm fell, but Shenmue did not suffer any rebound damage this time. Seeing this, all the Shen family swordsmen unsheathed their swords. In an instant, countless sword lights merged into a mighty torrent, striking at the fat, evil creatures. At first, the dull sounds of the sword chest slashing through flesh were distinct, but as the sword lights grew denser, the sounds blended together. Yellow-brown fat sprayed out, making a mess of the void. However, the attacks of these fat, evil creatures were being steadily resisted. Watching this, the dark-clad figure observing from a distance couldn't help but sneer. It seems that the war creatures specially optimized against the Shen family swordsmen are not very effective. At first glance, he seemed to be talking to the void, but after speaking, a murky darkness surged in the void, followed by a roar. Darkness, stop with your sarcasm. I'm still better than you. At least, I haven't lost most of my subordinates to the Shen family's second young master's sword. The figure called Darkness narrowed his eyes. My subordinates have not been specially optimized, so they couldn't withstand Shen Mu's sword che. But you, Eastern Lord, who were given so many resources and authority, brewed up such a group of failures. Failures? Who said they are failures? Let me tell you, these fat creatures were designed by me specifically for the Shen family swordsmen, originally perfect to counter them. But who could have expected the current Shen family head, Shen Jingsheng, to be so powerful? His voice turned somewhat resentful as he continued, I suspect his strength has reached the level of our Shen family ancestors during the Great War 10,000 years ago, the level of the Heavenly Sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have easily seen through the flaws in my subordinates. At this, the figure named Darkness smirked. All right, Burnt Rainbow, it's just us here. No need to justify yourself. The most crucial thing now is what to do next. After all, Elder Eastern Lord ordered us to take advantage of this chaos and harvest the entire otherworldly realm as soon as possible. I understand this clearly. In fact, these fat creatures were just a warm-up. I have more exciting gifts prepared for the Shen family. Oh, more exciting gifts? Then show me. Darkness eagerly said. Heh, why are you in such a hurry? Darkness sighed. Actually, most of my subordinates have already been lost, and it's impossible for me to complete the task alone. So, I thought about having you help me finish off the Shen family quickly, and then lend me a hand. Of course, I won't let you help me for nothing. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Heh, that's more like it. Since you're so sincere, I'll help you this time. But you must follow my orders during this time. Darkness nodded, naturally. Just as these two evil creatures reached a cooperation agreement, the situation of Zuan and others in the battle of the Yin and Yang families was already dire. Now, after a whole day of fighting, they had suffered heavy losses. Many had perished on the battlefield, and even those who survived were heavily injured. Zuan, at this moment, could still maintain a fighting state, but both his momentum and cultivation were inevitably declining. This was partly due to the faint golden light in Zuan's eyes that made Eastern Emperor Taiyi wary. Otherwise, perhaps by now all the disciples of the Yin and Yang families would have found a place to bury themselves. However, even so, after a day of exhaustion, the golden light in Zuan's eyes had dimmed to the point of almost disappearing. Seeing this, Eastern Emperor Taiyi couldn't help but sneer. Zuan, you've exhausted all your trump cards now. Once the golden light in your eyes completely fades, it will be the time for all of you to die. So, at this brink of death, I just want to ask you, do you regret anything? Regret? Why should I regret? Regret not being on the same level as you evil creatures? Or regret seeking revenge for the Hua clan and embarking on this long journey? Zuan's voice was hoarse, but his face was full of mockery. I know what you want to hear. You want me to beg for mercy, to give up my dignity, and kneel before you to repent for what I have done, right? Zuan, even facing death, you dare to be so stubborn. It seems you really don't know life from death. Very well, today I will show you what true power is. As he spoke, his figure instantly disappeared, replaced by a vast and eerie starry sky. In this starry sky, there were crimson stars everywhere. These stars were arranged in a mysterious pattern that just one glance could push someone uncontrollably into a descent into madness. Some with weaker power even began to go insane on the spot. Quickly close your eyes. Do not look at this starry sky, exclaimed the Nine Heavens Fairy. In fact, even without her saying so, many had already closed their eyes and turned away, afraid to look directly at the starry sky. But this action had little effect, as even if you didn't look at the starry sky, the mental contamination it brought did not diminish at all, but instead intensified. Gradually, even those at the pinnacle of sainthood began to look bewildered. It was a sign that their minds were gradually losing control. Seeing this scene, the arrogant laughter of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi rang out from the starry sky. Zuan, do you see it? This is just a tiny fraction of my power, and yet you all can't bear it. What do you have to fight against me? In this moment, only Zuan remained calm. He stared directly at the starry sky, seemingly unaffected. When all the elite of the extraterrestrial realm go mad and become my puppets, you will die at the hands of the person you have been trying to protect for so long. Thinking about that scene, it's truly exhilarating. And after you die, the extraterrestrial realm will fall completely. As for the worlds you've been so concerned about, they will completely forget about you, as if you never existed at all. Hey ha 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 Zuan. How does that make you feel? Desperate, isn't it? The mocking and demonic words of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi whispered in Zuan's ears, trying to break his spirit. But at that moment, Zuan's eyes began to light up gradually, seemingly unaffected by those words. Zuan took a deep breath, then stared directly at the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. I admit, your power is indeed formidable, almost insurmountable. But do you really think I have no chance of turning the tables? Heh, turning the tables? Right now, everyone is already enveloped in my mental contamination. How do you plan to turn the tables? Eastern Emperor Taiyi's voice was full of mockery and scorn, as if he was hearing a big joke from Zuan. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore, because at that moment, a fiery red flame suddenly rose around Zuan. These flames, rising and falling, took on the appearance of lotus flowers, exuding a sense of illusory beauty, but also a strong threat. The red lotus fire? Zuan, how many times have you used this ability? Haven't I crushed your hopes yet? Eastern Emperor Taiyi sneered coldly. Although your ability has some merit, even stunning, you still don't understand that for an existence like me, this kind of power cannot harm me in the slightest. So, you'd better give up obediently. Zuan listened quietly, until after the Eastern Emperor Taiyi finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you done talking? If so, it's my turn. With that, Zuan's aura surged, and the red lotus fire spread out, almost engulfing the entire battlefield. Eastern Emperor Taiyi chuckled. You still refuse to see reason. Very well, I will crush that last glimmer of hope in your heart. With that, the starry sky began to rotate slowly, and a powerful force swept across the entire battlefield, trying to pull all those already contaminated mentally into it. But at that moment, an inexplicable ripple suddenly emerged. Eastern Emperor Taiyi was momentarily stunned, and then a strange scene began to unfold slowly. Beneath the reflection of the red lotus fire, red threads gradually appeared in the space. These threads had no substance, but were tightly connected to each person on the battlefield, intertwining and forming an unbreakable tangle. At the same time, countless threads penetrated through space barriers, extending to unknown places outside the battlefield. In short, the entire space seemed to be peeled like an orange, revealing its intricate connections. And the thickest thread was connected to the Eastern Emperor Taiyi from the starry sky. This thick red thread, as thick as an arm, was completely unaffected by the strange starry sky, directly entering it and connecting with the hidden Eastern Emperor Taiyi. This is the string of karma. Eastern Emperor Taiyi did not initially recognize what these threads were until he connected to himself. He suddenly shook, recalling a mysterious existence. Zuan said calmly, yes, it is the string of karma. The starry sky trembled slightly, as if shocked. Eastern Emperor Taiyi also felt astonishment. All this was because of the string of karma, too mysterious, too unpredictable. Even for him, an unknowable existence, he had only heard of it, and this was the first time he had seen it in person. The so-called string of karma was nothing more than the concrete representation of the causal relationships connecting all things. Whether you are a peak powerhouse, an ordinary person, or even just a stone, as long as you are in the realm of time, there will be cause and effect. However, ordinary people, even ordinary powerhouses, cannot and do not have the energy to unravel the mysteries of cause and effect. The reason is simply that these connections are too complex. It's possible for a powerful and arrogant being to end up as a weed by the roadside. Or a commoner who was nothing special yesterday might suddenly gain a great opportunity overnight and ascend to the peak of life. All this comes from cause and effect, but no one can explain it clearly, which is why some believe in destiny. In reality, although Zuan had the ability of karma, at that time he could only use it in a very rudimentary way, such as reversing or retracing. Just at this very moment, in the midst of this battlefield, during the battle with the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, Zuan's karma supernatural power unexpectedly advanced further, directly entering a whole new realm. At this moment, Zuan seemed like an all-powerful deity, able to see through the connections behind all things and make them manifest. Standing within the intricate web of cause and effect, Zuan calmly said, yes, it is the string of karma. With that, Zuan reached out and gently plucked a thread in front of him. The string of karma quickly trembled, causing the connected threads to quiver as well. In an instant, a large section of the arena in the distance shattered into nothingness. Throughout the process, Zuin did not release any aura. All he did was gently pluck the string of karma. The terrifying and undefendable power made even the Eastern Emperor Taiyi shudder. But he quickly composed himself and sneered, "Zuan, your supernatural power is truly impressive, but I don't believe that using such a world-defying ability comes without a cost. After all, this world strictly follows the law of equivalent exchange." Indeed. At this moment, Zuan's face grew paler, and even his usually strong posture seemed slightly hunched, as if under immense pressure. However, upon hearing this, he only chuckled coldly. "You're right. This world does follow the law of equivalent exchange, but if killing you means I have to pay any price, then I am willing to pay it." As he spoke, Zuin stepped on the void, and with the trembling of one of the strings of karma, he disappeared in an instant, only to reappear next to the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, connected by a thick arm-sized thread among the starry sky. He then delivered a decisive blow. No one can exist outside of cause and effect, not even the Eastern Emperor Taiyi at that moment. Once his thread of karma is cut, even he will face unknowable dangers. So when the Eastern Emperor Taiyi saw Zuan's blow, he snorted in anger. Then, the vast and eerie starry sky quickly collapsed, and his figure reappeared. Not only that, after the starry sky completely disappeared, the thick arm-sized string of karma also vanished. Zuan's blow had missed. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi burst into triumphant laughter. "Zuan, even if you can touch the string of karma, what can you do? As long as I exist in human form, the karma will be hidden, rendering you powerless. And I suspect that your current state cannot last much longer." In his smug smile, Zuin showed no sign of frustration at his failed attempt. Because at that moment, the people who were in a state of confusion due to the spiritual contamination of the strange, starry sky were starting to awaken. Then, Zuin took a deep breath and, with a few swift slashes, cut countless thin red threads within the tangled string of karma. With each thread severed, a person disappeared from the crowd. In the blink of an eye, most of the people had disappeared, leaving the rest bewildered and uncertain of Zuan's intentions. Seeing this, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi shuddered and suddenly understood Zuan's motive. He couldn't help but roar in anger. "Zuan, you are already at death's door, yet you still want to save these people?" With these words, the remaining people finally understood. Yue Qinghuan anxiously shouted, "Zuan, what are you doing?" On the other hand, Yue Shifang couldn't help but sigh. He is cutting off the cause that brought us into this battlefield. Without the cause, there will be no effect standing here. Although Yue Qinghuan didn't fully understand, she grasped one thing. Zuin was saving the people while facing the top-tier entity that even the elite of the Tianwei realm could not oppose. If he were left alone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Realizing this, her heart was in turmoil. "Zuan, let me stay," she cried out. Many others echoed the same sentiment, like Meng Junasa and Aoshu. But at that moment, Zuin seemed deaf to their words, his hands relentless in cutting off everyone's karma. Yue Qinghuan felt her existence gradually fading, tears streaming down her face. "Zuan!" She wanted to shout, but as her karma was severed, she couldn't disturb the battlefield in any way, including her voice. At that moment, in the hearts of Yue Qinghuan and Yue Shifang and others, Zuan's voice echoed, "Don't worry about me." With that said, everyone's vision blurred, and they found themselves in the plaza. Their sudden appearance startled everyone, especially Huya and others who were battling the evil creatures. "What's going on? How did all these people come out?" Huya asked. Lolin Yuan, of course, didn't know what was happening, but he saw the seriousness on everyone's faces. Something must have happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared so suddenly. Everyone appeared? No. Where is that scoundrel Zuan? Haya's gaze swept through the crowd, but the familiar figure was nowhere to be seen, causing him to grow increasingly agitated. It was his words that made the distraught Yue Qinghuan burst into tears on the spot. The others were equally distressed. Haya's uncertainty heightened, and he shouted loudly, "Miss Yue, what happened to Zuan? Why didn't he come out?" Yue Qinghuan, in tears and gasping for breath, choked out, "He cut off the karma, saving all of us and facing the Eastern Emperor Taiyi alone." This revelation shook the entire crowd. Huya, though having full confidence in Zuan, was still shaken by the news. After all, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi was at the pinnacle of this realm. At that moment, in a place millions of miles away from the plaza, in the Shen Family Star area, the group of swordsmen who had just repelled the attack of the big guy evil creature couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief, then looked at their patriarch Du Jingsheng with admiration. Yet Du Jingsheng showed no hint of joy. Instead, he stood quietly as if waiting for something. Suddenly, what a scene this is! Countless slender creatures are seen swimming in the void, like a swarm of deep-sea fish. As they approach a bit closer, people realize that these slender creatures look exactly like ribbon fish, with eyes on each side of their bodies, giving them a comical appearance. What is this? Did they deliberately send us this feast because they think our food is too bland? Someone joked. Laughter erupts among the crowd. Only Shen Mu looks very serious. He senses a strange aura emanating from these creatures. Although these creatures seem weak and easily destructible with a sword, Shen Mu feels his sword's heart trembling faintly, as if encountering something beyond his control. This feeling makes Shen Mu very uncomfortable. Just then, a sword practitioner, unable to contain himself, unsheathes his sword and attempts to eliminate these strange creatures in one strike. The brilliance of the sword dazzles, and the faces of many Shen family sword practitioners show relief, believing that this strike alone is enough to completely destroy them. However, when the sword's brilliance touches the leader of the ribbon fish creature, there is no sound, and it disappears directly. Yes, completely disappeared without a trace, without even a ripple, absorbed by this ribbon fish. The strange creatures resembling a school of fish continue forward. However, the Shen family sword practitioners at this point no longer find it amusing. Many people's eyelids twitch. At the same time, someone exclaims, "Look at that monster just now." Everyone turns to see that the ribbon fish creature that absorbed the sword's intent has suddenly grown in size, with faint sword glimmers flashing within its slender body, as if a scabbard holding a sword. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Another person angrily shouts and raises their sword. This time, the sword intent is clearly more fierce and powerful than before, but the end result remains the same. Upon contact with a ribbon fish, it disappears like a watermark under the sun, vanishing in the blink of an eye without a trace. The creature's size then expands into a sword scabbard-like existence. At this point, the expressions of all the Shen family sword practitioners have changed. If previously, facing those fat demonic entities rebounding all damage posed a headache for everyone, now, facing these ribbon-like demonic entities, everyone feels a sense of despair. It's as if all their efforts fail to create even a ripple, being directly absorbed without a trace. Master, what kind of creatures are these, and why are they so bizarre? Someone asks tremblingly. Apart from the words he initially uttered when facing these entities, warning everyone to prepare for battle, the man named Du Jingsheng has been silently standing in place, not saying a word. It's not until someone inquires that he speaks up, his sharp eyes softening as he says, "These creatures seem to be specially designed by the demonic entities to counter us Shen family members. Resembling scabbards in form and function, they are meant to conceal and absorb our sword intent. After all, no matter how sharp a sword is, once it returns to its scabbard, it loses its edge and killing power." Du Jingsheng's words cause a great change in the faces of the people. Then, what should we do? What do you think we should do now? Du Jingsheng turns to Shen Mu and asks softly. Shen Mu's face is as calm as water, and after a brief silence, he coldly declares, "The only plan for now is to kill. No matter what they are, even if they're specially designed sword scabbards to counter us, we must fight without hesitation. After all, even a scabbard cannot contain the world's most magnificent sword." Upon hearing this, Du Jingsheng finally shows a hint of approval on his face, nodding. "Very well, that's the spirit the members of my Shen family should possess. Now, listen to my command. Everyone, solidify your sword intent." With a command, a brilliant sword light appears above the heads of all the sword practitioners, rising into the sky, converging into a sea of sword light. Attack! Boom! The sword light rushes forward like a torrent. In mid-air, the two forces collide, and then the light disappears, swiftly swallowed by these demonic entities resembling a school of fish. The entire process is silent. However, in the blink of an eye, all the sword lights vanish. Looking at the school of fish-like entities, they have expanded in size, having absorbed much of the sword intent, and are charging towards the Shen Family Star region once again. Solidify it again. Another soft command is heard. Instantly, Another sea of sword-like materializes above the heads of the Shen family members. Kill! Boom! As in the previous encounter, the two sides collide fiercely once again. However, this time, it is not as silent as before. At least many of the leading ribbon fish creatures are directly burst by the violent sword intent. Even among supernatural beings, foxes are at the top of the pyramid, and other beings can only look up to them. Now, these poor scholars had insulted the foxes with their stories, causing the fox women to immediately clash with the scholars. And once women become angry, not even Confucian scholars could stand their ground. Therefore, the poor scholars face severe punishment. However, despite this, the stories about the fox women and scholars continued to spread and endure, passing down through the generations. Although Confucianism on Earth may not have inherited much from the otherworldly Confucians, they learned their lesson well when it came to this particular issue. Thus, this became a case between the Fox clan and Confucianism, remaining a thorn in the fox's hearts even after many years had passed. Fox Knight felt conflicted, but then saw a man sigh lightly and say, "Honorable Fox Lord, the past actions were the fault of my Confucian sect. But now is not the time for blame. The urgent matter at hand is to quickly eliminate these evils and then evacuate this dangerous place." The man's sincere attitude made Fox Knight temporarily set aside her prejudices and nod in agreement. "You, as a scholar, are different from the rest. What is your name?" she asked. "I am named Luo Linyuan, the third master of Whitetail Mountain Villa." "Correct." The person appearing was Luo Linyuan, skilled in divination, and injured before the Great Assembly due to prying into celestial secrets. As Luo Linyuan was still recovering from his injuries, he was unable to join the Battle of the 100 Schools. However, foreseeing the chaos at the Great Assembly, he left seclusion and arrived at the square. Indeed, shortly after his arrival, the disciples of the Yin-Yang sects revealed their true forms. At that moment, Fox Knight said solemnly, "You're right. The immediate task is to eliminate all these evils to rescue those trapped on the battlefield." Hearing this, Luo Linyuan nodded in agreement. His two senior brothers were indeed on the battlefield, so how could he not be anxious? While he hesitated earlier due to concern about alarming the fox, he found that Fox Knight's thoughts mirrored his own. Despite his injuries, Luo Linyuan's reputation as the third master of the Confucian sect, coupled with Fox Knight's behavior, quickly united a force to suppress the evils appearing on the square. Many relaxed at the progress of the battle, but Luo Linyuan remained uneasy. He knew that the situation was grave, and the evils present may just be the beginning. The true masterminds might be elsewhere, like the headquarters of various sects, not just those in the square. As the second thought emerged in his mind, Luo Linyuan paled, realizing the situation may be even worse than anticipated. The once picturesque farmlands of the agriculturists were now scorched earth, with many dead and frozen in looks of fear and anger. Overlooking the ruins, a figure dressed in black sneered, "You reap what you sow." Even disrespecting the command of the Eastern Emperor leads to this result. At that moment, dozens of evil creatures emerged from the rubble and knelt before the figure in black. Among them was the creature that had possessed Lu Zhongshuan, the former master of Zhenwu Daoguan. "Is everything taken care of? According to your orders, we have completely destroyed the agriculturists' headquarters, ensuring no survivors." "Very well. Let's proceed to the next target, yes?" A dark smoke enveloped them, and when it dissipated, the figure in black was gone, leaving behind the ruined headquarters as a silent testament to the atrocities committed. Moving from the agriculturists, the figure in black, and the army of evil creatures conquered several sects, their tracks undeniably visible, their actions brutal and unfettered, resulting in massacres and bloodshed. The swift spread of the news shook the entire otherworldly realm. In this tumultuous atmosphere, the figure in black and their army finally arrived at the military star system. By then, the military had prepared for the confrontation despite the absence of Yue Shifeng and many elite soldiers. What awaited the figure in black was a heavily guarded fortress. As far as the eye could see, everywhere was a vivid and piercing red blood. In the vast emptiness, bodies were scattered across the field, including soldiers and invaders alike. Many soldiers, even though dead, still maintained their battle stances before dying, while the faces of these invaders were frozen with deep confusion and fear. These invaders could never comprehend why the soldiers fought so fiercely to the point of nearing madness. However, despite this, the brutal slaughter continued, escalating even further. The sounds of battle cries filled the air, with lives being lost every second. Yet no matter how the horde of invaders charged, they could not shake the soldiers' camp in the slightest. As soon as one soldier fell, another immediately took his place, even more fervent than before. In this situation, the soldiers' camp stood firm like a reef in a stormy sea, unmoved by the relentless assaults of the invaders. In the midst of the horde of invaders, a figure in black robes watched coldly, unfazed by the casualties suffered by his minions, his expression devoid of any emotion. To him, the fallen were not lives, but mere expendable pawns. Indeed, that was how he saw it. For someone of his rank, these charging invaders were nothing but cannon fodder. Even if they all perished, he wouldn't bat an eye. Especially now, after battling the soldiers, the man in black robes leveraged this cold calculation to the extreme. In his view, sacrificing some useless pawns in exchange for the valuable lives of the well-trained soldiers was a profitable deal no matter how one looked at it. Consequently, there was no hint of impatience in his heart, because he knew that he could bear this cost, while the soldiers could not. If this continued, even if the soldiers' morale did not collapse, they would eventually find themselves in a dire situation without capable warriors. Indeed, the battle continued for the length of an incense stick, causing the once solid soldiers' camp to tremble slightly. It wasn't that the soldiers' morale was faltering. On the contrary, they were almost all fighting with a red rage, unleashing nearly 200% of their battle power. This was solely due to the excessive casualties of the soldiers in battle, coupled with inadequate reserves, resulting in a depleted front line and an overall unstable situation. Seeing this, a slight smile crept over the lips of the man in black robes. "Push harder, they won't hold on much longer," he calmly commanded. Yes. Le Zhongshuan and the other minions immediately intensified their attacks, causing a sharp escalation in the assault of the invaders, shaking the already precarious soldiers' front line even more violently. Gradually, even the elder soldiers in charge of commanding the soldiers joined the battle. Their strength was indeed formidable, but their numbers were simply inadequate for the vast battlefield. At this critical moment, a loud shout emanated from behind the soldiers' front line. "Soldiers of the realm, do not despair. Your ancestors have arrived." With this cry, several radiant figures flew straight towards the battlefront, their forms materializing as they landed. Among these figures were men, women, old, and young, but each appeared somewhat ethereal, resembling spirits. Upon seeing these figures, the elder soldiers couldn't help but quiver in unison, before exclaiming in amazement, "Ancestors, why have you left the ancestral shrine and come here?" Indeed, the visitors were the ancestral spirits enshrined in the soldiers' ancestral shrine. The man who had just shouted grinned mischievously. "The realm is facing a great crisis. How can we, as ancestors, stay idle in the shrine?" He then turned his gaze, full of killing intent, towards the opposing horde of invaders. Moreover, these fiends are fierce opponents. The younger generation should not perish at the hands of such despicable creatures, should they? The speaker was Zhongli Shan, the ancestral spirit of the Zhongli clan. By his side, the ancestral spirit of the Gu clan, Gu Xianyi, nodded in agreement. "Zhongli is right. The lives of the soldiers are precious. We cannot waste them on this occasion." With these words, the ancestral spirits moved through the crowd and stood before the enemy's horde, directly facing the oncoming invader. The man in black robes naturally recognized these figures, gritting his teeth as he coldly commanded, "A bunch of old ghosts with decaying bones dare to interfere with my plans. Charge and tear apart all these spirits." With his command, the invaders surged forward like a tide. Faced with this formidable attack, Zhongli Shan's expression grew serious. He suddenly whispered to Gu Xianyi by his side, "Xianyi, if we can't hold on, remember to retreat to the ancestral shrine. The protective formation there should keep you safe." Gu Xianyi scoffed and brushed aside her bangs. "You make it sound like I'm afraid of death, but..." Zhongli Shan was anxious. Gu Xianyi waved a hand. "Enough said. Wherever you are, so am I after all. I've died once, I don't care to die again, and besides..." Gu Xianyi suddenly lowered her voice to a near whisper. "As long as I'm with you, even if my soul scatters, I'm willing." Though softly spoken and hastily delivered, Zhongli Shan heard it loud and clear. He froze for a moment, staring blankly at Gu Xianyi, about to inquire further. At that moment, Gu Xianyi's face blushed as she looked ahead, then intently declared, "All right, get ready, these scoundrels are coming at us." A surge of joy exploded within Zhang Lishan's chest. At that moment, all he could think was that even if his spirit scattered, it would all be worth it. With this thought in mind, he nodded fervently. Nearby, Yue Wakong and the other members of the Longshan sect and others, also being ancestral spirits and having lived together in the ancestral shrine for many years, all wore expressions of relief and happiness. For these astute individuals, it was impossible not to notice the deep bond between Zhang Lishan and Gu Xianyi, the couple of bickering souls. They had always suspected a connection between the two, given their peculiar relationship, but had never dared to expose it directly. Today, facing the formidable enemy, the two had finally opened their hearts and revealed their true feelings. This outcome naturally brought great comfort to their companions. Boom! The invaders crashed into the battle formation of the ancestral spirits, creating waves and shattering the space around them. Subsequently, an invisible shockwave burst out abruptly, spreading far and wide. Faced with such a fierce attack, even seasoned fighters like Zhang Lishan couldn't help but turn pale. These damn bastards, they have no idea what fear is. They are just like wild beasts, only capable of killing. Zhang Lishan gritted his teeth, then fiercely struck out, smashing several evil creatures. However, this strike also consumed a lot of his energy, so after he finished, his figure became somewhat dim. Seeing this, Gu Xianyi silently stood in front of him, bearing much of the pressure for him. The battle unfolded in a tight and intense manner. The real battlefield was like this, providing no room to catch your breath. Even Zhang Lishan and others, who were seasoned in battle, still felt immense pressure. But even so, they persevered, refusing to retreat even a step, because behind them were the military generals urgently adjusting their state. With the time they won, these soldiers who were on the brink of their limits finally had a moment to catch their breath. Even if this moment was just wiping the blood off their faces, taking a sip from their water pouches, or hastily bandaging exposed wounds, it was still immensely precious. So, even for the sake of these soldiers, they had to persist for as long as possible. After all, only by doing so could unnecessary casualties be minimized. Boom! Another wave of onslaught. Gu Xianyi groaned as he was forcibly pushed back tens of steps, his body starting to tremble violently. This was a sign of being injured. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lishan couldn't help but feel anguish and shouted, "Xianyi, are you okay? Don't worry, I won't die for now." Gu Xianyi weakly responded. Zhang Lishan felt slightly relieved, but soon an infinite rage surged within him. "Dare to hurt my woman, you evil creatures! Today I will fight you to the end." With that, Zhang Lishan raised both palms and fiercely struck out. Boom! These two strikes directly shattered hundreds of evil creatures, their fierce momentum causing the rest of the creatures to pause. Seizing this opportunity, Yue Wakong, Long Tianzong, and Sima, among others, all entered the fray, managing to push the front line forward slightly. But that was all they could do, as they then faced the more ferocious counterattacks from the evil creatures. Zhang Lishan's face turned pale, and his body became slightly translucent. But he still didn't leave his battle position, fiercely attacking the evil creatures in front of him. At this moment, Gu Xianyi hurried back and, disregarding his own injuries, joined the battle once again. Seeing this, the man in black sneered. "What a bunch of ignorant old ghosts! Since you love to show off, I'll let you all perform down below." With that, he raised his hand, intending to personally deal with Zhang Lishan and the others. At this moment, he no longer had the patience to wait any longer. After all, as the Eastern Emperor clearly stated, he and the other evil creatures needed to defeat the major sects of the Tianwei world in the shortest time possible. So he didn't have much time to waste on battling with the military. Otherwise, if other evil creatures seized the opportunity and took the credit, he would lose out. Holding on to this thought, the man in black was about to make his move. But just then, a sword light suddenly flew from the distant void. The sword light was incredibly fast, almost instantly arriving at the battlefield and striking down with terrifying force. The man in black shuddered, managing to dodge the sword just in time. However, while he could evade, his subordinates weren't as lucky. A series of muffled sounds rang out, and almost all the evil creatures on the field were laid low. With just one sword, more than half of the previously overwhelming evil army was decimated. At that moment, the pressure on the military greatly decreased, and they couldn't help but turn their gazes towards the source of the sword light. The man in black also looked in the same direction, his face grim. He growled with infinite resentment. Shen family. If the evil forces truly invaded the Shen family, he instructed me to ensure its downfall at the final moment. The last patriarch, who didn't even leave his name, made it clear that the Shen family would rather die than become puppets of darkness. After listening to Du Jingsheng's narration, Shen Mu was shocked to the point of numbness all over his body, his eyes filled with admiration. What does it mean to have the spirit of a sword cultivator? This is it. At the same time, a brilliant light suddenly shone in Du Jingsheng's eyes. Reach out your hand. Shen Mu trembled, snapping out of his shock, and then he hesitantly extended his hand. As it reached halfway, Du Jingsheng suddenly grasped it forcefully. A majestic sword aura surged into Shen Mu's body like a mighty river. His mouth opened as if to shout, but no sound came out. Du Jingsheng softly said, "In fact, after the family head transferred all his cultivation to me back then, I had the opportunity to fully heal this wound, but I didn't because I am not from the Shen family, nor does the blood of the Shen family flow within me. I am merely a guardian sitting in the position of the family head, a temporary caretaker. Therefore, these sword cultivation techniques that belong to the Shen family now return to their rightful owner." With a stern look, Du Jingsheng continued, "Fully absorb and comprehend anything you can't understand. Store it in your sword heart. Do not be distracted in the slightest, lest you disappoint the young master and many elders who put in so much effort thousands of years ago." This stern rebuke did work. Shen Mu, who was initially distracted, finally steeled himself and abandoned all distractions, wholeheartedly absorbing the sword cultivation techniques. In an instant, he felt as if he were immersed in an ocean of sword techniques, with the insights and combat experiences of countless sword experts vividly appearing before him. It was even more precious than cultivation itself, accumulated by the Shen family's experts over the years. Through this refinement, Shen Mu felt his sword heart becoming clear and bright, shining even more brightly. In the end, his sword heart was as flawless as the most transparent diamond. Just then, as Shen Mu was immersed in the ocean of sword techniques, he suddenly felt a shock and was abruptly pulled out of this profound state. The first thing he saw was Du Jingsheng, who looked withered like a dry corpse, slowly falling backward. "Family head!" Shen Mu shouted, and was about to rush forward to support him. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Du Jingsheng and gently embraced him. This figure, graceful and beautiful, was astonishingly the innkeeper transformed by the sword pavilion. Meanwhile, the innkeeper sighed softly, enduring endless pain for a promise for thousands of years. "Is it really worth it?" Du Jingsheng chuckled lightly and said, "Whether it's worth it or not doesn't matter. I should have died long ago, so being able to live this long is already a gain. If you hadn't forcibly used me to kill the monsters just now, this wouldn't have happened," the woman muttered. Du Jingsheng then reached out and gently touched the woman's cheek. "Are you feeling sad?" After a moment of silence, she nodded. "You've been with me for so long, and now you're leaving suddenly." "Of course, I am sad." "Silly girl." Du Jingsheng smiled lightly, but before he could say anything more, his body began to crack and disintegrate, turning into scattered ash and disappearing. The woman knelt on the ground, her hands forming an embrace, but the person in her arms had vanished completely. Shen Mu fell to his knees with a mournful cry, "Family head." His kneeling prompted all the Shen family sword cultivators to kneel as well, tears streaming down their faces. The woman stared blankly for a while before lightly sniffing and saying, "Damn it, is that how you leave? How despicable!" Though her tone seemed lighthearted, tears shimmered in her eyes. At that moment, in the empty space that had just experienced a baptism of sword intent, two figures suddenly appeared. Initially fragmented, these figures quickly gathered dark radiance around them, revealing themselves fully. They were none other than the two monsters, Dark and Rainbow Incineration, who had just been slain by Du Jingsheng. Dark's face was filled with lingering fear and anger. "Didn't you say it was almost certain to deal with the Shen family this time? Why did I almost die along with you?" Rainbow Incineration, now in his true form, without the dark aura, spoke directly, his face as pale as snow. Who would have known that after the calamity the Shen family faced in the past, they still have such formidable experts? The sword strike just now would have been considered a match for the top experts thousands of years ago. What should we do now? Are we just going to stand here idly? Remember that the extermination of the various sects was a direct order from Lord Donghuang. If we fail, will our lives be spared? Dark became increasingly anxious. Heh, don't worry. As long as Lord Donghuang is alive, we won't die. And if we don't die, the Shen family will be just a meal on our plate. Especially now that I can sense the one who delivered that extraordinary strike has vanished. If we act quickly, the fate awaiting these people will remain unchanged. With that, Rainbow Incineration once again disappeared into the shadows, preparing for the coming revenge. Simultaneously, in the distant by-family battlefield, a world-shaking battle was about to unfold. Watching the now empty battlefield, Lord Donghuang's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, growling lowly, "Zuan, you are truly great, willing to sacrifice yourself to save these by-family members." Zuan, his face stern and cold, looked at the rapidly rising aura of Lord Donghuang like surging waves, not making a sound. Lord Donghuang seethed with anger, intending to capture all the elite members of the Bai family, including Zuan, in one fell swoop in this battle. That was why he had meticulously laid out this scheme. When I first entered the path of cultivation, I once encountered an enemy who seemed invincible to me at the time, Zuan said, as he reached into his chest with his hand. Despite his flesh being torn apart, blood flowing freely, his expression remained unchanged. This person at the time declared that he would leave me nowhere to be buried. No one believed I could survive at that time, because with my strength at the time, his words were like a judgment, directly announcing my death sentence. These words echoed in the empty battlefield, causing a slight change in Emperor Donghuang's expression, but he coldly smiled without saying a word. Crack! With a crisp sound of bones breaking, Zuan calmly broke one of the ribs in his chest, then slowly pulled it out from his body. The white rib bone traversed through the blood, giving off a cruel beauty. But do you know what the final result was? Emperor Donghuang said with a smile. What was the result? The result was that the person who thought he controlled my life and death had turned into bones, while I have come step by step to become the top powerhouse above millions of people. What are you trying to tell me with all of this? You don't think it will end the same way as before, do you? Emperor Donghuang laughed as if he had heard a joke. Zuan shook his head, then gently wiped away a trace of blood from the rib bone. You're wrong. This time will certainly not end the same as before, because the person I dealt with before was at least a human, but you are a vile and filthy creature, so you won't even have the chance to leave behind bones. With that, flame suddenly rose in Zuan's eyes, and he gently thrust his sword out. This sword was light as a feather, as if a gust of wind could carry it away. Emperor Donghuang laughed scornfully. Zuan, I have to admit, your spirit is truly resilient. In such a desperate situation, you still try to console yourself with these stories. He did not even look at the sword piercing towards him because there was no chance for the sword intent to reach him. Indeed, the sword wind dissipated halfway, but Zuan was not discouraged and thrust another sword in his hand. This sword was slightly more powerful than before, but only slightly. Enough, I don't have time to play this boring game with you, Zuan. You have already lost completely, but since you refuse to admit defeat, I will have to let you die. With that, Emperor Donghuang's evil energy surged, and with a simple wave of his hand, Zuan flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the ruins of the arena. Just as Emperor Donghuang thought the battle had ended, a faint sword intent surged from the rising smoke and dust, rushing towards Emperor Donghuang. Startled and furious, Emperor Donghuang's face suddenly became extremely hideous. You are seeking death. With a roar, Emperor Donghuang appeared in front of Zuan and struck with his hand. If that strike landed, Zuan would be seriously injured, if not dead. But to Emperor Donghuang's surprise, Zuan did not dodge, but instead took a step forward, directly approaching Emperor Donghuang, then thrusting his sword. This sword seemed much stronger, cutting several strands of Emperor Donghuang's hair. This enraged Emperor Donghuang even more. He did not understand why, despite having the upper hand, he was constantly constrained by this man. With a ruthless heart, Emperor Donghuang ignored the sword aimed at him and instead struck with his fist. Zuan's body shattered inch by inch, then he was flung away like a broken bag. Emperor Donghuang's expression turned extremely dark and terrifying, his hand hitting Zuan still trembling. In all honesty, he did not want to end Zuan's life with his own hands. He had set up traps again and again, trying to make Zuan end his own life or die by others' hands. Even if he were to take action, he would try to harm from a distance, not wanting to stain his hands with Zuan's blood. But now, he had no choice but to finish this himself. He hoped the twists and turns of fate would cover up everything that had happened. As this thought flashed through his mind, he turned to leave. However, as he turned, a cold sword intent suddenly struck his back, causing him to shudder. He instinctively evaded the strike, avoiding the sword. Then he witnessed an unbelievable scene. The man he had just shattered bones and meridians with a single punch, leaving his cultivation in ruins, Xuan, was slowly rising to his feet. And the sword that had been aimed at him was thrust by the barely standing Xuan. How is this possible? Emperor Donghuang couldn't believe his eyes. Even with his full force punch, even a saint in his prime would have to accept death obediently. In fact, at this moment, he could not say anything because not only his bones and meridians were shattered by that punch just now, but all his organs were also shattered. In theory, Xuan in this state had died to the point of no return. But he stubbornly stood up again. All because he paid a huge price, sacrificing all broken causes and effects, leaving only hope for life. It is said that there is no road to a dead end. No matter how unsolvable the deadlock, there will always be a hint of life hidden within. Xuan, through this rule, found a faint sense of life in a situation where he should have been completely dead. Looking at the bloody and broken Xuan, whose fractured bones were rubbing together with each movement, emitting a sour sound, Donghuang Taiyi couldn't help but shiver. As a top evil creature who had hidden in the heaven for thousands of years, he had encountered countless people. Among them were many outstanding talents, but none as ruthless as Xuan. This ruthlessness was not only towards enemies, but also towards himself. Who else could persist stubbornly in such an unsolvable deadlock and refuse to give up? Who else could still confront with a sword under such heavy injuries? But this chaos only lasted a moment before a fiery anger followed. Donghuang Taiyi knew very well that if he couldn't completely eliminate the threat of Xuan this time, his own end would be extremely tragic. So he dared not underestimate Xuan anymore. Grunting, he exerted all his strength to try to crush Xuan into pieces. But at this moment, Xuan raised his blood-red eyes and once again lunged with his sword. The first strike was so weak that it only stirred a light breeze. The second strike was slightly better, but still weak. It was only by the sixth strike that there was some semblance of power. And now, with the sixth strike unleashed by Xuan, it instantly broke through Donghuang Taiyi's overpowering momentum, carrying an unparalleled elegance, aiming towards Donghuang Taiyi's face. Donghuang Taiyi realized the danger and dodged quickly because he had never seen such a peculiar sword intent. It seemed to encompass everything yet nothing at the same time. What was even more astonishing was the exponential increase in power from the first strike to the present. Donghuang Taiyi finally understood that Xuan was now displaying a true sword intent that could destroy everything. Just like his own means at the moment, sacrificing everything possible just to kill himself. It was filled with extreme madness. Suddenly, Donghuang Taiyi finally understood why Xuan had said those words at the beginning. This seemingly gentle and even delicate young man was actually possessed by a chilling madness. In a moment of confusion, Donghuang Taiyi even felt a hint of sympathy for the enemy mentioned by Xuan. Wasn't he himself once faced with a similar situation? A complete madman and endless pursuit. Unconsciously, even Donghuang Taiyi did not notice that under these few moves, there was a huge turnaround on the battlefield. Donghuang Taiyi, who had always been in an absolute advantageous position, now felt a hint of weakness despite still having the upper hand. It was Xuan who erupted from the desperate situation, forcing Donghuang Taiyi to retreat step by step. Just then, the seventh sword finally pierced through space and aimed towards Donghuang Taiyi. Donghuang Taiyi snorted in anger. Enough. Even if I bear the consequences when I go out, I will kill you first today. With that, Donghuang Taiyi no longer held back and exerted all his power to shatter this sword intent, then lunged towards Xuan. Unexpectedly, his deemed fatal blow missed, because at that moment, Xuan, who was wavering and standing, suddenly disappeared. His disappearance this time was abrupt, catching Donghuang Taiyi off guard as he lunged into emptiness. And before he could react, a faint and imperceptible sword intent suddenly grazed his back, bringing out a streak of blood. The wound was superficial, so shallow that it had barely appeared before healing instantly. But for Xuan, it was enough. As Donghuang Taiyi turned back to look at Xuan, he had already retreated to a distance, then slowly raised the rib bone sword in his hand, running his finger over it. There was still a drop of Dong Huang Taiyi's blood on the sword edge. After Zuan's finger passed over it, he brought the tip of his finger to his forehead. Dong Huang Taiyi was puzzled and asked coldly, "Zuan, what are you trying to do?" Of course, Zuan did not answer. He just raised his hand, touched the drop of Dong Huang Taiyi's blood to his forehead. In an instant, the blood disappeared into his forehead like a drop of water in the desert. Dong Huang Taiyi's heart rang alarm bells. "What are you trying to do?" But all Zuan responded with was a faintly chilling smile on his lips. Then a mocking voice rang in Dong Huang Taiyi's ear. "You're dead. This time, I say it, and no one can save you." At the same time, outside the Shen family starfield, a person was saying similar words. Fenhong, with a face full of madness, directed the newly hatched evil creatures to launch wave after wave of attacks towards the Shen family starfield. The master swordsman who wielded the sword before obviously has fallen. Now the Shen family is ours, and no one can stop us. Indeed. With targeted optimizations, these newly hatched evil creatures demonstrated strong restraint against all the sword cultivators of the Shen family. Although the Grand Manager, the Ancestor Sword, was still there, the sword could not fight on its own, and Shen Mu, the newly appointed head of the family, couldn't possibly form a combat power just yet. So when Fenhong and Dark Black tried their best to overturn the Shen family, everyone in the Shen family felt immense pressure. "Master, please take the Grand Manager and leave first. Leave the defense to us." That's right. As long as the long sword left by the Sword Ancestor is still there, the Shen family is not doomed. So, don't stay here for meaningless sacrifice. Some people began to advise Shen Mu to leave. But at this moment, Shen Mu was already filled with bloodlust. How could he abandon everyone and leave alone? "Stop talking. I can't leave. Even if I die, I will destroy all these scumbags." Shen Mu roared with a chilling determination. Behind were many slightly smaller flags, with the foremost displaying a majestic character resembling a soaring dragon surrounded by clouds, followed by surnames such as Gu, Long, and Sima. It was a vast army of military strategists that had traveled far and wide to reach this point. At this moment, the Shen family's territory was already within sight. As they listened to the faint sounds of battle in the distance, the expressions of these military ancestors became extremely serious. Yes, leading this army was none other than the military ancestors who had long passed away in the ancestral shrine. Previously, the military families had been attacked by dark forces, and it was only thanks to Shen Mu's assistance that they were able to turn the tables. After clearing the remnants of the dark forces and tidying up the battlefield, news arrived that the Shen family was surrounded by the dark forces. Upon hearing this news, the military ancestors immediately made a decision. They decided to take the initiative and go to support the Shen family. Having experienced countless struggles and tribulations, these military ancestors were well aware of the dire situation in the current external world. This gathering of 100 families was clearly a trap, designed to draw out all the elites and leave them vulnerable to attack by the dark forces. Therefore, at this critical moment, the role of the Shen family as the leaders of the sword cultivators was crucial. If they were to fall, the impact on the entire external world would be significant. Moreover, these ancestors had all experienced the great chaos from thousands of years ago. Although the actions of the Shen family at that time had sparked much criticism, these individuals were not easily fooled by appearances. Therefore, they all vaguely knew what had happened back then and couldn't help but feel worried. Since the dark forces dared to directly target the Shen family, it was clear that they had made special preparations. In this situation, the Shen family's predicament was extremely dangerous. They were all outstanding individuals, and upon understanding the current situation, these military ancestors decided without hesitation to abandon the ancestral shrine and, taking a great risk, lead the army to the outskirts of the Shen family's territory. As the sounds of fierce battle reached their ears, many people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as there were sounds of battle, it meant they were not too late. While hastening towards the battlefield, they exchanged words with each other. Zhang Lishan chuckled. "Luckily, we reacted quickly and rushed here day and night. If we had been a little later, things would have been truly troublesome, don't you think, Xianyi?" Yue Wakong and others secretly suppressed their laughter upon hearing this. They could tell that Zhang Lishan was just rambling. In fact, this was not the first time that Zhang Lishan had tried to strike up a conversation with Gu Xianyi along the way. However, After the crisis among the military families was resolved, Gu Xianyi suddenly became cold towards Zhang Lishan. No matter how hard Zhang Lishan tried to get close to her, she remained distant. For instance, upon hearing Zhang Lishan's ramblings, Gu Xianyi simply responded with a faint "oh" and said nothing more. Zhang Lishan hesitated to speak further, and at that moment, they arrived at the battlefield beyond the Shen family's territory. Just as they had speculated, the Shen family was in an extremely difficult situation under the relentless attacks of the specially optimized dark forces. Although Shen Mu had made significant progress in his cultivation and had repelled several attacks from the dark forces, this was not a long-term solution, as this time they had come back with a determination to kill. The dark forces currently on the battlefield were his carefully crafted creations, not only specially optimized, but also capable of evolving during combat according to the situation. In this back-and-forth struggle, the Shen family found themselves trapped in a quagmire of battle from which it was hard to escape. Seeing this scene, Fen Hong felt a surge of joy. His previous attack had almost obliterated Shen Mu, and if not for Lord Donghuang Taiyi's protection, he would have been annihilated long ago. Even though he managed to resurrect, his cultivation had inevitably suffered considerable damage. This made him hate the Shen family to the core. Watching the battle progress favorably, he was even preparing for a full-scale obliteration. However, just then, the appearance of the military forces shattered his illusions. As soon as these soldiers appeared on the battlefield, they immediately plunged into combat without hesitation. With the addition of this fresh force, the pressure on the Shen family was significantly reduced. This didn't mean that the strength of the military forces was exceptional, to the point where they could easily handle the dark forces that the Shen family couldn't. In fact, it was all due to the nature of these dark forces themselves. Because these dark forces were created to annihilate the Shen family, every part of their bodies had been specially optimized to counter sword cultivators, giving them a strong survival advantage in facing sword cultivators. However, this specialization also made them weak in other aspects. So when the army appeared, these dark forces immediately faced devastating blows. Under a completely different style of attack, these dark forces began to retreat step by step. Seeing this spectacle, Fen Hong couldn't help but shout in anger, "Dark, what the hell is going on? How did the people of the military suddenly appear here? Didn't you specifically go after them before?" Dark was also dumbfounded, but upon hearing the implications in Fen Hong's words, he couldn't help but shout back, pushing the blame onto each other. This internal disunity among these dark forces was evident in how they were blaming each other. And as they continued to retreat alongside the dark forces that were losing ground, in that battlefield of 100 families, the real master, Lord Donghuang Taiyi, felt a chill in his heart. This chill came from the depths of his soul, penetrating his bones. This was not solely because of the words he had just heard ringing in his ears, at least not entirely. What truly shocked and even frightened him was the growing aura emanating from Zuan. Zuan had already been severely injured by him and was on the verge of death, relying solely on sacrificing karma to hang on to his last breath. But now, Zuan's injuries were inexplicably healing, with cracking sounds coming from within his body as he regenerated. However, this time, his all-out attack miscalculated. Just as the attack was about to reach him, Zuan's entire being was swept away like a dry leaf in the wind. No matter how violent the momentum was, nothing could touch him, but instead made his eyes even brighter, bright to a terrifying extent. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura began to brew in his brow. Though it was just a budding presence, it still caused the space to tremble. In that moment of feeling this aura, the Eastern Emperor Taichi felt as if struck by lightning, instantly understanding everything. From Zhu, rescuing everyone with the threat of cause and effect, to facing himself alone later on, not hesitating to be seriously injured, even sacrificing cause and effect to battle him, finally obtaining a drop of blood and smearing it on his brow. These events flashed through the Eastern Emperor Taichi's mind like a slideshow, making him realize. His face turned as pale as snow in an instant, then he trembled and said, "You are awakening him." "That's right. I am indeed awakening him." Zuan's voice was devoid of emotional fluctuations, displaying no ripples. "And it's already successful." Without hesitation, the Eastern Emperor Taichi turned to flee the scene. Yes, as the Yin-Yang family's Eastern Emperor, one could say the ultimate boss of the entire celestial realm, actually wanted to escape upon hearing Zuan's words. It would be shocking for anyone else to know. Only the Eastern Emperor Taichi knew. This was his final chance. If he didn't leave now, he would not be able to leave at all. But unsurprisingly, as he tried to turn and escape, the space had already turned into solid rock, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, behind him, Zuan's mocking laughter rang out. Eastern Emperor Taichi, do you think I went to such great lengths, even at a huge cost, to set up this ambush, just to let you easily walk away? The Eastern Emperor Taichi slowly turned around, filled with infinite regret, because he never imagined that the carefully planned ambush he thought was successful ended up benefiting someone else. What tormented him the most was that he actually knew about this from the beginning, but had overlooked it. Thus, gritting his teeth, filled with anger and regret, he glared at Zuan. So, were you planning to use him against me from the beginning? Were those earlier tactics just a deception to confuse me? Zuan nodded. That's right. Otherwise, do you think I would bring Yanner to such a dangerous place with me? As he spoke, a radiance shone brightly in Zuan's forehead, projecting a huge beam of light, revealing Yan, once hidden in Zuan's mental space. However, Yan's appearance had completely changed. She was surrounded by an extremely violent aura, especially in her eyes. There seemed to be some unknowable presence stirring. This aura made the Eastern Emperor Taichi tremble all over, as if the nightmare from that day was replaying before his eyes. At this moment, the mystery was finally unraveled. Even before the great battle began, Zuan had carefully calculated the power gap between himself and the Eastern Emperor Taichi, understanding that it was impossible to defeat this ultimate boss alone with his own strength. Although he was not afraid of death, he did not want to make meaningless sacrifices, especially as he now carried the honor and disgrace of the entire HUA clan on his shoulders and couldn't afford any mistakes. The Eastern Emperor Taichi was a boss that could not be overlooked, as he surely held all the secrets about the HUA clan. When Zuan was at a loss, Yan, hidden in Zuan's mental space, spoke. She proposed a simple suggestion that when facing the finger that pierced through various barriers to reach the heavenly realms, she had once erupted with an unknown power. The appearance of this power directly scared off the evil creature at that time, proving its effectiveness. And now, facing the impending ultimate battle, Yan believed it was time to use this power again. Initially, when Zuan heard this suggestion, he outright rejected it. He couldn't ascertain whether the power within Yan was beneficial or harmful. Especially considering the last time she unleashed that power, she had remained unconscious for several days, which deeply troubled Zuan, who cherished his beloved wife dearly. However, Yan was extraordinarily stubborn this time, refusing to give up on her idea, regardless of Zuan's rejections. Finally, Yan ended the argument with a resolute statement. Am I not part of the HUA clan just because you are? Zuan finally accepted the idea and discussed the plan in detail with Yan. This led to Yan hiding within Zuan's mental space, which the Eastern Emperor Taichi had already discovered at the beginning. Both Zuan and Yan were extremely nervous at that time, uncertain if the Eastern Emperor Taichi would notice anything strange. But they underestimated the arrogance and conceit of the Eastern Emperor Taichi. To him, there was no adversary in the entire celestial realm, so why would he bother with Zuan? Although the power Yan unleashed initially did astonish the Eastern Emperor Taichi, after a long period of time, he no longer believed she could wield that power again. After all, if she could control it at will, she would have directly appeared and eliminated him. He never expected that his casual thoughts would cost him dearly. That was why the Eastern Emperor Taichi felt so full of regret just now. He had truly underestimated the bond between Zuan and Yan, as well as Zuan's patience and attention to detail. Zuan also understood that the power hidden within Yan was not something that could be easily summoned. Unless faced with a life-threatening crisis again, the best method was still to acquire the Eastern Emperor Taichi's blood to simulate a dire situation, thus triggering the power within Yan. After finalizing the plan, every subsequent step taken by Zuan was set up to mislead the Eastern Emperor Taichi's mind. It was through these meticulous tactics that Zuan successfully obtained a drop of blood from the Eastern Emperor Taichi. Once applied to his brow, it was immediately absorbed by Yan, hidden in his mental space. Indeed, when faced with the threat of that monstrous evil aura, the violent power within Yan finally reawakened. At a command, and Yan, still possessing a hint of rationality, immediately handed over all of his commanding power to Zuan, and then his main consciousness fell into a deep sleep. This was an extremely dangerous practice, because if Zuan had even the slightest thought that was detrimental to an Yan would be beyond saving. However, Yan did not hesitate at all, almost instantly opening up to Zuan. The entire process was without reservation, without any defense. This meant that Yan's trust in Zuan had reached a level of complete purity, without any impurities. Zuan's heart warmed at this. No matter how things changed in the world, at least Yan had not changed. Still the same girl filled with unfounded trust in oneself, silently supporting and encouraging from behind. In a past life, he must have saved countless universes, which was why he could meet such a perfect girl in this life. Faced with this precious trust, he certainly could not disappoint even in the slightest. With this thought, Zuan took a deep breath and then took control of Yan's body. In an instant, a radiant light shone in Yan's eyes, and his aura began to surge rapidly. In reality, Yan was completely unable to control this latent power deep within his blood. That was why Zuan took over Yan's body, in order to control this power with his own strength. However, Zuan underestimated the terror of this power. Upon contact, this terrifying power almost broke free from Zuan's mental control. Zuan grunted, and in that instant, he pushed his mental power to the extreme, finally managing to barely control this power. Instantly, the wind ceased, the clouds stopped, and everything in the 100 battlefield froze. Even the dust suspended in the air froze in the last moment. Dong Huang Taiyi was no exception. Although his cultivation was astonishing, he was still as insignificant as an ant in front of this indescribable and overwhelming power. At this moment, he struggled to free himself, trying to escape this controlled, suppressed state, but all efforts were in vain. He felt like a traveler trapped in never-ending quicksand, every move only accelerating his descent into death. Zuan looked down at Dong Huang Taiyi and spoke slowly. Now, I'll give you two choices. First, tell me everything you know honestly, then I'll give you a quick end. Second, remain silent, but you should be very clear about the consequences. Dong Huang Taiyi struggled to lift his head, suddenly grinning maliciously. Since the final result of both choices is the same, why should I tell you? Just because of this. Zuan snorted coldly, and then a tremendous force descended upon Dong Huang Taiyi. In an instant, both his knees shattered, and he knelt down on the ground. Zuan then appeared above Dong Huang Taiyi without a sound, looking down on him. I know you must be feeling very aggrieved right now, thinking that I won with external forces, but what difference does it make? Yan and I are inseparable. Her power is just enough to restrain you. It's difficult to say that this isn't destined. Zuan nodded. Of course, I believe in fate. No existence can escape the bondage of cause and effect, and your fate was sealed from the moment you decided to act against the Hua clan. Dong Huang Taiyi burst into laughter. As if he had heard the greatest joke, his laughter filled with scorn. Zuan, do you actually believe in fate? He gasped, sneering. Zuan nodded. Of course, I do. Your actions will only lead to a more tragic end. That is your destined outcome, and no one or power can change that. After speaking, Dong Huang Taiyi closed his eyes. Go ahead, no matter what means you use, I won't tell you anything. When truly facing death, Dong Huang Taiyi showed a sterner demeanor than other evil beings, even a sense of embracing death. But after hearing his words, Zuan just chuckled, then clapped his hands. Well done, displaying such a fearless demeanor. If I didn't know the truth, I might have been deceived by you. Dong Huang Taiyi trembled slightly, but his eyes remained closed, giving no response. At this moment, Zuan lowered himself slowly and whispered near Dong Huang Taiyi's ear. Do you think as long as I kill you, you can escape from this world? Hearing this, Dong Huang Taiyi looked up suddenly and saw Yan's beautiful face. This was because Zuan was controlling Yan's body, so everything was spoken through her. Seeing the astonishment in Dong Huang Taiyi's eyes, Zuan smirked slightly. As an existence like you, how could you not have plotted an escape route? So if I'm not mistaken, even if I completely destroy your soul, you still have a way to come back, right? Dong Huang Taiyi's complexion paled slightly, but as a former ruler of this realm, he quickly calmed down. Zuan's hand strength was so great that he even squeezed out the veins on the neck of Dong Emperor Taiyi. But Dong Emperor Taiyi didn't even blink. Instead, a playful smirk appeared on his face. Are you scared? Scared that what I said will become reality. But now, other than being impotent with rage, what else can you do? Kill me. Otherwise, when this power fades, you won't even be able to do that. At the end, Dong Emperor Taiyi was almost laughing out loud. He loved this feeling the most. manipulating people's minds, controlling their emotions. Even though he was at a disadvantage now, he could still exert great pressure on Xuan. But at this moment, Xuan grinned, revealing his neat teeth. I said in the beginning, you have no future. Today's battlefield will be your burial ground. Dong Emperor Taiyi smirked silently. He was prepared for death. But as soon as he died here, his backup avatar hidden in the distant deep space would immediately awaken. Although he would inevitably suffer some losses, as long as he could escape from this world, everything would be worth it. After getting out, I must find a way to get rid of this guy. Dong Emperor Taiyi vowed silently. But at this moment, a red lotus appeared on Yan's forehead, reflecting countless strings of cause and effect. The largest one naturally originated from Dong Emperor Taiyi himself. Dong Emperor Taiyi trembled all over, then understood something, and cried out, "How is this possible? You control this woman's body. Why can you still use your powers of cause and effect?" Xuan coldly smiled. I've said before, Yan and I are inseparable. Her abilities can be used by me, so naturally, I can also use mine through her. Hearing this, Dong Emperor Taiyi felt a chill, no longer as calm as before. At the same time, Xuan raised his hand and grasped the strings of cause and effect extending from Dong Emperor Taiyi. No being can escape the constraints of cause and effect, unless that being has completely disappeared. With those words, Xuan exerted force with his hand. Without a sound, the thick cause and effect string broke. Then the momentum on Dong Emperor Taiyi plummeted rapidly, his figure also becoming faint. That was a sign that his connection to this world was rapidly weakening. At this point, Dong Emperor Taiyi truly began to panic. He wasn't afraid of death or even the extinction of his soul, because over the years, he had prepared numerous avatars to prevent the annihilation of his soul. But if his connections to the outside world were all cut off, then all his previous efforts would be in vain. No, Xuan, I can tell you some things about the incidents with the Hua clan back then. Dong Emperor Taiyi shouted. But Xuan didn't pause his actions, he continued to sever several more strings of cause and effect. Dong Emperor Taiyi could feel his connection with the world weakening again, and his body was showing signs of collapse. After losing the constraints of cause and effect, the various elements that made up his body would disperse and vanish. This was a fate far more miserable than soul annihilation. So he urgently shouted, "Back then, when I targeted the Hua clan, it was also by orders of my superior. Don't you want to know who he is?" This statement indeed had an effect. Xuan's actions paused, then he looked at Dong Emperor Taiyi. Dong Emperor Taiyi breathed a sigh of relief. "Give me some time. I will tell you who instructed me back then." But before he could finish speaking, Xuan's hand exerted force again. This time, he directly broke several more strings of cause and effect. Dong Emperor Taiyi let out a painful scream, then his body began to disintegrate and shatter. "Xuan, why are you doing this? Don't you want to know who instructed me?" Xuan said lightly, "I wanted to know before, but now I don't. Because what I'm going to do next is uproot your whole demonic clan, so no matter who he is, he will have no place to rest in peace." Even though he was near collapse, Dong Emperor Taiyi was astonished by Xuan's bold words. Uproot the demonic clan. Did he really know what he was saying? At that moment, Xuan decisively severed all the strings of cause and effect connected to Dong Emperor Taiyi. In an instant, all the connections between Dong Emperor Taiyi and the world were cut off, and then his body, and even the elements that made up his soul, scattered. "Ah, Xuan, don't think this is the end. I'll wait for you ahead." As his words faded, Dong Emperor Taiyi disappeared completely. The battlefield under his feet began to tremble violently. This was because with the loss of Dong Emperor Taiyi as the cause, this battlefield had no future to exist. Yan stood in place, her momentum rapidly declining. In the next moment, she fell backward, but before her body landed, Xuan, who had been hovering in the air, rushed forward and embraced her. Yan was pale, obviously greatly depleted. Xuan's eyes showed deep pity, then gently placed her into his mind consciousness. "Yan, rest well. Leave the rest to me." With that, Xuan stepped down, and the crumbling battlefield shattered, as Xuan rushed out from within. At the same time, on the square outside, Fox Knight and Yue Shifeng, along with hundreds of others, were desperately attacking the statue of Dong Emperor Taiyi. Everyone was anxious, even the usually lazy Fox Knight was getting frantic. "Damn it, what on earth is this statue made of? Why is it so sturdy? After trying to attack with the nine tails to no avail, Fox Knight couldn't help but shout in frustration. No one paid him any attention. Everyone was focused on battling the statue, but even someone as strong as Yue Shifeng had minimal impact. Fox Knight looked up at the tall statue, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Could that guy really be dead? At this thought, Fox Knight couldn't help but shiver. No, it's impossible. How could he be dead? Fox Knight tried to reassure himself, but his eyes were already red. And just as he was feeling rare emotions, the seemingly indestructible statue suddenly began to shake. Moments later, cracks appeared, and it crumbled. The crowd gasped in shock. What's going on? Suddenly, the entire arena was filled with a deafening roar. To be honest, many people had thought that Zuin was surely gone before this. After all, he was considered the #1 figure in this world, the East Emperor Taiyi. Coupled with his mysterious and unpredictable demonic attribute, even though Zuin was a rising star with great potential, facing such a boss alone, the odds were not in his favor. Despite many people thinking this way, they showed no signs of backing down, and instead fought the deity with all their might. For them, their lives were saved by Zuan. If it weren't for him cutting off the threads of fate at the last moment, everyone present would have been trapped in the battlefield with no hope of survival. Just based on this, people couldn't say a bad word about Zuan. Even if he had truly fallen in battle, they would still need to find a way to defeat the deity and avenge him. With this thought in mind, none of the hundreds of people present left the battlefield. Instead, they all attacked the deity with a conviction to die. But to everyone's surprise, just when almost everyone secretly thought Zuin was dead, the deity suddenly shattered, and Zuin emerged unscathed. What does this mean? It means that he obviously achieved victory in the battle against the East Emperor Taiyi, or else he wouldn't have left the battlefield. To confirm the thoughts of these people, the army of demons surrounding the square, facing off against the hundreds of people, disintegrated along with the shattered deity. The city beneath their feet began to tremble. At the same time, within the Yin-Yang family, everything related to the Yin-Yang family in the other two major regions besides Lei Butong's domain began to crumble and collapse. In the blink of an eye, these two major regions turned into ruins, and even space seemed on the verge of collapse. Someone exclaimed, "Not good. This star region is about to collapse." Even in this situation, Yue Qinghuan was ecstatic as he rushed forward. Zuan. Although it was just a simple words, it carried infinite meaning. While Meng Juna and others didn't approach, the concern in their eyes spoke volumes. Zuan gave a faint smile, then nodded slightly at Yue Qinghuan and Yue Shifeng in the distance. "I'm fine. This place is not safe to stay. Let's leave first." Before anyone could react, a respectful voice came from behind the crowd. "If everyone doesn't mind, you can temporarily shelter in my Lei Butong's domain." Everyone turned to look as Lei Butong, the lord of the Lei Butong domain, spoke. As the overseer of one of the three major star domains of the Yin-Yang family, he naturally had to attend the Grand Assembly. However, for the entire Yin-Yang family, he was just a figurehead. Therefore, he only attended the opening ceremony and did not enter the battlefield later. But even so, Lei Butong sensed that something was amiss during the event, especially when he saw the East Emperor Taiyi personally appear and become a deity holding the battlefield. His uneasiness grew when he witnessed numerous demons suddenly attacking the square. In a moment, he understood what was happening and swiftly joined the battle alongside Huxu and Luol in Yuan. Being the thunder god himself, he harbored extreme disdain for wicked creatures. Moreover, as his own life was at stake this time, he spared no effort in dealing with these demons. However, the subsequent turn of events caught him off guard. Firstly, the hundreds of people in the battlefield were unexpectedly teleported out. Then came the news that the exceptional young scion of the Hua clan was left alone in the battlefield, facing the corrupted East Emperor Taiyi. After hearing this news, Lei Butong sighed and made two decisions. Firstly, to immediately send people back to the Lei Butong domain for preparations, as a catastrophic event seemed imminent. Secondly, he chose to stay behind to confront the corrupted East Emperor Taiyi. Lei Butong was well aware that even if he escaped now, the East Emperor Taiyi wouldn't spare him once he left the battlefield. With the abandonment of his disguise maintained for millennia and his obvious grand scheme, it was clear that he had more significant plans than just dealing with Zuan. In that situation, Lei Butong realized that as the only outsider in the Yin-Yang family, he would be the first target to be eliminated. In this regard, Lei Butong was clear-headed. Prepared to face death, Lei Butong did not anticipate the shocking turn of events. Zuan, who everyone thought was doomed, emerged unscathed from the battlefield. And in the current state of affairs, it appeared that the East Emperor Taiyi had actually lost. This revelation left Lei Butong deeply shaken. He had always regarded Zuan as a junior. Hence, back in the main city of the Lei Butong domain, he had shown some mentorship towards Zuan. Yet, the situation had clearly flipped, revealing that it was he who had misjudged the young man. Seeing Zhu, preparing to lead everyone out of the tumultuous area, Lei Butong's heart stirred, and he blurted out his invitation. Understanding the intent behind Lei Butong's gaze, Zuan smiled faintly. "All right then, since Lord Lei has invited us, let's head to the Lei Butong domain first." Lei Butong was thrilled and nodded vigorously, saying, "Good, in that case, let's follow me." Although Lei Butong, as the lord of the Lei Butong domain, might have slightly weaker strength, the treasures he possessed were top-notch. Being inherently skilled in speed due to the Thunder lineage, especially as the ancestor of the Thunder Gods, Lei Butong swiftly infused everyone with thunder energy and soared into the sky, breaking through the shattered spatial barriers, heading straight for the Lei Butong domain. As they left, the two major star regions of the Yin-Yang family collapsed completely, turning into black hole-like existences. As for the military family and the Shen family, of course, they are no exception. Everyone has tried their best to try to repel this evil army. But at this moment, as an unknown dimension of causality changes, an invisible shock wave spreads from within the Yin and Yang families, spreading at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, this shock wave crossed the vast distance between the Yin and Yang families and the Shen family, arriving at the battlefield. Crack! Wherever it passed, all evil creatures shattered. The ongoing fierce battle between Fen Hong and Dark Shadow felt a tremendous shockwave. How is this possible? Both of them shouted in unison, then turned around in infinite horror to try to escape from this shockwave. But how could their speed catch up with this destructive shockwave? In an instant, the shockwave reached the backs of the two evil creatures and rolled over them with a thunderous roar. Puff! The two evil creatures, despite their strong power, managed to hold on longer than the ordinary evil creatures. However, it was only for a moment. They both spat out a large amount of blood and then screamed hysterically. This can't be. How could Lord Dong Huang possibly be defeated? Indeed, they were creatures born depending on Dong Huang Taiyi, which is why Fen Hong was able to be reborn. It can be said that as long as Dong Huang Taiyi exists, they are truly immortal in this world. This is also the reason why they were so arrogant. However, they never expected that the entity they relied on would actually fall, completely disappearing. So they were unwilling, they were desperate. But no matter what feelings they had, they couldn't change the established fact. In a moment, the two evil creatures also shattered all over their bodies, turning into powder. The battlefield fell silent. People from the Shen family and the military family looked at the empty vacuum in a collective state of confusion. What's going on? How did all these evil creatures suddenly disappear? Zhang Lishan murmured in confusion. As for Shen Mu, his face was full of question marks. Only the shopkeeper, the sword spirit of the legendary sword, turned his head towards the source of the wave of destruction with a serious expression. I think I know what's going on. What's going on? Shen Mu asked immediately. Obviously, someone just destroyed the core of the evil in this world, causing these evil creatures to lose their source of power and turning into nothingness. The core of evil in this world ... These words plunged Shen Mu into deep contemplation. Who could have such great power? Could it be? Shen Mu's mind suddenly flashed with a face, but he quickly dismissed the idea. How could it be him? Even if his strength surpassed his own, how could he possibly destroy the core evil of this world? Then who could it be? As Shen Mu pondered deeply, the wave of destruction had already swept through the entire realm. The evil creatures that roamed all over the realm instantly turned into dust. This naturally attracted the astonishment and curiosity of countless people. It was at this moment that Zuan and the people from the 100 families had already arrived at the main city of Jidu Starfield. Earlier on the way, Lei Butong had already informed his subordinates who were staying here, so when the group arrived, the main city of Jidu was already prepared. After everyone landed, The wounded were immediately taken care of, while others were also given arrangements and special care. It was only then that many people breathed a sigh of relief and slumped in their chairs, no longer wanting to move. These past 2 days had been like a roller coaster ride, an experience that many had never encountered in their lifetime, leaving many physically and mentally exhausted now. Lei Butong clearly saw this and did not make a big fuss, but instead tried to create a quiet environment for everyone to rest and recuperate. While they could rest, Zuan could not. As soon as he landed, Zuan immediately took Hu Yi to a quiet and undisturbed corner. What is the current situation in the various realms? Zuan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, his expression infinitely serious and solemn. In fact, even before Dong Huang Taiyi died, what he was most worried about was not himself but the situation in the various realms. Because Dong Huang Taiyi had revealed a startling fact at the beginning, that some unknown entity had quietly infiltrated the various realms and begun to implement a despicable and sinister plan. These words weighed heavily on Zuan's mind like a big stone. So after killing Dong Huang Taiyi, regardless of his injuries, he immediately broke out of the battlefield to quickly understand the situation in the various realms. When he saw Hu Yi appearing in the square, his heart sank even further. If there wasn't something special going on, Hu Yi wouldn't have come here. His appearance here meant that the situation in the various realms had deteriorated to a terrifying extent. Indeed, when Hu Yi heard Zuan's words, he changed his usual careless demeanor and said with a serious expression, "It's very bad. It can even be said to be unprecedentedly tricky because this time the enemy is invisible and intangible." "Go on," Zuan said in a deep voice. "First and foremost, the most unbelievable thing is ... Hu Yi paused, his face turning somewhat pale. "There's no trace of you left in the entire realms." Zuan was shaken to his core. "So, it's true." Hu Yi continued speaking. "No one knows how this happened. It's as if overnight, everything about you disappeared. There's no Zuan, no Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, and even the things you did have become someone else's accomplishments." There was a hint of fear in Hu Yi's eyes, as if recalling some extremely unpleasant memories, he said in a tremulous voice. "After discovering this, I thought it was a joke made by someone, but when I searched throughout the realms, I found that all traces of your history had been tampered with. I even went to many friends, but without exception, they don't remember you ever existing. More importantly, what is it, Zhu?" An asked with a face as heavy as water. Zuan had actually anticipated that this situation would be very serious, but he never thought it would become so tricky. Not only were the traces of his existence erased, even Fan Mingshu, Tang Zhuaner, and Fox Ying, who had close relationships with him, had completely disappeared without a trace. This was no longer just about him, but even his relatives and friends were implicated. At this thought, Zuan couldn't help but feel a rush of anger, but he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Because he knew that the more critical the situation, the more he could not afford to panic. What exactly happened? Why did such a huge change occur in the heavens overnight, and how did you manage to retain memories, Zhu? An asked in a deep voice. Foxy gave a bitter smile. "To be honest, I'm still puzzled. Why am I not affected by this turmoil, retaining memories of you up to now? And there were no signs of this turmoil beforehand. I remember that night, I was joking with my little sister about you. But when I woke up the next day, everything had changed. My sister was nowhere to be found. At the time, I didn't think much of it, assuming she had just gone out to play. But when I asked the third elder sister Fox Wen where Ying had gone, she looked confused and said she had no sister at all. I was almost frantic at that moment, thinking Fox Wen was teasing me. But after repeatedly asking her, I realized that she really didn't remember Fox Ying. This change shocked me, and I immediately gathered other elders of the Fox clan, but without exception, they had no memory of Ying. Despite my detailed descriptions, even mentioning many of the wrongdoing she had done, they looked at me blankly, completely clueless about what I was talking about. I was completely dumbfounded, and then I went to Earth with a sense of unease, only to find that the situation was much more serious than I had imagined. Not only was Ying missing, but also Dream Snow, Zhuaner, and even Miss Channer had all disappeared. As for you, Foxy paused, a tinge of terror in his eyes. I searched through history, but I couldn't find a trace of your existence. Zuan fell silent, seemingly digesting this stunning revelation. After a moment, he slowly lifted his head. What about the Red Lotus Immortal Sect? The Red Lotus Immortal Sect. Upon hearing these four words, Foxy's face displayed a hint of resentment. There is no longer a Red Lotus Immortal Sect. Now, there's a place on the Lotus Mountain called the Red Jade Villa. Apart from that, the composition of this Red Jade Villa is extremely similar to the Red Lotus Immortal Sect you established. For example, the Red Jade Villa is also jointly managed by my Chinku Fox clan and the Sword Palace of Li Jingsing. But do you know the origin of this Red Jade Villa? Foxy's face bore a mocking expression. In the history of this Red Jade Villa, the person who founded it was actually from a celestial race from outside the heavens. A celestial race or zoo? An asked in surprise. Yes, the so-called evil beings, but in the twisted and distorted history, these evil beings have magically transformed into benevolent creatures that greatly benefited the heavens, Foxy explained. For instance, these so-called celestial beings saved the endangered heavens in the past, establishing the Red Jade Villa. Foxy was seething with anger, his face turning even darker with fury as he spoke. It's incredulous. We fought bloodily and sacrificed countless lives to achieve glorious victories, only to have those achievements lightly altered and twisted into something else on the pages of history. The beings we strive to eliminate have now become revered entities to the masses. Even temples have been built to worship them. It's the greatest irony. Fox Yi's anger flared even more, while Zuan remained relatively composed compared to him. Didn't your Chinku Fox clan's elder Fox Wan and the Sword Palace's Li Jingsing notice anything? Foxy shook his head. No, at least from my interactions with them and subtle inquiries, I found that they, like everyone else, have no knowledge of your existence. Furthermore, in this altered world, Li Jingsing is no longer the remarkable figure he was before. He's simply a sword-crazed lunatic. As for Elder Fox Wan, a strange expression crossed Fox Yi's face. Could you imagine the highest elder of the Chinku Fox clan being a perpetually drunk, almost never sober, alcohol aficionado? And what about Zhang Tianyong Zhu? Un suddenly mentioned a name that took Foxy by surprise. You mean the guy tinkering with mechanical alchemy in a wheelchair all day? Exactly. He has a personal artificial intelligence called Xinghuan that records all the affairs of the Red Lotus Immortal Sect. Have you checked the records of this artificial intelligence for any clues? Foxy slapped his thigh in annoyance. How did I not think of that? I completely overlooked checking those records. Foxy was filled with regret. Zuan, however, shook his head. Even if you had checked, you probably wouldn't have found any loopholes. Since they were so ruthless in altering the history of the entire heavens overnight, they wouldn't leave behind any traces. So what should we do now? Before coming to this otherworldly realm, I almost traversed the entire heavens, but found no trace of those evil beings. In desperation, I thought of coming to this otherworldly realm to inform you. With increasing anxiety in his expression, Foxy continued, Ying has been missing for a long time. Who knows if she is in danger? Don't worry. Although I am still unclear about what's going on, Ying and the others should be fine. Even though he said this, Foxy's worries only grew. When do you plan to return to the heavens? Time is of the essence, the sooner, the better. Let me finish things here, then we'll set off immediately, Zuan said firmly. All right. Foxy nodded vigorously, feeling a bit relieved, and then he looked somewhat curiously at the area between Zuan's eyebrows. After Hui finished listening, his eyes widened like copper bells, and then he asked with a concerned look on his face, Is my sister-in-law okay? She's fine, just a little exhausted, currently resting in my mind's sea, and should wake up in a few days, answered the other person. That's good, that's good. I had no idea my sister-in-law was so powerful. She even managed to defeat the powerful Dong Huang Taiyi. Hui exclaimed. With that, the atmosphere finally lightened a bit. Zuan also couldn't help but chuckle. And how is your younger sister, Ro? Hearing Zhu mention Ro, Hui's face also showed a soft look. She treats me extremely well, to the point of being attentive in every way. Even though she has lost memories of you, when I told her I was going to save a friend before leaving the heavenly realms, she did not oppose in any way. No matter what I do, she silently supports me. Zhu nodded. Having such a virtuous and gentle woman by your side is truly a blessing. Do you have children? With a rare shy expression on his face, Hui replied, Not yet. I plan to wait a couple more years before considering it. Besides, it's very difficult for my bloodline to produce offspring, requiring extensive preparation. So every direct descendant of the Fox clan is precious. With that, Hui seemed to remember his missing sister, Foxying, and his expression dimmed. Zuin sighed softly, refraining from consoling. In fact, he was also deeply troubled at the moment. Just as the two fell into silence, a faint cough came from the distance. "Can I come over?" The speaker was Yue Qinghuan. Hearing this voice, Hu Yi's demeanor changed, and with a sly look on his face, he winked at Zuan. "Here comes your little lover looking for you. I won't disturb you to any longer. Goodbye. Go on, and if you dare to talk nonsense, I'll pull out your foxtail." Zuan laughed as he scolded. Then the two burst into laughter, finally feeling a bit more relaxed. Hu Yi then turned and walked away. After he left, Yue Qinghuan walked around the corner and appeared in front of Zuan. "What's with all the mystery and long conversation?" she asked with a smile. Zuan faintly smiled. "It's nothing, just some trivial matters after I left." Watching Zuan's indifferent expression, Yue Qinghuan's face gradually turned serious. "Are you planning to go back?" "Yes, I need to go back for a while." "Is it a tricky situation?" Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but ask. "It's manageable. Just haven't found any clues for now." Zuan didn't intend to tell Yue Qinghuan about the events in the heavenly realms, not because he didn't trust her, but because the fewer people who knew, the better. However, Yue Qinghuan was shaken. She understood Zuan well, knowing he wouldn't speak vaguely unless necessary. This indicated that the situation Zuan was facing was undoubtedly very challenging. But this man was always like this, avoiding sharing his burdens with others. With this realization, Yue Qinghuan's eyes moistened, and she whispered, "Is it so difficult that you can't even tell me, Zhu?" Un chuckled softly. "All right, when the time comes to tell you, I will. Since you're free now, why not come with me and do something?" "What?" "Come with me to reunite with those we miss." Yue Qinghuan readily agreed without hesitation. "Okay." No time to waste, they left. With their speed, they left the Jadu star domain in the blink of an eye, reaching the vast void. Zuan remained silent, continuing deeper into the void. He didn't speak, and Yue Qinghuan naturally remained silent as well. After about an hour, they were far from the influence of the Yin-Yang family's power and arrived at an extremely remote location. Here, away from all powers outside Heaven's Gate, even the nearest trade routes were billions of miles away. Nobody would come to this desolate place unless necessary. Not even evil creatures. Because they sought to slaughter and consume the lives of cultivators, but this desert-like void had no life whatsoever for them to prey on. Yue Qinghuan quickly grasped the mystery behind it and couldn't help but admire Zuan's thoughtful arrangements. At the same time, Zuan stopped and began to intricately write several bizarre and contradicting ancient runes in the air. These runes were strange because many of their patterns were contradictory, not something a person with basic rune knowledge would draw. But Zuan persisted, and to everyone's surprise, he succeeded. In an instant, these runes cast on the void converged into a passage of time. However, Yue Qinghuan sensed dozens of traps and formations on this passage. Countless more remained undetectable. Rushing in without understanding the risks could even peel away the skin of a saintly cultivator. Zhu consecutively sealed these menacing formations on the time passage, taking a whole stick of incense to remove them all. Then, Yue Qinghuan followed Zuan into the time passage, dismantling dozens of defense formations until she felt numb, finally seeing a small world. This so-called small world was actually a small space, meticulously crafted and highly reinforced. Floating within this space was a treasure tower. As Zuan approached, the tower emitted a dazzling light, revealing two figures, Think and Miss. Behind them was one of Zuan's avatars, and the spirit symbol ball, transformed into a young girl. "Daddy!" Upon seeing Zuan, the two little girls cheered and rushed toward him. Despite the years past, their growth rate had slowed. Even their mental maturity decelerated, elongating their childhood. So when they threw themselves at their father, Zuan couldn't help but chuckle and gather them into his arms. "Were you scared during the time when Mommy and Daddy were away?" "We were not scared at all." Looking at the somewhat immature yet irresolutely determined expressions on the faces of his two daughters, Zuan couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. He then smiled gently and lowered his head, rubbing his forehead against the cheeks of the two little girls. "Great! My little darlings are indeed the best and most amazing." Yue Qinghuan, who was on the side, couldn't help but smile at the mischievousness of the two little girls. Zuin started to tidy up the talisman treasure house. Initially, for safety reasons, he had set up many ambushes and arrangements. Now that it was time to leave, he naturally needed to retrieve all these things. Otherwise, it could cause unnecessary trouble. As he was busy, Zuin suddenly said, "Sister, can you go back to the talisman treasure house and help me get something?" "I'm not going." "Why should I go?" The eldest daughter, Nyan, was not happy. "Because I'm your sister, Zu." Intended to use his authority as the elder sister. "Humph, just 5 minutes older than me. I won't go if I don't want to." Nyan didn't buy into that. "All right, Nyan, do this favor for your sister, and I promise to let you have the first bite of ice cream next time." Nyan's serious expression gradually softened, showing some interest, but she stubbornly refused to move. Zu raised her fingers, 2 bites. "That's my limit, no more than that." "Humph, that's almost the same." "Such a lazy sister." Nyan muttered, then turned and went back into the talisman treasure house. Once she left, Zuan's expression suddenly became serious, and he lowered his voice. "King Huan's sister, is my father all right?" King Huan was taken aback. "All right? Why do you ask her?" Zu shook his head. "Don't pretend with me. If everything is fine, why hasn't Mom appeared?" King Huan was at a loss for words, because Zuin had briefly explained the process of the recent battle on their way there. So she knew that Yan was currently in a comatose state. However, Zuin had specifically instructed her to keep this information from the 2 girls to prevent them from worrying. So she quickly adjusted her mindset and reassured, "Your mom is busy with something else right now. That's why she hasn't come." Zuin sighed. "King Huan's sister, you don't need to lie to me. Though I'm still young, I can sense that something wasn't right since Dad left us here." With a serious expression, Zuin blinked her watery eyes and continued in a soft voice, "Do you know, King Huan's sister, when I saw Dad moving in supplies that would be enough for us to live and cultivate in the talisman treasure house for hundreds of years, I knew that he was facing something extremely serious." Listening to Zuan's calm and logical explanation, King Huan's mind was somewhat overwhelmed. Was this the same child she remembered who used to only play around? How could she be so composed and even carry a hint of Zuan's presence? Zuin went on, "But I didn't say anything, even when Dad, out of concern for our fear, deliberately left a clone to accompany us. I didn't say anything because I was afraid Dad would be distracted. So I had to pretend not to know anything, even when bidding farewell to Dad with a smile, promising to behave and complete this trial. During the time after Dad left, I don't even know how I managed to cope, but I couldn't show it because Nyan, that little fool, doesn't understand anything. As her sister, I have the responsibility to protect her." With tears in her eyes, Zuin lifted her head. "King Huan's sister, I just want to know if my parents are really okay." Moved by Zuan's words, King Huan hadn't expected this seemingly naive and carefree young girl to have quietly grown up and understood so much. Especially this care and concern for her parents were things many older children couldn't do. This maturity and cleverness made King Huan feel a deep sense of pity and affection. She squatted down, gently embraced Zuan, and spoke with unwavering determination. "Silly Zuan, do you still not trust your King Huan's sister? Your mom is not showing up because she's exhausted and in a coma, but she will recover in a few days. Your dad just didn't want you to worry. That's why he didn't let me tell you." Realin Zu struggled out of King Huan's embrace, her face earnest. "Absolutely. How could King Huan's sister lie to you?" King Huan smiled reassuringly. After carefully observing King Huan's expression and finding no signs of falsehood, Zuin breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. But don't tell Nyan about this. She's still too young to understand." King Huan almost chuckled. Only 5 minutes apart in age, and Zuin kept insisting that the other was too young, proving Zuan's competence as a big sister. But to reciprocate Zuan's sincerity, King Huan nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, I won't spill the beans. You also have to keep it a secret from me. Your dad made it clear that I shouldn't tell you these things. I won't tell anyone. And let's make a secret pact, a promise to keep each other's secrets." Ju extended her hand, gazing unwaveringly at King Huan. King Huan chuckled, realizing that no matter how mature Zuin seemed, she was still a child. She reached out her hand and solemnly hooked fingers with Zuan. Satisfied, Zuin smiled. At that moment, Nyan, who had returned from the talisman treasure house, muttered while walking, "So lazy, making me get such a small thing." Seeing her coming, Zuan winked at Yue Qinghuan before going to take the small item from Nyan. "What's wrong with asking you to get something? Why don't you mention that you'll get 2 extra bites of ice cream next time?" "That's the same. You're the laziest sister in the world." Pot calling the kettle black. "You're the laziest sister under the sun." The 2 little girls exchanged daily banter, then Zuan went to the side to fix her hair and tie up braids. However, it was at this moment that Nyan, appearing nonchalant, went to Yue Qinghuan and uttered the first sentence that stunned her. "What did my silly sister tell you?" "Actually, I can guess it too. She must have asked about mom and dad, and even told you not to tell me." "Saying that I'm a silly little kid?" Nyan said discontentedly. Yue Qinghuan didn't know how to respond. Nyan couldn't help but sigh. She thinks I don't understand anything, but she doesn't know that I actually understand more than her. Before Dad left, he put all the resources he could gather into the Fubao Tower. I knew that this time Dad must be going to do something extremely risky. At that time, Sister apparently also realized it. Although she tried hard to conceal it, the panic and fear in her eyes gave her away. But what she didn't know was that at that time, Dad had even already decided on a determination to die. Yue Qinghuan was shocked, his face showing horror. Because she didn't even know about this event. Nyan continued pensively. At that time, the clone Dad left behind explained everything, because clearly that clone was not an ordinary one. Dad had infused almost all his knowledge into that clone. At that moment, I understood that Dad was obviously preparing for the worst. If he really couldn't come back, then this clone would teach us all the knowledge in his place. Yue Qinghuan was deeply shaken, both by the intelligence of these 2 little girls and by Zuan's determination. He had even made preparations like this. At the same time, Nyan mentioned in a somewhat subdued tone, "After Dad left, Sister changed a lot. Although she still appeared lively and cheerful on the surface, she became more accommodating towards me. And this foolish girl thought she was hiding it well, but I saw her secretly crying more than once in a place where no one was around." Thinking about this, Nyan's voice also carried a hint of choking. "This foolish girl, forcing me to pretend I know nothing, always acting along with her." Yue Qinghuan gently stroked Nyan's head, feeling pity. Nyan said sentimentally, "Actually, having a sister is pretty good. Back then, when Dad hadn't returned, we couldn't afford snacks. We could only watch other children eat, and then secretly hide in a corner, feeling hungry. Every time that happened, my sister would go find those seemingly friendly young men and women on the street and shamelessly use her cute appearance to cheat them into giving us some snacks." At this point, Nyan suddenly laughed. "I have to say, the snacks she cheated were really delicious." Yue Qinghuan's heart tightened. She had no idea that the refined and cherished twin daughters of Zuan had such a past. It sounded heartbreaking. "At that time, was there no one to take care of you both?" Yue Qinghuan asked with difficulty. "We had. Aunt Zhuaner has been taking care of both of us all this time. When Mom was taken back by bad people from Grandma's side and Dad disappeared, it was Aunt Zhuaner who raised us slowly." Yue Qinghuan naturally knew Tang Zhuaner, but it was only at that moment that she realized the deep weight Tang Zhuaner held in Zuan's life. Just the act of raising these 2 daughters for 4 years was enough to surpass everything. Actually, Aunt Zhuaner used to give us pocket money back then, but we didn't spend anything except on essential items. We saved everything. Do you know why? Before Yue Qinghuan could answer, Nyan continued, "Because we were afraid that, if we spent too much money, Aunt Zhuaner would leave us one day." This statement hit Yue Qinghuan's heart like a heavy hammer. She took a deep breath, gently stroking Nyan's hair, wanting to say words of comfort, but not knowing what to say. Aunt Zhuaner was also very hard at that time. Many people rumored that we were her daughters, which was a great pressure on the then unmarried Aunt Zhuaner, but she never gave up on us. So both of us thought of growing up quickly and then repaying Aunt Zhuaner. It was on that stormy night, Dad finally returned, and we finally began to live a good life. Nyan lifted her head, her little face relaxed. "Qinghuan sister, I told you so much today just to tell you how important Mom and Dad are to us. So no matter what my sister said earlier, it's understandable." Yue Qinghuan was rarely moved, but today she was deeply touched by Nyan and Thinking's story. Especially the protective relationship between the two sisters, despite their apparent complaints, made Yue Qinghuan even more moved. Therefore, after hearing Nian's words, she softly said, "It's nothing. She just asked me about Sister Yan's condition. I told her that your mom is fine, just temporarily unconscious." Of course. Nian shook her head helplessly. This foolish sister. Why doesn't she think for a moment, if something really happened to mom, could dad remain so calm? You know, dad loves mom so much, he even feels distressed if she loses a hair. Imagine what would happen if something happened to mom. Dad would probably go crazy and destroy the whole world. After all, even we children come after mom in dad's heart. Yue Qinghuan was speechless, as this was an angle she had not thought of, and she was left in a state of intellectual defeat by a child. At the same time, thinking tidied her braid, returned to the two of them and asked with a smile, "How is it? Does it look good?" Before Yue Qinghuan could speak, Nian had already disdainfully curled her lips. "It's hideous. PFFT. Are you jealous? Do you know I taught you how to braid flowers? So what? Anyway, I look better than you. PFFT. How can you look better than me when we stand together like a mirror image? How can you be better looking than me? Because I'm 20 grams lighter than you, so my face is smaller than yours. Haha, so funny. It's just because when we were weighed, I drank a bit more water, so I weighed a bit more than you, and you won't let it go. And it's because I am thinner than you, you chubby sister, don't you think? I am chubby. Every time we eat ice cream, you eat more than I do, of course you'll get chubby. So I've decided, from now on, when we eat ice cream, you'll have to eat 2 bites less to help you lose weight." Thinking said seriously, "All right, so you were waiting for me here, you little cheater. Chubby sister. You're just a stubborn and smelly elder sister." The two little girls started quarreling. At that moment, Zuin finished her work and came over, then asked in puzzlement, "What's going on? Weren't you all fine just now? Why did you suddenly start arguing?" After Zuin left, the place temporarily calmed down. After all, just experiencing a major battle, many people were physically and mentally exhausted, in urgent need of rest. However, this calm state did not last long before it was shattered by the combined arrival of the Shen family and the army. Two groups marched in a formidable manner, causing many onlookers to feel nervous. But soon, some people recognized the two groups. "Hey, aren't these people from the army and the Shen family?" "Yes, that's them. They actually came over too." Amidst the commotion, Yue Shifang soared into the air, leading the charge. When he saw the ancestral spirits leading the troops, he couldn't help but be amazed. "You guys," Zhang Lishan rubbed his hands excitedly. "What? Surprised to see us? Didn't expect it to be us?" Yue Shifang nodded, indeed surprised. Because these ancestral spirits from the army had all died once, although they were able to continue under the protection of the ancestral shrine, it also meant that they were inherently very fragile. To put it bluntly, even a minor injury could scatter their souls. That's why Yue Shifang was so astonished. Just then, Yue Wakang chuckled lightly. "Shifang, you don't need to be too surprised. There is a reason why we are here." With that, Yue Wakang roughly explained the situation. Although Yue Shifang had anticipated that the army would face the invasion of evil beings, after all, the East Emperor Taiyi had been planning this grand scheme for a long time. His aim was not just to eliminate their group. He aimed to overturn the entire Tianhuaitie. While the battle was fierce on the 100 Schools battlefield, the various sects scattered around the Tianhuaitie would also be unable to escape. But he did not expect the situation to be so serious. In order to deal with the army, the East Emperor Taiyi had sent his trusted subordinate, Dark, and if it weren't for Shen Mu's timely action, the army might have suffered a calamity. However, Yue Shifang was still somewhat puzzled as to how these ancestral spirits had traveled so far to save the people at the Shen family, and then hurried here. Sensing his doubt, Gu Xianyi smiled slightly. "Shifang, you must be wondering why we are here. Take a look at this." With that, Gu Xianyi extended her hand, revealing a miniature building floating in her palm. Yue Shifang shuddered, then understood. "Is that the ancestral shrine?" Gu Xianyi nodded. "Yes, it is the ancestral shrine. Thanks to this precious treasure passed down from ancient times, we old folks can continue to exist even after death, but it also makes us inherently fragile." Zhang Lishan interjected. "So, In order to break free from the constraints of distance, Xianyi proposed condensing the ancestral shrine with a secret method and carrying it with us, so we could move freely. At this point, Yue Shifeng suddenly realized, feeling a mix of emotions. He was moved and grateful. Moved by the fact that these ancestral spirits had spared no effort for the army, giving their all. Even carrying the ancestral shrine with them meant they were willing to act decisively, akin to carrying a coffin onto the battlefield, full of a fierce and poignant resolve. Grateful for the fact that despite the great risks, all these ancestral spirits from the army were safe. This had to be considered a stroke of luck. At that moment, other members of the army, such as Yue Juns, approached to pay respects to the ancestors. Yue Wakong, however, noticed something amiss and couldn't help but be surprised. "Hey, where's King Huan? Why isn't she here?" Hearing this, including Zhang Lishan, these ancestral spirits all turned their eyes to Yue Shifeng, their faces filled with concern. Yue Shifeng chuckled and waved his hand. "Don't worry, King Huan is fine. She probably went with Zuan to deal with some matters and will likely return soon." At the mention of Zuan, the aura of these ancestral spirits shuddered. "Ah, on the way here, I heard that this disaster was averted thanks to Zuan. Is that true?" Zhang Lishan asked. Yue Shifeng nodded. Yes, Zuan's contribution was the greatest in shattering the plot of the East Emperor Taiyi. These ancestral spirits exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. On the way, they had already heard rumors, but they dared not believe it to be true. After all, who was the East Emperor Taiyi? He was already considered a top figure during the previous calamity and, after experiencing thousands of years, his strength was unparalleled. Zuan, on the other hand, was just a saint, recently ascended. The disparity in their strength was simply immeasurable. Given such a huge contrast in strength, it was hard for them to believe that Zuan defeated the East Emperor Taiyi. However, upon confirmation from Yue Shifeng, they had no choice but to believe. Wow, is Zuan really that powerful? Long Tianzong, who had not spoken, couldn't help but gasp. Especially considering his young age, and even if we include his 3,000 years of cultivation in the various realms, he is still just a child compared to us. Truly a case of heroes coming from the young. Samiyu also couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems we underestimated the heroes of the world." It's funny how we evaluated heroes from all over the world back at the ancestral shrine, believing that in today's world, no one could defeat the East Emperor Taiyi in a one-on-one situation. Now, thinking back, we were really like frogs at the bottom of a well. Gu Xianyi smiled bitterly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, Yue Wakong suddenly said, "Actually, you all have it wrong. It's not surprising that Zuan defeated the East Emperor Taiyi. Don't forget his lineage." This statement directly awakened everyone, and they all fell into contemplation. It was at that moment that Zhang Lishan mysteriously approached Yue Shifeng, pulling him aside. "Where did King Huan go with Zuan?" "I don't know. We hadn't been off the battlefield for long before the two of them left." Heh. Zhang Lishan chuckled oddly. Is it possible that the two of them went somewhere else for a secret meeting? Yue Shifeng's forehead instantly sported black lines because such words were not something an already deceased old person should say. At this critical juncture, in case Zuan loses control and has other thoughts, wouldn't his own sister be at a disadvantage? These thoughts surged into Yue Shifeng's mind in an instant, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. His face turned pale all of a sudden. Seeing Yue Shifeng's changing expression, Zhang Lishan naturally understood the reason and couldn't help but smile slightly. "All right, you don't need to worry too much. If things really turn out the way you imagine, it might not be a bad thing. Otherwise, do you think that King Huan, with her strong-willed nature from a young age, in a situation where she's already interested, is likely to change her mind?" Moreover, Zhang Lishan lowered his voice. King Huan's origins are mysterious, and Zuan is carrying great fortune on his shoulders. If they could really come together because of this, it might be fate. Yue Shifeng remained silent. He actually knew the meaning behind what Zhang Lishan said, that it was also for King Huan's benefit. But he still felt very uncomfortable in his heart, as if he was selling his sister. Equally feeling uncomfortable at this moment was Shen Mu. Leading the sword cultivators left behind by the Shen family, he hurried to the main city of Jidu. Shen Hongyi, who had to take charge due to his sudden departure from the 100 Families battlefield, led the group to greet them. From Shen Mu, she learned of the news that their family head, Du Jingsheng, had passed away, and couldn't help but weep. For her, who had been practicing swordsmanship under Du Jingsheng since childhood, Du Jingsheng was not only the head of the Shen family, but also her mentor in swordsmanship, a role model teacher. So upon hearing of his death, Shen Hongyi couldn't help but cry bitterly. Her tears made everyone from the Shen family shed tears as well. Du Jingsheng had led the Shen family for many years, with no major achievements, but also no faults. Coupled with his fairness in handling matters and treating everyone in the Shen family equally, he had earned a good reputation. His sudden passing left many people feeling uneasy. Shen Mu was also deeply saddened, partly because of Du Jingsheng's departure, and partly due to a strong sense of defeat. And these feelings of defeat all stemmed from Zuan. On the way here, Shen Mu had heard numerous rumors. Although many were exaggerated, there were also some with high credibility. For example, how Zuan had quelled the chaos and saved the members of the 100 families who were present. And how Zuan had seen through the conspiracy of Dong Huangtaiyi, making preparations in advance. These made Shen Mu feel extremely uncomfortable, because not long ago, he was hailed as a peerless genius by countless people. But little did he expect that, in just a few days, everything would change drastically. First, he was defeated by Zuan with a single sword on the 100 families battlefield. It nearly destroyed his cultivation, only surviving by sheer determination and showing mercy. But at that time, Shen Mu was not completely despairing. He thought that even if he lost that sword fight, as long as he practiced diligently, he could regain his honor. However, he was unexpectedly proven wrong soon after, as Zuan managed to turn the tide single-handedly, facing Dong Huangtaiyi and defeating him. This was something Shen Mu had never dared to imagine. How could he compete with that? So at this moment, he was filled with deep feelings of defeat and helplessness. It was at this time that two beams of light descended rapidly upon the main city of Jidu. Once their figures appeared, the two people were none other than Zuan and Yue Qinghuan. Their appearance caused a commotion in the crowd. Many people paid their respects. "Greetings, Mr. Zhu. Greetings, Lord Zhu." The repeated shouts were filled with deep respect. At this moment, Zuan's prestige within the entire Tianwei celestial realm was unparalleled. This magnificent aura also suddenly calmed Shen Mu, who had been feeling uneasy, because he finally understood that he wasn't wrong losing to Zuan. It wasn't because he was weak, but because Zuan was too strong. Strong enough to make even his existence look up to him. Zuan's return eased many people's tense nerves. No one knew where Zuan had gone before. What if he didn't return? But upon seeing Zuan, all those worries vanished. Unbeknownst to many, Zuan had already become the backbone of the group. Without him, many people would feel insecure. Under this gradually relaxing atmosphere, both soldiers and members of the Shen family followed Zuan back into the main city of Jidu. Lei Butong had already vacated the city lord's mansion for everyone to discuss matters and rest. As many followed Zuan into the city lord's mansion, Yue Shifang stopped Yue Qinghuan. "Wait a moment, I have something to ask you." "Huh? What is it?" Following her brother to a secluded corner, Yue Qinghuan asked with a puzzled expression. Yue Shifang coughed twice and suddenly didn't know how to start. How should he ask? Should he directly ask her what she was doing with Zuan just now? If she had done anything inappropriate? As her brother, how could he ask such questions? Just as he was regretting inwardly, the voice of Gu Xianyi came from behind. "Qinghuan, what is your relationship with Zuan now?" "What relationship? We're just friends." "Are you really just friends? What else do you think?" "We think that since you two are so close, your relationship might not be so simple." Zhang Lishan chimed in from the side. Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh and cry. "What's all this about? We really are just ordinary friends, and just now, I went with him to bring back his 2 daughters. Oh yeah, this guy already has kids, I completely forgot about that." Zhang Lishan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Everyone fell into silence. Yue Qinghuan had no way to deal with these meddling elders and could only sigh helplessly. "If there's nothing else, I'll go first." With that, she turned and left, leaving the ancestral spirits from the military families standing there looking at each other. This little episode came to a close like this, and many people didn't even notice it from beginning to end, because their attention was all focused on Zuan at the moment. Although people like Yue Shifeng and Jiushan Zhuanu knew Zuan's background, many others did not. It was precisely because of this that they were full of curiosity towards this mysteriously appearing young man. Especially after the earth-shaking battle that had just passed, many people had a new understanding of Zuan. Even though the big battle had just ended and many matters were not yet settled, many people had already begun to show interest in recruiting or befriending Zuan. Among them were even some heiresses from prominent families. After all, Zuan not only had amazing strength, but his temperament and appearance were also unparalleled. Such an almost perfect existence naturally stirred the hearts of these women. Therefore, some bold women openly flirted with Zuan. However, Zuan paid no attention to these suggestive glances, not even lifting an eyelid, and walked straight into the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Lei Butong had long prepared a sumptuous banquet, and as soon as Zuan stepped in, this grand feast officially began. Although many sects suffered losses in the recent big battle, with agrarian sects being among those hit the hardest, it was still considered a safe passage through this disaster. More importantly, the once powerful Yin and Yang clan had completely vanished as a result. This achievement could be considered quite fruitful. Added to the current unsettled state of people's hearts, a joyful feast was needed to soothe their minds. Therefore, under the guidance of Yue Shifeng and the major sects of Confucianism and Taoism, Lei Butong meticulously prepared this banquet. Titled as a celebration, it was actually a form of offering thanks. Zuan naturally understood this, so he did not say anything and took his seat at the main table according to the arrangement. Although Hu Yi was anxious, seeing Zuan's calm demeanor, he had to suppress his urgency and found a seat for himself. As a friend who had known Zuan for thousands of years, he knew Zuan's temperament well. The more significant the event, the calmer Zuan would appear. This unchanging face in the face of calamity described his personality. However, Hu Yi could not emulate this, so even after sitting down, he felt very restless in his seat. He wished he could grow wings and return quickly to the heavenly realms to solve all the thorny issues. Sensing his agitation, Zuan turned his head to glance at him and subtly nodded. Then a voice sounded in Hu Yi's mind. "Don't worry, I have a plan for this matter." Hu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know if Zuan had already returned to the heavens and what decision he had made, just hearing these words made him feel much more relaxed. Finally settling down, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Hu Yi was like this. Once he put things out of his mind, he would immediately become carefree. Seeing this scene, a faint smile appeared on Zuan's lips. He turned around and happened to see Yue Shifeng's concerned look at the same table. Zuan was momentarily stunned, then raised his cup and gestured. Yue Shifeng reciprocated without saying a word. Soon, the banquet reached its climax. Due to the heavy pressure accumulated over these days, many people began to relax after a few drinks. People who were not acquainted with each other, or even had enmity, were cozying up together, chatting to release the pressure on their minds. Although this chaotic time was short, due to the overwhelming power of the Yin and Yang clan and Dong Huang Taiyi, many people at the time fell into complete despair and believed that a turnaround was no longer possible. Therefore, one can imagine the immense sense of relief these people felt after managing to survive. Zuan became busy at this point because many people took this opportunity to toast him. Zuan accepted all the toasts, drinking almost every cup offered. This approach won the favor of many people. However, the atmosphere at the scene became awkward with the appearance of some women. These women also held up their cups, approached Zuan, one by one, expressing long-admired words before shyly toasting him. Although Zuan did not feel any admiration in the words of these women, being sincerely toasted in public, he couldn't refuse. Thus, Zuan had no choice but to nod reluctantly and then drink the offerings from these women. Many people smiled at this sight, especially with the representation of the sex and powers behind these women, who wished Zuan would take them into his harem then and there. However, not everyone was pleased. For example, sitting at the strategist's seat at this moment, Yue Qinghuan was very displeased. She glared coldly at these gathering butterflies in the presence of Zuan, tightly gripping her cup, and muttered under her breath, "What a bunch of flashy vixens." Beside her, the second miss couldn't help but chuckle at her words, then lightly teased, "It seems someone is feeling quite jealous. In that case, why don't you go and toast him, too?" "I'm not going. How can I be like those flashy vixens?" Yue Qinghuan displayed her willful side. But while she refused to go, someone else did. Two figures approached Zuan from the left and the right. On the left was Aoshu, her face covered in frost, clear disapproval evident towards these flamboyant women. Surprisingly, the person on the right was the once imprisoned woman from the Gale Wine stronghold, Chen Zuhui. She timidly stood by Zuan's side, ignoring the other women, and stood there very obediently, pouring wine and serving dishes for Zuan. Zuan was slightly taken aback at her actions at first, then chuckled lightly, nodding towards Chen Zuhui. "Thank you for your hard work." No hard work. This is what I should do." Chen Zuhui blushed, struggling to speak these words. If someone observed carefully, they would notice that Chen Zuhui seemed nervous, trembling slightly all over, almost like she was drunk. In reality, Chen Zuhui was terribly excited at the moment because she didn't even know how she stood up and came here. All of this felt like a miraculous turn of events, completely involuntary behavior. However, this did not affect Chen Zuhui's admiration for Zuan at all, especially when she saw Zhu single-handedly turn the tide. Her feelings reached their peak. As these elegantly dressed women eagerly toasted Zuan, Chen Zuhui could only watch from afar, filled with envy, but not daring to approach. She felt that with her own identity and status, she was not qualified to get close to Zuan. But when she keenly observed Zuan's impatience towards the flattery of these women, she inexplicably stood up and walked to Zuan's side. Zuan did not say anything, and even expressed thanks to her. This made Chen Zuhui very excited, and she began to carefully serve Zuan. Aoshu also looked puzzled as she sized up Chen Zuhui with a glance, then forcefully sat next to Zhu, and as if protecting a chick, blocking Zuan behind her. She then glared at these women. Although she did not speak, her eyes said it all. Soon, these women retreated under Aoshu's intimidating gaze, uttering excuses. HMPH, a group of foolish women still want to compete with me. Aoshu snorted at the women's backs, then turned to Zuan with a sly smile. Do you think I'm right, Brother An? Zuan was almost speechless, but fortunately Aoshu's appearance helped him out, so he nodded. Yes, I agree with you. Heh. Aoshu smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, then mysteriously leaned closer to Zuan and whispered, Brother An, that debauched fellow from the Chinku Fox clan suddenly came looking for you. Is something happening among the realms, Zhu? An nodded. Yes, indeed. Something has happened. What happened? Aoshu was puzzled. Zuan looked at Aoshu, who appeared confused, and suddenly didn't know how to explain to her. Because according to Hu Yi, in this great upheaval among the realms, those whose existence had been forcibly erased included Aoshu as well. Hu Yi had specially visited the Dragon Clan's ancestral land to seek traces of her own existence, only to find that not only had the second princess of the Dragon Clan, Aoyi, who had died to save her, completely disappeared, but even the third princess, Aoshu, had no traces of ever existing. Only the eldest princess, Aoqing, remained in the Dragon Clan's ancestral land, and she naturally would not remember those past events. When Hu Yi recounted these events to Zuan, his teeth were almost grinding to pieces. In Hu Yi's words, he had never owed anyone in his life, except for the second princess of the Dragon Clan, Aoyi. So after her death in battle, Hu Yi changed course and began intense cultivation, breaking through one after another in a short period of time, finally achieving the status of the nine-tailed celestial fox. But even so, he could not resurrect Aoyi. Yet Hu Yi never intended to give up and had been searching for various methods, but before he could gather any clues, the upheaval occurred, erasing all traces of Aoyi's existence. This directly touched upon Hu Yi's sore spot, making him furious. After a moment of contemplation, Zuan could only chuckle. It's nothing. You'll know when the time comes. Although Aoshu was filled with confusion, since Zuan had said so, she no longer dwelled on these matters and instead started drinking with Zuan. This banquet lasted until the early hours of the next day, with many people so drunk they had to be carried away. Although Zuan drank more than anyone else, he remained the most sober. Just as he was about to leave, Yue Shifang suddenly called out to him, Zuan, wait a moment. Zuan halted, turned to look at Yue Shifang, whose expression was very serious. Has something crucial happened among the realms, to the extent that you need to return to resolve it, Zhu? An knew he couldn't hide these matters from Yue Shifang, especially since Hu Yi had traveled a long way to find him, which in itself indicated a lot. So Zhu and nodded, yes. Can you tell me what it is? Yue Shifang asked in a serious tone. Zuan did not conceal anything and briefly recounted the situation. After hearing it, even the experienced Yue Shifang was greatly shocked. Erasing all traces of a person's existence, even making those close to him disappear entirely, does such a heaven-defying method truly exist in this world? It wasn't just about erasing a person's physical body, but forcibly erasing all traces of that person's existence on a multiversal level. The implications of this were staggering. At least Yue Shifang could not fathom what kind of being could achieve such a feat. At first, I was unwilling to believe it, but Hui wouldn't deceive me about such matters, so it must be true. Zuan said softly. Yue Shifang fell silent. He had thought the realms were at most invaded by evils like those from the outer realms. He had not expected things to be so thorny, to the point where even he could not make heads or tails of it. After a long while, Yue Shifang sighed heavily. Ancient sages said the higher one's cultivation, the more fearful one becomes. This phrase is not unfounded. If this is truly the work of some invisible hand, then it is indeed terrifying. So what do you plan to do? Yue Shifang gazed keenly at Zuan. No matter what kind of being the other side is, I must return to the realms. After all, my family and friends are there, and they have also been implicated by this event. Yue Shifang sighed softly. I had intended to advise you not to return to the realms for the time being, but looking at the current situation, I guess my advice would be futile. With that, Yue Shifang's expression suddenly turned serious. But when you return this time, you must be extra cautious. This is not like a direct battlefield with real swords and guns, but a battle without visible smoke. The enemy could very well be hiding among the crowds, so you must be vigilant. I understand, Zuan nodded. Yue Shifang suddenly took out a seal from his bosom, then handed it to Zuan with great solemnity. What is this? This is a jade token I carried with me in the past, inscribed with a military ancestor's seal. I have kept it in the arsenal of the military clan, and never used it. I'm giving it to you now. In case of an emergency, it should save your life. After a moment, accompanied by a flash of brilliance, Shen Mu appeared in front of Zuan. Zuan seemed to have anticipated his arrival. Just giving a faint smile, "You've come." Shen Mu did not respond, only deeply gazed at Zuan. "You knew I would come, Zu." Nodded. Indeed, if you hadn't come, you wouldn't deserve to be called the unparalleled genius of the Shen family for thousands of years. Zuan slightly squinted his eyes. You possess an extremely complex yet pure sword aura. Is this the inheritance of the Shen family through the generations? Shen Mu, of course, knew that he couldn't hide the fact that he had received the family inheritance from Zuan, and simply nodded. Yes, I am now the new head of the Shen family. Zuan smiled. Congratulations, but even if you have now obtained the Shen family inheritance, it will take an extremely long time to absorb and understand such a complex aura, so at present, you are still not my match. Shen Mu shook his head. You are mistaken. I did not come here to avenge the defeat of that sword in the Baijia conference. I just wanted to tell you something. Oh, what is it? Our Shen family is not weak. The events of the past were the most difficult decisions made under extremely forced circumstances, and for that, the Shen family paid an extremely heavy price, with all the top Shen family members and leaders even falling in battle. Zuan's expression also became solemn. Please elaborate. Shen Mu then narrated the details of what Du Jingsheng had told him to Zuan. After listening, Zuan remained silent for a long time. Honestly, he had many criticisms of the Shen family's actions before this, believing that they had damaged the dignity of sword cultivation. However, through Shen Mu's account, he learned about many hidden truths. For this reason, Zuan couldn't help but sigh. It seems that everyone paid a heavy price in that great disaster years ago, so now, I really want to know what kind of force was behind all this, and what were its motives and interests. Hearing this, Shen Mu's eyes sparkled as well. He had once been admired by thousands as a prodigy, but in just a few days, he had experienced defeat in battle and the fall of his family's leader. At this moment, although his strength had not advanced much, his mindset had matured significantly. Just then, Zuan lowered his head, gazing intently at Shen Mu. Friend Shen, I have a favor to ask of you. Shen Mu did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. Please, go ahead. I need to leave this realm for a while. Although this place is not my hometown, the matter is of great importance and must not be taken lightly. I am also concerned that Yue Shifang alone may struggle to handle things, so I hope you can sincerely cooperate with him during this time to guard against another invasion of evil creatures." Shen Mu smiled. "Even if you hadn't asked me, I would have done it. After all, this world outside of the world is not your homeland, but mine. Moreover, my enmity with the evil creatures is no less than yours." Finally, Shen Mu's eyes flickered with a cold flame, condensed from the utmost killing intent. Zhu nodded and suddenly pulled out a peculiar long sword from his hand. "Lian Tianqing?" Shen Mu was taken aback. Zhu smiled. Yes, this peculiar longsword was the personal weapon of Shen Hongyi, who became famous, but Zhu seized it during the battle before the Baijia conference. Shen Hongyi was seriously injured and on the verge of death, only to be resurrected through the blessing of the Shen family's ancestral land. This event led to Shen Mu challenging Zhu upon leaving seclusion soon after. However, times had changed, and any misunderstanding between Zhu and the Shen family had long dissipated, making Zhu possession of the sword meaningless, so he decided to bring it out. "In my intense battle with Shen Hongyi, she was defeated in one move, and this sword fell into my hands. Now, I am handing it over to you, hoping you can return it to her." With that, Zhu tossed the Lian Tianqing in his hand to Shen Mu. As Shen Mu caught it and inspected it, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. "This sword," Zhu chuckled. "In the fierce battle with Shen Hongyi, this precious sword was severely damaged, almost losing all its spiritual essence. So, I infused it with a strand of sword intent to repair it, which can be considered a small help to Shen Hongyi." Although said simply, Shen Mu deeply understood the horror behind it, especially considering Zhu mastery of swordsmanship, surpassing even his own. He realized how precious that strand of sword intent must be. Just as Shen Mu was about to express his gratitude to Shen Hongyi, he saw Zhu had already turned and walked into the darkness. With the fading sound of footsteps, Shen Mu suddenly felt a bit foolish. Even with his self-confidence, he had to admit that Zhu, in terms of talent, cultivation, and charisma, surpassed him by far. I wonder what kind of sect or race could produce such a stunning individual. Shen Mu sighed and then turned resolutely to leave. This night, where some were intoxicated, was destined to have others sober and calm, like Yang Jian and Zhao Ocean. Although their cultivation levels were insignificant in this great battle, they couldn't contain their excitement, especially when Zhu emerged victorious. However, the events that followed gradually sobered the initially excited duo. First, they were shocked to discover that after defeating Donghuang Taiyi, there was still a shadow looming behind. This discovery filled them with great terror. If just a figure standing in front drawing fire was so formidable, how terrifying would the shadow behind be? Despite the terror, the two were not afraid. After all these years of storms and trials, they had long been prepared for death. What truly unsettled them was Zhu attitude after defeating Donghuang Taiyi. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was very heavy. Yang Jian was slowly drinking tea, but he didn't know the taste of the tea at all, and he was not even aware of whether it was cold or hot. Shang Tia was pacing back and forth in the room, his expression constantly changing between cloudy and uncertain, his brows filled with worrying. Jiushan Zhuannu couldn't help but say, "All right, you should stop pacing around. I'm getting dizzy watching you. Sit down and calm yourself, okay? Calm down." Shang Tia sighed. "Mistress Zhuannu, at this moment, my wife and child are both in the heavens. How can you expect me to stay calm?" Ever since he heard from Zuan that the abandoned princess of the Jingquan clan, Zhang Zunnan, had given birth to a daughter for him before he left the heavens, Shang Tian's heart had never been at peace. The overwhelming joy of becoming a father had broken down Shang Tian's psychological defenses, and if it weren't for the dire situation in the outer heavens, he would have rushed back to the heavens immediately to see his daughter. But little did he expect that before he could set off, he would unexpectedly receive news of a major event in the heavens. Shang Tian's immediate reaction was, "Oh no, my daughter is probably in danger." This thought immediately pushed Shang Tia to the edge of losing control. In fact, it was a miracle that he had managed to suppress his emotions until now and not explode. But Shang Tia felt that if he continued to endure like this, he would truly explode. "No, I have to find Mr. Zuan. Even if he can't return to the heavens temporarily, I have to go back first. I can't endure it any longer." Shang Tia growled, then took a step to leave. But at that moment, a soft sigh came from outside the room. General Shang Tian's feelings are understandable. After all, when it comes to one's family, no man can endure it. But I am not intentionally delaying time. With these words, Zuan stepped into the room. Seeing that it was him, Shang Tia forgot about formalities and immediately approached with an anxious expression. Mr. Zuan, is something wrong in the heavens? Zuan nodded. There's a slight issue. Shang Tian's eyes reddened. When do we leave? Zuan didn't hesitate. Actually, I came this time to inform you all. The situation in the heavens this time is very peculiar, and even I don't have a clue for now. So returning may involve great risks, you all. Before Zuan could finish, Yang Jian and Jiu Shenxuan stood up together. Yang Jian said solemnly, no need to say more. We are all beings of the heavens. We will face any danger for the sake of our family, let alone mere risks. Though Jiu Shenxuan remained silent, her actions spoke volumes about her attitude. As for Shang Tia, he was just a word away from swiftly returning. Therefore, Zuan nodded solemnly and said, in that case, let me now explain the situation in the heavens to you all, and then prepare. We will set off soon. All right. 15 minutes later, the expressions of the three had changed completely. To erase all traces of a person, this method. Yang Jian's expression was serious. Jiu Shenxuan also looked grave. Not even the sages, as far as I know, or even the highest immortals who founded Confucianism and Taoism could achieve that. So powerful. How should we face it? We've already paid a heavy price to deal with Donghuang Taiyi. Shang Tia said with near despair. Zuan did not hide his situation from these three, as they were the most trustworthy people to him. If even they couldn't be trusted, then there would be no one else in the world worth trusting. Therefore, Shang Tia knew how Zuan had defeated Donghuang Taiyi on the battlefield. Because of this, he felt deeply hopeless. But at that moment, Zuan shook his head gently. I don't think the situation is necessarily as bad as it seems. What do you mean? The three were startled and asked in unison. Indeed, this method is incredibly powerful, but I don't think the person behind it is as mighty as they seem. This logic is powerful. If this being could really change destiny at will, why didn't they do it before? When Donghuang Taiyi battled me back then, he seemed wary, as if he feared some existence behind me. But I knew I had no backing, so the only explanation is the Hua clan. Hua clan. The three were puzzled, and then Jiu Shenxuan spoke first. Are you talking about the light that saved the gods of the Hua clan back then? Exactly. Regardless of what that light is, at least it shows that there must be some presence behind the Hua clan silently watching. That's why Donghuang Taiyi feared me so much, and this is also the key to resolving the crisis in the heavens this time. The key to resolving the crisis? What key? Shang Tia couldn't help asking. Zuan shook his head. Honestly, I don't know yet. I just have a feeling. We'll need to return to the heavens, investigate the detailed situation, and then make a decision. However, no matter what, the three received a glimmer of hope from Zuan's words, so they nodded in agreement and then turned to go back to prepare individually. After they left, Zuan's eyes gradually became sharp. The words he had just spoken were half true and half false. Truly, he did feel that some powerful presence was indeed watching the Hua clan. But the part about the so-called resolution method was false. After all, he didn't even know what the situation was. How could he talk about resolving it? He only said that to stabilize the emotions of the three. Just then, Zuan felt a movement in the center of his brow and furrowed his brows. He then focused his mind in that area to investigate. Sure enough, at the core of his brow's consciousness, intertwined with countless radiance, the yin within his body, which was enveloped by spiritual essence, suddenly showed signs of awakening. Is she finally waking up? A smile appeared on Zuan's face, as this was perhaps the best news he had received in a long time. Normally, an Yan wouldn't wake up so quickly. But in order to speed up her recovery, Zuan had infused his most refined, spiritual essence into her to help repair her body. The first thing that caught in Yan's eye was the concerned expression on Zuan's face. For a brief moment, Yan was a bit dazed, but she quickly snapped out of it, and then asked with some confusion, "Husband?" Her tone was uncertain. Zuan's heart suddenly tightened. What's going on? Could Yan have lost her memory? Just as Zuan was getting increasingly nervous, he saw Yan look around briefly, and then asked with a puzzled expression, "Hey, where's that big monster? Why is it gone?" "What big monster?" The one. What's his name? Dong Huang Taiyi, wasn't he on the battlefield? An Yan asked with a puzzled look. That big monster has already been defeated by me, your husband. What? How did this happen so quickly? Didn't I just close my eyes? An Yan asked in surprise. It was not until then that Zuan realized that for An Yan, this bout of unconsciousness was like taking a nap, not even noticing the passing of time. So to her, she had just closed her eyes. How could the battle be over? This sense of missing time made Zuan inexplicably think of something, but the feeling slipped away, and no matter how hard he tried to grasp it again, he couldn't find it. Honey, what's wrong with you? Seeing Zhu unfurrow his brow slightly, An Yan couldn't help but ask. Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered something. Zuan replied with a faint smile, then buried the question deep in his heart and extended his hand to embrace An Yan's slender waist. Let's go. Let's go back to Fubaozilu. Your Mrs. and Mrs. are waiting for you there. Okay. The two of them floated up from deep inside their sea of consciousness and arrived at Fubaozilu. When they saw their mother return safely, Missy and Missy immediately rushed over in excitement. Mom, you're finally awake. Seeing the two adorable daughters, An Yan naturally felt overjoyed and squatted down to hold them in her arms. Yes, Mom is awake. Were you two good while Mom was resting? Yes, we were good. We studied diligently every day according to the plan you left for us. Missy spoke first, and Missy nodded in agreement. An Yan looked at the obvious butter stains on their lips and couldn't help but find it amusing, but she didn't expose them, just laughed and said, okay, as long as you're obedient. Mom will make some delicious food for you later. Yay! Thank you, Mom. The two little girls cheered and rejoiced, and Zuan, who was standing nearby, also had a smile on his face. He didn't tell An Yan anything about the events in the heavens, so besides adding to her worries, it wouldn't serve any purpose. It was better to keep it from them for now, so that the mother and daughters could spend some happy time together. Therefore, Zuan rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile, in that case, let me show you my cooking skills today. In terms of cooking, An Yan was not as good as Zuan, so when she heard Zuan's words, Missy and Missy became even more excited. And it was in the midst of this warm and harmonious atmosphere, inside Fubaozilu. Shen Hongyi looked at the recovered Lianshenqing in front of her with a look of astonishment on her face. Isn't this my Lianshenqing? Yes, this is your Lianshenqing. Shen Mu whispered. But it was lost during that big battle. How did you get it? As the words came out, Shen Hongyi suddenly thought of something and said incredulously, did Zuan give it to you? Shen Mu nodded. Shen Hongyi was even more confused. There was enmity between her and Zuan from a previous battle, and there was no love lost between Zuan and the Shen family. So why would he suddenly return this longsword to her? She hesitated to reach out for the longsword, but at that moment her face suddenly changed drastically, because she felt a vigorous sword intent rising from the Lianshenqing and penetrating into her palm. Shen Hongyi felt her sword heart tremble, and there was a faint sense of submission, indicating the strength of this sword intent. What's going on? Shen Hongyi asked in amazement. Shen Mu sighed softly. Your Lianshenqing was severely damaged at the time, so Zuan gave it a hint of sword intent, restored it to its original state, and the remaining sword intent was a little help he gave you. A little help. Looking down at the hand holding the sword, which was tingling, Shen Hongyi suddenly didn't know what to say. She used to be so proud and self-proclaimed as the second only to Shen Mu in the Shen family's outstanding talents, but she had repeatedly suffered setbacks at the hands of Zuan. Especially in that big battle, Zuan's resolute power that disregarded life and death, and the incredible level of sword intent, all left Shen Hongyi at a loss, and she was ultimately defeated. In theory, she should harbor deep hatred for Zuan. At first, she did think so, even praying that Zuan would not be defeated by Shen Mu, giving her a chance for revenge. But when she truly witnessed Zuan's stunning strength, that hatred slowly faded away. Especially when Zuan single-handedly defeated Dong Huang Taiyi and saved the people of the Bai family, Shen Hongyi had no more resentment towards Zuan. Now as she held Lianshenqing and felt the powerful and surging sword intent, Shen Hongyi couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered, and the figure of that white-clad teenager appeared before her eyes. Where is he now? Shen Hongyi suddenly asked. What do you want to do? The past is over, and Zuan has shown great kindness. You shouldn't dwell on those past matters. Shenmue suddenly said in a very nervous tone. Shen Hongyi looked at Shenmue with an annoyed look. What are you thinking? With my current cultivation level, can I still hold him accountable? Besides, am I the type of person who dwells on grudges? Shenmue almost blurted out something, but stopped in time. Shen Hongyi could see that Shenmue had something to say, but stopped himself, her cheeks flushing slightly. She used to be a bit petty, or else she wouldn't have caused trouble for Zuan because of her brother Shen Gaoch. But now she truly had no such thoughts, and she couldn't help but sigh lightly. I really have no other thoughts. I just want to thank him sincerely. Shenmue shook his head. I don't know where he is now, and I think it's best if you don't stir up trouble. In his eyes, this might be a trivial matter, and if you make a big deal out of showing gratitude, it could complicate things. Zuan still likes to use regular flames for cooking and roasting, because only in this way can there be a sense of human warmth. After all, many times when eating, it's not just about the taste, but the smoke and flames are also very important. Without them, life would be dull. Even though Zuan has reached the level of an immortal and even a sage, theoretically having transcended the need for food and relying solely on spiritual energy to survive, he still chooses to eat. Because, ultimately, he is still human, even if he has become a sage. If the desire for food is lost, a person will quickly become an unknown existence. So, at this moment, accompanied by the splattering sound of hot oil, Zuan skillfully cooks dishes, occasionally stirring with a ladle, causing the two little maids watching on the side to cheer excitedly. Soon, a rich aroma spreads out. Wow, it smells so good. Dad, what dish are you cooking? Why does it smell so good? Taking a deep breath, saliva almost drips down with craving. Ju unchuckles. I'm currently cooking a very unique dish called Thunder Marrow Roasted Golden Fish. Thunder Marrow Roasted Golden Fish? Repeating the cumbersome name, puzzled. It's actually Yan, who is assisting on the side, who says curiously, we didn't have these ingredients here before, right? Of course not. These are all collected by me later on. In recent years, with Zuan traveling around and his power increasing, his treasure trove has also grown. Apart from some local specialties and trinkets, it mainly contains various bizarre ingredients. The Thunder Marrow is a special product of the Jidu Star region, a rare treasure originating from the boundless Thunder Sea and very precious. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to obtain even a drop, but Zuan is extravagant enough to use it for cooking. The golden fish is also extraordinary. In short, Zuan has gone to great lengths to gather ingredients from all over the world just to let his wife and children taste new things. There's no choice. Zuan is naturally a man who dotes on his wife and children. Soon, a table full of colorful and delicious dishes is ready. Once laid out, the fragrant smell rises and interweaves in the air, forming lingering illusions. This is because these ingredients themselves contain powerful spiritual energy, and when stimulated by Zuan's superb cooking skills, they create this unique scene. The two daughters were already eager to eat, but good manners made them restrain their impulses. They just watched the table full of dishes with drooling mouths. Even Yan, after smelling the rich fragrance, couldn't help but salivate. Seeing this, Zuan smiles and then claps lightly. No more chit-chat, let's eat. As soon as he finished speaking, the two little maids couldn't help but pick up their chopsticks and start eating eagerly. Each bite they take is accompanied by a satisfied sigh. Even Yan enjoys the meal very much. With a smile on his face, Zuan finds the scene more delightful than eating the food himself. After a while, Yan curiously raises her head. Husband, why aren't you eating? Zu. And smiles. Is it delicious? The mother and daughters nod in agreement. Even though their mouths are almost full, the two little maids mumble unclearly. It's so delicious. If it's delicious, then eat more. I'm not very hungry. Saying this, Zuan casually takes out a bottle of wine and says to Yan, come, Yanger, have a drink with me. Yan usually doesn't drink at all, not even red wine. But today, facing Zuan's invitation, she doesn't hesitate and nods in agreement. Okay. Opening the bottle, a unique fragrance hits the nose. The liquid in the cup is amber in color, slightly viscous, obviously a rare vintage. Zuan raises his cup, smiles at Yan. Here, let's have a drink together as a married couple. Yan nods, then finishes the wine in her cup. The rich and spicy liquid slides down her throat, making Yan, who has never touched alcohol, feel a little dizzy. How is it? It's a bit spicy, but very tasty. Husband, what wine is this? I found it in the hideout of the Galewind Bandit. Even they are not too sure of the name of this wine, probably something they looted. The two chat while drinking, and in no time, they have downed several glasses of wine. Anyan's face becomes more flushed, her eyes glazed, and she suddenly sighs lightly. It's a pity that Zisha and Zhang Xiaoyu aren't here today. It would have been so lively. This remark brings a moment of silence. Even the two little maids who were devouring their food pause. It's worth noting that their relationship with Zisha and Zhang Xiaoyu is very close. Having been away for so long, they naturally miss their friends very much. Hearing their mother mention them, the two little maids can't help but feel a bit melancholy. Anyan also realizes her mistake, feeling regretful. But at that moment, Zuin chuckles. It is a bit lonely, but how about this? I'll call a few people in. With that said, without waiting for the reactions of the mother and daughters, Zhu heads out of the symbolic treasure tower. Shortly after, the still drowsy Hu Yi, as well as Yangji and Zhaoshan and Aoshu, who were just about to rest, all appeared in the symbolic treasure tower. It's fine with everyone else, but when the two little maids see Hu Yi, they can't help but cheer. Wow, it's Uncle Hu Yi. Uncle Hu Yi, when did you come here? Seeing these two lovely nieces, Hu Yi, who was still half asleep, instantly woke up and then grinned. I just arrived here in the past couple of days. Did you miss your uncle? Of course, Uncle Hu Yi. Did you see Zisha and Zhang Xiaoyu on your way here? How are they doing now? Hu Yi was momentarily stunned, then looked at Zuan. Zuan remained indifferent, and Hu Yi understood instantly, then laughed it off. Oh, you mean Zisha and Zhang Xiaoyu? They are doing well. They even asked me to say hello to you before I came. Really? That's wonderful. We really miss them. Wish we could see them now. The two little maids said suddenly. The nine-heaven celestial lady sighed inwardly, and then went to chat with the two little girls. Meanwhile, Hu Yi and Yang Jian accompanied Zuan for more drinks. Zuan smiled wryly and said, I should have known that I couldn't hide it from you. Yes, there are indeed some unusual situations in the current various realms. What kind of situation could make Fox Knight run so far to find you? Moreover, just now, when he mentioned Little Shaw and Zhang Xiaoyu, his expression was very unnatural. So, what exactly is happening in the various realms in Zhu? Remained silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh before recounting the sequence of events. After hearing it all, Anyan's expression became as serious as iron, and she fell silent for a long time. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. These things were all told to me by Fox Knight, and you know his temperament, always exaggerating the truth. So I think. Zuan was about to say something to comfort Anyan and ease her worries, but before he could finish, Anyan interrupted him directly. We need to leave immediately. Huh? Zuan was taken aback. At the same time, Anyan stood up with a solemn expression and said, the realms are undergoing such major changes without us knowing, indicating that the situation has become extremely dangerous. Moreover, Zhuaner and Dream Snow have also disappeared. In such a crisis, we cannot afford to delay any longer. Therefore, we should hastily return to the various realms. Upon hearing Anyan's resolute tone, Zuan couldn't help but smile slightly and nodded heavily. All right. In that case, let's leave immediately. True to his words, Zuan wasted no time and promptly woke up everyone sleeping in the small building. Upon hearing that Zuan was preparing to leave immediately, the alcohol-induced haze of the people instantly disappeared. Great, we have already made all the preparations. It's okay to leave now, Yang Jian said immediately. As for Zitia, although his physical body was present, his heart had long returned to the various realms, so he had no objections. After making some final preparations, Zuan infused his supreme cultivation into the Talisman Treasure Tower. With a buzz, accompanied by a light tremor, the Talisman Treasure Tower levitated into the air and then shook violently, turning into a stream of light and flying straight into the sky. However, as soon as the Talisman Treasure Tower started moving, a woman's voice could be heard from behind. Zuan. Unfortunately, by the time her voice rang out, Zuan's Talisman Treasure Tower had already broken into the void and teleported millions of miles away. Yue King Huan covered her mouth, looking incredulously at the vanishing tail flame in the sky, and tears welled up in her eyes. Why? Why did you leave just like that? Didn't you ever think about me? Yue King Huan murmured softly, filled with infinite sadness. After the celebration feast was over, Yue King Huan returned to her room, but found it hard to calm her excited heart. Tossing and turning, all she could think of was Zhu-An's figure. Yue Qinghuan already had deep feelings for Zhu-An, and this battle further impressed her when Zhu-An single-handedly defeated a powerful enemy to save the world. This heroic act completely won Yue Qinghuan over, causing her to be deeply entangled and unable to extricate herself. As she became excited, Yue Qinghuan's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but cover herself with the blanket. However, after a moment, she suddenly threw off the blanket, sighing helplessly. "It's over. I'm completely smitten. What am I going to do? I know he already has a family, but I can't control myself." In her increasingly distressing thoughts, Yue Qinghuan decided not to sleep and got up to tidy her hair before strolling to the window. The city lord's mansion was now quiet, with only a few people still drinking and chatting, while others had already gone to bed. The room where Yue Qinghuan stayed had once belonged to Lei Mantong's daughter, Lyman, and had a perfect location. Standing on the balcony, Yue Qinghuan could overlook the entire city lord's mansion. Feeling restless at that moment, Yue Qinghuan opened the window, sat barefoot on the windowsill, and let the cold wind outside calm her overheated body. She extended her feet outside the window, swinging gently, while her mind pondered the events of the day. She knew Fox Knight as well, a good friend of Zhu-An, but she didn't understand why he had come such a long way to find Zhu-An. Could something be happening in the various realms? However, the various realms are governed by strict rules, and any being beyond the immortal sovereign level would face immense pressure trying to enter. It was a law of that specific time and space, and could not be altered. Therefore, Yue Qinghuan was adamant that she would not believe in the appearance of a big boss like Donghuang Taiyi in the various realms. If it was just some ordinary evil creatures, Fox Knight wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find Zhu-An. After pondering for a long time, without figuring things out, Yue Qinghuan suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. Instead of overthinking, she decided to directly ask Zhu-An about the situation. Yes, that's it. Since she couldn't sleep, it would be good to have tea and chat with Zhu-An. With that in mind, Yue Qinghuan jumped from the windowsill and headed barefoot towards the room where Zhu-An stayed. At that moment, her appearance was just like the first time she had gone to the various realms, barefooted in simple clothing with long flowing hair. This state of dress had rarely been seen since she returned to the martial world. She wondered if that guy would recognize her. Yue Qinghuan mused inwardly, feeling her heart rate quicken half a beat. However, just as she turned a corner of the corridor, about to reach Zhu-An's courtyard, an inexplicable palpitation suddenly surged within her. Startled, Yue Qinghuan looked up, her figure passing through the courtyard gate and into the courtyard. Why am I not even worth a goodbye from you? Upon hearing this, Yue Shifang, who had rushed over, felt a tremor in his heart, then couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Well, the person has already left. It's useless to say anything now. As soon as he said this, the second girl who had come along couldn't help but glare fiercely at Yue Shifang, thinking that it was going to be trouble. Indeed, Yue Qinghuan slowly squatted down, buried his head in his arms, and cried in a deeply aggrieved manner. This left Yue Shifang at a loss, sweat breaking out on his forehead, and he looked to the second girl for help. The second girl sighed helplessly, then squatted down and softly comforted, all right, don't cry. He is just returning to the heavens for a while, not gone forever. But what if he doesn't come back? Yue Qinghuan choked out. How could that be? Once he's done with his matters in the heavens, he'll naturally come back, the second girl said with a gentle smile. At this moment, Yue Qinghuan looked up at her brother, Yue Shifang, and asked, "Did you both already know that he was going back to the heavens?" Yue Shifang nodded. He did mention it to me at the time. Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by the second girl, who gave him a sharp kick and kept signaling him with her eyes. Yue Shifang, though confused, understood that he had said the wrong things and immediately closed his mouth. But it was too late. Upon hearing Yue Shifang's words, Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but cry even louder. Why do you all know, but refuse to tell me? Does he not like me at all? Yue Shifang felt his head spin, at a loss. He was always most afraid of women crying, especially his own sister crying. This feeling was truly terrible. The second girl seemed to notice his helplessness and shook her head at him, then pointed in the distance, indicating that he should keep a distance to avoid saying any more wrong things at a critical moment. Yue Shifang breathlessly fled. After he left, The second girl finally said to the tearful Yue Qinghuan, all right, don't cry. Actually, I don't think this matter is as bad as you imagine. On the contrary, it might be a good thing. A good thing. Yue Qinghuan lifted her head, wiped her already red nose, and choked, what good thing? The second girl smiled slightly. Aren't you troubled by why everyone knew? Zuan was about to leave, except for you. Yue Qinghuan nodded, her eyes dim. Yes, why didn't he even say goodbye to me? Am I so insignificant in his eyes? You're wrong. It actually proves that you are very important. Why? Yue Qinghuan became even more confused. It's simple. Think about how your usual interactions with him are like. After thinking for a while, Yue Qinghuan finally said, we get along very well. Have you ever had any conflicts? None. Exactly, since there hasn't been any conflict between you two. Why would he leave without saying goodbye? It can only mean that he has ulterior motives. Yue Qinghuan's light purple eyes widened gradually as she murmured, ulterior motives. Right, if it was just a normal friendship, he wouldn't leave without a goodbye. So the only explanation for your situation now is that he is avoiding seeing you? He's afraid he can't control his emotions. After all, he has a family. That's why he chooses not to see you. Do you understand now? After saying that, the second girl gazed earnestly at Yue Qinghuan. And after listening to this logically sound reasoning, Yue Qinghuan's eyes gradually lit up. Yes, if he had nothing to hide in his heart, why would he be afraid to see me? As she said this, tears welled up in Yue Qinghuan's eyes again, but this time they were tears of joy. Then she looked at the second girl with utmost sincerity. Sister-in-law, thank you. I understand now. That's good. The second girl smiled, but before she could say anything more, she watched Yue Qinghuan suddenly stand up, wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and take a deep look at the distant sky. All right, sister-in-law, it's getting late. I'm going back to sleep. With that, she strode away. Watching her back as she left, the second girl let out a silent sigh of relief. In any case, it seemed like she had managed to get through to her. At the same time, Yue Shifang approached, his voice filled with profound astonishment. Is everything you just said true? What? About? Zuan having ulterior motives and not daring to see Qinghuan. Those things you said? Unexpectedly, the second girl just shrugged. How would I know if it's true? I just thought of it in the heat of the moment and said it out loud. Yue Shifang's mouth fell open in disbelief. After a moment of hesitation, he exclaimed in shock, so you were lying to her. It's not exactly lying, just to prevent her from feeling so hopeless. After all, women are most easily deceived by such illusions of happiness. Don't you find anything suspicious about this matter? With that, the second girl turned and left, leaving Yue Shifang standing there in a daze, muttering to himself in a low voice after a long contemplation. Damn, could it be that Zuan really has feelings for my sister? Meanwhile, in a talismanic small building that had already flown through several star domains, and Yan suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask, husband, who else knows about your leaving? Yue Shifang and a few others, like Shenmu. Why? Yan sighed softly. Nothing. I just wondered why you didn't go to tell Qinghuan, miss. Zuan snapped out of his reverie, slapped his forehead. Damn it, so many things were happening at the time, I forgot. Oh well, I'll tell her when I come back next time. Yan shook her head with a light laugh but said nothing more. And thus, this storm passed without many people even knowing about Zuan's departure. However, as Yue Qinghuan returned to Shualu and Yue Shifang returned to his residence, high up in the dark sky, Yang Qin, a disciple of the Yangju school with one eye showing an amber hue, couldn't help but chuckle. I have to say, your brother's sister really is quite emotional. In the midst of darkness, there was a moment of silence, followed by a figure gradually emerging. With white hair and red lips, her beauty was mesmerizing. It was Yue Guanan, who had been missing for a long time. However, at this moment, her once jet black hair had all turned white. Swaying in the wind, it gave off an exceptionally poignant feeling. Seeing this scene, a meaningful smile appeared on Yang Qin's lips. Honestly, I really don't understand why you're still protecting Yue Qinghuan. After all, the affection she's enjoying now should have been yours. Yue Guanan stared deeply in the direction where Yue Shifang had left, her gaze filled with sorrow. Only after hearing Yang Qin's words did she furrow her brows slightly, then coldly said without looking back, I advise you to stop sowing discord and tricks to cause chaos. I won't fall for the tricks of your Yangju school. Yangqin chuckled and shrugged. Think whatever you want. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Can you really let go? Yue Guanan turned abruptly, giving Yangqin a cold glance. Whether I can let go seems to have nothing to do with you. Besides, our relationship is merely based on mutual interests. So I suggest you adjust your attitude. Faced with Yue Guanan's threat, Yangqin remained fearless. As the direct descendant of the Yangju school and possibly the only heir, this fearless nature had been ingrained in his blood. He licked his lips, and a strange flame burned in his amber eye. Are you angry because my words hit a sore spot? With a light sound, the silver needle struck without hesitation. Yue Guanan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Say one more word, and your life won't belong to you. Even in the face of death, Yangqin showed no fear. As a direct descendant of the Yangju school, fearlessness had long been part of his character. He didn't even try to dodge the silver needle, just stared coldly at Yue Guanan as it pierced his throat. Blood flowed, but the madness in Yangqin's eyes intensified. Leave! The silver needle vanished suddenly, and Yue Guanan left without hesitation. After she was gone, Yangqin dabbed the blood from his neck, licked it lightly, and then grinned maliciously. Interesting. The more you act like this, the more I'm intrigued by you. With that, Yangqin disappeared into the sky. After their disappearance, calm returned to the sky. But soon, ripples appeared again, and a large, sleek, and shiny fur cat with emerald eyes like gemstones appeared. It was the tabby cat that had disappeared for a long time. After circling in the sky for a while, it murmured to itself, "The master sent me to secretly follow Miss and protect her, but I didn't expect her to be mixed up with the heir of the Yangju school. I must inform the master about this matter as soon as possible." With that, it leapt and disappeared into the darkness. Moments later, Yue Shifeng, who was meditating in his room, looked up. "You said Guanan is with the heir of the Yangju school." "Yes, master." The tabby cat circled in the air before landing on Yue Shifeng's knee and stretched lazily. "But it seems Miss doesn't care much for this Yangqin." Yue Shifeng pondered for a moment, then sighed. "Forget it. Guanan should know what she's doing. As long as she's safe, I won't interfere." The tabby cat perked up. "Does that mean I don't have to follow Miss anymore?" Yue Shifeng shook his head. "Of course not. Your mission continues. Just don't report back to me unless it's necessary." "Oh." The tabby cat looked disappointed. Yue Shifeng smiled and gently stroked its head. "I know you've been through a lot recently. I will compensate you later." The tabby cat purred in enjoyment, clearly relishing Yue Shifeng's touch. "Master, it's not that I'm annoyed, but following Miss all day can be boring. If you're worried about her, why not just bring her back?" Yue Shifeng sighed. "You wouldn't understand." Thus, this minor disturbance passed, with most people unaware of what had occurred. Meanwhile, Zuan was rushing towards his destination. With his powerful cultivation, the symbol tower surged forward at an unprecedented speed. In just a few days, they crossed a region that would have taken an ordinary saint half a month to traverse, reaching the boundary between the outer realms and the heavens. Zuan no longer needed the shadow turtles to traverse the dark sea with his mighty power. As he steered the symbol tower, a wave of darkness approached, as if to engulf the tower. But they were repelled by an invisible force, dissolving into nothingness. Thus, the symbol tower advanced rapidly in the sea of darkness. After another half-day of travel, the darkness ahead began to thin, and faint starlight appeared, bringing a familiar feeling to the group. "We're almost there. Prepare yourselves," Zuan said solemnly. The group took a deep breath. Even the eager to return Zaoshin couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. At that moment, the symbol tower trembled suddenly, as if overcoming an invisible barrier. The darkness gave way to a brilliant expanse of starlight, relieving the group after the long oppression. However, simultaneously, Zuan's aura suddenly stagnated and rapidly weakened. The same happened to the 9 heavenly maiden. The others were hardly affected. Due to the suppression of the laws of the heavenly Tao, Zuan's strength has experienced a certain decline, causing even his traveling speed to be much slower than when he was at Tianhua Tia. So, even though the distance is closer now, the time taken is almost the same. At least several days are needed before they can reach the surface of Earth. During this time, everyone was not idle. They carefully observed every planet passed along the way, trying to find some clues. But all their efforts were in vain. Without exception, the planets in this desolate and adjacent area to the boundaries of the heavens were lifeless dead stars. Not to mention finding any clues. Even after traveling for most of the day, the group did not see any signs of life. This discovery made Zuan's expression gradually become serious. He remembered that when he left the heavens initially, although this territory was barren, it still harbored life. It was nowhere near as cold and silent as it is now. Faintly, a sense of foreboding arose in Zuan's heart. This feeling reached its peak when they saw a planet with clear signs of artificial cutting on its surface, pitted and uneven, as if it had been gnawed at by something. What is this? Aoshu looked somewhat puzzled, staring out of the window at the planet. There's still a residual spiritual energy fluctuation on this planet. It should have just died not long ago, Nine Heavens Xuannu said gravely. This is obviously man-made. But the question is, who did it? Yang Jian also spoke with a serious expression. Just then, a slightly childish voice came from behind. These cutting marks are obviously made by mechanical hands. Everyone turned to look, and it was little Hululu who spoke. Ever since she was overwhelmed by the black mist at the 100 Schools battlefield, she had not made an appearance. But she was unharmed, and even the black mist only made her unconscious for a few days. She woke up without the need for medicine. The reason she had not shown herself was that she had been following Gijin Shenyi, Zha Wenliang, during this time. But this time, when Zuan returned to the heavens, Aoshu naturally followed. So, when she bid farewell to her teacher, Zha Wenliang, he handed little Hululu to her and asked her to take her along. At first, Aoshu did not understand Zha Wenliang's intentions, but out of her fondness for little Hululu and considering that these two little girls had no playmates, she agreed. But after boarding the ship, Aoshu found out that in this short time, Zha Wenliang had passed on all his lifelong knowledge to little Hululu. And little Hululu showed astonishing learning abilities. She even remembered and learned everything. This made Aoshu feel deeply frustrated. She had been following Zha Wenliang for many years, but her knowledge of medical arts was meager, not even comparable to what little Hululu had learned in that short time. This huge gap naturally left Aoshu feeling disheartened. However, Aoshu quickly adjusted her mindset, thinking that even though her little junior sister was so capable, she still had to call her sister, right? Just thinking about it, she felt much better. Moreover, with a medical prodigy like little Hululu, the group's safety was undoubtedly greatly enhanced. Not to mention, the two little girls were overjoyed when they saw little Hululu and spent their days playing all sorts of girlish games with her. Little Hululu did not decline and instead fit in well, just like a real little girl. Until today, when they saw this planet full of scars, little Hululu stood by the window and said those words. Mechanical power. Nine Heavens Xuannu repeated. Little Hululu nodded. Yes, and I can sense that the entity controlling this mechanical power must be of high rank, at least a being with self-awareness. Upon hearing this, Nine Heavens Xuannu and Yang Jian's expressions subtly changed. Among the group, only Hu Yi was unaware of little Hululu's background. Seeing a little girl talking confidently, he could not help but feel a little incredulous. Hey, kids shouldn't meddle in adult matters. Go play. But little Hululu completely ignored his reprimand, turning to Zuan and saying, not only that, I can also sense a strong mechanical fluctuation not far from here. Without hesitation, Zuan asked, which direction? Little Hululu pointed to a distant area of the starry sky. There. Zuan immediately activated the symbol artifact under his feet, flying towards that area of the sky. Feeling completely disregarded, Hu Yi became somewhat disgruntled. Hey, shouldn't we return to Earth first? How come we're following the orders of a little girl? And I've already probed with my divine sense. There's nothing in that area of the sky. Little Hululu paid no attention to his remarks and walked away. Hu Yi was annoyed. How can this little girl be so rude? You were the one being rude first, Aoshu said. Hu Yi was embarrassed but continued to be stubborn. Fine, I'm not going to argue with a child. I just think we shouldn't waste time here. He couldn't finish his sentence as at that moment, a massive planet appeared in the starry sky outside the window. This, in itself, was not unusual, but what amazed everyone was that the surface of this planet was covered with numerous mechanical creatures. These creatures were mining all the resources available on the planet's surface, gathering them onto flying ships flying towards a distance. It was only after seeing this scene that everyone understood what had happened to the planet that appeared riddled with holes earlier. Huyi was stunned. At the same time, little Hululu suddenly opened the door of the symbol artifact and appeared in the void outside, heading straight for the planet. What is she going to do? Huyi asked in astonishment. She must be looking for something. Yang Zhang said. Indeed, little Hululu passed through the atmosphere, filled with transport ships, without any hindrance and landed on the planet's surface. Zhu glanced at his two daughters, then chuckled lightly. She's trying to control these mechanical creatures. Trying to control these mechanical creatures? Leaning into the window with a puzzled expression. At that moment, a surge of electricity suddenly emanated from the top of Xiao Hulu's head. The mechanical creatures then began to crackle and emit sparks and black smoke from within. In the blink of an eye, all the mechanical creatures that covered the entire planet turned into a pile of scrap metal. After completing all this, Xiao Hulu turned and returned to the small building of spell treasures, casually dropping many damaged chips. It seems that the person controlling these mechanical creatures is very experienced. These creatures are all programmed with self-destruct functions. Once forcibly probed, they will immediately self-destruct the chip, erasing all traces. So, does that mean we still haven't found any leads? Aoshi said, somewhat disappointed. Xiao Hulu smiled slightly. Although this person is clever, he is still far behind me. She opened her palm, revealing a perfectly intact chip. I just cracked the program inside by force and found this. As she spoke, a light screen projected from Xiao Hulu's eyes, forming a lifelike three-dimensional image in the air. It was a large spacecraft, completely black with no visible insignias, but a huge ring-shaped object rotating at its rear. When Zhuan saw the spaceship, his eyes narrowed as if he had figured something out. Xiao Hulu then said, I can sense that there is an extremely high-level mechanical intelligence hidden inside this spaceship. But at the moment of these mechanical creatures' self-destruction, this particular creature already knew and fled. Zhu nodded, all right. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Hulu didn't say anything and left. Just as she turned around, the previously calm and relaxed demeanor disappeared, replaced by a childish innocence and awkwardness. This seamless transition left Fox Knight stunned. At this point, Anyan couldn't help asking, Honey, where are we going now? Where to, Zhu? Smiled, naturally, back to Earth first. Exactly. Yang Jian agreed, these are just trivial matters. The real problem obviously originates from Earth. The others naturally had no objections. In the blink of an eye, the small building of spell treasures accelerated once again, disappearing into the vast space. However, as they left the original location to return to Earth, in the vast void hundreds of billions of miles away, a black spacecraft suddenly jumped in. Then the star ring at the rear of the spacecraft began to spin rapidly. Warning! Warning! The Annihilation Team in Sector 371 has been completely destroyed, and there is an unknown entity forcibly probing. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. In the grating alarm, a woman in the spacecraft's cockpit had a solemn expression. She was dressed in a black leather outfit, her devilish figure revealing an unknown entity. This situation has never happened before. I need to report to the president as soon as possible. The woman muttered to herself and quickly turned off the alarm, driving the spaceship into a warp, disappearing into the void. Finally, after another 2 days of travel, Zhuan and his team finally entered the domain of the Milky Way. As the familiar stars outside became more and more recognizable, the tension among the group increased. Even Xiang, these two little girls, had their faces tightly drawn, looking solemnly out the window. Suddenly, after passing through a nebula, a giant statue suddenly appeared in the front void. Yes, it was a giant statue standing in space. The statue was so tall that even from a great distance its features were clear. Its facial features were strange, its body massive, and most notably, it had two giant tentacles as arms. The craftsmanship of the statue was extraordinary, with every detail appearing vividly carved. However, this astounded and angered the people inside the Spell Treasures building. Isn't this an evil entity? Since when were statues built for evil entities? Even Fox Knight, looking confused, said, When I left, this statue wasn't there. It's obviously newly erected. With a wry smile, Fox Knight continued, After all, people in this world now believe that it was these evil entities who saved them, so they worship them as divine beings. It's infuriating. We sacrificed so many people, fought so hard for victory, only for it to be easily stolen by others. Aoshi was so angry, his eyes even turned red. Zu-un remained silent, just coldly watching the statue before urging the Spell Treasures building to accelerate towards it. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, they arrived at the statue. As they got closer, the group truly felt the enormity and horror of the statue, especially the gigantic tentacles, sculpted from an unknown material, looked so real that even the pulsing blood vessels beneath their golden skin could be seen. Upon arrival, the desolate void became lively. Many spacecraft were docked, and a huge platform had been built in front of the statue. Many people were taking pictures of themselves with the statue on the platform. Some even worshipped and burned incense before the statue. Seeing this, Aoshi, who was already upset, exploded. Damn, what is all this? Treating the enemy as a father. Even she, who always considered herself a lady and never cursed, couldn't control her fury and blurted out a few classic curses. As for the others, they all looked angry. Only Zu-un remained calm, saying nonchalantly, "Since we're here, let's go up and take a look too." With that, Zu-un opened the door of the Spell Treasures building and walked out. The others followed, quickly reaching the large platform. The relics left behind by the ancient Battle of the Gods are now available for purchase with a beautiful illustrated magazine as a gift. Many people are indeed crazy about these souvenirs and are buying them eagerly. However, upon closer inspection, Aoshi was furious when he saw the so-called souvenirs. It was clear that on these posters depicting the so-called Battle of the Gods, the existence of evil beings had somehow become associated with righteousness, and the objects they were attacking, although unclear, showed obvious traces of the presence of the gods of the Chinese race. Aoshi was on the verge of exploding with rage, and he angrily approached a spirited merchant who was selling the items. The merchant, puzzled, greeted him with a smile. "Miss, what would you like?" "I want to know where you got these things from." Aoshi pointed angrily at the posters. The merchant, still confused, didn't understand how he had offended this beautiful lady, but his nature as a businessman prompted him to explain with a smile. "Oh, you mean these posters? I downloaded them from the Wisdom Web and printed them on fine paper to record the ancient Battle of the Gods. I didn't ask you that. I'm asking about the contents of these magazines." The merchant, still puzzled, said, "What about them? They all depict the ancient Battle of the Gods. Don't tell me you don't even know about that." At the same time, due to Aoshi's loud reprimand, some tourists had gathered around. After hearing the conversation, they looked at Aoshi disdainfully and started gossiping. This girl looks pretty. How can she not know about the ancient battle? Young people these days, they've really forgotten their roots. After hearing these comments, Aoshi felt her blood pressure rising and sensed the signs of losing control. Just then, a hand suddenly pressed on her shoulder, and Zu-un walked up from behind with a faint smile on his face. "Sorry, this is my sister. She rarely goes out, so she doesn't know much about the outside world. Not knowing much is one thing, but spreading false information is another. Young man, you must take care of your sister. This is space, but if it were on Earth, your sister's words could get her arrested by the federal police just now," an elderly man kindly advised. "You." Aoshi was about to retort, but Zu-un subtly shook his head at her, signaling her to keep quiet. Aoshi reluctantly suppressed her anger and gave a hateful glance at the onlookers before turning to leave. After she left, Zu-un smiled and nodded to the people. "My sister is young and naive. Please don't judge her too harshly. All right. You as her elder brother handle the situation well. We won't pursue this any further." With that, the crowd dispersed. Zu-un then turned to the merchant and asked, "You said you downloaded all these from the Wisdom Web?" "Yes. I spent money on them, all properly authorized." "Why do you ask?" The merchant looked wary. Zu-un smiled. "No need to be nervous. I was just curious. We've been training in a remote star system and are not familiar with many things." "Oh, I see." The merchant suddenly realized. Then Zu-un looked up at the huge statue and inquired, "When was this statue built?" "I don't remember it being here before." The merchant chuckled. "Of course not. It was erected just a month ago." "Oh, who commissioned it then?" "Who else but the federal police?" This was the second time Zu unheard the mention of the federal police, the first being from the old man among the onlookers. Hearing it again from the small merchant, Zhu-An's heart stirred. "Don't tell me you don't even know about the federal police?" the merchant asked vigilantly. Zhu-An realized the man was becoming cautious and gave a faint smile. However, just as he was about to use his divine sense to extract information, he heard a warning from the small gourd: "Do not forcefully extract with your divine sense. These people have implanted chips in their brains. Once they detect a divine intrusion, they will automatically trigger an alarm." Zhu-An was taken aback, his expression turning serious. He had indeed overlooked something and had not noticed anything different about the merchant. But after the reminder, he sensed a faint strange energy in the man's brain, which should be the chip the gourd mentioned. At the same time, the small merchant became even more alert. Meanwhile, several muscular men in black combat suits were approaching. Zhu-An pondered. With his strength, he could easily handle all the people present, but he did not want to raise suspicions unnecessarily, especially since the situation wasn't clear yet and the mastermind behind the manipulation of world memories had not been identified. Any rash action could lead to serious consequences. Just as he hesitated, the little gourd nonchalantly walked up to the stall, his eyes flashing with electricity as a spark of lightning directly entered the little merchant's mind. The merchant shivered, his eyes showing confusion. At the same time, the men in black suits had arrived and were looking warily at Zhu-An and the others before asking the small merchant, "What's going on?" With a brilliant smile on his face, the merchant turned to the men and said, "Nothing, nothing. I was just joking around with this customer. Nothing serious." He then turned to Zhu-An, "Since you found it too expensive, how about this? I'll sell you this poster at cost price. What do you say? I might actually lose money on it if I go any cheaper." Zhu-An quickly agreed, "Sure, let's do that." After a moment, Zihulu said lightly, "All right, now his memories of us have been modified. When we leave, he will only remember a group of ordinary tourists who once asked him about the price of the poster. Apart from that, he won't remember anything else." However, Zihulu paused, then continued, "I found something even more astonishing in his chip." "What is it?" Aoshu asked quickly. "Obviously, there is more than one person implanted with the chip. This federal cert palace clearly regards it as a means to control others. Therefore, it's difficult to ascertain how many people have been implanted with the chip, but one thing is certain: these black-robed guards are all slaves to the chip. As for the others..." Zihulu glanced thoughtfully at the distant tour guides who were passionately recounting the so-called glorious history of the Divine Clan. "It's hard to say." Aoshu also understood the implications of these words, her face darkening. If what Zihulu said was true, it was truly terrifying. After all, squeezing and enslaving someone at the soul level was even more horrifying than physical annihilation, which was simply death. But if the soul was enslaved, that would be the end. Moreover, judging by the current situation, those under chip control were not a minority. After all, even an inconspicuous small vendor had been implanted with a chip, indicating what the other people might be like. Thinking about this, Aoshu gritted her teeth with fury burning in her heart. This damn federation is simply despicable, aiding and abetting tyranny, she said, glaring at Zhu-An. "Ange, I think there is something suspicious about this federal cert palace. Why not start investigating the cause of this incident from them?" Zhu-An smiled. "Calm down. Investigation will definitely be carried out. But before that, I really want to know how these people can manipulate the facts." With that, Zhu-An headed straight towards the base of the statue. A tour guide was energetically recounting the great battle that took place years ago. "The evil gods, which appeared out of nowhere, were closing in on us, the Hua clan, with destruction imminent. Just then, the mighty divine clan descended from the heavens, joined the battle with infinite compassion, fought side by side with us, and ultimately repelled the evil gods. So, the divine clan is indeed the great benefactor that saved our Hua clan from the brink of disaster. We should always remember this favor." Speaking was a middle-aged woman, her face full of fanaticism due to excessive excitement. Although she repeated these words countless times every day, each time she recounted them, she would be extremely excited. This emotional narrative also infected the audience. These people were mostly students, and their faces, still youthful, were full of respect. "That's right, the Divine Clan is our savior. Long live the Divine Clan!" Hearing these shouts, Aoshu was almost furious. Her second sister, Aoyi, had died in that great battle years ago, and she died at the hands of evil creatures. Although she was not present when these events occurred, she felt profound sadness and anger after listening to Hayu's account. She was saddened by her sister's steadfastness in love and angry at the despicable nature of those evil creatures. That's why she couldn't accept these people distorting the truth and telling lies. Just as she was about to erupt, a slightly timid voice suddenly came from the crowd. "But teacher, why do I feel that something is not right?" This voice was like a thunderbolt on a clear day, causing all the students present to turn pale. As for the middle-aged woman, who was previously passionate and enthusiastic, she was now gaping in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend that someone dared to challenge her. After a moment, she sprang up like a cat with its tail stepped on, and then shouted hysterically, Who said that? Step forward." The crowd began to stir, then dispersed, revealing a slender young girl in front of everyone. This young girl was at most 16 or 17 years old, small in stature, with a very delicate face, dressed in a worn-out school uniform, appearing very quiet. However, despite her appearance, this young girl had just uttered an earth-shattering remark. She dared to doubt the teacher's words, and now she might be in trouble. Many people had this thought in their minds. As for the middle-aged woman, upon seeing the speaking girl, her expression became extremely grim. "Was it you who spoke just now?" The young girl showed a look of panic, but still forced herself to remain calm and nodded, "Yes." "Very well, then who instigated you?" The middle-aged woman's gaze suddenly became as venomous as a snake, coldly demanding. The young girl trembled and shook her head. No one instigated me. I just had some doubts. Moreover, our teacher has said that people should learn to reflect and dare to question." Heh, learning to reflect and dare to question. Who is your teacher? Did he instruct you? The middle-aged woman was imposing. At this moment, the young girl was not so afraid, and stubbornly retorted, "It doesn't matter who my teacher is, and he didn't influence me at all. I really just had some doubts, so I want to hear your explanation." "Can't you answer?" The middle-aged woman was taken aback, never expecting the girl to be so bold as to question her directly. If she didn't respond, it would be somewhat embarrassing in front of so many people. So she waved her hand, signaling the black-clad figures who had rushed over to halt, then sneered, "Fine, since it's like this, I'll indulge you. What do you want to know? Speak now." The young girl took a deep breath and slowly said, "You just said that in the beginning, the evil gods invaded massively, and Earth was on the brink of destruction, and then the divine clan turned the tide and saved everyone. Is that correct?" "Of course. What's the problem with that?" The middle-aged woman sneered. "Next, since it was these divine beings who won this war, why haven't we seen a single real divine being until now?" The middle-aged woman's face turned pale. Finally, the young girl pointed to the brief descriptions on the posters next to the statues. "Why do these evil gods depicted here resemble our Hua clan so much?" After saying these words, the brave young girl looked firmly at the middle-aged woman. "I hope you can answer these 3 questions." A gurgling sound came from the middle-aged woman's throat, almost making her doubt her life, but she soon screamed in anger. "Guards, arrest this woman who is full of nonsense and lies. She must have a sinister motive." Without her needing to say anything, the black-clad men immediately rushed forward, intending to capture the fearless girl. "Ongs!" Aoshu shouted anxiously. The spirited questioning from the young girl just now had greatly refreshed Aoshu's mind, so naturally, he felt a fondness for her. Now, seeing these men in black about to harm the girl, she felt a bit anxious but dared not act on her own, so she shouted loudly. Zuin also felt curious about this incredibly bold girl, and he couldn't just stand by and watch this girl willing to resist fall into the hands of evil forces, so he made a decision to act. However, at that moment, the young girl sneered. "If you can't win an argument, you plan to use force. This is truly the usual face and style of your Federal Bureau. But I don't have time to waste with you. Bye." With that, the young girl turned and, in a split second, evaded the attacks of several black-clad men and slipped into the crowd like a fish in water. The black-clad men froze, then the leader shouted, "Chase her! Don't let this woman escape!" But before they could get close, the girl agilely moved through the crowd, disappearing miraculously after a few moments. "Surround the entire square. No one is allowed to leave. She must be hiding among the crowd." The leader shouted loudly. At his command, the black-clad men immediately formed a circle around the square and began to verify each person's identity. The visiting tourists cooperated very well, lining up and accepting the verification checks in an orderly manner. "Husband." Enyan hesitated to call out, "Jew." Un smiled and gestured not to worry, then casually glanced at the crowd to his left. It was a group of elderly people, probably on a group tour after retirement. Nothing particularly unusual, but Zuan's gaze was sharp. At a glance, he noticed that among the elderly group, there was an elderly lady with white hair who, although appearing calm on the surface, had a hint of undisguised panic in her eyes. Also, her hands, despite showing signs of aging, were unexpectedly delicate, not like they should be for her age. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Zuan's lips, and he calmly walked toward her. His actions naturally attracted the attention of many people, especially the elderly lady, who quietly retreated. But at that moment, she heard Zuan's voice in her ear. "If you want to get out of here, just follow me obediently." The elderly lady trembled, looking at Zuan in disbelief. With a barely noticeable nod from him, she hesitated for a moment and then noticed several black-clad men who had already noticed the situation and were heading their way. With a determined look, she followed behind Zuan. "How do you plan to escape from here? You must know that these black-clad men are the elite trained by the Federal Bureau. Plus, there is a military control station nearby, and if there's any trouble, a large number of troops will swarm in immediately," the old lady asked in a low voice. Zuan smiled faintly. "You don't need to worry about that. Just follow me. I have a way to get you out of here." Although she still had her doubts, she had no choice but to reluctantly follow him. At that moment, the black-clad men reached Zuan, about to speak. Zuan calmly said, "Little gourd." As he uttered those words, imperceptible electric currents immediately spread out and interconnected with the minds of each black-clad man. They shuddered and stood in place, looking blank. At the same time, a bright light flashed in Zuan's eyes, and a powerful divine force enveloped the entire scene, controlling even those without chips implanted in their minds. In the blink of an eye, the once noisy square fell silent. This astonishing scene left the girl gradually open-mouthed and filled with disbelief. She knew how formidable these black-clad men were. It wasn't that they were individually powerful, but the chips implanted in their minds were far more advanced than conventional control chips, networking with each other, so that, if one had a problem, the nearest ones would immediately notice and rush to the scene. Yet now, these usually arrogant black-clad men stood as still as statues, without even a blink in their eyes. The girl and her companion sauntered past confidently, without causing any ripples. As they passed by the middle-aged woman, Aoshu couldn't bear her twisting the truth and gave her a slap. Smack! The slap was heavy, sending her flying from the spot, but even so, the woman didn't even groan, falling to the ground as if a stiff piece of wood. "Aoshu!" Zuan called out. "HMPH, you got off easy. If it wasn't to avoid alerting others, I would have skinned you alive by now," Aoshu said hatefully. The group then calmly left the square, boarding a peculiar aircraft. It wasn't until they had flown out of the area that belonged to the square that the young girl finally recovered from her shock. Then, she quickly transformed her appearance, returning to the previous image of a pretty female student. "Are you part of the resistance army?" But then the young girl denied it herself. "The strength you just demonstrated was truly terrifying. To be able to directly control those men in black and escape unscathed, what ability is this? Can you teach it to me?" Zuan smiled nonchalantly. "It seems like you've been asking us questions since the beginning. Can I ask you something first?" The girl didn't hesitate and nodded directly. "Sure, ask away. What's your name, and who is your teacher?" "My name is Si Chinking. As for my teacher..." The girl hesitated for a moment, then slowly revealed an unexpected answer. "I actually don't have a teacher. Everything I said was told to me by my brother." "Oh. What is your brother's name then?" "My brother's name is Phi Bai." "Phi Bai." Huyi, Aoshu, and others exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion, because they had never heard of this name before. It was Zuan who was slightly surprised, then smiled meaningfully. "Phi Bai. I didn't expect it to be him." "What? You actually know my brother?" Si Chinking exclaimed. "Of course I know. Is your brother very good at using a sword?" Yes, my brother is very skilled with the sword." Si Chinking nodded repeatedly. "Since you know my brother, what is your name?" "As for me," Zuan sighed lightly. My name is Zuan. Zuan, Si Chinking repeated hesitantly, then shook her head. I've never heard my brother mention this name. Of course you haven't heard of me, because although I know your brother may not necessarily know me. Si Chinking became even more confused. What does it mean for him to know her brother, but her brother may not know him? Could it be that he has heard about her brother's achievements? Well, perhaps that's the case. While Si Chinking was pondering, Zuan said in a deep voice, "Where is your brother now? Can he lead us to meet him?" Well, don't worry. We are not bad people. At least in a certain sense, we share the same goals with you and your brother, Zuan said lightly. Seeing Zuan's calm expression but sincere eyes, Si Chinking hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Okay, since you dared to resist the men in black of the Federal Certification Bureau and rescue me, it proves that you are indeed not bad people. I believe my brother will be happy to meet you when he sees you. With that, she looked out the window. Can this strange object fly? Of course. Okay. Then I will control it next. Zhu untransferred some control of the treasure tower to Si Chinking. She first identified the direction and their current location, then steered the treasure tower towards a certain direction in the starry sky. As she focused on driving, Hui approached Zuan and asked in a low voice, puzzled, "Old Zhu, who is this Faibai? Why were you surprised when you heard this name and wanted to meet him?" Yes, and Jay, do you really know this Faibai, Zhu? Unchuckled, of course I know. Not only do I know him, he was once a member of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces. A member of the Fire Phoenix? Hui was stunned. He understood what Fire Phoenix meant to Zuan. They were his absolute core team, all of whom were loyal to him. Unfortunately, after a night of great changes, in this altered world, Fire Phoenix still existed, but had become the private security force of the Red Jade Mountain Villa. Hui had visited this force before and met Cheng Hao and others, but they did not remember Zuan at all. Just then, Yan suddenly said, "Husband, is this Faibai you're talking about the same person you saved in the Kunlun secret realm back then?" Zhu nodded, "Yes, it is him." The origin of this Faibai dates back to when Zuan had just returned from rebirth. At that time, the Kunlun secret realm emerged, and Zhu ventured deep into it and encountered many people, one of whom was Faibai. He was a true genius of the Kunlun Secret Realm's Sword Villa, extremely powerful and especially skilled in swordsmanship. However, what Zuan excelled at was dealing with all kinds of defiance, so a brief encounter made this Kunlun Secret Realm's unparalleled genius begin to doubt his life. But Zuan did not kill him because Faibai was not really bad and was deeply fascinated by swordsmanship. It would be a shame to kill such a person directly, so Zuan let him stay. Faibai was not a fool and naturally saw Zuan's strength. He laughed at the Sword Villa's rashness in wanting to challenge Zuan, and was soon taught a lesson. Faibai then made a surprising decision, resolutely siding with Zuan and joining the Fire Phoenix Special Forces as a member. For him, this might be a significant decision that could affect his entire life, but he made it without hesitation. He made it clear that to restore the glory of Sword Villa, he must first become strong himself. So he made this decision. Therefore, Zuan had a deep impression of him. However, after leaving the Kunlun Secret Realm, the strength of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces grew stronger day by day. Coupled with Zhou Danu, Cheng Hao, and the talents that Zuan slowly discovered, they shone even brighter. In comparison, Faibai seemed ordinary, so he hardly made an appearance later on and remained silently in the background. But that didn't mean Zuan had forgotten him, especially when he heard that the person who taught a young girl named Si Chinking to think independently was him. Zuan became intensely curious about him. Did he sense something? And since the Fire Phoenix Special Forces still existed, how did he break away from them? With these questions in mind, Zuan was ready to investigate. By this time, the treasure tower had crossed many starry domains and arrived at a bustling star system. Along the way, through Si Chinking's narration, Zuan also had a rough idea of the outline of this world. These matters were never mentioned before the night of the chaos, as after that night, he poured almost all his energy into finding the whereabouts of the missing person. He had no time to understand the so-called history of this world. But Zuan listened with great interest and occasionally raised some detailed questions, such as what kind of technology the god race left behind. To this, Si Chinking could only shake her head helplessly. How would I know about those things? It is said that the technology left behind is all controlled by the Federal Evidence Mansion, but they have locked it up tightly, and outsiders have no way of knowing. Hearing this, Zuan couldn't help but ask, "What kind of grievances do you have with the Federal Evidence Mansion? Why oppose them?" "Grievances are not the right word. It's just that my brother doesn't agree with their ways. It's the rebels who have a deep hatred with the Federal Evidence Mansion," Si Chinking said. Just as she spoke, a large planet appeared outside the window of the Fu Bao building. The planet was overall tan in color, with occasional specks of green. "This is the planet we live on. In the archives of the Federal Evidence Mansion, it is called Code 676, a junk planet of extremely low development value. But we like to call it Big Yellow." Huya asked a foolish question. "Why call it Big Yellow?" Si Chinking rolled her eyes. "Haven't you noticed that this planet is all yellow?" With that, Si Chinking said to Zuan, "When you come with me to see my brother later, don't be so conspicuous. It's better to have 2 or 3 people, otherwise it's easy to attract attention." Zhu nodded, then waved his hand, and the Fu Bao building and everyone disappeared in an instant. In the space, there were only him, Huya, and Si Chinking left. Si Chinking's mouth opened slightly, then she shook her head. "All right, I admit you are really powerful. Come with me." With that, Si Chinking turned and flew towards the planet. Zuan and Huya followed behind. In the middle of the flight, Huya couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Old Zhu, I still don't quite understand why you went through so much trouble to come here. All the focus is now on the Labor Federation Evidence Mansion. Why don't we just go straight to them?" "And then?" Zuan responded without looking back. "What do you mean, and then? After finding this Federal Evidence Mansion, then what? Kill everyone?" Huya was left speechless. He had indeed thought that way before, thinking that with their strengths, if they knew that the so-called Federal Evidence Mansion had problems, they could just go and settle it directly. It wasn't until hearing Zuan's words that he truly realized how complicated and tricky the situation was. At the same time, they flew into the atmosphere of the planet and landed in a small town. Just as seen from space, everywhere on this planet as far as the eye could see, it was mostly one color, yellow. The ground was yellow sand, the sky was a hazy yellow from the strong winds. Even the buildings in this town were eroded into a tan color by the sandstorm. When they landed, the land was still swept by the strong winds, but it didn't hinder the people in the town from enjoying themselves. There were even a few drunk men who had drunk too much, simply snoring on the streets as if nobody else was around. As Si Chinking led Zuan and Huya into the town, they were greeted by many voices. "Chinking is back. Chinking is getting more and more beautiful. Little Chinking, come and talk to Grandpa. Go away, you old man. You're drooling at the sight of the little girl. Go away." Amidst the cheerful banter, Si Chinking also had a smile on her face, responding to each one. "Yes, I'm back. Thank you, Uncle. I also think I'm getting more and more beautiful. Aunt Hao, you should really keep an eye on third uncle. I saw him talking to a young and pretty girl for a long time the other day." After that, Si Chinking giggled and walked through the streets, leaving a trail of laughter behind. Especially, the angry shouts of Aunt Hao were deafening. In this atmosphere, Si Chinking led Zuan and Huya around to corners and finally arrived at a dilapidated building. But when she stood in front of the door, her expression suddenly changed. Something's wrong. With that, she rushed into the room regardless of anything. Huya was puzzled. "What's wrong with her?" Zhu uncalmly said. "Smell the air. What do you smell?" With that, Zuan stepped towards the building. Huya finally opened his senses and his expression instantly became serious. As he, being a fox, had a very keen sense of smell, which sometimes became a nuisance, so he often turned it off. But now, he smelled an extremely strong scent of blood. Being a fox, this was troubling as it almost made him nauseous, reminiscent of a battlefield covered in corpses. What's going on here? Could it be that this dilapidated building could be concealing countless lost souls? Huya also quickly walked into the building, and even he, with his broad experience, couldn't help but be moved. Although it was only a door away, the inside and outside were like two different worlds. Outside was the dim yellow sky, while inside was a shocking red. Blood was everywhere, even soaking the ground under their feet. What's going on? Huya asked in shock. At the same time, Si Chinking ran up the stairs like mad, followed closely by the two. When they reached the second floor, they saw a mess. The floor was covered with deep sword marks, indicating a fierce battle took place here. Si Chinking weakly leaned against the door frame, her face as white as paper, muttering to herself, "It's over." "What's over?" Huya asked anxiously. "My brother is dead." Saying this, Si Chinking burst into tears. Without exception, all of these people were dressed in identical uniforms, holding sharp blades, with stern expressions, moving forward in silence. A chilling aura gathered above them, like a dark cloud pressing down on everyone's breath. In an instant, the once bustling town fell into a dead silence. The residents who witnessed this scene were filled with fear and quickly retreated into their homes, not daring to make a sound, afraid to draw the attention of these thugs. Some were filled with worrying, like the group of people who had just greeted Si Chinking, now hiding in a room with saddened expressions. "This is bad. They must be after Chinking. What do we do? Where is her brother?" The old woman panicked in a low voice. "I haven't seen that little brat Phoebe since yesterday. Who knows where he went?" Her husband replied angrily. "If she falls into the hands of the drunken dance bar, Chinking will truly be in danger." The old woman said sorrowfully, "Ah, it's a pity for Chinking, such a good girl. Those people at the drunken dance bar have really gone too far." The old man said resentfully. The old woman quickly covered his mouth, whispering, "Are you trying to get killed? How dare you speak ill of the drunken dance bar behind their backs? If they hear you, they'll tear you apart." The old man, still filled with anger, said, "I just can't swallow this insult. Such a good girl about to fall into the hands of those villains. If it were me when I was younger, I would have fought them." The old woman sighed, "Enough already, stop boasting. You think I don't know you? It's all Phoebe's fault for offending the drunken dance bar in the first place. Young people, always acting impulsively, end up not only harming themselves, but also dragging their own sister into trouble." The elderly couple whispered to each other in the room, unaware that their words were being overheard by a tall, muscular bald man passing by outside. This man, towering at 2.5 meters, was covered in muscles, tightly dressed in a black suit, with evil tattoos visible on his cuffs and neck, spread across his entire body. In short, this man's appearance alone was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Listening to the conversation of the elderly couple inside, he grinned maliciously. "After catching this girl, remember to hang these two old folks in this room and burn them alive, yes?" His underlings replied immediately. After casually deciding the tragic fate of the elderly couple, the man turned his gaze towards the dilapidated building, his face darkening with malicious intent. "This girl looks good, but the big boss said he wants her captured alive to play in front of her brother. So when you lay your hands on her, be careful not to kill her." The henchman nodded silently. "Heh, blame her brother for being reckless, daring to offend our drunken dance bar, and even killed so many of our boss's men." With a pointing finger, he signaled his followers, who then rushed towards the building like a pack of hungry wolves. The man stood back, watching with satisfaction. Just his men alone were enough to slaughter this small town multiple times over. Dealing with a mere inexperienced girl would be effortless. While her brother was skilled, almost wiping out Black Snake's men, it was mainly due to Black Snake's incompetence. He, on the other hand, was more cunning. A successful capture of Si Chinking would earn him further praise from the boss, and he looked forward to seeing Black Snake's reaction. Feeling confident, he awaited his men to breach the building, see Si Chinking, and return to report their success. However, just as he felt triumphant, a sudden change occurred. His men, aggressive as they approached the building, collapsed before making a move, as if all their energy had been drained, blood seeping from their throats as they fell dead. The entire process, from charging forward to their demise, took mere seconds. The man's smile froze, his muscles tensing in realization of the looming danger. He had not sensed anything unusual within the building the entire time, not even the faintest disturbance before his men's sudden deaths. A mysterious breeze seemed to sweep through, causing his men to fall like autumn leaves, turning into lifeless corpses. This unprecedented method left even the typically brutal man feeling a chill down his spine. "WH, who are you?" the man hoarsely shouted, preparing for retreat. Though the boss's mission was crucial, nothing was more important than his own life. Moreover, the swift elimination of his entire crew with just a glance illustrated the opponent's terrifying power. Cautiously, the man decided to withdraw. As for his reputation, he cared little for such trivial matters. But just as he prepared to quietly slip away, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. What was happening? What was causing this sudden itch? Curious, he turned his head, only to witness a scene that would forever haunt him. Standing on the rooftop of a nearby building was a man. His relaxed demeanor exuded a sly indifference as he gazed at the man. Yet, the most striking feature was the sight of 9 furry tails dancing in the air behind him. Hui shook his head and sighed softly. I advise you not to retreat, otherwise if you fall into his hands, you will truly have no way to survive or to die. The burly man refused to listen to Hui, thinking he was deceiving himself with lies, so he increased his speed in retreating. Just at that moment, Si Chinking walked out from the house. When the burly man saw her, his eyes brightened. It was certain that there was a close relationship between this strange man with a tail and Si Chinking. He realized that his men had probably died at the hands of this man. If he wanted to survive now, his only hope was to control Si Chinking. This way, the man with a tail would be cautious and wouldn't harm him. And if he played his cards right, he might even be able to capture Si Chinking directly. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? With this thought, the burly man couldn't help but grin wickedly and pounced on Si Chinking like a hungry tiger. In the process of attacking, the burly man glanced at Hui in the distance with the corner of his eye, fearing any sudden movements from him. To his surprise, he found Hui standing still, showing no intention to act. He even had a cold smile on his lips. It was as if he was watching a foolish monster willingly walk into a trap. This discovery made the burly man's heart sink, realizing it was a bad situation. He immediately tried to change direction in the air to escape. But before he could adjust his posture, an invisible pressure suddenly descended. The burly man didn't even groan and fell heavily to the ground, leaving a large crater. Amidst the rising dust, the burly man lay on the ground, bleeding from his mouth and nose, unable to move a finger, only able to watch a figure emerge from the dust and approach slowly. When he saw the person's face clearly, the burly man's pupils shrank instantly, his face showing infinite fear. It wasn't because the person was fierce. On the contrary, it was a young man dressed in white, with a gentle and refined appearance. But those eyes of his were extraordinary. They seemed to see through everything, like a divine being overseeing all worldly matters, judging all evils. In front of those eyes, the burly man felt infinitely small and insignificant. He had no doubt that if he made any sudden movements, the young man would not hesitate to kill him, just like squishing a bug. Therefore, he dared not make a single move, lying stiffly on the sand and staring at Xuan. At that moment, Hui arrived and snarled at the burly man. What did I just say? I told you not to run, but you didn't listen. Now look at you. Do you know how serious this is? The burly man was speechless, not expecting things to turn out this way. If he had known, he would never have come to this small town to capture Si Chinking. Just then, Si Chinking checked the bodies on the ground and then angrily marched towards the burly man, demanding in a stern voice, "Drunk dance bar, it's you guys after all. Speak. Did you guys take my brother away?" The burly man remained silent. Fine, you don't want to talk. Si Chinking's silence angered her, and she stomped heavily on the burly man. Despite Si Chinking not being particularly powerful, the burly man was powerless to resist due to his blocked cha and blood flow, causing him significant injury with the kick. However, the burly man remained silent. Okay, it seems like the people from Drunk Dance Bar are quite stubborn. I'll make you talk today. Si Chinking was on the verge of losing her temper, her sudden disappearance of her brother, and the blood in the building fueling her bad feelings, making her furious at the burly man's silence. Bang! Several more heavy stomps, the burly man's teeth shattered, and blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. Yet, the burly man didn't utter a sound. Just as Si Chinking was about to strike again, Hui intervened. Wait, I think you shouldn't hit him anymore. Why? Because it seems like this guy can't speak due to Xuan's pressure. Indeed, upon a closer look, the burly man was not silent due to courage, but because he was overwhelmed by Xuan's imposing aura, rendering him unable to speak. Hearing Hu Yi's words, tears welled up in the burly man's eyes. He had been screaming internally since Si Chinking's first question. I want to talk. I want to say everything. But I can't open my mouth. Hence, he endured the beatings quietly. After Hu Yi's revelation, Si Chinking looked to Xuan. Xuan shrugged. Sorry, I forgot about that. With that, the pressure lifted, and the burly man regained some control over his body. He then burst into tears and screamed, "I'll talk, I'll talk. As long as you don't kill me, I'll say anything." His pitiful state was truly pitiable. Si Chinking didn't care, gripping the burly man's shirt despite the disproportion and the intimidating aura around her. "Tell me, did your people take my brother?" "Yes." The burly man nodded vigorously. "It was taken by Black Snake's men." "And who are you?" "I am the head of security at Drunk Dance Bar. My name is Purple Scorpion." Through Purple Scorpion's narration, the three finally understood what had happened. Drunk Dance Bar was one of the most terrifying forces within a radius of thousands of miles. Despite its name, it controlled all economic lifelines in a city and had a mysterious background. There were even rumors of ties with high-level officials in the federal court. Due to this, the people of Drunk Dance Bar behaved arrogantly, committing all kinds of atrocities. The Black Snake and I have never been on good terms, but he has gained the trust of the boss, so this task will be completed by him this time. I never expected Brotherling to be so formidable. The Black Snake lost all of his elite men before capturing him, but this time his losses were too great. He no longer has the strength to fight, so the boss sent me here to monitor, attempting to capture you as well. With that, he cautiously watched Si Chinking, afraid of provoking her further. This is all under the orders of the boss. I am just following orders, so your brother's situation really has nothing to do with me. Si Chinking's heart ached like a knife. She knew the grudges between her brother and the drunken dance bar, combined with the usual behavior of the people in the bar. She could imagine what kind of treatment her brother would face once captured. And if she had not coincidentally encountered Zuan and Huyi, she might have fallen into the hands of the demons as well. So when she heard Purple Scorpion's defense, her eyes turned red with anger, wishing she could have killed this guy on the spot. "It has nothing to do with you. Hey, if it weren't for my two friends helping me here, wouldn't I have become your prey by now?" Si Chinking spoke fiercely. Purple Scorpion felt a strong sense of danger. This feeling made his scalp tighten, and he could only look at Zuan and Huyi with pleading eyes. "Please spare me. Everything I said is true, and as long as you spare my life, I am willing to do anything. In fact, I know many secrets about the boss, which I believe will be helpful to you." In order to survive, Purple Scorpion no longer cared about anything. But faced with his pleas, Zuan remained indifferent, only casting a glance at Si Chinking. "What do you think?" "My suggestion is naturally to torture this guy to death. You don't know, even though this guy seems pitiful now, he usually relies on the power of the drunken dance bar, doing all sorts of evil things without remorse." Si Chinking spoke bitterly. As soon as she finished speaking, Zuan nodded, "All right?" And in the next instant, countless fine sword lights like feathers engulfed Purple Scorpion completely. In that instant, cries of extreme pain emanated from within the sword lights. "No, I don't want to die." But soon the cries abruptly stopped, not because he had died, but on the contrary, despite the sword lights gnawing at his body, they skillfully avoided all vital points, preventing him from dying instantly. The reason he couldn't make a sound was that a sword light had sliced through his throat diagonally, without harming his trachea or arteries, cleverly severing his vocal cords. Now, Purple Scorpion could only widen his eyes, looking at Zuan in utter shock and despair. In his mind, this delicate young man in white clothes was even scarier than a devil. Because facing a devil would only mean death, but his current situation was even more terrifying than death itself. Shiver! Along with the subtle sounds like the movements of ants, countless sword lights rose and fell, flickering unpredictably. But each sword light that appeared took away a bit of flesh and blood from Purple Scorpion. In that moment, the flesh and blood on his body rapidly decreased visibly, yet mysteriously, his blood vessels and nerves remained unharmed. The sword lights were like highly skilled surgeons, meticulously consuming his flesh and blood with precision control while avoiding everything else. This incredibly precise control made Si Chinking's eyelids twitch. As a sister of Fei Bai, she was familiar with sword techniques. Therefore, she deeply felt the terrifying power Zuan was displaying at that moment. Leaving everything else aside, just the twisted control over the sword lights was enough to shock anyone. And the supreme calmness Zuan showed throughout the process made Si Chinking secretly alarmed. She had never expected that her casual mention of torturing Purple Scorpion would lead to Zuan actually doing it. In a moment, the sword lights dispersed. Then Purple Scorpion's figure reappeared. What a terrifying sight it was! His body had been drained of flesh and blood, leaving only a dense network of blood vessels and nerves. Apart from them, all his organs remained undamaged, and even his heart continued to beat forcefully. Yes, even at that moment, Purple Scorpion was still alive. In fact, compared to Zuan and Huyi, he appeared weak, but his true strength was at least above the Great Luo realm. Coupled with his special body cultivation technique, his vitality was much stronger than an average person's. Despite harboring hatred towards Purple Scorpion, Si Qingqing couldn't help but swallow nervously at the horrifying scene. She asked in great difficulty, "What should we do next with him?" Zuan gave her a half-smile and glanced at her. "Didn't you just say you wanted to torture him to death? Why are you asking me now?" I just thought that killing him like this might be a waste. After all, if we want to save my brother, this guy might still be useful," Si Qingqing said somewhat hesitantly. Hearing this, Purple Scorpion, who was already in a semi-conscious state due to pain, strained to move his eyes towards her with a look of pleading. As his eyelids had been shaved off by the sword lights, this was the only way he could see. But Zuan shook his head. "It's just a small bar. There's no need for such trouble." These words shattered Purple Scorpion's last glimmer of hope, and his eyes quickly dimmed. Si Qingqing was left looking bewildered. How could Zuan describe the terrorizing power that had occupied the city for years as just a small bar? How could he be so casual, as if it wasn't worth mentioning at all? At that moment, Zuan suddenly asked with a smile, "Do you think what I'm doing is cruel?" Si Qingqing remained silent, but her eyes revealed a hint of reluctance. She did hate Purple Scorpion and his group, yet she felt that torturing someone in this manner was too cruel. Zuan let out a soft sigh. "It seems you are still too naive. Do you really think this Purple Scorpion is just an innocent person as you believe?" Si Qingqing was puzzled and took the ring. She gently glanced at it, and her face quickly turned pale, with an infinite look of anger in her eyes. "Did he do all this? Who else do you think it could be?" At the same time, Fox Knight also took the ring from the dazed Si Qingqing, took a quick look, and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. "He's truly a beast. No, even calling you a beast would be an insult to beasts. You are worse than a beast." The reason why even Fox Knight, who had a good temperament, could curse with such foul language was entirely because of what was stored in this ring. Inside were not anything else, just densely packed glass cabinets. Inside these glass cabinets were fresh human body specimens. These people were of all ages and genders, but without exception, all were sealed in the glass cabinets in a very lively posture. You could even see from their facial expressions how much pain and despair they experienced before death. It was certain that these specimens were made when the people were still alive. Moreover, although this Zixi looked rough on the outside, he had quite an artistic sense. Before completing these human body specimens, he would often make some alterations to the people. This so-called alteration actually meant completely cutting out a certain part of the organ and exposing it. But what was truly enraging was several pregnant women's specimens among them. To avoid causing nightmares for readers, I won't go into further details here. In short, everything inside was filled with naked evil. At least when Si Qingqing came back to her senses, the first thing she did was squat to the side and vomit profusely. Zuan did not rush her, just waited quietly. Only after she finished vomiting did she casually say, "Do you still pity him now?" Without hesitation, Si Qingqing shook her head and gritted her teeth, saying, "I now only hate that he has only one life. Otherwise, I would kill him multiple times." Zuan smiled faintly. "Don't worry, he won't die so easily. I have to make him taste all the suffering he once imposed on others before he can die." Having said that, Zuan walked in front of this Zixi and then squatted down to meet his eyes. By this time, the Zixi was already numb with pain, his eyes were dull, and he was on the verge of collapse. Zuan certainly wouldn't allow him to escape the pain in this way. A stream of breath entered his body, and the once feeble heartbeat instantly became strong and forceful. As a result, this Zixi regained consciousness. But when he saw Zuan squatting in front of him, his clarity of mind almost collapsed again. He now feared Zuan to the extreme. However, Zuan just smiled faintly. "Don't be so afraid. Isn't this the game you usually like to play the most? I'm just highlighting it and using it on you now." The blood vessels all over the Zixi's body began to tremble. Zuan said casually, "Let me think. What should be the next step?" "Oh, Yes, I should gradually pour special potion over you so that you can remain in this state forever, right? As she spoke, with a flick of her hand, a glass coffin fell out of the Zixie's ring. Seeing this thing, the Zixie trembled even more violently. Even though his tongue had been cut off, he still opened his mouth wide, seemingly begging for mercy. But Zuan didn't give him the chance, just a light touch, and he floated up lightly, then fell into the glass coffin. Immediately, a transparent potion was poured into it, starting with the ankles, then thighs, and then abdomen. The potion spread bit by bit, and at each pass, the Zixie struggled in immense pain. Obviously, this process was extremely agonizing. However, all the struggling was in vain. In the blink of an eye, the transparent potion completely sealed the Zixie inside the glass coffin. But he was now different from the specimens he had created with his own hands. Even through a layer of glass, you could see his eyes slightly moving, indicating he had not died yet. But being alive in this way was far more terrifying than being dead, because this would be a torment without an end for an unknown duration. For someone like the Zixie, this was just a small interest on the enormous sins he had committed. With a snap of her fingers, a flash of fire passed, and the specimens inside the ring turned into ashes. Those that belonged to dust returned to the earth, and those that belonged to heaven ascended. After doing all this, Zuan stored the glass coffin of the Zixie and calmly said, "Let's go." "Go? Where to?" At this moment, Si Chinking was shocked by Zuan's calm and ruthless methods, making her a little confused. "To Drunken Dance Bar, to save your brother." Although Drunken Dance Bar was some distance from the town, for Zuan, it was just a snap of the fingers. Soon, the three of them stepped onto the street where Drunken Dance Bar was located. This was a main street in the center of the city, lined with various bars and nightclubs. The largest and most luxurious among them was the location of Drunken Dance Bar. When Zuan and the others arrived, it was a bustling time with lights coming on. The street was crowded with people, and there were individuals in all sorts of extravagant outfits. In comparison, Zuan and the others seemed less conspicuous. But because of Zuan's outstanding appearance, they attracted many admirers. "Hey handsome, want to have a drink with sis? Name your price, sis will take care of you tonight." Such flirtatious conversations were endless. Zuan remained calm and politely pushed aside those trying to flirt, then walked into the Drunken Dance Bar. As soon as they crossed the threshold, a fierce and hot heavy metal music surged into their ears. It seemed that this music was mixed with some other elements. Those with weaker resolve would uncontrollably fall into extreme excitement just by hearing this sound. At least Si Chinking seemed momentarily dazed. But soon these noises faded away, and Zuan's voice came in her ears. "This bar is indeed strange. Follow me, and don't wander around aimlessly." "Okay." Si Chinking nodded nervously. Zuan glanced deeply at these people, then said lightly, "You're right, they are insane." At the same time, in a room in the corner of the first floor, a man with a gloomy complexion and a wicked look in his eyes was watching the monitors. "Increase the dosage," the man ordered fiercely. His subordinate hesitated, but the dosage released today is already several times more than usual. If we increase it further, it could easily lead to trouble. "What? Are you questioning my orders?" The man scoffed coldly. "No, I dare not. Humph, aren't these people here for pleasure? I might as well let them indulge to the fullest today," the man said almost ferociously. The people dared not refute and followed the man's orders to once again release some kind of powder into the air. In an instant, the already fervent atmosphere became even more violent, like adding fuel to the fire. Everyone seemed to lose their senses and began hysterically swaying. This scene of frenzied dancing left Huyi astonished. What's going on? Why are these people getting more and more crazy? Didn't I just say, these people are indeed already insane? Zuan hinted. It was at this moment that the man monitoring the entire room suddenly noticed Zuan and the other two, and he was momentarily taken aback. Who are these three newcomers? Why are they not affected by our drugs at all? From the monitoring screen, it was clear that amidst the madness, only Zuan, Huyi, and Si Chinking remained calmly in place. This made them stand out, catching the attention of the man. "I'm not sure, but all three of them look unfamiliar, clearly not regulars here," a subordinate responded, looking towards the man. "Should we send a few people to investigate?" The man looked at the screen, paying special attention to Zuan, and his mouth gradually curved upwards. "No need, I'll go over myself later." Upon hearing this, the subordinates all shuddered inwardly, showing sympathy towards the three on the screen. Because they knew that if this man set his sights on these three individuals, it would be even worse than death within this drunken dance bar. All because of this man's name. Black Snake. A name that could make children stop crying within 1,000 miles around. Alongside the one who was enormous in stature, but also fond of collecting human specimens, Purple Scorpion. They were known as the two giants of the drunken dance bar. No one dared to provoke them. Normally, this Black Snake rarely appeared in the bar's main hall, but for some reason, he had ended up in the monitoring room today. However, these subordinates did not know that at this moment, Black Snake was filled with anger, urgently seeking an outlet. Everything started from yesterday's mission. At that time, he was sent by the boss to handle a guy who had grievances with the bar, thinking it was just a routine task. As the head honcho of the drunken dance bar, Black Snake had done this kind of mission 100 or 80 times before, being very experienced, so he didn't take it seriously. But little did he know, this seemingly simple task led to his downfall. His elite squad, brought in to capture the target, was completely wiped out at first sight. Even Black Snake himself almost perished on the spot. If he hadn't reacted quickly and escaped in time, he might not have returned. In the end, he managed to capture the target with reinforcements sent by the boss, but his subordinates suffered losses. These were the elite members he had carefully nurtured, now perishing inexplicably. The pain Black Snake felt can be imagined. What was more, that scoundrel Purple Scorpion managed to snatch the subsequent capture task, while he could only watch helplessly due to his subordinates' loss. This feeling of helplessness fueled Black Snake's rage, leading him to appear in the bar's main hall today, hoping to find a suitable target for his wrath. However, after searching for a while, he only found ordinary individuals, which made him even more agitated, resulting in the repeated increase in the dosage of drugs released into the air by his subordinates. Little did he expect that just as he was about to give up, there was a pleasant surprise. Looking at the graceful and striking figure leading the group, Black Snake couldn't help but greedily lick his lips before striding out of the room and heading straight for the trio. However, as he had just walked halfway, he saw the three in the distance, going straight through the crowd towards the direction of the staircase. Black Snake's mind raced, and he halted his steps. If they were just passing through to check out the lively guests, it wouldn't be surprising. Although this city wasn't very large, the chaos and the long arm of the Federal Bureau of Justice meant many desperate people came here seeking opportunities. But it seemed like these three weren't looking for pleasure. Instead, they were heading towards the second floor. The second floor of Drunken Dance Bar was where the boss resided, and without reaching a certain rank, it was impossible to go up there. What are they up to? Do they know the boss? These thoughts flashed through Black Snake's mind. At the same time, Huyi whispered lowly, "Elder Zhu, it seems someone is spying on us from behind." Zhuan didn't even turn his head, but just smiled faintly, saying, "I know, in a place like this, it's rare not to be spied on. Let's not bother." With that, the trio of Zhuan arrived at the staircase. Just then, a female server came down from the second floor carrying a tray, and upon seeing Zhuan and his companions, she couldn't help but be startled. "What are you up to?" Zhuan smiled faintly, pointing upstairs. "Excuse me, is this the way to the second floor?" It was evident that the female server was also in awe of Zhuan's calm and noble aura, hesitatingly nodding her head. "Why yes. Great, thanks." With that, Zhuan stepped up the stairs, headed towards the second floor. "Wait!" The female server suddenly remembered something, and immediately called out to Zhuan. Zhuan looked at the beautiful face of the waitress in front of him and couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, but I think your boss would be very happy to see us." With that, Zhuan walked upstairs without even looking back. Little did he know that his ambiguous words had set the imagination of the waitress running wild. "Happy to see us. Could it be that this unbelievably attractive boy is the boss's favorite one? It must be so. What a pity." With these thoughts in mind, the waitress couldn't help but sigh, then turned to leave, but just then Black Snake caught up. Upon seeing her, Black Snake asked fiercely, "What did those three people just say to you?" The waitress was taken aback, then stammered, "Nothing. They just asked me if these were the stairs to the second floor." Just that. Just that. "Humph, you go down first, I'll settle accounts with you later." Black Snake coldly hummed and followed, heading upstairs. The waitress stood blankly in place until Black Snake's figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs, then shivered and ran off, her face pale. Leaving the waitress aside, Zuan and the others quickly reached the second floor. The decoration here was much more luxurious than the first floor, with expensive handmade carpets underfoot, producing no sound when stepped upon. Additionally, there was no noise from the first floor reaching up, making it somewhat eerie. Although Su Qingqing was anxious about her brother's situation all the way, when she finally arrived at this rumored den of evil and saw the closed rooms along the way, she couldn't help but gulp nervously, her voice trembling as she said, "Where's my brother?" Zu Un said calmly, "Don't worry, you'll see him soon." With that, he strides toward the depths of the corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a door made of a steel alloy, etched with intricate symbols, so strong that even ordinary cultivators would despair at breaking it. Yet when Zuan arrived, a faint smirk appeared on his lips, then he lightly flicked a finger. Without any visible movement, the alloy door obediently opened, leading the other two inside. Zuan's ability to do so astonished Black Snake, one of the boss's most trusted underlings. He knew better than anyone how sturdy that iron door was. Even he wouldn't be able to enter without considerable effort. Yet this white-clad youth effortlessly opened it with a flick of his finger. What kind of supernatural ability was this? Black Snake's heart trembled slightly. He wanted to turn and leave immediately. But thinking of Purple Scorpion's domineering attitude, he gritted his teeth and followed suit, determined to seize any opportunity arising from this encounter. Riches and honor come with risks, and this time he went all out. Soon, he'd stepped through the iron door. Beyond it was not a room, but a prison-like area. On both sides were iron cells made of alloy bars as thick as arms, containing many individuals. It was evident that these people had endured inhumane abuse, some reduced to white bones, while the living sat there numbly, resembling statues or mummified corpses. The air carried an unbearable stench, dim lights, bloodstains on the walls and floor, and an array of horrifying torture tools, creating a hellish scene that left one's heart rattling. Surprisingly, Su Qingqing, instead of being fearful, felt a surge of anger and concern. Was her brother held in such a place? Had he suffered inhuman treatment? The thought tormented her. Meanwhile, from a distance came sounds of scolding and violence. This kid's bones are really tough. He has endured this long without talking. He will talk. The boss has made it clear. We must get this kid to spill today. Add a little more. I don't believe he is an Iron Man. Along with the scolding, heavy blows were delivered, akin to hitting a sack of meat, with no response, but dull thuds. Su Qingqing's face turned pale, tears welling up in her eyes. "Brother," she whispered, then looked at Zuan with pleading eyes. Without hesitation, Zuan swiftly approached the source of the voice. It was a small cell filled with various torture implements and a steel post to which a person was bound with iron chains. Despite being covered in blood stains, Zuan recognized the person immediately, Fei Bai, the heir of the Kunlun Secret Realm's Sword Villa. However, the current Fei Bai bore no resemblance to his former self. He was battered and tied to the post, not even struggling as a specially crafted torture stick was wielded against him. Zuan frowned slightly, about to act. Just then, perhaps feeling tired or fearing for Fei Bai's life, the assailant paused, panting, then gave him a thumbs up. "Boy, though we are not on the same side, I must admire your endurance. You are the only one who has lasted a whole day in our hands without saying a word. Just for that, you're a tough guy." Fei Bai remained unresponsive. The man dropped the stick, sneering, "But don't think that's enough. You may be hard to break with torture, but you are still human, with vulnerabilities. Let me guess, do you have a sister named Su Qingqing?" At the mention of Su Qingqing, a glint appeared in Fei Bai's eyes, causing the man to grin sinisterly. At the same time, the others in this specially designed cell burst into laughter, taunting as they chuckled. "Lao Si, do you really think you're that important? The master of the Purple Scorpion will surely deal with you on the spot." "That's right. I heard that the master of the Purple Scorpion especially likes young and tender girls. I bet right now this kid's sister is crying and begging for mercy under the Purple Scorpion." These malicious and cruel words caused Zuan, who was concealed in the void, to furrow his brows uncontrollably, but he did not make a move, because just now, he sensed a chilling, cold-killing intent. Although this killing intent flashed by and was extremely weak, it could easily be overlooked if not careful. Yet Zuan keenly perceived that the source of this killing intent was coming from Fei Bai. Yes, it was the Fei Bai, who was heavily injured, bound tightly by a chain made of refined gold to the torture platform. A slight smirk appeared on Zuan's lips, his eyes full of intrigue, ready to see what this Fei Bai planned to do. Just then, Fei Bai slowly raised his eyes and spoke his first words since the torture began. "What? Do you want to know?" His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, clearly weak. The guard known as Lao Si couldn't help but smile, sneering, finally decided to speak. "Huh? Of course, we want to know everything you know." "Fine, come closer, I'll tell you now. But the condition is that you cannot harm my sister. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, we will treat your sister well." Saying this, Lao Si joyfully leaned in close to Fei Bai and listened intently. The entire process was completely defenseless. In fact, he didn't have to be on guard. At this moment, Fei Bai's bones were all broken, meridians damaged, and bound by a chain of refined gold. Apart from being able to speak, there was hardly any difference from a dead person. How could such a person pose a threat? But he never imagined that it was his own negligence that would lead to a heavy price. As he leaned in close to Fei Bai's ear just now, Fei Bai, who was on the brink of death, suddenly brightened his eyes, then opened his mouth wide, and a blood sword shot out like a whip. Because this guard's head was so close to Fei Bai's mouth, and the attack was sudden, the guard didn't even have time to make a sound before the blood sword pierced into the side of his temple. With a dull thud, the blood sword shot out from the other side of the guard's head, carrying with it a stream of brain matter, splattering all over the ground. This sudden turn of events left the guards in the room stunned. But it wasn't over yet. The blood sword hovered in the air, then directly sliced through the heads of these guards. Allah! These people let out terrible screams, trying to escape. However, their speed was no match for the sword's light. In just a blink of an eye, there were several muffled thuds, and the heads of these people all exploded, falling to the ground. After all this was done, the blood sword dissipated with a bang, turning into a bloody rain that fell to the ground. Looking back at Fei Bai, his face was as pale as paper, his eyes dim to the extreme. Zuan, concealed in the void, couldn't help but sigh inwardly after witnessing this scene. He could naturally see the origin of that sword just now. Although called a blood sword, it was actually just Fei Bai biting his own tongue to force out a blood essence. The price was that Fei Bai would severely deplete his cultivation and lifespan, even causing irreversible damage. But Zuan had anticipated this outcome long ago. After all, even trapped in a cell and covered in injuries, how could Fei Bai, a swordsman, tolerate the insults and arrogance of these lowly individuals? Moreover, they dared to utter such filthy threats. This was unbearable for a swordsman's pride. So Fei Bai would rather bear great damage to use blood as his sword, to kill all these people present. And Zuan's guess was correct. Even though these people inflicted cruel punishments on Fei Bai, he didn't care. After all, he practiced the purest heart sword art. This style allowed for rapid restoration of cultivation, as long as his sword heart remained intact. Therefore, the flesh wounds on his body were nothing to Fei Bai. He even saw them as a means to temper his sword heart. But he never expected these people to take the risk of threatening his sister. This touched upon Fei Bai's bottom line. Although he and Si Chinking were not blood siblings, years of being together had already made him treat her as his own sister. So when these people spoke those disgustingly filthy words, their fate had silently been sealed. Clap, clap, clap. Applause suddenly rang out, and the walls of the cell began to ripple, gears turning, revealing a passage. The applause came from the passage and drew nearer. Soon, a graceful figure appeared in the passage and approached. Once this person elegantly emerged into the light, it turned out to be a woman exuding charm and allure. Dressed in a well-tailored kippah with a daring high slit that accentuated her devilishly appealing figure, the most captivating aspect of the woman was her seductive expression. Even just a casual glance contained countless alluring nuances. Undoubtedly, she was a rare beauty. A woman like her should only appear at luxurious banquets or on glamorous stages. But upon seeing this woman, Fei Bai coldly chuckled. It seems you couldn't resist after all, the owner of the drunken dance bar. Yes, this woman, who appeared so delicate and charming from every angle, the kind that made people want to protect her, was none other than the owner of the famed drunken dance bar backstage manager. Upon hearing Feibai's words, the woman smiled before saying anything, her laughter being enchanting and pleasing to the ear, coupled with the quivering of her voluptuous body, almost popping eyeballs out. Initially intending to reveal himself from the void upon witnessing this scene, Zuan suddenly hesitated. In his eyes, this woman was far from being just a seductive temptress. As the conversation went on, a smug expression appeared on the woman's face. Feibai stared coldly at the woman and remarked, "Wow, you really are cautious." "Haha, thank you for the compliment. I have to be cautious, or I might have died 100 times by now," the woman retorted with a flirtatious glance at Feibai. "So, are you ready to talk now?" Feibai coldly chuckled. "I really don't know what you want to know." Still not willing to spill the beans at this point. "Fine, I'll give you a hint. How did you obtain that video? And who else has seen it?" the woman questioned. "What video?" "I have no idea," Feibai responded without hesitation. The woman's expression darkened gradually. "It seems you won't break your silence until you see your coffin. Fine, let's forget about it for now. But do you know what this is?" With a wave of her hand, two microdrones emerged from her sleeves and projected a holographic screen in the air. The screen displayed the images of Fox Knight and Si Chinking. Feibai's eyes narrowed instantly. The woman continued in a cold tone, "You must know this man. He is a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Chinku Fox clan at the Hongyu Mountain Villa. I can't understand why your sister would be involved with such a person. Could it be all part of your deliberate plan?" The woman's eyes were filled with uncontrollable murderous intent by the end of her statement. And naturally, she couldn't help but think this way. After all, Fox Knight's appearance was too coincidental, especially being with Si Chinking. It was hard for anyone to believe there wasn't something sinister going on. This fueled her anger because, driven by ambition, she already saw Feibai as an obstacle. Anyone attempting to uncover this secret would become her enemy. Feibai sensed her anger and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. "So what if it is? I have to leave a trump card for my sister, don't I?" "Indeed." The woman gritted her teeth, waved her hand again, and the holographic screen switched to show Zuan, Fox Knight, and Si Chinking entering a bar. "Do you recognize this man?" When Feibai saw Zuan's face, his calm demeanor turned drastically, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Witnessing his reaction, the woman sneered repeatedly, surprised, "Aren't you?" "I was shocked when I first saw this image because this man is a spitting image of the man in the video you have. So what dark secret is hidden here? Tell me now, and I might overlook your past deeds, maybe even let you go." Although Feibai was initially shocked, he quickly regained his composure. He didn't believe the woman's words, so he sneered, "Do you think I will tell you?" The woman flew into a rage. "Fine. It seems you think having these people around gives you hope of escape, right? Let me tell you now, do not delude yourself. From the moment they stepped into this bar with your sister, I had my eyes on them. Look at this." Another switch of the holograph screen, revealing a vast and intricate mechanical maze. This maze was crafted from an unknown metal, with powerful runes engraved on the walls and floors. Despite the layer of projection separating them, the grand complexity and robustness of the maze could be felt. In one corner of the maze were Fox Knight and Si Chinking, trapped and futilely navigating the labyrinthine passages. The woman wore a satisfied smile. "See that? This is my meticulously constructed mechanical maze. Despite Fox Knight's prowess, once inside, he is just a trapped animal. Although the whereabouts of the other man have not been found yet, rest assured, within this bar, I am an all-powerful deity. If he is here, he won't escape my grasp. So now, you have one choice left. Cooperate with me and explain the source of this video, or face the consequences." As she spoke, the holographic screen changed again, showing a slightly blurry video. The video began with a massive battlefield in the void, littered with countless corpses. In the center of the battlefield, a fierce battle was still raging between the tentacled and mucus-covered gods and the human race and allied forces. These forces were composed of seasoned warriors, despite their injuries, courageously fighting the gods. Yet, the most remarkable was the white-clad youth at the heart of the battle. He single-handedly bore the brunt of the pressure, confronting these powerful gods with earth-shattering attacks that were awe-inspiring. Seeing the footage, Zuan lurking in the void was also astonished since he recognized this scene as when he led the various tribes to counterattack the invading forces. But in this altered world where he's supposed to have left no trace, what was the meaning of this video? The doubt swirled in Zhu-on's mind. Meanwhile, the woman, in a fit of hysteria, roared at Fei-bai, "Now tell me, where did you get this video? Who is that man?" Fei-bai stood tall, his face stern, and shook his head. "I don't know what you're talking about." The woman instantly broke down, then sneered, "Fine. Excellent. You truly are a tough nut to crack. But today, even if you were made of steel, I'll grind you to dust." With that, the woman's eyes turned crimson, and the floor of the cell beneath her began to rumble and change shape. "It seems like you really want to know who I am." With these words, the woman's body stiffened, but her reaction was very quick as she immediately turned around to look. Just behind her, not far away, a figure gradually materialized. In an instant, both the woman and Fei-bai, who was bound to the punishment stake, had their pupils shrink in shock, because the person who appeared in front of them was none other than Zhu-an. When Fei-bai saw the face of this man, identical to the one in the video, a sudden realization struck him. It reminded him of a warning he received from the other party when he obtained the video. If he were to encounter the man in the video, he must show humility and not act recklessly, otherwise it would lead to great disaster. At that time, Fei-bai had some doubts, but upon seeing Zhu-an in person, he deeply understood how accurate that warning was. Just from the aura emanating from this man, it was enough to make one despair, let alone resist. Especially for Fei-bai, who specialized in swordsmanship, this feeling was even more profound. At the same time, the woman quickly concealed her surprise, then coldly chuckled and said, "I never expected you would actually dare to show up." Zhu-an calmly replied, "Oh, why wouldn't I dare to show up?" The woman arrogantly raised her chin and said, "Because once you appear, it means your time is running out." Zhu-an almost found it laughable. It had been a long time since someone had spoken to him in such a manner. So, he seemingly smiled and said, "Are you threatening me?" "No, I am just stating a fact," said the woman with a condescending look on her face. "Actually, this is fine. I won't have to bother capturing you again. Now, I will give you two choices. 1. Surrender obediently, explain what's going on with this video, and wait for my judgment." Zhu-an's gaze turned slightly cold, but his tone remained indifferent as he asked, "And the second option?" The woman replied, "The second option is simple, death." Zhu-an coldly remarked, "What if I choose neither?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ceiling above Zhu-an, the surrounding walls, and the floor beneath his feet began to rapidly change shape. In an instant, numerous spears and cannons were aimed at Zhu-an. Accompanied by a buzzing charging sound, the muzzles of these weapons emitted a dangerous blue light, clearly charging up destructive power. The woman smirked, "I didn't quite hear you. Say it again. What do you choose?" Arrogance and self-satisfaction were evident in her words. Faced with countless gun barrels, Zhu-an didn't even blink and calmly said, "I mean, what if I choose neither?" "Then you can die now." A cruel look flashed across the woman's face. The numerous firearms then opened fire simultaneously. Deep blue flames, accompanied by deafening blasts, surged towards Zhu-an, engulfing him completely in the blink of an eye. The sound of the gunfire became so intense that it was difficult to distinguish individual shots. The woman's lips curved slightly, revealing a cold and ruthless smile. In her view, no one could survive under such a dense barrage. Therefore, this man was doomed. Fei-bai's expression turned extremely grave. Although he couldn't believe that a threat of such magnitude could so easily end someone's life, he couldn't deny that the firepower controlled by the woman had reached a maniacal level. Even in his prime, he might have struggled to survive against such a concentrated attack. It was at that moment, amidst the impenetrable shower of bullets and the lingering blue flames, that a hand slowly extended. This slender and refined hand, resembling polished jade, exuded a unique beauty. However, as soon as this seemingly female-like hand appeared, the relentless storm of bullets abruptly ceased, as if a pause button had been pressed. Subsequently, the barrage of bullets disintegrated into nothingness in an instant. Along with them, the firearms also vanished. These weapons, as if subjected to an immense force from the void, distorted and twisted directly, turning into a pile of scrap metal. The whole process took only seconds. The formidable gunfight, which seemed to tear open space, was now reduced to nothingness. With the flames dissipating, Zhu-an's figure reappeared. Clad in white as pristine as snow, not a single crease in his attire, It was as if the countless bullets had left him untouched. Witnessing this scene, the woman who had been poised to collect Zuan's remains was left dumbfounded. As for Phi-Bai, he was greatly shaken. He could clearly sense that Zuan's seemingly unremarkable palm actually harbored supreme sword intent. It was this hidden intent that caused the firearms and bullets to disintegrate in an instant. "Now, do you have anything else to say?" Zuan looked at the woman and spoke calmly. The woman gradually regained her composure and then nodded slightly. "Indeed, you do have some skills," she said without a trace of fear, but rather a hint of arrogance. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly in response. "From your tone, it seems you are not afraid at all." "Afraid? Why should I be afraid?" "Afraid you will kill me." "Don't be silly. Do you know what my true identity is?" She sneered. "What is it?" "Listen well. My name is Grace Carter, a member of the Great Carter family." "Grace Carter. That's right," she said proudly. Jew. An glanced deeply at her obviously Eastern bloodline features and coldly said, "And then?" Grace seemed surprised by Zuan's question, then sneered with mockery. "You don't even know about the Great Carter family? You do realize that Rutherford Carter, the vice chairman of the Directorate of Federal Certificates, is a member of our Carter family, don't you? As for the numerous other members of the Carter family who hold positions of importance scattered throughout the Directorate of Federal Certificates, there are too many to even count. To put it bluntly, the current Directorate of Federal Certificates is the backyard of our Carter family. Don't you even know that? Cooperate." "How do we cooperate?" Zuan said with a smile that wasn't really a smile. "It's simple. Hand over the person who fabricated and spread the video, then tell me what your real purpose is. Only then will it be your only way out." But before she could finish her words, her whole body began to float uncontrollably. Of course, this wasn't because Zuan had any special power. It was entirely because Zuan had suddenly appeared in front of her, grabbed her by the neck, and forcefully lifted her from the ground. Grace had never imagined that Zuan would dare to attack her so suddenly, especially after she had revealed her identity. Therefore, she looked at Zuan with shock on her face. Zuan just gave a cold smile. "Now I'll give you two options, death or death. Which one do you choose?" I am a member of the Carter family. If you kill me, do you know the consequences?" Grace said with difficulty. Zuan just smiled faintly. "If I'm not mistaken, this so-called Carter family of yours is from Country M, right?" "That's right. It is from the great chosen land, the land beloved by God," Grace said proudly. But the next moment, Zuan exerted force with her arm, extinguishing all of Grace's pride in her neck. "I'm really curious why someone with noble blood like you would be so fawning towards an outsider. And I believe, in order to join this so-called Carter family, you must have paid a high price, such as selling your soul and body, haven't you?" Grace's eyes showed a hint of panic, but she stubbornly said, "No. No matter what you say, the Carter family won't let you go. They are a powerful family with many seats in the Federal Chamber of Commerce, beyond your imagination. Hey, Zu." Unsneered, "I forgot to tell you, after your death, this so-called Carter family, and even the entire Country M, the entire Federal Chamber of Commerce will all be buried with you." If someone else had said this, Grace would have scoffed. But now, with Zuan's grip on her throat and the cold murderous intent in Zuan's eyes, all her arrogance vanished. She screamed hysterically, losing her composure. "Are you not afraid that your companion will be harmed if you kill me? Once I die, the mechanical maze will lock down, and they will never be able to get out." Zuan said lightly, "You still don't understand him. Although he may seem lazy and out of sorts, he can't be trapped in a maze like you." As she finished speaking, a triumphant laughter echoed in the void. "It seems that old Zu knows me well." Following this, the figures of Fox Knight and Si Chinking appeared. Then Fox Knight casually threw an object. Thud! The object hit the ground with a dull sound. It turned out to be a human figure. Then Fox Knight proudly said, "In fact, we had already come out long ago. But to not spoil your pretending act, we stayed hidden in the void." And at that moment, the human figure on the ground moved a bit, emitting a painful groan. It was only then that Grace saw that the figure was her subordinate Black Snake. But at this moment, Black Snake, devoid of his usual arrogance, looked as lifeless as a snake with its spine taken out, unable to even lift his head. At the same time, Fox Knight chuckled. "To elaborate, we were able to escape from the maze so quickly thanks to this guy here. At that time, this kid got into the maze for some reason, so I grabbed him, searched his memories, and we managed to escape smoothly. It turned out that Black Snake had followed Zhu-an and Fox Knight to the outer area of the second-floor monitoring zone. He had intended to seize the opportunity to show off in front of Grace. But he never expected Grace would suddenly act, sending all life in the corridor into the mechanical maze, including Black Snake. However, being Grace's trusted subordinate, he knew some of his boss's tactics and didn't panic too much, preparing to escape. But Fox Knight spotted him, captured him on the spot, and they managed to escape smoothly. Seeing that even his last lifeline no longer worked, Grace finally felt deep fear. She wanted to beg for mercy, but Zhu-an didn't even give her that chance, decisively breaking her neck. Crack! After a bone-breaking sound, Grace's head twisted at an eerie angle towards the other direction, right in front of Black Snake, lying on the ground in pain. Her bloodshot eyes stared directly at Black Snake, making him shiver in fear. "Mercy! Spare me! I don't know anything. She instructed me. Theft." A silver light flashed. Black Snake's head fell, and as he fell, he uttered one last word in midair. "Ah!" Then there was silence. After cleanly finishing things, Zhu-an took a step towards Fei and waved his hand. The golden chain shattered. At the same time, Fei felt a majestic force flooding into his body, crazily repairing his severely injured body. In the blink of an eye, Fei's injuries were mostly healed, and he stood up, looking at Zhu-an with a bewildered expression. Until now, he was still confused, especially about the identity and origins of the man before him. Zhu-an didn't explain anything, as saying more at this point would be futile. He got straight to the point and asked, "Who gave you that video?" Fei hesitated for a moment. Just then, Si Chinking stepped forward. "Brother, don't hide anything anymore. If these two brothers hadn't helped me, I would have been in danger. So just tell them." His sister's words finally dispelled Fei's concerns, and he sighed heavily. "To be honest, I got that video from the Society of Technology Changing Everything." The Society of Technology Changing Everything? Zhu-an and Fox Knight looked at each other and simultaneously uttered a name. Zhang Tianyu. Fei was also greatly surprised. Actually, Fei had this question a long time ago, even tracing back to the first time he saw that video. At that time, Fei felt the youth in the picture to be incredibly familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. However, this feeling was so strong that it became one of the important reasons for Fei to break away from the Phoenix of Fire and explore the secrets behind the video on his own. And after seeing Zhu-an in person, Fei couldn't help but feel a strange sense of familiarity and respect. As if the other person was an elder or teacher he had been separated from for many years. And that's why he asked. With a slight smile, Zhu-an replied, "Familiar, isn't it?" "That's right, because you, in the past, were brought out of the Kunlun secret realm personally by me." After saying this, Zhu-an turned and left, leaving Fei standing there, looking perplexed. What does this mean? He clearly walked out of the Kunlun secret realm by himself originally, so how did it become that this person claimed to have brought him out? How did he even know that Fei came from the Kunlun secret realm? Fei felt that this matter seemed to be getting more and more complicated. "Brother, what are you thinking about? Let's go," Si Chinking said. Fei suddenly woke up, shook his head, temporarily discarded these questions, and followed behind Zhu-an and Fox Knight, walking out of the prison area. At this moment, the second floor had become empty. When Zhu-an eradicated Grace, he also took care of all the guards on the second floor. Not because he was ruthless, but because these people brought it upon themselves and deserved their punishment. As for those imprisoned individuals, even though still alive, had completely lost their minds, other than being able to breathe, they were no different from the dead. The reason for this was that these guards had inflicted too many inhumane punishments on them, ultimately leading to the disintegration of their souls. Therefore, Zhu-an simply granted them release. Soon, their group turned a corner and arrived at the platform at the stairway. From here, they could see everything on the first floor. The deafening music continued without stopping, and the people in the dance floor were moving their bodies nervously. Astonishingly, everything that happened on the second floor had no impact on the main hall of the first floor. And due to the instructions left by the Black Snake before leaving, the excitement in the air far exceeded the normal standards, causing everyone on the first floor to fall into a hysterical frenzy. Faced with this scene of chaotic dancing, Fox Knight furrowed her brows slightly. They've gone insane. Completely insane. If this continues, these people will either die or be crippled. What should we do, Elder Zu? In reality, with Fox Knight's strength, subduing the people present and forcibly awakening them would be a piece of cake. However, the poisonous substances released by the drunken dance bar were specially made. Without an antidote, forcibly awakening them would only harm their senses. Those with cultivation levels could manage, but ordinary people might end up as fools. Although it was likely that those appearing here weren't good people, they didn't deserve death either. That's why Fox Knight felt somewhat troubled. Zuin seemed to have prepared for this. Smiling faintly, he said, "What do you think is the best way to awaken someone who is in a frenzy?" "What? Give them a bigger stimulus. That's right. Fight poison with poison." "God damn. Fighting poison with poison." Fox Knight was about to comment. However, at that moment, Zuin waved his hand, and a sword aura twisted in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Those dazzling spotlights shattered, followed by the sound systems. In an instant, everything fell silent. Everyone who was trapped in extreme excitement was startled, looking around in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Suddenly, a light appeared above their heads, followed by the appearance of a glass coffin in front of everyone. The coffin was fully illuminated, revealing a lifelike human specimen inside. However, what disturbed everyone the most was not the fact that all the skin and flesh of the specimen, apart from the head, had disappeared, leaving behind a dense network of blood vessels and nerves that were intact. It was like a perfect surgery performed by a surgical master, truly awe-inspiring. But the most crucial aspect was the face of the human specimen. When everyone saw it clearly, they couldn't help but exclaim in unison, "It's Purple Scorpion! Heavens, Lady Purple Scorpion has been turned into a specimen? Who did this?" The exclamations were non-stop, and many people were shocked awake at that moment. The reason was simple. The reputation of Purple Scorpion was too formidable, so everyone in the first floor hall, whether guards or guests, held her in awe. People also knew that Purple Scorpion's favorite hobby was turning people into specimens for her collection, which was a perverted and cruel habit that terrified many. But no one expected that at this moment, the very person who loved turning others alive into specimens, Lady Purple Scorpion, had become a specimen herself. This was truly frightening. And this was just the beginning. Another spotlight lit up, presenting the decapitated body of Black Snake floating in midair to the crowd. Although his head was separated from his body, it floated in the air, with his round head seemingly grinning at the onlookers, as if recounting his regrets before death. This caused an uproar in the entire crowd. What? Even Lord Black Snake is dead. Heavens, the drunken dance bar is going to change. Amidst the cries, some cowardly individuals not only sobered up, but also quietly moved towards the exit, attempting to flee this place of turmoil. However, when they saw the third spotlight, their actions came to a halt. Because under the light was Grace, with her neck twisted at a grotesque angle. 3 spotlights, 3 bodies. And without exception, all were figures from the drunken dance bar. Although Grace was reclusive and many hadn't seen her, there were still many who recognized her immediately and knew she was not only the backstage boss of the drunken dance bar, but also a member of the Carter family. At this moment, the only thought in their minds was that the sky was falling. The Carter family would definitely not let the drunken dance bar off the hook. Everyone woke up as if from a dream and began to rush out in haste. In the blink of an eye, the entire dance bar hall became empty. Except for the messy drinks and shoes scattered on the floor, there was not a soul in sight. Fox Knight opened his mouth, then patted Zuin on the shoulder. "You're really ruthless, not even sparing the corpses, directly squeezing out their last bit of usefulness." Fox Knight said this because he suddenly remembered when Zuan, with overwhelming force, exterminated the Purple Scorpion in the small town and turned it into a specimen. At that time, Fox Knight was puzzled, not understanding why Zuin went to such lengths to deal with a minor character. Although it was for avenging the unjustly deceased spirits, there was no need to carry their corpses around. It wasn't until now that Fox Knight understood Zuan's intentions back then, and couldn't help but admire him. Zuin just gave a faint smile. "All right, things here have come to an end. Let's go." Saying this, Zuin got up to leave. "Go." Just like that. Fox Knight asked in astonishment. "Huh? Then what? Are you just going to leave these 3 corpses and the corpses on the second floor like this? And you're not planning to destroy this den of filth, Zu?" Unsmiled, let's leave them for now. After all, they still have their uses. After saying this, Zuan left straight away. Fox Knight was a bit puzzled because based on Zuan's character, he would normally burn this place to the ground after dealing with such matters. Why did he leave this time? And saying they would be useful, for what purpose? But after thinking for a moment and having no clue, Fox Knight decided to put these questions aside and followed along. Fei Bai and Si Chinking were of course shocked by Zuan's methods, but they didn't think too much and quickly followed him, leaving the planet and flying deep into space. With their speed, catching up with Zuan was impossible. Soon after they flew out a short distance, Zuan gave each of them a hint of sword intent. Even so, they had to exert all their effort just to keep up. After flying for half a day, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the solar system. This place had long been deeply developed by humans, with countless ports built and connected by light beams like walls, enclosing the entire solar system. The place where Zuan and the others arrived was the largest port in the solar system, bustling with ships coming and going. Normally, to enter the solar system, one had to pass through multiple security checks. However, Zuan and the others were not ordinary people and did not need to go through any security checks to enter. With a wave of his hand, Zuan and his group vanished into the void, effortlessly crossing through the light beams surrounding the system. Upon stepping into the solar system, Zuan's expression turned serious, because he could clearly sense that the solar system was already unrecognizable. The array seals he had left behind had been destroyed, replaced by numerous arrays distinct from human magic. Not only that, Zuan also faintly sensed a vast and unimaginable evil hidden deep within the solar system. Fox Knight's face became solemn. You feel it too, Zu. And nodded, yeah? I've searched the entire solar system to find the source of this evil, but to no avail, sighed Fox Knight. It seems that this time the evil presence will be extraordinarily powerful, Ju. Glanced deeply at the distant sun that had become a mere speck and calmly said, strong. I don't think so, but definitely troublesome. Huh? What do you mean? Nothing. Let's go. After entering the solar system, the speed of the group inevitably slowed down. Every planet here was crucial to Earth's safety, and Zuan's power was too immense. If they moved too fast, a chain reaction could easily occur, potentially causing disaster to Earth. Therefore, Zuan purposely slowed down the speed, flying towards Mars at a relatively moderate pace. Yes, the Science and Technology Society had already undergone significant changes. Under Zhang Tianyu's leadership, the organization had become one of the foremost scientific institutions on Earth. With countless brilliant but dangerous minds gathered together, the group had brought a great deal of uncertainty to Earth. Not to mention the insane experiments conducted by these scientists, which were shocking and bizarre. Due to the strong intervention of the federal court, the entire Science and Technology Society had relocated to Mars. Instead of being discouraged, the scientists were excited because, to them, Mars was not a desolate place of exile, but a paradise to realize their dreams. Under their tireless efforts, Mars was rapidly transforming. This transformation was keenly felt by Zuan and his group upon setting foot on Mars. The once barren land now bloomed with lush vegetation, specially adapted to the Martian environment. Yet, despite their unassuming appearance, these plants had thickened the thin Martian atmosphere. Even with each breath, one could sense a trace of pure spiritual energy. The towering buildings on the distant plains further revitalized the planet. Damn, these science fanatics really have made some changes. I remember the last time I was on Mars, it was nothing like this. Fox Knight crouched down, studying the grass for a while before sighing. Fei Bai, however, wore a distant expression on his face. The last time he was here, he was a member of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces and came to Mars for a mission. Unexpectedly, he encountered the legendary President Zhang Tianyu and received a video clip from him. Since then, his fate had changed, and he almost died at the hands of criminals. Reflecting on it now, it seemed as if an invisible hand of fate was manipulating everything behind the scenes. Si Chinking was curious and asked, "Where is Zhang Tianyu? How can we meet him?" The voice is soft and melodious. Unexpectedly, it's a woman's voice. Hu Yi was stunned. Isn't Zhang Tianyu a man? How did he turn into a woman? A light laughter came from the drone. I am the personal secretary of the president. He knew of your arrival and sent me to welcome you. Please follow me. With that, the drone changed direction and flew towards a distant valley. The group followed behind, quickly arriving at a huge valley. It was called a valley, but it had actually been completely hollowed out, and a building resembling a giant egg had been constructed, covering the entire valley inside. After passing through rigorous security checks and entering, they were greeted by a bustling scene. Countless drones were shuttling back and forth, their speed so fast that trails were left behind. Despite this astonishing speed, the drones smoothly crisscrossed each other, without any disorder or urgency. Just this incredible coordination alone was enough to demonstrate the astonishing power of the Science and Technology Reform Society today. Following the drones, the group arrived at the entrance of a laboratory. The massive security door opened, and the drone cleared the way. "President Zhang is inside. Please come in." Zuin did not hesitate and entered. Hu Yi naturally followed closely behind. After everyone entered the laboratory, the large door closed with a bang. Then, Si Qingqing let out a low gasp. The reason was that the scene in the laboratory was so astonishing. In front of them was an unimaginably large screen. On the screen was a dynamic panoramic view of the solar system. The details were so precise that even a seemingly insignificant cosmic pebble was faithfully displayed. The numerous red-marked dark outposts were too numerous to count. Just the value of this holographic map alone was unimaginable. After all, with it in hand, one could easily grasp nearly all the information in the solar system. Even Fei Bai was shaken, and his expression gradually became serious. As a former member of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces, he understood perfectly well the immense value of such a map. It was no exaggeration to say that if this map fell into the wrong hands, one could easily destroy the vast majority of outposts set up by the Federation in the solar system. The implications were clear. As Fei Bai was secretly alarmed, a light laughter was heard from afar, followed by a leisurely voice. "No need to doubt. This star map is more precise by tens of times compared to the one in the hands of the Federation. It is the most comprehensive and realistic holographic map in the solar system today, without equal." There was a hint of satisfaction in the voice. Then the sound of a wheelchair was heard. Zhang Tianyu, the president of the Science and Technology Reform Society, who had transformed himself into a semi-mechanical being, appeared before the group. Upon seeing him, Fei Bai took a few steps forward, bowing respectfully. "President Zhang." Zhang Tianyu smiled slightly. His gaze swept over Fei Bai before turning to Zuan. "It's strange. I felt familiar upon seeing you, but I can confirm that there is no memory of you in my mind. So, what could this mean?" As Zhu unsmiled. "Is there no speculation in your intelligent mind?" Zhang Tianyu sighed. "There is speculation, but if it's true, it would be truly unbelievable." Unbelievable was a phrase that would never come from Zhang Tianyu's mouth. After all, he was an absolutely rational being, and believed that everything in the world could be explained by logical reasons. But his current astonishment showed the impact this event had on him. Zhu unlowered her eyes and said softly, "If you truly believe in your heart, you must have already drawn a conclusion, or else you wouldn't have shown that video to Fei Bai, right?" Zhang Tianyu admitted frankly, "Yes, I did show that video to Fei Bai with a testing mentality, but I didn't expect to see you so soon." Zuan did not dwell on his sentiment, but asked directly, "So where did you get that video from? Do you really want to know?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Tianyu spoke in a deep voice. "Of course. Well, follow me then." With that, Zhang Tianyu turned around and led the group through the laboratory, passing through several long corridors until they finally reached a rusty iron door. This iron door was a stark contrast to the futuristic buildings they had passed by. But when they faced it, Zhang Tianyu showed an unprecedented seriousness. Then he took out a set of keys and opened the lock on the iron door. Creak! Accompanied by the harsh metallic friction, the iron door was pushed open. "Come in. The answer lies beyond this iron door." With that, Zhang Tianyu powered his wheelchair into the iron door, with the rest of the group following suit. There they saw a scene that left them speechless. Inside was a huge cavern, as if an entire mountain had been hollowed out to create it. Erected in this massive cavity were stone steles. These steles were not too tall, about 3 meters, but they were intricately crafted, almost identical in specifications. But the most surprising thing was not that. The truly astonishing part was that the smooth as mirror surfaces of the steles were engraved with countless symbols. These symbols were nothing more than shallow and deep pits, but they were arranged in an extremely orderly manner, covering the surface of each stele, causing a bewildering effect when viewed from afar. Huyi, Fei Bai, and Si Chinking were utterly bewildered. Was this the answer Zhang Tianyu spoke of? The statement left Leng Huyi, Fei Bai, and others dumbfounded. Finally, Leng Huyi couldn't help but speak up, but what's the point of going through all this trouble? Even if you use all the stone steles here, you won't be able to store much information, right? Exactly. This method is extremely outdated. Even if all the stone steles here are filled with symbols, they can only store a very short video at best. In fact, this originally stemmed from a game one played out of extreme boredom. But now, I'm incredibly grateful that I did it because I discovered a sad and ridiculous fact. With a pause, Zhang Tianyu continued with a bitter smile. Initially, in order to store massive amounts of data, I used countless highly advanced methods, like recording them in quantum waves. But one day, I suddenly felt like something had changed, yet I had no idea what had been tampered with. This feeling tormented me, and despite several investigations, I found nothing unusual, and the data stored in quantum waves showed no abnormalities. But I was certain that something was different, so I suddenly remembered the stone steles reminiscent of that game, and rushed over, only to find that the traces left on those steles remained unchanged. So I extracted them, and discovered it was a video. The expressions of the crowd changed. Zhang Tianyu continued slowly, "Yes, it's the same video you all saw." With a wry smile, Zhang Tianyu added, "It's quite ironic. Initially, I invented numerous advanced tools to record more information, only to realize that the most secure and resistant method to external interference was to inscribe it on stone. It's quite ironic." The crowd fell silent. Only Zhuan faintly smiled. "It's not surprising. Sometimes, the simplest things endure the longest." Zhang Tianyu nodded, then proceeded, "When I saw that video, I was also astonished. Since that video was painstakingly stored in the stone stele by my past self, it indicated that it held crucial information. Therefore, I meticulously analyzed it and uncovered a shocking secret." Fixing his gaze on Zhuan with a complex expression, Zhang Tianyu stated, "That video depicts actual historical events, right, Zhu?" And nodded, "Yes." Zhang Tianyu sighed in relief. "I was correct. The world has changed, not my assumptions." Zhuan raised an eyebrow. "Why do you say that?" With a light chuckle, Zhang Tianyu replied, "As you are a significant figure, I strive to record at all costs. You likely understand the current world's changes. Like me." Zhang Tianyu cited himself as an example. "My memory has always been outstanding. I can remember even the most trivial details. Yet, I couldn't recall you. The world has completely forgotten you. What does that imply? It suggests an incomprehensible force covertly intervening in everything, which is the most terrifying aspect." Zhang Tianyu's words were like thunder, stunning Fei Bai and Si Chinking. Though Si Chinking did not fully understand, Fei Bai was infinitely shocked. He had felt a strange familiarity when he first saw Zhuan, leading him to ponder. Only now, listening to Zhang Tianyu's analysis, did he comprehend the individual standing before him had indeed appeared and created a glorious history, but for unknown reasons, the world had forgotten him. At that moment, Zhuan shook his head. "You're mistaken. I wasn't forgotten by this world, but has been excluded by the passage of time in different dimensions." Excluded by time? This baffled Zhang Tianyu. Zhu nodded, "Yes, because I sensed the alteration wasn't memory but time. In other words, the timeline has been modified. Hence, I seem non-existent, blank in everyone's memory, without leaving any traces. Such erasing of all traces overnight can only be accomplished through this method. Even with considerable power, it's impossible to manipulate the memories of all sentient beings across various dimensions simultaneously." Zhu elaborated. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tianyu said, "So why did the information on my stone steles remain?" Zhu pointed at Leng Huyi. "Not only the information on your stone steles is preserved, he remains unaffected. There are no gaps in my memory." Leng Huyi nodded. "Indeed, I was unaffected, perhaps due to my formidable strength." Even at this point, Leng Huyi couldn't resist some self-praise. Unconcerned with this, Zhuan's expression turned serious. "Hence, I believe time is like a vast net. Regardless of the skilled fishermen, there will always be some fish slipping through the net." "Time is a vast net," Zhang Tianyu mumbled, his eyes gradually becoming intense. Turning to Zhang Tianyu, Zhu inquired. Now, let's talk about you. Why are you trapped here on Mars? Zhang Tianyu wasn't surprised by the question. He simply sighed. You figured it out. Yes. I sensed it the moment I set foot here. The strict security measures indicate this place as a cage, with you as the captive. Zhang Tianyu sighed. Yes, I am indeed trapped here. As for the reason, do you believe it? An artificial intelligence you created has betrayed you. You mean Xing Huangzu? And queried. Zhang Tianyu nodded helplessly. Yes, it's the one. Zuan was certainly familiar with Xing Huan. Artificial intelligence would actually betray its master? Why does this sound unbelievable to me? Who you said? Zhang Tianyu sighed. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first either. But the fact is, she did betray me. As a result, she has become the chief steward behind the Federal Proof House, managing almost all the affairs of the Proof House today. Zuan suddenly remembered the people he saw upon returning to the various realms and the control chips implanted in their minds. He couldn't help but ask, is she also controlling those control chips? Zhang Tianyu nodded. Yes, those control chips were actually invented and implemented by her. Then what about your personal secretary? Who you asked? Zhang Tianyu smiled bitterly, then clapped his hands lightly. A door in the laboratory opened, and a graceful young girl walked out. President. It was the voice that came from the unmanned aircraft. Zhang Tianyu said, this is my personal secretary. Hu Yi widened her eyes. This is a human. That's right, she is indeed a real person, not some kind of mechanical intelligence. Actually, after experiencing a betrayal, I no longer trust any artificial intelligence. Especially after that envoy who betrayed me underwent several iterations and gained absolute control over the network. I am even more distrustful of anything connected to the network. Zhang Tianyu sighed softly. Compared to that, humans are more reliable. At least they are less likely to be influenced by mechanical things. Then what about those mechanical soldiers we saw harvesting resources from planets along the way? Zhu and asked. That's also an operation led by the envoy, mainly to collect resources for the Federal Proof House. Zhang Tianyu wasn't surprised by Zuan's question and spoke calmly. So, this envoy has become the claw of this so-called Federal Proof House, yes? In that case, why not destroy it? Destroy it? Zhang Tianyu shook his head and sighed gently. It's not that simple. After going through this great transformation, the envoy suddenly gained the ability to self-evolve. After several iterations and upgrades, she has now truly become the pinnacle of artificial intelligence, the true god of the network. Unless you have the ability to simultaneously shut down the entire network of the various realms, she can revive indefinitely. Hu Yi was stunned. So you mean, this guy is a true immortal? You could say that, at least she cannot be destroyed by conventional means. Otherwise, do you think I would be content to be trapped on this tiny Mars? Zhang Tianyu's face was filled with infinite desolation. Seeing this, the secretary walked up to him obediently and gently massaged his shoulders. Everyone fell silent. So, what do we do next? Si Chinking, who had been silent, asked hesitantly. Zhang Tianyu said in a deep voice, I know your next step must be to go to Earth, but with your current situation, you don't even need to step foot on Earth. Just passing the moon will be detected by the envoy, making all your plans and ideas untenable. Damn it, nothing works. Let's just go head on. I don't believe a mere artificial intelligence can do anything. Hu Yi suddenly became irritable. After all, the situation had been confusing so far, with no signs of a solution in sight. Moreover, her sister had also disappeared in this great transformation, making Hu Yi even more agitated. Don't worry. Although this envoy is indeed difficult to deal with, I can help you get some legal identities for cover. Can you do it? Haha, you underestimate me too much. Although I am trapped on Mars, I am the one who created the envoy, so I know some of its back doors. As long as we can infiltrate the back end of the Federal Proof House, forging a few identities will be a piece of cake, right? With that, Zhang Tianyu raised his hand and touched the air in front of him, and points of light appeared on the virtual screen. Zhang Tianyu's fingers moved rapidly on the screen. After a moment, the screen dissipated, and a few small cards fell into Zhang Tianyu's hands. Here, these are your new identities. The information on these small cards is all real and valid, and can withstand any level of verification. Everyone took the cards, finding that their information was indeed recorded on the small cards. However, Hu Yi was somewhat dissatisfied. Hey, why is my picture so ugly? And don't I already have a real identity? Why do I need a fake one? Of course you need it. As one of the outstanding members of the Chinku Fox clan at Hongyu Mountain, you must have attracted the attention of the envoy, especially since you have been missing for a while. This only adds to your suspicion. So when you reappear, you will certainly attract comprehensive investigation and surveillance. Well, since that's the case, I reluctantly accept it. This trip to Mars, although it did not yield the huge gains they had imagined, at least clarified the origin of the video and gained the support of Zhang Tianyu. Despite being trapped on Mars by the artificial intelligence he created, Zhang Tianyu's strong technological prowess made him an invaluable ally. Take the forged identities, for example. Without his advice and help, Zuan and his team would have likely been exposed soon. That would have been a waste of their previous efforts. As everyone finished organizing and prepared to depart for Earth, Zhang Tianyu reminded, Mr. Zhu, there is one more thing I need to remind you of. Although the person who attacked FEI by Grace was only a peripheral member of the Carter family, it's hard to say if she didn't report the information from the video. And if she did report it, her sudden death may attract the attention of the Carter family. Zuan replied calmly, I know. In fact, the reason I left her body behind was to provoke the Carter family into action. Until the group of people had completely walked far away, disappeared into the sky like shooting stars, Zhang Tianyu finally withdrew his gaze and muttered to himself, although I had suspected it earlier, seeing him for real still couldn't help but make me feel a bit sighing. President, what are you sighing about? The young secretary behind him asked softly. I am sighing at the strength of these cultivators. I used to think that although these cultivators were powerful, they were not unbeatable. As long as technology develops to a certain extent, it can replace these cultivators, Zhang Tianyu said. But now, I don't think that way anymore. At least technology cannot completely erase all traces of a person's existence overnight, especially on the level of the various heavens. The methods of recklessly changing the timeline, I can only marvel at, completely unable to understand how it's done. Zhang Tianyu continued. The young secretary couldn't help but show a pensive look on her face. Is there a possibility that the mastermind behind this is just erasing people's memories through some kind of mental technique? She asked. Zhang Tianyu shook his head. That is impossible. As soon as I sensed something was wrong, I repeatedly self-hypnotized, trying to find any trace of disturbance deep in my soul. No matter how powerful a mental technique is, it cannot completely erase a person's memory without leaving a trace, especially not mine. I had mastered the method of archiving memories at the age of 3. From childhood to adulthood, all memories were categorized and stored by me, without a single omission. So in this situation, if someone forcibly erased my memories, it would definitely leave traces. But after several deep hypnosis sessions, I found nothing, Zhang Tianyu admitted, ending with a deep sense of apprehension. After all, this incomprehensible, unfathomable change, involving the alteration of the power of rules, had completely exceeded his understanding. For Zhang Tianyu, who had always believed that technology could change everything and was accustomed to understanding everything through logical and rational thinking, this was nothing short of a huge blow. Perhaps sensing Zhang Tianyu's desolation, the young secretary gently reached out and touched his forehead with her hand, whispering softly, President, you don't need to blame yourself. After all, there are things beyond your control. Zhang Tianyu held her hand and whispered, I'm not blaming myself, I just feel a deep sense of powerlessness. The secretary bent down, rested her face against his back, and said, President, no matter when, I will stand by your side and never betray you. Zhang Tianyu sighed, but won't you resent me? After all, I cloned you without your consent. Of course not. Whoever that person is has nothing to do with me. She is her, I am me. What I say now is my most genuine inner thoughts, she reassured. After a moment of silence, Zhang Tianyu waved his hand and said, All right, you go busy yourself. I want to be alone for a while. Okay. The young secretary obediently left. But as she closed the door of the laboratory, her smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. Are you back? She spoke to the empty space. Just returned, and brought a message. A mysterious presence destroyed a team of mechanized soldiers gathering resources on the edge zone. The secretary nodded. All right, I understand. Let's put this matter on hold for now and inform all the teams collecting resources outside to stop all activities during this time, hide their presence, and avoid attracting attention. Understood. And please instruct. Try not to let outsiders see the president, and definitely do not let him notice anything amiss, the secretary replied. Understood. The voice faded away as the secretary glanced back at the closed door of the lab, her eyes flickering for a moment before she turned and left. Meanwhile, as Zuin and the others left Mars and returned to Earth, in the drunken dance bar on that distant star, Valentine Carter from the Carter family was covering his nose and mouth with a clean white cloth. Looking with disgust at his subordinates dissecting the bodies of Grace, the Black Snake, and the Purple Scorpion. As for the Purple Scorpion turned into a specimen, he no longer held any value for dissection, considering his body was now clearly visible, every vein and artery exposed. The dissection work by his subordinates was quickly completed, and the man stood up respectfully, reporting, "Sir, we have the results." "Go on." The man turned and pointed to the dismembered bodies on the ground. Evidently, the person who killed them had extremely strong power, surpassing the typical strong ones. Both Grace and the Black Snake were killed instantly, without any chance to resist. But the most obvious is this Purple Scorpion turned specimen. His flesh and blood were cut by extremely sharp sword energy, but despite that, there was no damage to veins and nerves. This level of control has reached the pinnacle. At least none of the sword cultivators I know could achieve this, the man reported. Although his subordinates looked serious, Valentine Carter seemed unbothered, even yawning in boredom. So, the one who killed Grace, that slut, was most likely a sword cultivator. Highly probable. Very well, we now have a clue. Have the people sent to investigate nearby found anything? Valentine asked. However, another henchman shook his head. No findings at all. The city is currently deserted. Everyone has fled. Valentine Carter's face showed displeasure. Damn it, these wretched people, running away so fast. It shows they must be connected to outlaws. If I catch them, I will hunt them down. Sir, what should we do now? What to do? Just a tramp who only got into the Carter family by sleeping with my father. If she dies, she dies. Valentine waved dismissively. But she is still a member of the Carter family after all, if we let this slide. However, Zhang Tianyu's skills are indeed good, and the new identities of everyone did not have any flaws. They smoothly passed through the security checks and arrived on Earth. Looking at the distant blue planet in front of him, Zuan's eyes gradually became serious. The nearby Fox Knight at this moment also didn't have its usual laziness, softly sighing, "To be honest, every time I see the Earth, I feel extremely shocked because this blue planet appears so fragile and tiny in this vast universe, to the point of being completely inconspicuous. But it is this small planet that has nurtured the great civilization of the HUA clan, as well as extraordinary beings like you. This can't help but be called a miracle." Zuin lowered his eyes. "That's why I cannot allow any harm to come to it, because it is not only my hometown, but also the roots of countless HUA clan members." As he spoke those words, Zuan's expression was very calm, not even a hint of emotion in his tone. However, Fox Knight knew that this calm state of Zuan was the most terrifying, because it was apparent that he was not declaring something, but stating an established fact that no one could change. The group then flew towards Earth, and in the blink of an eye, appeared in the sky above a city, located in the northern territory of the HUA kingdom. This city was strategically located, with a great river flowing from the south, creating a bustling metropolis. Fox Knight was not surprised that Zuan's first stop would be here, because this was his true homeland, and also his headquarters. Yes, it was Beijing. However, this city, which held countless memories for Zuan, had already changed beyond recognition. Standing high above in the sky, Zuan's spiritual awareness quietly spread throughout the entire city, only to find that all traces related to him had disappeared. The neighborhood where he and Yan once rented was still there, but the rooms inside were definitely not theirs. The Tianzino one mansion was still there, but the layout inside was completely different from when he left. The key was that Tang Zhuaner and Fan Mingshu and others had also vanished as if they had never existed in this world. Fox Knight knew exactly what Zuan was doing, and couldn't help but sigh softly. "I didn't lie to you. In fact, when I searched for you before leaving Tianhuatia, I had traveled through the entire world. Not only you, but even the traces of Mengshu and Zhuaner didn't leave a single mark. This guy is really ruthless in his actions. However, Zuan paid no attention to him, and as if discovering something, flew directly towards a certain direction in Beijiang. "Hey, wait for me!" Fox Knight hurriedly followed. Phi Bai and his sister, Si Chinking, exchanged a glance and then followed suit. Soon, the group reached the outskirts of Beijiang, and Zuan landed on the ground, looking ahead with a complex expression. Following his gaze, Fox Knight saw a restaurant not far away on the street. This was no ordinary restaurant, as it only occupied two small shopfronts with a slightly greasy sign bearing four large characters, Laozi Restaurant. Seeing these four characters, Fox Knight was slightly shaken, then suddenly realized and patted his head as if awakening. How foolish of me! Why did I not think of coming here before? The story about Laozi and the kind old couple had been discussed before, and I won't go into details here. At least Fox Knight knew that this ordinary couple had done favors for Zuan, and in return, Zuan had helped them significantly, even resurrecting old Z's shattered soul with nearly miraculous means after a calamity.